Chapter 1. Breaking Through to Foundation Establishment, Betrayal Among Peers. In the Yunxiao continent, within the eastern domain of the Tianling sect, in the cave dwelling of the 10th true disciple, a remarkably handsome young man with striking sword-like eyebrows sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Moments later, a unique aura began to emanate from the young man, and as the energy surged, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire cave. Breakthrough! Suddenly, the young man exclaimed, and his internal energy surged dramatically, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Finally, I have broken through. A smile graced his face and confidence radiated from him. After 6 years of cultivation, I have shed my mortal shell and entered the foundation establishment stage. The young man's name was Feng, a traveler from Earth, not originally of this world. He had crossed over at birth, with parents who were merely commoners. For the first 14 years of his life, he lived as a farmer's son until the Tianling sect came to the mortal realm to recruit disciples and discovered him. Upon testing, they found that he possessed an exceptional wood spirit root, leading the sect to elevate him to the status of a true disciple, filling the last of the 10 positions. Available to Owen still a sense of belonging. The sect's third elder, Qi, personally took him as her disciple. Upon entering the sect, Feng learned that the Tianling sect was ranked among the top 10 righteous sects in the eastern domain, and his master, Qi, was a golden core true person at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from reaching the nascent soul realm. Over the course of 6 years, Feng had cultivated from a mortal to the peak of the Qi Refinement stage, surpassing all disciples in speed. During this time, he received considerable care from his fellow disciples and elders, and he remained humble and courteous, never using his status as a true disciple to impose on others. For this reason, his master, Qi, held him in high regard, even arranging for a talented female disciple from within the sect to be his fiancée, establishing an engagement. Now that Feng had entered the foundation establishment stage, it was time to share this news with his master. With this thought in mind, Feng rose from his cave dwelling, preparing to head to his master's Fengwan Peak. Just as he stepped outside, he was surprised to see 4 disciples from the law enforcement hall waiting for him. Upon seeing him, the 4 clasped their hands in respect and said, "Senior Brother Liu, we have been sent by Hall Master Li to invite you to the law enforcement hall for a discussion." Feng furrowed his brow. Slightly, the 4 were all at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, and although their demeanor was respectful, there was a distinct lack of sincerity in their eyes. That it was evident they had been waiting for a considerable time, and their sudden summons to the law enforcement hall could not bode well. Thus, Feng replied coolly, "May I inquire what Hall Master Li wishes to discuss with me?" The disciple at the forefront responded, "We are merely following orders, the details of which we are unaware. We kindly ask you to accompany us to the law enforcement hall." After a moment of contemplation, Feng nodded. "Very well, lead the way, junior brothers." With that, the leading disciple waved his hand, and a 10-meter-long flying vessel appeared. "Senior Brother Liu, please." Boarding the vessel, the 5 of them soared toward the law enforcement hall. As some of his fellow disciples observed him on the road, they began to engage in fervent discussions. The sight of Feng being taken away by the disciples of the law enforcement hall left them all in a state of disbelief. That it is important to note that the status of a true disciple is akin to that of an outer sect elder. Even when transgressing sect rules, the matter would typically be addressed personally by the sect master. Thus, the apprehension of a true disciple by the law enforcement hall was unprecedented. Before long, Feng arrived at the grand hall of the law enforcement hall, where apart from Hall Master Li, 3 elders from the inner sect awaited him. These prominent figures of the sect seemed to be in anticipation of his arrival. Upon entering the hall, Feng respectfully clasped his hands and greeted. Disciple Feng pays his respects to Hall Master Li and esteemed elders. Hall Master Li remained silent, while the other 3 elders merely acknowledged him with a slight nod. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Feng understood that his summons to the law enforcement hall was likely not for a trivial matter. He then turned to Hall Master Li and inquired, "Might I ask what urgent matter has prompted your call?" Hall Master Li. With a penetrating gaze, Hall Master Li addressed Feng, asking Feng, "Are you aware of your transgressions?" Feng's brow furrowed in confusion as he replied, "What do you mean by that, Hall Master Li?" "Ah, still playing the fool before us. It appears that without presenting your offenses, you have no intention of confessing. Bring forth the witness." Hall Master Li remarked with a cold smirk that that moment, a disciple entered the inner sect, disciple son Hao from Feng. Not only were they fellow disciples, but they also shared a brotherly bond as they were both students of the same master. Disciple pays respects to Hall Master Li and esteemed elders. Son Hao bowed deeply. Indeed, Holm masterly nodded. You have accused the true disciple Lu Feng of harming a fellow disciple. Now that Lu Feng stands before you, you may proceed. Yes. Sun Hao turned to Lu Feng, his face alight with fury. 2 months ago, while inadvertently passing by the rear mountain of Tianyan Peak, I discovered Lu Feng robbing an outer sect disciple. When the disciple refused to comply, Lu Feng resorted to lethal force, not only seizing the disciple's storage bag, but also ruthlessly killing him and ultimately obliterating the evidence that A.S. Lu Feng Sr. I never anticipated such cruelty from him. He has shown utter disregard for the sect's rules. After Sun Hao's declaration, Holm masterly turned to Lu Feng, asking, "What do you have to say for yourself, Lu Feng?" Lu Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded Sun Hao, utterly perplexed. It was evident that Sun Hao was attempting to frame him, yet their relationship had always been amicable. Why would he suddenly betray him? Furthermore, both were disciples of Luo Qing, and they ought to support one another. This left Lu Feng in a state of bewilderment. With a heavy sigh, Lu Feng spoke, "Holm masterly, to condemn me solely based on Sun Hao's testimony seems inconsistent with sect regulations, does it not?" I knew you would not relent." "Then take a look at this," Holm masterly said, revealing a white jade stone in his hand. Lu Feng recognized the stone as a record stone, specifically designed to document events that have transpired. In the next moment, the record stone projected an image, and upon closer inspection, Lu Feng realized it depicted the very moment he had slain the outer sect disciple. The figure in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to him, down to the techniques and aura like a tea that moment. Lu Feng began to grasp the gravity of the situation, and oh wonder masterly dares to act so boldly towards him. There is indeed conclusive evidence. Once the recording stone was finished, masterly bellowed, "Lu Feng, what more can you say? With both witnesses and physical evidence present, no matter how you argue, you cannot escape this guilt." Lu Feng remained silent, lost in contemplation. Having been in the sect for 6 years, he had spent most of his time in seclusion, cultivating diligently. His humble and low-key demeanor had never led to conflicts with his peers, nor had he offended anyone. Yet, why had such an incident transpired today? As he pondered, a sudden realization dawned upon him. It appeared that someone coveted his position as a true disciple, and this slander was intended to bring him down. Being a true disciple not only conferred a special status, but also afforded treatment akin to that of the elders. In the future, those who achieved success in cultivation could vie for the position of sect leader. There were only 10 true disciples in the Heavenly Spirit Sect, and the other 9 possessed profound background. He alone was without support, with only his master, Luo Qing, to rely upon. After a brief pause, Lu Feng declared, "Since the matter has come to this, I request that masterly adjudicate this case according to sect rules." "Certainly. As a true disciple, it is indeed necessary to involve the sect leader and the 9 elders in the review, to ensure you are completely disheartened," Masterly proclaimed with an air of conviction. Having said this, Masterly struck the large bell of the law enforcement hall. Once the bell tolled, all high-ranking members of the sect would arrive without delay. Lu Feng's intention in doing so was to have his master and the sect leader advocate on his behalf. Though he had never harmed his fellow disciples, presently, he found himself in a position where reason could not prevail. Those who sought to frame him had already orchestrated the situation, leaving him unable to break free from the trap on his own. While waiting, Lu Feng glanced at Sun Hao beside him, his expression a mixture of complexity. "Senior brother Sun, have I ever offended you in the past?" Lu Feng asked, looking directly into his eyes. Sun Hao replied with a cold smirk, "Not at all." "Then do we harbor any enmity?" "None whatsoever." Lu Feng took a deep breath and continued, "If that is the case, why are you so intent on targeting me?" Sun Hao's eyes reflected disdain. "Target you? I merely wish to expose your misdeeds to the public, so that everyone in the sect can see what kind of person you truly are." "Ha ha ha. Very well, very well." Lu Feng shook his head and laughed heartily. That moment, beams of divine light descended into the law enforcement hall. These divine lights heralded the arrival of the 9 elders of the sect, among them Lu Feng's master, Luo Qing. Simultaneously, a throng of onlookers among the disciples gathered outside the law enforcement hall. Once all 9 elders were present, the final ray of 7-color divine light entered the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, the crowd bowed towards the source of the divine light, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." As the 7-color divine light dissipated, a refined middle-aged man appeared before them. This man was none other than Zhang Daoran, the sect leader of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. There is no need for such formalities. The sect leader nodded and then turned to Masterly, inquiring, "May I ask why Masterly has abruptly sounded the law enforcement bell? To the sovereign, it has come to our attention that the esteemed disciple Lu Feng has harmed his fellow sect members. The details of the incident have been verified, and I respectfully request that you and the elders adjudicate this matter, Master Li stated with deference. Oh, such a thing has occurred? Zhang Daoran exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Lu Feng within the grand hall before turning to Master Li. Then, I implore you, Master Li, to recount the events in detail, so that all present may serve as witnesses. Yes, sovereign. As the words fell, Lu Feng furrowed his brow once more, casting a complex gaze towards Sovereign Zhang. It was evident that the sovereign's earlier remarks intended to tarnish his reputation. If Li Mu were to present the recording stone before the 9 elders and numerous disciples, he would find himself irreparably tarnished, unable to cleanse his name, even if he plunged into the yellow river. In that moment, Lu Feng could only beseech his master, Luo Qing, and turn towards her. Yet, Luo Qing deliberately avoided his gaze, refusing to acknowledge him. This is dire, Lu Feng thought to himself. It appeared that his master was already aware of the situation, and even the sovereign was complicit. However, his master had always cared for him, guiding him onto the path of immortality and providing him with elixirs and treasures. Now, she was his only hope. Moments later, Li Mu activated the recording stone, and, as the assembled crowd beheld the footage, they cast furious glances at Lu Feng. Some outspoken disciples even exclaimed, Lu Feng, as a true disciple, not only did you fail to assist your fellow sect members, but you also committed such heinous acts. I truly misjudged you. Alas, I never imagined that a true disciple of the Tianling sect could descend into such depravity. Lu Feng must be severely punished. Indeed, he must face stern retribution. I beseech the sovereign and the elders to impose severe penalties upon this individual. In an instant, the disciples outside the hall were in an uproar, clamoring for his condemnation. After a brief moment, Sovereign Zhang Daoran raised his right hand, and the disciples fell silent. He turned his gaze towards Lu Feng and inquired, Lu Feng, do you have anything to say? Though his tone appeared calm, it concealed a sharp edge that Lu Feng gritted his teeth and addressed his master. Luo Qing, Sovereign Master, I have never harmed my fellow sect members. This must be a false accusation orchestrated by someone else. Before Zhang Daoran or Luo Qing could respond, Sun Hao interjected, Humph, I witnessed the events with my own eyes. Lu Feng, you should confess and accept your punishment. Lu Feng shot a cold glare at Sun Hao and then turned to Luo Qing. Master, do you not believe me either? Luo Qing's eyelids twitched and she glared at him with fury. How could you, Lu Feng? After 6 years of my guidance, I discover you to be such a scoundrel. From this day forth, our master-disciple relationship is severed, and we shall have no further ties. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that his most revered master would publicly renounce their bond. This blow was far more devastating than the false accusations against him. He had intended to share his breakthrough in Foundation establishment with her, but now it seemed unnecessary. From his elevated position, Sovereign Zhang Daoran regarded Lu Feng with a hint of surprise. Oh, you have achieved Foundation establishment. Without waiting for Lu Feng to respond, Luo Qing spoke first. Even if you break through to the Foundation establishment stage, it cannot alter the fact that you have harmed your fellow disciples. I beseech you, Sect Master Senior Brother, to impose severe punishment upon this wayward child, for the sake of justice. Zhang Daoran sighed. Alas, I wonder how the esteemed elders perceive this matter. At that moment, the second elder spoke up. Given that both eyewitnesses and evidence are present, I believe we should proceed according to the sect's regulations. Indeed, I concur with the second elder's suggestion. Half of the 9 elders nodded in agreement with the second elder, including Luo Qing. The other half, however, looked at Lu Feng with disappointment, shaking their heads. The grand elder sighed. Alas, Lu Feng has been a true disciple of our Tianling sect for 6 years. He has worked diligently, and his cultivation has ascended steadily. At merely 20 years of age, achieving the Foundation establishment stage is indeed a feat of genius. Execute him outright would be a tragedy. Heaven has a mercy for the living. I propose we strip him of his powers and expel him from the sect. Upon finishing, 2 more elders nodded in agreement. Seeing that the elders had ceased to speak, Zhang Daoran declared loudly, in that case, let us proceed as per the grand elder's suggestion. Then, he turned to Luo Qing, junior sister, as Lu Feng's guide, the execution of this punishment shall fall upon you. Luo Qing's expression shifted several times before she finally grit her teeth and replied, Yes, Sect Master Senior Brother. With that, she reached out towards Lu Feng, and an overwhelming force drew him closer. Master, Lu Feng's face registered disbelief. Remember, I am no longer your master. I shall now strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. And oh, Despair flooded Lu Feng's eyes, having traversed to the world of cultivation and finally stepping onto the path of immortality. He was now to be rendered powerless by his own master. He could not accept being reduced to a mere shell of a person. In the next moment, Luo Qing struck his dantian with her palm, an overwhelming energy instantly shattering his dantian. This energy surged into his spiritual root, causing an explosion. His exquisite wood spiritual root shattered significantly, leaving only a small remnant behind. This strike not only obliterated his cultivation, but also utterly destroyed the foundation upon which it was built. Luo Qing withdrew her hand and unceremoniously cast Lu Feng onto the ground. Master Sect brother, this child's cultivation has been destroyed. He will be unable to cultivate further. Zhang Daran nodded, displaying a look of regret. I naturally trust my junior sister's actions, but it is indeed a pity. With that, Zhang Daran transformed into a beam of divine light and departed, followed in succession by the other elders, who also ascended as beams of divine light from the law. Enforcement Hall. Only Luo Qing, Master Li, and Sun Hao remained. Lu Feng, lying on the ground, felt his cultivation plummeting rapidly, descending from the foundation establishment stage to the first layer of Qi refinement within mere moments. Lu Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze icy as he regarded the three individuals present. A fire of vengeance ignited within him. This cruel flicker of hope snuffed out left him with a stark clarity regarding the world of cultivation. Luo Qing, observing his frigid stare, could only shake her head helplessly. She then turned to Master Li and said, Master Li, I shall leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Elder Luo, you are too kind. It is my duty to assist. Upon finishing her words, Luo Qing transformed into a divine light and soared away. Sun Hao approached Lu Feng, crouching beside him and whispering, Junior brother, do not hold it against me. I, too, am a prisoner of circumstance. From now on, strive to live as an ordinary person. Lu Feng was about to respond when another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Sun Hao smiled faintly before striding away from the law enforcement hall. As the crowd dispersed, Master Li instructed two disciples from the law enforcement hall to escort Lu Feng out of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Thus, he was severed from any ties with the sect. The two disciples maneuvered their flying vessel, transporting Lu Feng beyond the confines of the sect. Nestled within a mountain range, the Heavenly Spirit Sect was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to locate. After the flying vessel landed, the two individuals unceremoniously tossed Lu Feng onto the ground, the violent jolt causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Oh, so he is indeed a true disciple? Just a gentle throw, and he bleeds. How enlightening, remarked one of the disciples from the law enforcement hall with a peculiar tone. What nonsense about being a true disciple. He's merely been discarded like a dead dog from the sect, scoffed another disciple of the law enforcement hall. Junior brother, you must refrain from such careless remarks. Among the 10 true disciples of the Tianling sect, aside from this individual, the other 9 are exceptionally formidable, one of them retorted. Indeed, your words are rather inappropriate. Junior brother, they chuckled. With that, the two leapt down from the vessel and approached Lu Feng, methodically beginning to search him for valuables. What are you doing? Lu Feng weakly inquired. Brother Lu, we brought you out, and naturally, there will be a fee. Do you expect us to make this trip for free? They responded with a smirk. In no time. They stripped him of his storage bag and all valuable possessions, even removing his robes and shoes. Lu Feng, now utterly weakened, had no capacity to resist and could only watch helplessly as they seized his belongings. Alas, Brother Lu, it is not my intention to offend, but you have become a mere mortal now. These possessions are of no use to you. If other cultivators were to see you, a mortal, adorned with such treasures, they would surely kill you for them. Our actions are, in fact, a favor. You should be grateful. One of them laughed heartily. Yes, you ought to express your gratitude, they echoed. Seeing their demeanor, Lu Feng could only endure in silence. Having stripped him of all his treasures, the two ascended back onto the flying vessel and departed. Lu Feng sensed the condition of his body and realized that he had been utterly incapacitated. His cultivation had deteriorated to the point where he could barely maintain even the first layer of Qi refinement. Fortunately, the two disciples from the enforcement hall had brought him to the outskirts of a nearby market. Had they abandoned him deep within the mountains, he would likely have become fodder for wild beasts. Lu Feng struggled to sit up, gradually channeling the remnants of spiritual energy within him to mend his injuries. However, Luo Qing's strike had completely shattered his dantian and spiritual roots. The once smooth flow of energy had become exceedingly obstructed. Yet, determined to survive. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. After an hour had passed, his breath stabilized, and his cultivation reached the initial stage of Qi refinement. Rising slowly to his feet, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the Tianling sect, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Tianling sect, I vow not to be human until I avenge this grudge. Just wait. With that, he strode toward the market without looking back. At that moment, an unusual transparent panel suddenly appeared before him. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Feng immediately comprehended its nature. Wasn't this just an attribute panel from a game? Before he could examine it closely, an alert popped up at the bottom of the panel. You have successfully executed the Qingmu technique, Proficiency 1. What is this? Lu Feng exclaimed. The Qingmu technique was indeed his cultivation method. Earlier, he had performed it to stabilize his internal energy. Typically, it required only about 10 breaths to execute. But this time it had taken an entire hour. This notification must be the feedback from his recent execution of the technique. He then glanced at the attribute panel above. Name, Lu Feng. Age, 2050. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Stage 1, 1100. Technique, Qingmu Technique. Minor Achievement, 1300. Spells, Tendril Technique. Proficiency, 1200. Spiritual Rain Technique. Entry 0, 100. Immortal Arts, None. Goodness. This is precisely my current attribute. Lu Feng marveled internally. Wait, why is my age capped at only 50 years? Even an ordinary person's lifespan exceeds 50 years, doesn't it? This was likely a consequence of having his cultivation and spiritual roots rendered useless. With this thought, Lu Feng's resentment toward the Tianling sect and Luo Qing intensified. Regaining his composure, Lu Feng resolved to explore this panel further. He aimed at the nearby ground and unleashed the tendril technique. Instantly, all the spiritual energy within him was drained, and a vine sprouted forth from the ground. The consumption of energy is staggering. One use of the tendril technique has exhausted all my spiritual energy, Lu Feng remarked in disbelief. Previously, casting the tendril technique felt effortless. But now it was a strenuous endeavor. To replenish the energy he had expended, he would need to meditate in deep concentration for at least an hour. You have released the tendril technique, Proficiency 1. A new notification appeared at the bottom of the panel. It seems that, just as I suspected, using a spell or executing a technique increases proficiency by 1 point, Lu Feng exclaimed with delight. However, he pondered, what purpose would this increase in proficiency serve? According to conventional logic, the higher the proficiency in a cultivation technique, the more efficient the training will become. Both the speed of absorbing and converting spiritual energy will increase significantly. For instance, his Qingmu Ju is a mid-tier earth-level technique from the Tianling sect, exceptionally suited for cultivators with spiritual roots. However, mastering the Qingmu Ju to its fullest extent is quite challenging. It is nearly impossible without several decades of dedication. The techniques are categorized into 6 major ranks: Immortal, Tao, Celestial, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each rank further divided into low, mid, high, and supreme tiers. At present, his Qingmu Ju has only just reached the minor accomplishment stage, but with the newly acquired proficiency panel, his cultivation speed will significantly enhance. Contemplating this, hope ignited in Lu Feng's eyes. He then stepped into the marketplace, with survival as his foremost priority. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Tianling sect, Li Mu stood respectfully beside the sect leader, Zhang Daoran, and said, "Respected sect leader, everything has been arranged properly. Good. For the time being, you must assign someone to keep a close watch on Lu Feng. If any unusual circumstances arise, report to me at once," Zhang Daoran replied calmly. "Understood, sect leader. What about your nephew's matter? You need not concern yourself with that. Since the position has become vacant, let him compete for it himself. This way, it demonstrates our Tianling sect's impartiality. Don't you agree?" "Indeed, sect leader, your wisdom is unparalleled." Chapter 4. Reduced to a tenant farmer of the Immortal Workshop. As evening approached, the outskirts of the southern marketplace of the Tianling sect came into view. Lu Feng walked barefoot along the main road of the bustling market, occasionally murmuring to himself. It is often said that those who traverse dimensions are endowed with golden fingers. Yet I have spent 2 decades in this realm before awakening such a gift. Had it manifested earlier, I might not have found myself in this unfortunate state. Nevertheless, it is not too late. At least it has allowed me to perceive the true nature of those within the Tianling sect. As the market lay before him, Lu Feng resolved to find a place to settle down. He intended to restore his health first, and then thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of the proficiency panel. 15 minutes later, Lu Feng arrived at the market, an establishment affiliated with the Heavenly Sect, which he had previously visited 2 years ago. However, he was not well acquainted with the specifics of the market, as his 4 years within the sect had been predominantly spent in seclusion for cultivation, with only occasional outings to accompany his master and broaden his horizons. At this moment, Lu Feng stood before a rice shop owned by the Chen family, specializing in the trade of spiritual rice and celestial grains. In a bid for survival, he reluctantly entered, hoping to find some employment. Upon entering the shop, a young attendant approached him, but upon seeing Lu Feng's tattered attire, a look of disdain crossed the attendant's face. Before the attendant could speak, Lu Feng inquired, "Excuse me, young sir, do you happen to be hiring?" With only the first layer of Qi cultivation, he was incapable of fasting. Thus, he needed to address his immediate needs for food and shelter. Had it not been for the 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall who had seized his storage bag and magical artifacts, he would not have fallen into such dire straits. The shop attendant, with a stern countenance, responded curtly, "What a foul beggar! We are not hiring, so be off with you." The attendant's attitude was exceedingly rude. Having once been a true disciple of the Heavenly Sect, Lu Feng was unaccustomed to such treatment. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. "My apologies for the disturbance. I shall take my leave." Just as Lu Feng turned to exit, the shopkeeper suddenly called out, "Wait, are you in search of work, friend?" Lu Feng turned to face the shopkeeper, a man likely in his 40s, slightly portly, with astute, phoenix-like eyes that exuded a keen intelligence. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am indeed in search of work." The shopkeeper scrutinized Lu Feng carefully before responding with a smile. "Our Chen rice factory is not hiring at the moment. However, we are seeking tenants. Might this interest you?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Feng realized that, given his current state, he lacked the luxury of choice. As a mere novice at the Qi refinement stage, it was prudent to remain cautious. Moreover, this area was under the influence of the Heavenly Sect, and should he become a target, his life would be at stake. Although Lu Feng wished to distance himself from the Heavenly Sect, his physical condition and cultivation level rendered him incapable of doing so. "May I inquire about the requirements and benefits associated with being a tenant?" Lu Feng refrained from hastily agreeing, preferring to ascertain the specifics before making any decisions. Noticing Lu Feng's interest, the shopkeeper approached him slowly. "I am Chen Donglai, the shopkeeper of the Chun rice factory. What may I call you?" "Ahem, I am Lu Shan." Lu Feng casually adopted a name for himself. "Ah, so you are Lu Daoist." The requirements for becoming a tenant of the Chen family are merely to possess a cultivation level of Qi Refinement Stage 1. Upon signing the contract, the Chen family will provide tenants with farmland, along with the necessary spiritual tools and seeds for the first year, and in return, tenants are required to pay a fixed land tax annually. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "What is the required amount of land tax?" "Each year, for every acre of land, a tribute of 200 jin of spiritual rice must be paid, leaving the remainder of the harvest entirely for the tenant." Lu Feng had heard a bit about the yield of spiritual rice. Typically, one could harvest between 300 to 400 jin from an acre of spiritual fields. However, in years of poor harvests, the yield could dwindle to merely 200 jin per acre. While the tax may seem modest, it is worth noting that the tenants themselves are cultivators, and their own consumption of spiritual rice each year amounts to a significant figure. Observing Lu Feng's silence, Manager Chen smiled and remarked, "It appears that you, my dear friend, may be facing some difficulties. Therefore, if you are willing to become a tenant of the Chen family, I can personally lend you 50 jin of spiritual rice for the time being, which you may return to me once you have reaped your harvest next year." Lu Feng glanced at Manager Chun, pondering the ulterior motives behind lending him 50 pounds of spiritual rice without any familial ties. Presently, he possessed nothing, thus, his immediate concern lay in securing sustenance, which made him vulnerable to others' intentions. Realizing this, Lu Feng could only nod silently, expressing, "I am most grateful, Manager Chun. May I inquire about the interest on this 50 pounds of spiritual rice?" Manager Chen responded with a faint smile, "Oh, it is but a modest amount. The interest for 1 year is merely 20%, which means that by next year, you shall need to repay me a total of 60 pounds of spiritual rice." Lu Feng furrowed his brow. The interest was rather significant, yet he found himself lacking the leverage to negotiate. Thus, he could only acquiesce, saying, "Very well. I shall rent an acre of land to begin with." "Excellent," the other replied. "Then please follow me, fellow Taoist Lu." Lu Feng followed Manager Chen into the inner hall of the rice shop. The young attendant, who remained in the lobby, sneered upon seeing Lu Feng's agreement, remarking, "What a fool, toiling away for an entire year just to earn a mere few dozen pounds of spiritual rice. What difference is there between this tenant and a slave?" Before long, Lu Feng signed the rental agreement with manager Chun, who handed him 50 pounds of spiritual rice along with the contract. "Taoist Lu, here is the spiritual rice I am lending you. Please take good care of it." "Thank you, Manager Chen." "Ah, Taoist Lu, you are too polite. I will have someone guide you to claim your spiritual fields." "Excellent." Moments later, a young mortal led Lu Feng to the cultivation area. All around them were spiritual fields. Yet they lay bare, devoid of any crops. Observing this scene, Lu Feng inquired with curiosity, "Young man, why are there no spiritual grains planted in these fields?" Without looking back, the young man replied as he walked, "It is only early March. The planting season has not yet arrived. We must wait until mid-April to begin sowing." "I see. Thank you for enlightening me." Although Lu Feng is a cultivator, he is not particularly well-versed in the cultivation of spiritual rice. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded spiritual field. The young man gestured towards the parched soil before them and remarked, "This plot of spiritual land shall belong to you in the future. Over there stands a thatched cottage, within which you will find ready-made spiritual tools and seeds." Lu Feng gazed at the parched spiritual field, then cast his eyes upon the dilapidated thatched cottage not far away, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration within him. Setting aside the state of the cottage, the stark contrast of his spiritual field to those he had previously encountered was evident. This particular plot was clearly neglected for years, and its remote location posed significant challenges in terms of irrigation. Lu Feng took a deep breath and clasped his hands respectfully towards the young man, saying, "All right, I understand. Thank you for guiding me." After the young man finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Lu Feng standing alone on the ridge, bewildered by the wind. Chapter 5. The arrival of the fiancé. Lu Feng stood alone on the ridge, lost in thought for quite a while, before shaking his head in resignation. He departed from the spiritual field and entered the thatched cottage. Inside, he found nothing but a wooden plank bed and a stove, with a few spiritual tools and a bag of spiritual seeds placed nearby. There was no furniture to speak of, not even a single quilt. By heavens! Lu Feng, usually composed and unassuming, could not help but exclaim. This was hardly a dwelling for a human. Even livestock would fare better in such a place. With no other option, Lu Feng reluctantly accepted this as his temporary abode and tidied up the interior as best as he could. A wave of weakness surged through him, revealing the resurgence of his physical injuries. Before he could sit in meditation to recuperate, his stomach began to grumble audibly. "Alas, I might as well prepare some spiritual rice to eat." Glancing at the 50 pounds of spiritual rice borrowed from manager Chun, Lu Feng reconsidered his plan to cook rice and opted instead to make a porridge. This way, the consumption of the spiritual rice would be somewhat minimized. Before long, the spiritual rice porridge was ready. With the first spoonful, his hunger subsided significantly, and even the internal injuries seemed to pause their spread. After satiating his hunger, Lu Feng made his way back to his spiritual field to assess the situation. This plot of spiritual land not only suffered from severe moisture deficiency, but also appeared to be on the verge of losing its vitality. In order to cultivate anything in this field, he needed to address these two pressing issues first. Lu Feng lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the water channel was several kilometers away. In fact, the channel was not connected to his plot of spiritual field at all. After some investigation, he discovered that his spiritual field was reliant on an adjacent one for water. However, the neighboring field had blocked the waterway, leaving his own plot completely devoid of a water source. To irrigate his field, he would need to dig several kilometers of water channel himself. Yet, how could he possibly undertake such an endeavor alone? He had initially believed he had found a place to establish himself, only to discover he had fallen victim to someone else's schemes. If he failed to deliver 200 pounds of spiritual rice by next year, he would be reduced to a servant of the Chen family, with his fate no longer in his own hands. Furthermore, the tenant contract he signed with the Chen family was for a full 3 years. Contemplating these matters left Lu Feng feeling overwhelmed. Was it truly fate conspiring against him? Suddenly, he recalled his mastery of the spiritual rain technique, a skill unique to spirit planters. He had initially learned it to complement his vinewood technique, but it now seemed to hold significance. With determination, Lu Feng directed the spiritual rain technique at his parched field. Instantly, 1/5 of his internal spiritual energy was drawn upon. For the entry-level technique required little energy. In the next moment, A 3-meter diameter dark cloud gathered above the field, and drops of spiritual rain began to fall. You have cast the spiritual rain technique, Proficiency 1. Though the area covered by the rain was modest, it ignited a spark of hope in Lu Feng. The once dry field began to awaken, eagerly absorbing the spiritual rain. Without hesitation, he unleashed the technique 4 more times at different locations within the field. You have cast the spiritual rain technique, Proficiency 1. You have cast the spiritual rain technique, Proficiency 1. Under the nourishing touch of 5 casts of the spiritual rain technique, the parched field gradually regained its vitality. However, the entry-level technique could only sustain itself for approximately 5 minutes. As he observed the recovering field, Lu Feng let out a long sigh. Realizing that his internal spiritual energy was completely expended, he promptly sat down and began to circulate the greenwood technique to replenish his energy. An hour later, his internal energy was once again restored, and a new message appeared on his proficiency panel. You have practiced the greenwood technique, Proficiency 1. Based on his assessment, it would take at least 100 casts of the spiritual rain technique for his field to be fully revived. This meant he would need to exhaust his energy continuously for 20 times to accomplish this task. Well then, one step at a time. Resolutely determined, Lu Feng once again employed the spirit rain technique, incessantly nourishing the spiritual fields. The proficiency panel occasionally flickered with fresh information. Thus, 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and as night gradually enveloped the earth, Lu Feng ceased his practice and returned to his thatched cottage. After a day of toil, he approached the stove, preparing a porridge made of spiritual rice while perusing the information on his panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 2050. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement Stage 1, 1100. Technique: Qingmu, minor achievement 4300. Spells: Vinewood technique, proficient 1200. Spirit rain technique, beginner 20100. Immortal arts: none. Alas, his cultivation level remained too low, permitting only 5 uses of the spirit rain technique. If only he were at the foundation establishment stage, he could effortlessly cast the spirit rain technique 1,000 times. After finishing his porridge, Lu Feng reclined upon the wooden bed. Perhaps wearied by the day's myriad experiences, he drifted into slumber unbeknownst to himself. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the thatched cottage. Lu Feng groggily opened his eyes. Oh dear, why does my back ache so much? My right leg has gone numb as well. Rising to his feet, he realized that the hard bedboard had caused him discomfort throughout the night. Limping to the stove, he performed a brief wash and prepared a bowl of spirit rice porridge for breakfast. Afterward, Lu Feng approached the spirit field, ready to employ his Rain of Spirits technique. Today, he anticipated completing the thorough irrigation of the field. The Rain of Spirits he conjured was imbued with spiritual energy, far surpassing the meager sources of water drawn from the ditches. Although those ditches did contain a trace of spiritual energy, it was pitifully scant. Under Lu Feng's continuous rainfall, his acre of spirit field began to regain vitality. The weeds within the field started to sprout, nourished by his spiritual rain. To prevent the weeds from siphoning off the field's nutrients, Lu Feng seized his spirit hoe and began weeding. As he removed the weeds, he simultaneously cast the Rain of Spirits, meditating to replenish his internal spiritual energy whenever it was depleted. He spent the entire day engaged in this repetitive labor. Lu Feng felt as though he had returned to his former identity as a simple farmer. For the first 14 years of his life had been spent as an ordinary rural child, albeit in a realm devoid of spiritual fields. After a day of diligent labor, he had successfully cleared the sprouting weeds from the spiritual field, restoring much of its vitality. As dusk descended, Lu Feng returned to his thatched cottage to partake of some spiritual rice porridge before succumbing to a drowsy slumber. On the third morning, before Lu Feng had even begun to awaken, an insistent female voice rang out from outside. Lu Feng, I know you are inside. Hurry up and come out. My lady has no time to waste with you. If you do not emerge soon, I shall overturn your thatched cottage. The commotion roused Lu Feng from his slumber. Rising, he peered outside and beheld 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, individuals he recognized all too well. Among them was his fiancée, Lu Yusen, while the girl threatening to upend his cottage was Lu Meyer, Lu Yusen's maid. The young man accompanying them was Chun, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sect, who was rumored to be infatuated with Lu Yusen. Seeing these 3, Lu Feng's expression darkened. He opened the door and stepped forth to face them. Upon his emergence, Lu Meyer's eyes immediately filled with disdain. So the sect's outcast finally decides to show himself. I thought you might be too cowardly to face us. Lu Feng chose to disregard the clamorous individual and instead turned his gaze towards Lu Yusin. However, the indifference reflected in her eyes spoke volumes. Observing this, Lu Feng could not help but smile wryly at the irony. The very woman who had once declared her unwavering commitment to him now exhibited such aloofness. Lu Yusin, what brings you to seek me? Lu Feng inquired gently. Upon hearing his question, Lu Yusin directed her attention to the side, addressing Lu Meyer. Meyer, please present the items. Yes, miss. Lu Meyer promptly retrieved a storage pouch and produced a contract before Lu Feng, then assertively declared, Lu Feng, if you sign this contract, the contents of this storage pouch will serve as your compensation. Lu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, what is this contract? It is, of course, a divorce letter. Chapter 6. The humiliation of old friends. Upon discovering that the contract was a divorce letter, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Typically, such letters are penned by the male party to the female. Yet now it was reversed. This was clearly a humiliation directed at him. Lu Meyer, noticing his grim demeanor, disdainfully remarked, Lu Feng, do you still consider yourself a true disciple of the Tianling sect? Do you still believe you are a lofty prodigy? You should take a good look at your current self. You are but a stray dog, utterly unworthy of being compared to our young lady. I advise you to sign this divorce letter obediently and not to overstep your bounds. As Lu Meyer's words grew increasingly scathing, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on Lu Yusin, asking each word with intensity. Lu Yusin, is this your intention? Lu Yusin is not someone of your ilk to address. Chen sneered from the side. Lu Feng, you might as well abandon all hope. Do not think that this marriage contract can threaten Yusin. You are no longer in the same world. Undeterred by their insults, Lu Feng's focus remained solely on Lu Yusin. They had known each other since entering the sect, and their relationship had been quite close. In Lu Feng's subconscious, he had indeed regarded Lu Yusin as his future wife. Standing not far away, Lu Yusin shook her head helplessly. Lu Feng, our fates have run their course. It is best to forget the past. The items in this storage bag are my compensation to you. Take it and sign this divorce letter, and go live as a wealthy recluse. As these words fell, Lu Feng's expression turned bitter, only to break into a hearty laugh. Very well. He seized the divorce letter from Lu Meyer's hand, pricked his finger to sign his name upon it, and then tossed it aside. From this day forth, I, Lu Feng, sever all ties with you, Lu Yusin, and shall have no further dealings. Should I breach this oath, may heaven unleash its wrath upon me. The three, witnessing his signing of the divorce letter, displayed triumphant smiles. Listening to Lu Feng's vow, Lu Yusin slightly shook her head before turning and soaring away. Chen Zihao, seeing Lu Yusin depart, immediately pursued her, leaving only Lu Meyer and Lu Feng behind. At least you know your place. Here, take this as a token of my generosity and quickly exit the sphere of the Tianling sect, Lu Meyer declared, her demeanor reeking of superiority. Lu Feng did not even glance at the storage bag. He simply waved his hand and declared, you may leave now. I shall not take a single coin from the Lu family's possessions. Pretending to be noble, but let it be. This ultimately saves the young lady a considerable expense. With that, Lu Meyer took command of her flying vessel and departed from the scene. Lu Feng returned indoors, his eyes shut in anger. He had shared a 4-year relationship with Lu Yusin, which had now come to a complete end. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, Lu Feng suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy shackle had been entirely lifted. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his composure. What had transpired was now in the past. He resolved to let it remain there. However, how did Lu Yusin and the others learn of my presence here? Could it be that the Tianling sect has been monitoring me all along? A cold sweat began to bead on Lu Feng's forehead at the thought. If that were indeed the case, he would have to exercise even greater caution moving forward. Once his cultivation improved, he must swiftly distance himself from the Tianling sect. The mere mention of the Tianling sect stirred a tumult of resentment within him, yet he understood that seeking vengeance required the continuous enhancement of his own cultivation and strength. With this realization, Lu Feng felt a renewed sense of purpose. After a simple meal of spirit rice porridge, he picked up his spirit hoe and approached his spirit field. By the end of today's work, this plot of spirit land should be fully restored. With that in mind, he began to invoke the spirit rain technique. And clouds of condensed spiritual energy gradually formed as the spirit rain cascaded down. You have cast the spirit rain technique. Proficiency 1. You have cast the spirit rain technique. Proficiency 1. Lu Feng commenced another day of toil, while on the other side, Lumiere returned and informed Lu Yusin about the matter of the storage bag. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin merely shook her head and chose to disregard it. However, Chun Zaheo, who accompanied Lu Yusin, began to harbor ulterior motives. The tenant contract signed by Lu Feng actually belongs to the Chen family. In order to completely eliminate Lu Feng as a potential threat, Chun Zaheo arrived at the Chun rice shop. Upon seeing that it was personally Chun Zaheo who had come, Chen Donglai immediately greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is young Master Zaheo. Please, come inside." The two made their way to a private room, where Chun Zaheo directly inquired about Lu Feng's situation. The shopkeeper recounted the details surrounding Lu Feng's signing of the contract. "Young Master Zaheo, do you wish for me to take care of that Lu Shan?" Chen Donglai asked. Looking towards him, Chun Zaheo scoffed, "Huh? What nonsense, Lu Shan. His name is Lu Feng. He was originally a true disciple of my Tianling sect. But his cultivation has been rendered useless, and he has been expelled from the sect. I have come to inquire about having you deal with this person." "Now I understand." Chen Donglai responded. "Young Master Zaheo means to say that Lu Feng has already signed a tenant contract with my Chen family. I initially intended to leverage this situation, having specifically given him a piece of barren spirit land. As long as he is unable to pay his taxes on time, he will become a servant of my Chen family, and whether he lives or dies will be at our discretion." Upon hearing this, Chun Zaheo's face lit up with delight. "Oh, if that is the case, it might allow him to live for another year. I am also curious to experience what it feels like to torment a true disciple." Time swiftly passed to the evening, and Lu Feng, who had been laboring in the spirit field, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Huff, if I cast the spirit rain technique once more, my proficiency will reach its peak. I wonder what will happen next." With that thought, he unleashed another spirit rain technique from his hands. "You have cast the spirit rain technique. Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in the spirit rain technique has reached 100, elevating its mastery level from beginner to proficient." Lu Feng was taken aback as he observed the two notifications springing forth on the proficiency panel. Has the spirit rain technique reached proficiency already? He recalled that mastering the vine technique had taken him over a year, and that was only achievable under conditions of abundant internal spiritual energy. Yet now, remarkably, he had progressed from novice to proficiency in the spirit rain technique in just 3 days. His heart swelled with exhilaration. This joy surpassed even that of his breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. With the spirit rain technique reaching the proficient level, his comprehension and application of the spell grew significantly more formidable. Previously, the clouds conjured by the novice-level spirit rain technique had a diameter of merely 3 meters and could sustain rainfall for only 5 minutes. However, the proficient version was a different matter entirely, as it produced clouds with a diameter of 9 meters and extended the duration of rainfall to a full 15 minutes. Now, casting the proficient spirit rain technique once equated to 3 applications of the novice version. An enhancement of such magnitude was incomparable. The sole drawback was that the proficient technique consumed 1.5 times more spiritual energy. In other words, in his current state of full spiritual energy, he could only unleash the spirit rain technique 3 times. Subsequently, Lu Feng began to examine the proficiency panel, and indeed, the information had undergone some changes. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 2050. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 1, 1100. Technique: Qingmu Formula. Minor Achievement 19300. Spells: Vine Technique, Proficient 1200. Spirit Rain Technique, Proficient 0200. Immortal Arts, none. "Haha, I have succeeded once again." Lu Feng burst into exuberant laughter. Chapter 7. Unlocking the Proficiency of Spirit Planting. Observing the fluctuations in the proficiency panel, Lu Feng felt a surge of excitement within. However, as his elation subsided, a look of confusion overtook him. "Wait, it seems my cultivation has not changed at all. What is the situation?" Typically, a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage should gradually enhance their cultivation by continuously absorbing and refining spiritual energy through their techniques. Yet, for the past 3 days, Lu Feng had been diligently practicing the greenwood technique and the spirit rain art, consuming any spiritual energy that entered his body instantaneously. Without any energy to draw from, his cultivation remained stagnant. Furthermore, his Dantian injury had yet to fully heal, causing any absorbed spiritual energy to gradually dissipate from his body. Alas, it was unfortunate that his storage bag had been stolen, leaving him without even the healing elixirs. Now, Lu Feng could only rely on time to slowly mend the injury to his Dantian, while the damage to his spiritual root was virtually irreparable. The spiritual root is the foundation of a cultivator's path, playing a decisive role in both cultivation and combat. Such a vital asset is not possessed by everyone. In the mortal realm, it is exceedingly rare to find even one person with a spiritual root among 10,000. Moreover, spiritual roots are categorized by grades, from low to high. They include wasted roots, mixed roots, single roots, and celestial roots. Wasted roots refer to those that have not fully developed, or like Feng, individuals whose spiritual roots have been largely destroyed. Those afflicted with such roots harbor little hope of achieving cultivation. Although they can absorb spiritual energy, their rate of absorption and refinement is dismally slow. Most critically, these individuals face insurmountable difficulties in breaking through various cultivation stages, making it exponentially harder for them to advance beyond the fourth layer of Qi refinement, known as the mid-Qi refinement stage. Slightly better than wasted roots are the mixed roots with multiple attributes. The more attributes a spiritual root possesses, the poorer the practitioner's aptitude. Many outer disciples of the Tianling sect possess 5 or 4 attribute roots, while inner disciples predominantly have 3 or 2 attribute roots. As for Feng, being a practitioner with a singular wood spiritual root, he was regarded as a top-tier single root, a prodigy fervently sought after by the most prestigious sections. If all goes well, a top-tier single root cultivator can reach at least the golden core stage. These advantages of spiritual roots extend beyond cultivation. In combat, single root practitioners exhibit a significantly faster rate of spiritual energy flow, granting them a substantial edge. Additionally, the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and formations impose certain requirements on spiritual roots, rendering them crucial for cultivators. Yet now, Feng had transitioned from being a top-tier single root to a wasted root. The mere thought of this transformation ignited a torrent of resentment towards Qing and the Tianling sect within him. Collecting his thoughts, Feng carefully attuned himself to the state of his dantian. It would require approximately a week for recovery, indicating that during this period, he could only practice his spells. Feng murmured to himself, now that the spiritual field had been restored, as per the guidance of the previous young guide. He would have to wait until mid-next month to sow the seeds. So what should he occupy himself with during this more than a month's time? Feng contemplated for a moment and resolved to till the soil in the spiritual field the following day in preparation for sowing. Upon returning to his thatched cottage, he satiated his hunger and thirst before reclining on the wooden bed to sleep. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Feng arrived at the spiritual field, armed with his spiritual hoe, and was about to commence tilling the earth when he noticed an individual approaching him. The newcomer had a sun-kissed complexion and was clad in simple farming attire, appearing to be around 30 years of age. There was a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, suggesting that he was likely a cultivator. Feng currently possesses only the first layer of Qi refinement, rendering him unable to discern the cultivation level of his opponent. Consequently, he ceased his actions of tilling the earth and cast a vigilant gaze upon the middle-aged man. My friend, there is no need for alarm. I am Liang, a tenant farmer in this vicinity, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Feng nodded slightly and clasped his hands in greeting. So it is you, Taoist Li. I am Shan, a new tenant of the Chen family. Yesterday, I heard from the steward that someone had rented the spiritual field adjacent to mine, so I came to take a look. I did not expect Taoist Lu to be so remarkably youthful. A flicker of realization crossed Feng's mind. It dawned on him that the adjacent plot of spiritual farmland belonged to this individual. Thus, it appeared that he and Liang would soon be neighbors. However, Feng had yet to catch a glimpse of the other's dwelling, leaving him curious about the origin of this person. Observing Feng's silence, Liang glanced down at the spiritual farmland beneath his feet, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. What? Is this plot not deemed barren? How has it suddenly flourished with such vitality? As he spoke, Liang approached Feng's land, crouching down to examine the soil. How peculiar. It was not like this just a few days ago, he muttered to himself. After a brief moment, he abruptly stood up and looked towards Feng. Lu Daoyu, could it be that you were responsible for this transformation? Feng was unfamiliar with this individual, so he concocted an excuse, saying, the abandoned spiritual field? It was like this when I took over. Liang, with a puzzled expression, scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Well, it seems we shall be neighbors from now on. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you very much, Taoist Li. Feng did not decline. He intended to remain here for 3 years, as maintaining good neighborly relations was essential. After exchanging greetings, Li Yang departed without hesitation. Subsequently, Lu Feng resumed his task of tilling the soil. After a day of labor, he had thoroughly turned over the plot of fertile land. Though it had left him quite exhausted, Lu Feng sat down on the ridge, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. At that moment, a new message suddenly appeared on the Proficiency panel. You have completed a spiritual field tilling operation, Spiritual Planter Proficiency 1. What is this? Lu Feng promptly examined his Proficiency panel and noticed that the information had undergone a new transformation. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 2050. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement First Layer, 1100. Technique: Qingmu Minor Accomplishment 19300. Spells: Vines Technique, Proficiency 1200. Spirit Rain Technique, Proficiency 0200. Immortal Arts: Spirit Planting Master, First Stage 1100. Spirit Planting Master? Have I truly become a Spirit Planting Master? Lu Feng was taken aback. He had merely turned the soil in the spiritual field once, and it had already unlocked the profession of a spiritual planter. This revelation left him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Lu Feng suddenly rose to his feet and muttered to himself, "Goodness, if I were to refine a pill, would that not also allow me to embark on the path of an alchemist?" Chapter 8. Sowing in advance. Now that he had come to his senses, Lu Feng felt invigorated. If he could indeed become an alchemist, what need would there be for tilling the soil? However, his brow soon furrowed again. It appeared that alchemy required a furnace and various materials. Where would he procure such items? Moreover, alchemy necessitated secret formulas, which were closely guarded. As a penniless novice at the first level of Qi cultivation, where could he possibly obtain these essentials? Sighing, he resolved to begin with farming and to contemplate other pursuits once he had amassed sufficient spiritual stones. Furthermore, he pondered, since turning the soil could enhance his proficiency as a spiritual planter, would engaging in other agricultural tasks similarly bolster his skills? With this thought clarified, Lu Feng hoisted his spiritual hoe and returned to his thatched cottage. Upon locating the bag of spiritual rice seeds stored within the dwelling, Lu Feng hefted it to gauge its weight, discovering it contained approximately 10 pounds of seeds. Although he had never cultivated spiritual rice, he possessed knowledge of ordinary rice farming techniques, skills acquired from earth. Holding the spiritual rice seeds, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Typically, about 5 pounds of seeds were needed for an acre of ordinary rice, yet he was uncertain about the requirements for spiritual rice. No matter, he decided, he would proceed as if planting common rice. Resolute, Lu Feng commenced his preparations for sowing, starting with selecting a field. Unfortunately, he had only 1 acre of spiritual field, leaving him with no options. Thus, he decided to begin directly with soaking the seeds. He then retrieved a wooden basin, filled it with water, and poured in all the spiritual rice seeds. The spiritual rice of the cultivation realm was approximately 1/3 larger than that of the mundane world. As the seeds were submerged in the basin, it wasn't long before some inferior seeds floated to the surface. Lu Feng extended his hand to retrieve all the floating seeds. Deeming them unusable, only the rice seeds that had sunk to the bottom of the basin could be employed effectively. Subsequently, he discarded all the water from the wooden basin and replenished it with fresh water. At that moment, a new message unexpectedly appeared on the Proficiency panel. You have conducted a selection task for the spiritual rice, Proficiency in Spiritual Planning 1. Indeed, the proficiency has increased once more. Lu Feng stroked his chin, exuding an air of confidence. The pot of spiritual rice seeds now required to soak for 6 hours. After a simple bowl of spiritual rice porridge, Lu Feng reclined on the wooden bed and drifted into slumber. The following morning dawned. Lu Feng rose early and, after partaking in breakfast, commenced the task of soaking the seeds. He emptied the basin of water and proceeded to the stove to boil a pot of water. Once the temperature cooled to approximately 40 degrees, he poured it into a wooden basin, allowing the spirit rice seeds to soak for 15 minutes. Upon completion of the soaking process, he extracted the seeds and placed them into a cloth bag, preparing for germination. Having conducted a spirit rice soaking operation, his proficiency in cultivating spirit plants increased by 1. Observing the information flickering on the panel, Lu Feng felt invigorated. He placed the bag containing the spirit rice seeds into a wooden barrel, filling the barrel with hay and sealing it to facilitate the germination process. This would necessitate a wait of 12 hours, equating to a full day. Utilizing this time, Lu Feng ventured to his spirit field to determine the area for seedling cultivation. Ultimately, he selected a section in the northeast corner as the seedling zone, using a spirit hoe to refine the area, designating a small section for irrigation through the spirit rain technique. Upon releasing the spirit rain technique, his proficiency increased by 1. With the seedling area adequately prepared, the afternoon had arrived. After a day of diligent work, Feng settled on the ridge of the field, resting while gazing at the distant scenery. At that moment, his mind found a newfound tranquility. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had been plagued by a sense of urgency, as if failing to strive would hasten his demise. Yet now, that feeling had dissipated. Perhaps life was meant to unfold in such a manner. At that juncture, Liang approached from afar. "Taoist Lu, good afternoon." Feng raised his head to gaze at Liang, nodding as he said, "Greetings, Taoist Li." I observed from a distance that Taoist Lu has been diligently occupied in the spiritual field. I wonder what he is engaged in. Feng felt a twinge of surprise. Was it possible that the other party could not discern his efforts in refining the spiritual field? Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and casually concocted an excuse, saying, "Oh, I have some free time on my hands, so I thought I would tidy up the spiritual field." "I see." Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and, rising to his feet, clasped his hands together, saying, "I am but a novice in the cultivation of spiritual rice and possess limited knowledge of its intricacies. Might I inquire if fellow Taoist Li could kindly share some insights?" He sought to glean the distinctions between the cultivation of spiritual rice and ordinary rice from his companion. "Ah, since you have asked, fellow Taoist Lu, I shall not withhold my knowledge," Li replied. "The cultivation of spiritual rice is indeed rather complex." Liang began to expound on the methods and considerations involved in growing spiritual rice. Feng stood quietly by, listening intently and occasionally posing questions. Through Li Yang's detailed explanation, Feng gained a profound understanding of the cultivation process. It turned out that these individuals employed a rather rudimentary approach to growing spiritual rice, typically waiting until mid-April to directly sow the seeds into the spiritual fields. Following that, they would merely weed and eliminate pests until the time for harvest arrived. The yield per acre of spiritual rice was largely left to fate. Upon hearing this, Feng's expression darkened, yet he still clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your enlightening me, fellow Taoist Li. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." "Haha, we are neighbors. It is only natural to lend a helping hand," Li replied. "Now, as night approaches, I must take my leave." "Very well, safe travels, fellow Taoist Li." Feng returned to the thatched cottage, gazing at the covered wooden barrel, uncertain whether his breeding methods were wise or folly. Alas, it mattered little now. After all, he had already utilized the spiritual rice seeds, and even if complications arose, there was no turning back. The night swiftly passed by. As time elapses, the injuries to Feng's dantian gradually improve, and in approximately 3 days, he is expected to make a full recovery. After finishing breakfast, he approached the wooden tub. And suddenly, a notification appeared on his proficiency panel. "You have successfully conducted a spirit rice germination task, Spirit Planter Proficiency 1. Upon seeing this, he promptly lifted the lid and retrieved the cloth bag containing the spirit rice seeds. Upon opening it, he discovered that all the seeds had sprouted tender white shoots. Haha. It actually worked. Feng was filled with excitement as he picked up the sprouting spirit rice seeds and made his way to the seedling area, commonly referred to as the seedbed, to commence sowing. Once all the seeds were sown, new information appeared on the panel. "You have completed a spirit rice sowing operation. Spirit Planter Proficiency 1. He then covered the seeds with soil and once again employed the spirit rain technique to irrigate the area. "You have completed a spirit rice irrigation operation, Spirit Planter Proficiency 1. Previously, irrigating the spirit field did not enhance the spirit planter proficiency. Yet now it has increased. Could it be? Feng speculated that the enhancement of his proficiency in spiritual agriculture was due to the presence of spiritual rice seeds in the enchanted field. Thus, the next phase would involve a lengthy seedling cultivation period lasting 20 days. To avoid wasting the spiritual energy within him, he performed the Rain of Spirits technique several more times in other areas of the enchanted field. This would ensure a continuous improvement in his mastery of the technique, and he was eager to observe the distinctions that a minor level of the Rain of Spirits would present. Chapter 9, Steward of the Enchanted Field, Chun Mo. Feng had embarked on his cultivation journey for 4 years, yet he had only managed to refine the Qingmu Ju to the minor success stage. This achievement was, nonetheless, a testament to his relentless dedication and arduous training. The minor success stage of the Qingmu Ju demonstrated a formidable prowess in the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. To illustrate, if the entry-level Qingmu Ju absorbed and refined spiritual energy at a rate of 1, the proficient level would achieve 3 times that efficiency, while the minor success stage reached an astonishing 6-fold enhancement. Following this reasoning, the coverage of the minor success level spirit rain technique could extend to approximately 18 meters, sustaining its effects for as long as half an hour, or rather an hour. As Feng gathered his thoughts, he gazed at the spiritual rice seeds sown in the seedling area, feeling a blend of anticipation and anxiety. During the forthcoming 20-day seedling period, his responsibilities were merely to maintain the moisture and temperature of the seedbed, alongside the occasional weeding. However, lacking a heating apparatus, he was left to rely solely on the natural temperature. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and Feng settled on the ridge of the field, practicing the Qingmu Ju while simultaneously employing the spirit rain technique to enhance his proficiency. At that moment, Liang approached from a distance, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon noticing the spiritual rice seeds planted in Feng's field. "Ah, fellow Taoist Liu, why have you sown the seeds at this time? It is not yet the planting season. Such an act is a waste of spiritual rice seeds." Feng raised his head and glanced at Liang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it is you, Taoist Li. No worries. I am merely experimenting with some seeds," he casually offered as an excuse. Liang shook his head in resignation upon hearing this. "Very well, Taoist Liu, pursue your experiments. However, I must remind you that the optimal sowing period for spiritual rice is around mid-April. Sowing too early or too late could adversely affect the harvest. Please take heed of this." Seeing Li Yang's kind-hearted warning, Feng responded with a smile, "Indeed, I shall remember this. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist Li." Liang glanced at the seedbed, and then at Feng, ultimately letting out a sigh. Newcomers often make mistakes when cultivating spiritual rice, and he felt it unnecessary to chastise Feng further. At that moment, a flying vessel appeared in the distant sky, approaching them in mere moments. Without hesitation, Liang respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man aboard the vessel, saying, "Greetings, Manager Chen." Observing this, Feng also stood and returned the greeting. The middle-aged man had an unremarkable appearance, with notably squinty eyes. "Ah, you must be Feng," the middle-aged man inquired. "Indeed, that is I," Feng replied. The man scrutinized Feng before continuing. "I am Chen Mo, the manager of the Chun family's spiritual fields. I will be responsible for collecting the annual land tax, so do not forget to pay it." "Understood, I shall remember," Feng affirmed. Chen Mo then cast a glance at the nearby spiritual field, noting with surprise that Feng's previously barren field had returned to normal. However, upon seeing the seeds of spiritual rice sown in the seedbed, a hint of derision crossed his face. "Very well, I shall return in September next year. Take care of yourself," Chen Mo declared before piloting the vessel away. After a moment, Feng turned to Liang and inquired, "Taoist Li, may I ask what level of cultivation this Manager Chen possesses?" Liang paused briefly before responding. Manager Chun is a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, and he is also a direct descendant of the Chen clan. "Ah, I see," Feng replied. Feng inquired about the Chun family from Liang, but the latter possessed scant information. After a brief conversation, Liang took his leave. In truth, not all tenants resided near Lingtian. For instance, Liang lived within the confines of Feng City. The unexpected visit from Chen Mo to Feng was likely intentional. The circumstances surrounding his Lingtian had come to Chun Mo's attention, which implied that the entire Chen family was now aware of the matter. Reflecting on the trap set by Chen Donglai, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng's eyes. However, as of now, the conflict had not escalated to open hostility, granting ample room for maneuvering. In the subsequent 3 days, Feng dedicated himself to nurturing the seedlings, irrigating the nursery daily. His proficiency in spiritual planting steadily increased, and during his leisure, he practiced the Qingmu Ju and Lingyu technique. After 3 days, Feng's dantian had nearly recovered, signaling that the moment to elevate his cultivation had arrived. Without hesitation, he seated himself within the thatched cottage and commenced the practice of Qingmu Ju. To prepare for this elevation, he had maintained the spiritual energy within his body in a state of fullness the previous night. As he activated the Qingmu Ju, tendrils of spiritual energy were drawn into his body, circulating and refining according to the technique's prescribed path. Soon, an hour passed, and at last, the Qingmu Ju completed a full cycle. "You have activated the Qingmu Ju," Proficiency 1. You have undertaken a cultivation elevation. Experience points 1. Experience points? With a mere thought, Lu Feng promptly examined the alterations in his proficiency panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 2050. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement Stage 1, 2100. Cultivation technique: Qingmu Ju. Minor accomplishment 42300. Spells: Vines technique. Proficiency 1200. Spiritual Rain technique. Proficiency 69200. Immortal Arts: Spirit Planter. First level 34100. At this moment, Lu Feng noticed a slight increase in the cultivation level section of his panel. However, the increment was not in proficiency, but rather in experience points. Upon reviewing the panel, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming excitement. According to the changes displayed, if the 100 following the Qi Refinement Stage 1 reaches its maximum value, would it not enable him to ascend to Qi Refinement Stage 2? To validate his conjecture, Lu Feng resumed his cultivation. As the Qingmu Ju continued to circulate, a series of notification messages emerged at the bottom of the panel. You have activated the Qingmu Ju once. Proficiency 1. You have experienced a cultivation enhancement. Experience points 1. You have activated the Qingmu Ju once. Proficiency 1. You have experienced a cultivation enhancement. Experience points 1. Throughout the entire day, Lu Feng remained engrossed in his cultivation, even forgetting to eat or sleep. Before long, the next morning arrived, and Lu Feng's stomach suddenly growled, the pangs of hunger compelling him to cease his training. Opening his eyes, he made his way to the stove and prepared a bowl of spiritual rice porridge to satiate his hunger. Subsequently, he proceeded to the spirit field and performed the spiritual rain technique in the seedling area. You have conducted a spiritual rice irrigation task. Spirit Planter. Proficiency 1. After 4 days, the sown spiritual rice seeds had sprouted delicate green shoots from the soil. Observing this, Lu Feng was somewhat astonished. The growth rate of the spiritual rice was significantly faster than that of ordinary rice. He never expected that within just 4 days, the tender shoots would break through the earth. How intriguing, Lu Feng mused, stroking his chin. Chapter 10. Transplanting. Gazing at the shoots that had grown to 2 centimeters, Lu Feng felt both astonished and delighted. It appeared that the seedling period for the spiritual rice required adjustment. At this growth rate, it would be ready for transplanting in approximately a week. To monitor the growth of the spiritual rice, Lu Feng directly settled on the ridge of the field to cultivate. For the next 3 days, Lu Feng spent his days sitting on the ridge, cultivating and observing the spiritual rice, while returning to his thatched cottage at night to continue his practice, leading a remarkably orderly life. During this time, Li Yang did not visit him again, and the tranquil yet fulfilling existence brought Lu Feng great pleasure. The only discomfort was the monotony of consuming spiritual rice porridge daily, which had become rather bland. As the 7th day after sowing arrived, the seedlings in the nurturing area had grown to a height of 10 centimeters, surpassing Lu Feng's expectation of 8 centimeters. It was time for transplanting. With a sense of purpose, Lu Feng meticulously planted the seedlings in the spirit field, adhering to the method of dense planting. Although this task was somewhat time-consuming, it was undeniably essential. Fortunately, with only an acre of spirit field at his disposal, Lu Feng completed the transplantation within half a day. Having undertaken this task, his proficiency as a spirit planter increased by 1. As he surveyed the neatly arranged seedlings in the spirit field, a subtle smile graced Lu Feng's face. The next 3 months would be devoted to nurturing the seedlings until they blossomed. During this period, various tasks such as weeding, irrigation, and pest control were imperative. As darkness descended, Lu Feng hoisted his spirit hoe and returned to his thatched cottage. After savoring a bowl of spirit rice porridge, he resumed his meditative cultivation. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, before Lu Feng could step outside, he was met with the astonished exclamations of Li Yang from beyond. Upon stepping outside, Lu Feng discovered Li Yang standing beside his spiritual field, exclaiming in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "Good morning, Taoist Li." Li Yang turned to face Lu Feng, his eyes brimming with surprise. "Lu, Taoist Lu, how is it that your spiritual field has produced such remarkably large seedlings?" Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Hee, these are the seedlings I cultivated earlier. Surely, you have seen them before?" Li Yang's expression shifted in surprise. "Are you implying that these seedlings were nurtured in that small area previously?" "Indeed," Lu Feng confirmed without reservation, nodding his head. Li Yang, in disbelief, stammered, "But how is that even possible?" He circled around the spiritual field several times, exclaiming in wonder, These seedlings have already grown to over 10 centimeters, haven't they? This growth rate is astonishing. Brother Lu, what method did you employ? Would you kindly share it with me? Lu Feng scratched his head, remarking that he had not engaged in anything particularly extraordinary, merely tending to his usual cultivation. Li Yang, clearly skeptical, replied, "Do not jest, Brother Lu. We have known each other for some time now. Please do not keep things hidden." Lu Feng sighed helplessly, stating that there was truly no secret. Perhaps it was merely his good fortune. Li Yang, however, remained persistent, employing both gentle persuasion and relentless questioning for an extended period. Yet Lu Feng steadfastly maintained that he possessed no special techniques. Ultimately, Li Yang could only depart in dejection. As Lu Feng observed his retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, they had only recently become acquainted, and it was improbable that he would divulge his cultivation methods. Subsequently, Lu Feng performed the spirit rain technique on the spiritual field 3 more times, ensuring that it retained ample moisture. In the following days, the seedlings exhibited remarkable growth. Every day, Lu Feng diligently engaged in the art of spiritual rain irrigation and personally ventured into the fields to remove weeds. After one session of spiritual rice irrigation, his proficiency as a spiritual planter increased by 1. Following a subsequent weeding session, his skills in this domain advanced further. His expertise as a spiritual planter was steadily on the rise, while his mastery of the Qingmu technique and his cultivation level were also progressing swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Yang visited Lu Feng daily, eager to uncover the secrets of his planting methods. Yet, Lu Feng consistently evaded him with various excuses. On this particular day, Li Yang returned to Lu Feng's residence, wearing an air of mystery, and said, "Brother Lu, I am aware that you possess a unique planting technique. I do not seek it for free. If you are willing to teach me, I can offer something in exchange." Lu Feng's heart fluttered for a moment, and he slowly began to speak. "Oh? What do you wish to exchange for it? Spirit rice, spirit stones, elixirs, or cultivation techniques, whatever you propose. I am open to it." The other party's words revealed a genuine desire to learn his method of cultivating spirit rice. Thus, Lu Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Friendly, why are you so insistent on acquiring my cultivation technique? Even without my method, the planting season is merely half a month away." Li Yang glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Brother Lu, you greatly underestimate your own cultivation technique. Through my observations, I have found that your seedlings not only exude vitality but also exhibit an astonishing rate of growth." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Feng had not witnessed the growth conditions of other Linghao seedlings, yet Li Yang, with his extensive experience in the field, was well aware of the situation. "You may not realize this, but our Lingdao seedlings have a mere survival rate of 30%, and their growth rate pales in comparison to yours. Some of the seedlings even exhibit weakened vitality, with their leaves turning yellow. Is that so?" Through Li Yang's description, Lu Feng gleaned a better understanding of the circumstances. It seemed that Li Yang and his team employed a rather rudimentary cultivation method, which accounted for the aforementioned issues. "Brother Lu," he continued, "using my previous technique, one could harvest approximately 300 to 400 caddies of Lingdao from an acre of land. However, judging by the condition of your field, I would surmise that you could yield at least 500 caddies." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Indeed, I can impart my cultivation methods to you. But you must agree to 2 conditions. Please, do go on, Brother Lu. Firstly, this technique must not be disseminated to others without my express permission, and secondly, in exchange for my cultivation methods, you must offer something of equivalent value." Li Yang nodded in agreement. "No problem at all. I assure you I will not share this method with anyone else. However, may I inquire what you desire in exchange?" "Spirit stones and cultivation techniques," Lu Feng replied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yang responded, "I possess only one technique, the longevity art, which is of the yellow tier, middle grade. I wonder if that would suffice for your needs?" Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. His Qingmu technique was a mid-tier earth grade skill, and he held little regard for this inferior yellow grade method. However, having now acquired a proficiency panel, he contemplated the possibility of cultivating an additional technique. A mid-tier yellow grade skill? Its value was far too meager. In addition to that, include 2 more tomes of spellcraft along with 10 low-grade spirit stones, Lu Feng declared, stating his price directly. Li Yang's brow knitted in concern, a pained expression crossing his face. "Brother Lu, I possess spellcraft tomes, but I find myself somewhat short on spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng examined Li Yang, noting that his offer was already quite generous, merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. So, how many do you have? Li Yang extended 5 fingers, replying, I only have 5 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Then let us add an additional 100 pounds of spirit rice. Are you truly serious, Brother Lu? Of course I am. Lu Feng replied. Li Yang's face lit up with joy. Then it is settled. I shall return at once to fetch the spirit stones and spirit rice. With that, Li Yang departed, leaving Lu Feng to contemplate the retreating figure. Something felt amiss, yet he could not quite place it. Moments later, Lu Feng realized the discrepancy. Could it be that the price of spirit rice was exceedingly low? Chapter 11. Fireball Technique and Golden Armor Technique in less than half an hour. Li Yang returned to Lu Feng's residence, bearing the items for exchange. Brother Lu, I have brought the items you requested. These 2 tomes contain the Fireball Technique and the Golden Armor Technique for your perusal. Lu Feng accepted the bag handed to him by Li Yang, which contained 5 inferior spirit stones, 100 pounds of spirit rice, and 3 manuals of cultivation techniques. Upon casually perusing the manuals, he found, as Li Yang had indicated, that 2 of the techniques were indeed the Fireball Technique and the Golden Armor Technique. These 2 spells are fundamental within the realm of cultivation, classified as low-grade yellow tier, and hold little value. Previously, during his time at the Heavenly Sect, Lu Feng had regarded such trivial spells with disdain. However, with the advent of the Proficiency panel, his perspective had shifted. Indeed, everything was accounted for. Today, I shall begin teaching you the art of planting, Lu Feng proclaimed. Very well, I am grateful for your guidance. Brother Lu, please, lead the way. Lu Feng first led Li Yang to the spiritual field, meticulously imparting his cultivation methods step by step. He articulated the precautions for each stage with exceptional clarity. Li Yang, possessing a memory far superior to that of an ordinary person due to his status as a cultivator, absorbed the information swiftly. After just 2 repetitions, he had retained everything. Thank you immensely for your guidance, Brother Lu. I shall return and put this into practice. Li Yang exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me at any time, Lu Feng replied. Very well, then, Brother Lu. I shall take my leave. As Li Yang departed, Lu Feng employed the Spirit Rain technique thrice to irrigate the spiritual field. You have cast the Spirit Rain technique. Proficiency 1. You have completed a spiritual rice irrigation task, Spirit Planter Proficiency 1. Subsequently, Lu Feng opened the 3 cultivation manuals that Li Yang had gifted him. After approximately half an hour, he finished reading the Huang Tier mid-grade longevity technique. At that moment, a notification emerged from the proficiency panel below. You have mastered the longevity technique. Current proficiency, novice level. With the appearance of this message, the method of cultivating the longevity technique unfolded in Lu Feng's mind. Oh, I have already reached the novice stage? Lu Feng wore a look of astonishment. Typically, mastering a technique would require at least half a month's dedication. To his surprise, he had learned it simply by studying it intently for a brief moment. It appeared that the proficiency panel possessed hidden functionalities. Understanding this, Lu Feng unhesitatingly reviewed both the Fireball technique and the Golden Armor technique. You have mastered the Fireball technique. Current proficiency is beginner level. You have mastered the Golden Armor technique. Current proficiency is beginner level. As he observed the information flickering on the panel, a smile crept upon Lu Feng's lips. 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, Li Yang had not sought him out, seemingly occupied with germinating the spiritual rice seeds. Meanwhile, Lu Feng maintained his routine, diligently irrigating the spiritual fields and weeding, devoting the remainder of his time to meditation and cultivation to enhance his skills. At this moment, his cultivation level had reached 99, just a step away from completion. Without hesitation, Lu Feng continued to operate the Qingmu Ju. After an hour, 2 new pieces of information appeared on the proficiency panel. You have operated the Qingmu Ju once, Proficiency 1. You have performed a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. Your cultivation experience has reached 100. Successfully advancing to the 2nd layer of Qi Refinement. Suddenly, a familiar sensation enveloped him, filling Lu Feng with immense joy. Indeed, this feeling was unmistakably that of a breakthrough in cultivation. Although it was merely a transition from the 1st to the 2nd layer of Qi Refinement, it signified liberation from the constraints of a wasted spiritual root, allowing him to continue his cultivation journey. After a surge of excitement, Lu Feng focused his thoughts on the changes in the proficiency panel. Name, Lu Feng. Age, 2060. Cultivation, 2nd layer of Qi Refinement, 0100. Technique, Qingmu Ju, Minor Achievement 145300. Changxingju, Beginner 0100, Spells, Vines Technique, Proficiency 1200, Spiritual Rain Technique, Proficiency 90200, Fireball Technique, Beginner 0100. Golden Armor Technique, Beginner 0100, Cultivation Arts, Spiritual Planter, First Stage 75100. Ha! My cultivation has finally progressed, Lu Feng exclaimed. Furthermore, the proficiency of the spiritual planter was nearing its maximum value. He wondered what transformations awaited him beyond that threshold. Having perused the panel, Lu Feng was about to rise and prepare a bowl of spiritual rice porridge when a knock echoed at his door. "Brother Lu, are you there?" came Li Yang's voice from outside. Lu Feng opened the door with a smile. "Ah, it's you, Taoist Li. Please, come in." Li Yang entered, visibly elated, and exclaimed, "Brother Lu, the method you taught me is truly effective. The spiritual rice seeds have already sprouted, and I have planted all of them in the nursery area. It won't be long before they grow into seedlings." "Ah, congratulations, Taoist Li. Such joyous news. I have come specifically to express my gratitude to you, Brother Lu. Please accept this spiritual demon meat as a token of my appreciation." Lu Feng gazed at the roughly 10 pounds of spiritual beast meat before him, and the cravings within him were immediately stirred. For the past several days, he had subsisted solely on spiritual rice porridge, to the point that he had become imbued with its flavor. Observing this, Lu Feng did not hesitate to accept Li Yang's token of gratitude, remarking, "We are neighbors. There is no need for such formality. Besides, you have exchanged this with an equivalent item for the cultivation method. I gladly accept it, and I shall rely on your guidance in the future. This token of thanks is but a trifling matter." Seeing Li Yang's understanding, Lu Feng invited him to dine together at his home. That evening, Lu Feng prepared a bowl of spiritual rice and stir-fried the spiritual beast meat into delectable slices, and the two enjoyed a sumptuous meal. After satisfying their appetites, Li Yang suddenly displayed a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu brother, have you achieved a breakthrough?" "Indeed, I have," Lu Feng replied. "By the way, Li Daoyu, may I inquire about your cultivation level?" Now that he and Li Yang had grown familiar, it was not impolite to inquire about one another's cultivation. Sighing, Li Yang responded, "I have been stuck at the 4th layer of Qi refinement for 3 years. This year, I am already 32. It seems that establishing a foundation in this lifetime is beyond my reach." Lu Feng felt a flutter in his heart, surprised to discover that Li Yang's cultivation was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Typically, the probability of success for a cultivator in establishing their foundation hovers around 30 to 40%. However, the use of a foundation establishment pill can enhance this probability by an additional 30%. Should one fail to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, or the great perfection of Qi refinement, by the age of 30, their chances of successful foundation establishment would diminish by 10%. Furthermore, if one cannot establish their foundation by the age of 60, the success rate would decline further by another 10%. Thus, after the age of 60, the likelihood of a cultivator establishing their foundation becomes exceedingly bleak, rendering any hopes of breakthrough nearly futile. Moreover, foundation establishment pills are predominantly controlled by sects and esteemed cultivation families, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary loose cultivators to acquire them. Chapter 12. The Mastery of the Qingmu Technique. After conversing for a while longer, Li Yang took his leave. The thatched cottage returned to its tranquil state, and Lu Feng rose, taking his spiritual hoe to his spiritual field, where he began his diligent work. "You have completed a task of irrigating spiritual rice. Spiritual planting proficiency 1. You have completed a task of weeding spiritual rice. Spiritual planting proficiency 1. Once he finished tending to his spiritual field, Lu Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and sat cross-legged on the ridge, circulating the Qingmu technique. After breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, the total amount of spiritual energy within Lu Feng had tripled compared to before. Consequently, he could now perform the Rain of Spirits technique up to 10 times. However, he was not in a hurry to enhance the proficiency of this technique, but rather focused on swiftly elevating his cultivation level to ensure a degree of self-preservation. As time swiftly passed, 5 days went by, and his cultivation broke through once more, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement. At this moment, Lu Feng's total spiritual energy had doubled again, meaning he could now execute the proficient level of Rain of Spirits 20 times. Observing the cultivation level displayed as still being at 100, Lu Feng felt a flicker of confusion. Typically, the requirements for upgrading spells increase after their proficiency level rises. Yet the value in the cultivation section remained unchanged. This left Lu Feng perplexed. Nevertheless, it was advantageous for him, as his cultivation could progress rapidly. After 5 days of practicing the Qingmu technique, his proficiency had reached 199 points. Lu Feng sat cross-legged within the thatched cottage, his eyes closed in meditation. After a brief moment, the Qingmu technique completed another full cycle. You have successfully practiced the Qingmu technique, Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in the Qingmu technique has reached 200, elevating your mastery level from minor completion to major completion. As this information manifested, a profound and enigmatic memory of the technique merged into Lu Feng's mind. At this moment, his comprehension of the Qingmu technique ascended several levels, enabling him to absorb and refine spiritual energy at a rate 3 times faster than before. His cultivation speed now nearly matched that of his former self. Previously, when his spiritual roots were intact, it took approximately 15 minutes to perform a full cycle of the Qingmu technique. Now, at the major completion level, it requires only 40 minutes for a full cycle. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement in cultivation speed due to the breakthrough in proficiency. If I were to elevate the Qingmu technique to an even higher level of proficiency, would not my cultivation speed become utterly remarkable? Lu Feng felt invigorated with determination. He had previously gained insight into the proficiency levels of martial arts while at the Heavenly Sect. The levels of martial arts and magical techniques progress from the introductory stage to proficiency, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Generally, achieving major accomplishment signifies a complete mastery of the technique, while the level of perfection is typically attainable only by the creator of the technique, making it exceedingly rare for other practitioners to reach such heights. Subsequently, Lu Feng entered a state of cultivation once more, resuming his practice of the Qingmu Ju. After 40 minutes had elapsed, new information appeared on the proficiency panel. You have practiced the Qingmu Ju once, Proficiency 1. Lu Feng felt a secret joy within. At his current pace of cultivation, he could practice the Qingmu technique over 30 times in a single day. However, he needed to allocate an hour for tending to his spiritual fields and for meals. Sleep was entirely unnecessary, as meditative practice proved far more effective than rest. Thus, 2 more days passed in this manner. Lu Feng's cultivation has finally ascended to the 4th level of Qi Refinement, often referred to as the mid-stage of Qi Refinement. This breakthrough has not significantly increased the total amount of spiritual energy within him, yet the density of that energy has tripled. Lu Feng ceased his cultivation and approached his spiritual field, where he performed the Spirit Rain technique. Normally, this technique would require 1/20th of his spiritual energy. Yet now it consumed merely 1/60th, a negligible amount. This reflects the advantages brought by the enhancement of spiritual energy density. Additionally, Lu Feng sensed a slight increase in the concentration of spiritual energy contained within the Spirit Rain. It appears that one's cultivation level indeed influences the efficacy of techniques. Lu Feng stroked his chin and began to speak to himself. At that moment, Liang hurriedly approached from a distance. Ha, Brother Lu, come quickly and take a look at my spiritual field. Lu Feng approached with a few strides and inquired, Li, my friend, what brings you such joy? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yang grasped his wrist and led him to a nearby spiritual field, pointing towards it with enthusiasm. Look, Brother Lu. Following Li Yang's gesture, Lu Feng beheld the field, which was abundantly filled with rows of spiritual rice seedlings. Each seedling stood approximately 10 centimeters tall, meticulously arranged according to Lu Feng's method of planting. Congratulations, my friendly. You have succeeded, Lu Feng exclaimed. It is primarily due to your excellent guidance. Brother Lu, I am certain that this acre of spiritual field will yield a bountiful harvest this year. Moreover, I have begun cultivating my other 4 acres in the same manner, Li Yang replied with a smile. Lu Feng was taken aback, not expecting that Li Yang had rented 5 acres of spiritual fields all by himself. By the way, Taoistly, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. May I ask what the current selling price of spiritual rice is? Previously, Lu Feng had exchanged 5 low-grade spiritual stones for 100 pounds of spiritual rice, to which Li Yang readily agreed, indicating that the value of 100 pounds of spiritual rice was less than 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Brother Lu, at present, the price of spiritual rice is 3 fragmented spiritual stones per pound. Lu Feng was taken aback. The price astonished him. It took 100 broken spirit stones to exchange for a single inferior spirit stone, which meant that the value of 90 pounds of spirit rice equated to that of 1 inferior spirit stone. Considering that a moo of spiritual farmland could yield 400 pounds of spirit rice annually, this translated to 4 inferior spirit stones. Furthermore, half of the spirit rice had to be paid as a land tax. As he contemplated this, Feng finally understood why Li Yang was so impoverished. Spirit rice, after all, held little value. Feng nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently advised Li Yang on the management of the spiritual fields. After their conversation, Feng returned to his thatched cottage. It appeared that relying solely on the cultivation of spiritual rice for wealth was not a viable option. However, having signed a 3-year lease with the Chen family, he needed to devise ways to accumulate more spiritual stones during this period. Otherwise, he would be unable to contend with the formidable Tianling sect. Should I attempt alchemy and artifact forging? He possessed a proficiency panel, alleviating the concern of being unable to master these 2 supplementary professions in cultivation. The only obstacle was that both alchemy and artifact forging required various materials and corresponding tools, all of which came at a considerable price. For instance, the materials for a first-tier Qi-boosting pill comprised 5 different components, with the total cost of these materials amounting to 3 low-grade spiritual stones for 1 batch. Each batch could yield a maximum of 10 pills, with each Qi-boosting pill fetching a price of 2 low-grade spiritual stones. While the profit appeared substantial, it also included the alchemist's fees and the risks associated with potential failures in the crafting process. After some contemplation, Feng ultimately dismissed this idea. With only 5 low-grade spiritual stones at his disposal, he could not afford such expenses. It would be wiser to accumulate more spiritual stones before pondering these matters further. Chapter 13. Second-tier spiritual planter regaining his focus, Feng concentrated his thoughts and examined his proficiency panel. Name: Feng. Age: 2080. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement 4th layer, 0-200. Cultivation techniques: Qingmuju, major achievement 0-400. Chongxingju, entry level 0-100. Spells: Vines technique, proficient 1200. Spiritual rain technique, proficient 1-20200. Fireball technique, entry level 0-100. Golden armor technique, entry level 0-100. Cultivation arts, spiritual planter, first tier 90100. Oh. It seems my lifespan limit has increased once again. Previously, Feng's lifespan limit was 50 years, and with each minor elevation in his cultivation, his lifespan limit would extend by 10 years. This was likely a restoration of his innate lifespan. Having reached the foundation establishment stage previously, it was common for cultivators at that level to have a lifespan limit of up to 200 years. Now, everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Given ample time, not only the foundation establishment stage, but even the nascent soul stage could be within his grasp. The sect leader of the Tianling sect was a formidable nascent soul expert, and for Feng to seek revenge, he would need to cultivate at least to that stage. Furthermore, the cultivation section of the panel finally exhibited a change. The experience points required for the next level had risen from 100 to 200. This suggested that the enhancement of cultivation values was based on the early, mid, and late stages of each realm. Additionally, his spiritual planter level was nearing a breakthrough, as he could now steadily increase his proficiency by 3 points daily. In 4 days, he could expect to witness a transformation. With this thought in mind, Feng resumed his meditative position and channeled the Qingmuju. Days passed swiftly, and soon it was the 4th day. Feng began tending to the spiritual field as he usually did. As the irrigation of the spiritual rain concluded, 3 messages emerged at the bottom of his panel. You have cast the spiritual rain technique once, proficiency 1. You have conducted an irrigation operation on the spiritual rice, proficiency as a spiritual planter 1. Your proficiency as a spiritual planter has reached 100, successfully advancing to the 2nd tier. Instantly, a surge of knowledge and skills pertaining to the role of a spiritual planter flooded Feng's mind. Within this influx of memories were not only the techniques for cultivating spiritual rice, but also an array of spiritual plants he had never encountered before. Among them were some 2nd-tier spiritual plants, such as the crimson flame fruit and blood cherry grass. Once the memory assimilation was complete, Feng's face radiated with astonishment and joy. Haha, armed with this knowledge, instead of merely growing the humble spiritual rice, I could directly cultivate 2nd-tier spiritual plants for greater profit. But wait, it seems that planting 2nd-tier spiritual plants requires a spiritual field of at least the 2nd tier. Where am I to procure such a field? The joy on Feng's face swiftly diminished by more than half. While obtaining a 1st-tier spiritual field is rather straightforward, how could one acquire a 2nd-tier spiritual field? Those renowned cultivation families indeed possess a limited number of second-tier spiritual fields. Yet such resources are scarcely sufficient for their own kin, let alone available for external leasing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng suddenly discovered a solution. Within the memories of a second-tier spiritual planter, two methods to elevate the tier of a spiritual field were revealed. The first method involves burying a higher-tier spiritual vein beneath a first-tier spiritual field. Through prolonged nurturing, this can facilitate the elevation of the spiritual field. The second method consists of manual nurturing, wherein one continuously irrigates the spiritual field with spiritual energy over an extended period, thereby enhancing its tier. Lu Feng can now only resort to the second method. He may employ the technique of spirit rain to irrigate the spirit field over an extended period. In approximately 1 year, he can elevate this field from the first rank to the second. However, this approach is rather time-consuming and labor-intensive, and typically, a spirit cultivator would not squander their cultivation time on such endeavors. Yet, Lu Feng is not an ordinary spirit cultivator. With the enhancement of his proficiency panel, the elevation of the spirit field's rank is not a formidable challenge. Aside from the matter of increasing the field's rank, the pressing concern remains how to obtain seeds of the second-rank spirit plants. Such seeds are generally not available in the market, surfacing only occasionally in certain auction houses. However, the prices are beyond Lu Feng's means. Alas, still lacking spirit stones. Never mind, I shall focus on improving my cultivation first. With a heavy sigh, Lu Feng tended to the spirit field before resuming his training. The scene shifts to within the Tianling sect. At this moment, in the Grand Hall, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Li Mu, is reporting recent events within the sect to the sect leader, Zhang Daoran. Midway through the discussion, the sect leader suddenly inquires, "What of Lu Feng as of late?" Returned to the sect leader, after being expelled from the sect, Lu Feng has fallen into the southern market, becoming a tenant of the Chen family. A tenant of the Chen family? Ha! Such a prodigy has indeed fallen to such depths. It is truly tragic and laughable. Li Mu glanced at Zhang Daoran, internally lamenting, "Lu Feng's current state is entirely a result of your actions." However, Li Mu dared only to think privately, outwardly agreeing. Lu Feng has harmed his fellow disciples. He has received his just deserts. Well, if he so enjoys being a tenant, let him remain one for life. Has there been any unusual activity from junior sister Luo? Li Mu understood the implications of the sect leader's inquiry and replied, "Elder Luo has been in seclusion, diligently cultivating, never leaving the Feng Wanbi." Very well. As time swiftly passes, 2 weeks have slipped away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, seated within a thatched cottage, Lu Feng has attained the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement, with only a fragment of experience left to transcend to the 6th level. Simultaneously, his mastery of the Qingmu technique is but a hair's breadth from another breakthrough, as the spiritual energy circulates within his body in a complete cycle. For notifications suddenly emerge beneath the proficiency panel. You have practiced the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. Your cultivation experience has reached 200, successfully advancing to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Your proficiency in the Qingmu technique has reached 400, elevating the skill's mastery from great accomplishment to flawless. In the next instant, the density and totality of spiritual energy within him have doubled once more. The continuous enhancement of his cultivation imparts a peculiar sense of both familiarity and strangeness to Lu Feng. The familiarity arises from his prior attainment of the foundation establishment stage. Now, as he recultivates to the 6th level of Qi refinement, he experiences a feeling akin to reclaiming what was once lost. The strangeness, however, stems from the significant transformation in the total amount and density of spiritual energy within him, which is now markedly different from before. When he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement previously, if the total energy and density were to be quantified as 1, they now stand at 3 times stronger than his former self. This change perplexes him. During his earlier stages of Qi refinement, the differences were not as pronounced, but now, at the 6th level, the distinction is palpable. It appears that the realms attained through the proficiency panel are far more formidable than those achieved through conventional cultivation. Concurrently, the process of creating the Qingmu technique floods his mind, as if this earth-tier intermediate skill were a product of his own invention. This technique is capable of being cultivated from the Qi refinement stage all the way to the nascent soul stage, with the relentless influx of memories. The insights of each realm of this technique seamlessly integrate into Lu Feng's consciousness. Moments later, Lu Feng opens his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering within them. This, it seems, is the essence of the creation process of the Qingmu technique. With a mere thought, Lu Feng summoned the proficiency panel before him. Chapter 14, Silver-Threaded Flying Fish Name. Lu Feng Age. 20,100 Cultivation Level. Qi Refinement 6th Layer. 0200. Techniques. Qingmu Technique. Flawless 01000. Changsheng Technique. Entry Level 0100. Spells. Vinewood Technique. Proficiency 1200. Spirit Rain Technique. Proficiency 150200. Fireball Technique. Entry Level 0100. Golden Armor Technique. Entry Level 0100. Immortal Arts. Spirit Plant Master. Second Tier 45200. Oh. Hasn't the Qingmu technique already reached the flawless level? Can it still be enhanced? Is there a level beyond flawless? Lu Feng's face was filled with confusion, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Moreover, the proficiency of the flawless level Qingmu Ju had astonishingly reached a staggering 1,000 points. This implied that he needed to perform the Qingmu Ju 1,000 times to transcend his current level. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng promptly began to practice the Qingmu Ju, eager to ascertain how long it would take to complete a full cycle of the flawless level technique. As time passed, after 10 minutes, Lu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement flashing within them. You have practiced the Qingmu Ju once, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. Gazing at the information flashing on the panel, Lu Feng was elated. The flawless level Qingmu Ju required merely 10 minutes for a complete cycle, a full 30 minutes faster than the accomplished level technique. In fact, it was even quicker than when he possessed a top-tier spiritual root. Wow, I'm about to soar. Although the proficiency of the Qingmu Ju had risen to 1,000, the time taken to complete a cycle had been reduced several-fold. Consequently, he could accumulate over 100 proficiency points in a single day, allowing him to break through again within 10 days. Furthermore, as the practice time of the Qingmu Ju shortened, the speed of his cultivation growth would experience a tremendous boost. In just 2 days, he could surpass a small realm. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. If the people from the Tianling sect were to learn of his current cultivation pace, would they regret their earlier choices? Especially his master, Luo Qing. Would she rue her decisions deeply? However, Lu Feng's desire regarding the Tianling sect and Luo Qing was not for their remorse, but rather to utterly eradicate those hypocritical individuals. At that moment, Lu Feng's stomach growled, prompting him to rise and prepare a bowl of spiritual rice. The spiritual monster meat that Li Yang had delivered previously had long since been consumed, and subsisting solely on spiritual rice was proving quite unsatisfactory. Should I go hunt some game? This area of spiritual fields was located in the southeastern outskirts of the market, and venturing further south would lead him into the Wanyao forest. The forest was home to various beasts and spirit creatures, including formidable monsters comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. With Lu Feng's current cultivation level, he could only roam the outskirts of the Wanyao forest. Without hesitation, he set off. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Feng dashed towards the south. His speed, as a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, was swift. Within less than an hour, he arrived at the periphery of the Wanyao forest. After surveying his surroundings, he noticed a mist of moisture emanating from the left, indicating a nearby water source. Lu Feng stepped to the left, and soon beheld a small lake with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The water at the center appeared dark purple, hinting at unfathomable depths. Occasionally, waves would rise, revealing ethereal fish swimming gracefully within. Spotting these palm-sized spirit fish filled Lu Feng with joy. With his spirit rice now matured and on the verge of flowering, he contemplated capturing some of the small fish to nurture in the lake, intending to harvest them once the rice was ready. However, lacking fishing gear and hesitant to plunge into the lake due to an instinctive sense of danger, surely formidable beasts lurked beneath the surface, he decided to employ his fireball technique to strike at the spirit fish along the shoreline. With a swift gesture, he chanted the incantation, and in the next moment, a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his hand. Go, he commanded, and the fireball shot forth with a whoosh. You practiced the fireball technique, Proficiency 1. The fist-sized fireball plunged into the water, creating only a half-meter splash before vanishing. The spirit fish along the shore scattered in a frenzy, leaving the fireball to miss its target. Darn it, I refuse to be thwarted, Lu Feng exclaimed, once again weaving his fingers to cast multiple small fireballs into the lake. Bang, bang, bang. You practice the fireball technique. Proficiency 1. You practice the fireball technique. Proficiency 1. With ample spiritual energy coursing through him, Lu Feng could cast the fireball technique 100 times without issue. As the fireballs continued to explode in the lake, several spirit fish were propelled onto the shore. Lu Feng immediately rushed over to pick them up and discovered that a total of 4 had been blown up, 2 of which were killed instantly. Had he known, he would have brought the wooden barrel along. Lu Feng expressed his grievances and then made his way to the opposite shore of the lake, where he began to unleash fireballs to bombard the spiritual fish in the vicinity. After a series of explosive assaults, all the spiritual fish congregated in the center of the lake. Consequently, Lu Feng managed to capture 26 spiritual fish. This endeavor significantly enhanced his proficiency in the fireball technique, nearing an impressive 100. Cradling the spiritual fish in his arms, Lu Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home. These fish would suffice for his sustenance for some time. He planned to fetch a wooden barrel on his next visit to capture more spiritual fish to cultivate in his spiritual field. Upon reaching his thatched cottage, Lu Feng processed the spiritual fish using a smoking method. Just as he was about to savor a bite of the fish accompanied by spiritual rice, he heard a voice from outside. Lu, are you there? Lu Feng opened the door and saw Li Yang, smiling as he greeted him. Good afternoon, Taoist Li. Brother Lu. I hope I am not intruding, Li Yang replied. No, not at all. It just so happens that it is mealtime. I caught some spirit fish. Would you care to join me? Li Yang's expression shifted in surprise as he glanced at the spirit fish laid out in the room. Brother Lu, did you catch all of these? Indeed. I just caught them this morning. They are quite fresh. Come, to give them a try. Li Yang swallowed hard and replied. The spirit fish is far too precious. I shall forego it. Lu Feng raised his brow in confusion and remarked, Isn't it merely a spirit fish? What makes it so precious? Li Yang pointed at the spirit fish and replied, Brother Lu, the fish you have caught is known as the silver thread flying fish. Although it is merely a first-tier spirit fish, its value is exceedingly high. A single silver thread flying fish is worth 2 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the chopsticks in Lu Feng's hand clattered to the ground. Is this truly the case? Lu Feng asked incredulously. Absolutely. If it were alive, the price would be even higher. Lu Feng gazed at the string of silver-threaded flying fish, a pang of regret surging within him. Had he known these spiritual fish were so exorbitantly priced, he would have refrained from indulging. At present, what he lacked were spirit stones. Each fish was worth 2 spirit stones, and 26 would amount to 52 low-grade spirit stones. However, with Li Yang beside him, he felt reluctant to voice his concerns. Thus he remarked, It is merely a fish. I can still afford it. Since you are here, dear Taoist Li, let us sit down together and enjoy a meal. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Yang hesitated no longer. Serving himself a bowl of spiritual rice accompanied by a piece of silver-threaded flying fish. Chapter 15. The fish market having feasted to their satisfaction, Li Yang observed Lu Feng, his brow slightly furrowed. Brother Lu, why is it that I cannot discern your cultivation level? The last time they met, Lu Feng was at the second layer of Qi refining. Yet, merely a week had passed, and Li Yang found himself unable to penetrate the depths of Lu Feng's cultivation. Lu Feng smiled faintly and casually offered an excuse, saying, Hee hee. I have cultivated a secret technique to conceal my true cultivation level, so you are unable to see through it. I see, replied Li Yang. I thought Brother Lu's cultivation had surpassed mine. After a brief conversation, Li Yang took his leave. Lu Feng gazed at the remaining 24 silver thread flying fish, and an idea began to form in his mind. He resolved to take these ethereal fish to the market for sale. Even at a modest price of 2 low-grade spirit stones per fish, he could amass a total of 48 spirit stones. With that thought, Lu Feng carefully placed all the silver thread flying fish into a cloth bag and set off toward the marketplace. After a brief journey of several minutes, Lu Feng arrived at the bustling market. Observing the throngs of people, he felt as though he had returned to human society. The southern market of the Heavenly Spirit Sect was quite expansive, divided into 4 distinct areas: east, south, west, and north, each specializing in different trades. The East District primarily dealt with transactions of demonic beasts and spirit beasts. The North District was dedicated to elixirs and medicinal herbs, while the West District focused on magical artifacts and rare treasures. The South District, in contrast, offered a diverse array of goods, making it rather eclectic. For instance, the Chen family rice shop was located within this area. The Lu Feng silver-threaded flying fish is classified as a spiritual beast, thus necessitating its sale in the Eastern District. Upon arriving in the Eastern District, I discovered a variety of establishments. Some offered the flesh and hides of mystical beasts, others sold the young of these creatures, while some specialized in acquiring rare spiritual beasts. The array of options was truly diverse. Lu Feng entered a shop that dealt in the buying and selling of demon beasts, and addressed the proprietor within. "Greetings, esteemed friend. Might I inquire if you have any silver-threaded flying fish available for sale?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure and a somewhat fierce countenance, scrutinized Lu Feng before responding. "Regrettably, we do not have silver-threaded flying fish in stock at the moment. However, if you are truly interested, I can arrange for a pre-order." Lu Feng, although intending to sell silver-threaded flying fish, was not well versed in its market value and sought to gather some information to avoid being taken advantage of. "Pray tell, what is the price of this silver-threaded flying fish?" he inquired. The shopkeeper replied, "If you are genuinely interested, I can offer you a single silver-threaded flying fish at the price of 3.5 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the price reported by the shopkeeper. Previously, Liang had mentioned that the deceased silver-thread flying fish could be sold for 2 low-grade spirit stones, yet the shopkeeper had raised the price to 3.5. A significant difference of 1.5 spirit stones. Noticing Lu Feng's frown, the shopkeeper slowly explained, "My friend, this price is already quite reasonable. You must understand that although the silver-thread flying fish is merely a first-tier spiritual fish, it is exceedingly rare and difficult to catch. The demand for such spiritual fish in the market far exceeds the supply. Well, nonetheless, your price still feels rather steep. I shall ponder it further." Lu Feng feigned a look of regret as he exited the shop. He subsequently traversed several establishments, only to discover that the price of the silver-threaded flying fish was consistently on the rise. In some shops, it was even sold for as high as 4.5 inferior spirit stones. After acquiring an understanding of the prices, Lu Feng entered a new shop. After observing for a while, the shopkeeper, noticing his lingering gaze, inquired, "Esteemed friend, are you in search of some exotic beast meat?" "Good sir. Do you buy silver-threaded flying fish?" Lu Feng directly expressed his intent. A flicker of curiosity passed through the shopkeeper's eyes as he replied, "Indeed, we do buy." Lu Feng took out a silver-threaded flying fish from his pouch and inquired, "How many spirit stones would you offer for this silver-threaded flying fish?" The shopkeeper examined it closely and confirmed that the fish in Lu Feng's hand was indeed a silver-threaded flying fish, albeit deceased. "Alas, what a pity. If your silver-threaded flying fish were alive, I would gladly offer 3 low-grade spirit stones. However, given its current state, and the fact that it has already been processed, it is only worth 2 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper, surprised by the man's unscrupulousness. A single silver-threaded flying fish was priced at 2.5 inferior spirit stones, anything below that would compel him to seek another vendor. Having said this, Lu Feng feigned an intention to depart. The shopkeeper's face twitched, and he quickly interjected, "Friend, do not be in haste. Your asking price is not entirely unreasonable. But may I inquire how many silver-threaded flying fish you possess?" Lu Feng opened his cloth bag for the shopkeeper to see, revealing a total of 24 exquisite silver-threaded flying fish. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled and said, "Excellent. As per your suggestion, I shall purchase these at the price of 2.5 low-grade spirit stones each." Lu Feng nodded slightly, and soon the two exchanged payment for goods. A total of 24 silver-threaded flying fish was sold for 60 low-grade spirit stones. Once the transaction was complete, the shopkeeper clasped his hands and addressed Lu Feng, inquiring about his surname. "May I ask, esteemed friend, what is your surname? Should you acquire more silver-threaded flying fish in the future, I would be most grateful if you could consider selling them to our establishment first." Lu Feng replied, "My humble surname is Lu. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" "Shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper responded, "Ah, so you are Lu Daoyu. My surname is Feng." Lu Feng nodded and addressed manager Feng, "By the way, how many spirit stones would you offer for a living silver thread flying fish?" Manager Feng pondered for a moment and then raised 3 fingers. "If it is alive, I would purchase it at the price of 3 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think, fellow Taoist Lu?" Lu Feng did not respond, but merely nodded before departing from the shop. He now possessed 65 low-grade spirit stones, which indicated that any endeavor was more profitable than cultivating spirit rice. After leaving the Eastern District, Lu Feng wandered into the Northern District, contemplating a visit to the alchemy sector to assess the prices of alchemical materials and furnaces. He casually selected an alchemy store and entered, where a myriad of finished elixirs was displayed on the counter. each accompanied by its respective price tag. For instance, the price for a first-tier Qi recovery pill was marked at 2 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng perused the offerings for a while and realized that the prices of the elixirs were indeed exorbitant. With his current financial means, he could hardly afford them. At that moment, a female attendant approached him with a smile and inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, may I assist you in selecting an elixir? I would be delighted to provide you with recommendations." Clearing his throat, he asked, "Might you have alchemy furnaces for sale here?" The attendant smiled softly and replied, "Certainly. We do have them in stock. May I inquire as to the grade of alchemy furnace you require and what specific needs you have for it?" Lu Feng was perplexed by this knowledge, as he had never practiced alchemy and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of elixir furnaces. Noticing his silence, the female attendant spoke up. "Given your youth, I presume you are interested in purchasing a first-tier alchemy furnace. Am I correct? May I inquire about the price of such a furnace?" She continued, "In our establishment, we offer 2 grades of first-tier alchemy furnaces, the inferior grade priced at 200 inferior spirit stones, and the medium grade at 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Which one do you require?" Upon hearing the price, Lu Feng was taken aback. It was exorbitantly high. A low-grade first-tier alchemical furnace commanded a price of 200 low-grade spirit stones, a sum far beyond his means. Coughing lightly, he decided to take his leave, muttering that the price was simply too steep and he would reconsider later. After departing from the apothecary, Lu Feng meandered through the western district for a while, only to discover that the prices of magical artifacts were equally outrageous. A low-grade first-tier spirit sword was astonishingly priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Back when he was at the Heavenly Sect, his weapon had been a high-grade second-tier spirit sword. The adage "comparison brings pain" rang true, and the thought of his storage bag being seized by those 2 disciples from the enforcement hall filled him with resentment. After perusing the market, Lu Feng gained a clearer understanding of the prevailing prices. Upon returning to his thatched cottage, he resolved to visit the lake the following day to fish. Once he accumulated enough spirit stones, he would embark on alchemy and artifact crafting. Chapter 16, Mastery Level Fireball Technique. However, to capture more silver-threaded flying fish, he needed to enhance the potency of his fireball technique. With a mere thought, Lu Feng began to examine his proficiency panel, discovering that his fireball technique had already reached a proficiency of 96 points. He decided to pause his cultivation for the time being and focus on elevating the level of his fireball technique. Resolute in his decision, Lu Feng stepped outside, seeking an unpopulated area, and directed a fireball towards the ground. "You have used the fireball technique, Proficiency 1. A fist-sized black mark appeared on the struck ground. Yet the power was still insufficient. Consequently, Lu Feng commenced a fervent barrage of fireballs upon the nearby terrain, his internal reservoir of spiritual energy abundant enough for such extravagance. "You have used the fireball technique, Proficiency 1. You have used the fireball technique, Proficiency 1. After half an hour had elapsed, Lu Feng finally depleted his internal spiritual energy, and the ground around him was adorned with numerous black marks, while a charred aroma wafted through the air. Lu Feng cleared his throat softly and departed from the area. He settled down on the ground, circulating the Qiongmu technique to replenish the spiritual energy within him while observing the changes in his proficiency panel. Name, Lu Feng. Age, 20. 100 Cultivation Level, Qi Refinement 6 Layer, 1, 200. Techniques, Qiongmu Technique, Flawless 11, 000. Longevity Technique, Beginner 0, 100. Spells, Fireball Technique, Minor Success 128. 400. Vinewood Technique, Proficiency 1, 200. Spiritual Rain Technique, Proficiency 150, 200. Golden Armor Technique, Beginner 0, 100. Immortal Arts, Spirit Planting Master, 2nd Level 45. 200. In the span of half an hour, he had unleashed over 200 fireballs, depleting his internal spiritual energy. The fireball technique had advanced from the beginner level to minor success. A fireball of minor success now possessed a power approximately tenfold that of its beginner counterpart. Previously, the fireball was the size of a fist. It had now grown to the size of a basin, and its temperature had become even more formidable. Given the total amount of spiritual energy within Lu Feng, he would need to circulate the Qiongmu technique through 3 full cycles to completely restore it. Before long, 30 minutes had elapsed, and his internal spiritual energy was finally replenished, though he had absorbed a significant portion of the surrounding spiritual energy. Lu Feng could distinctly sense that the spiritual aura in this area had dwindled to nearly nothing. It seemed that the wuxia level Qingmu Ju was indeed formidable. He would need to exercise caution in the future to avoid drawing others' attention. With that, Lu Feng once again gestured to cast the fireball technique, and a flame the size of a fist erupted from his fingertips. Though seemingly small, this flame exuded a palpable sense of danger. Command! Lu Feng aimed at a distant boulder and unleashed a fireball that soared swiftly through the air, expanding rapidly to the size of a basin in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous explosion, the half-meter-high stone was shattered into fragments. The sheer power of the attack left Lu Feng exceedingly satisfied. He had now acquired a means of offense, enabling him to retaliate should danger arise. As Lu Feng diligently practiced the fireball technique, he soon mastered it to perfection. The proficiency of the fireball spell had more than doubled in both power and scale. The 1-meter diameter fireball, with its internal temperature soaring to several thousand degrees, instilled a profound fear in those who beheld it. Should it strike a cultivator, it would undoubtedly leave them bruised and battered. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Feng ceased his training and returned to his thatched cottage. After a simple meal of spiritual rice, he resumed his cultivation. Following a night of rigorous practice, the morning sunlight streamed into the humble abode. Lu Feng opened his eyes, radiating vitality and exuberance. After savoring a bowl of spirit rice porridge, he tended to the spirit field before shouldering a wooden bucket and making his way towards the Wanao forest. Today, he intended to capture some live silver-threaded flying fish. After walking for half an hour, Lu Feng finally arrived at the lake he visited yesterday. Alas, his pace was rather sluggish. He needed to devise a method to acquire a body technique. Despite his current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi Refinement, allowing him to move swiftly, he was still leagues behind the speed of sword flight and flying boats. Sword flight required at least the foundation establishment stage, and flying boats were far beyond the means of someone like him. Even a first-tier flying boat cost thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Thus, Lu Feng set his sights on body techniques, confident that with the aid of a proficiency panel, his training would progress rapidly. However, body techniques were pricier than ordinary spells, starting at several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Feng filled the wooden bucket with water and placed it on the shore, then began to observe the lake's conditions. Soon, he noticed several silver-threaded flying fish swimming near the shore, numbering around 30. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng concentrated, and a fireball erupted from his fingertips. By casting the fireball spell, his proficiency increased by 1. At the advanced level of the fireball technique, no hand seals were necessary. A mere thought would conjure the sphere. With a flick of his finger, the fireball shot towards the lake. Boom! The terrifying fireball, a meter in diameter, crashed into the water, creating a thunderous roar and sending towering waves several meters high. The silver-threaded flying fish near the shore were instantly blasted onto the bank. Half of them were killed on impact, and Lu Feng hurriedly collected the live fish into the bucket. The deceased were left to be gathered later when he departed. Subsequently, Lu Feng continued to unleash fireballs around the lake, causing one silver-threaded flying fish after another to be propelled onto the shore. An hour later, all the spirit fish in the lake had dived to the bottom, leaving Lu Feng with no choice but to cease his efforts. He counted the silver-threaded flying fish, noting that 82 were alive and 76 had perished. Additionally, 25 unidentified spirit fish had also been blasted ashore, each significantly larger than the silver-threaded variety, with the largest measuring nearly half a meter in length. Gazing at the assortment of spirit fish before him, Lu Feng felt a unique sense of accomplishment. Not only would he satisfy his hunger today, but he would also reap a handsome profit. After securing the fish, he hoisted the wooden bucket and prepared to return to his thatched cottage. Just then, a distant clamor of fierce combat reached his ears, accompanied by the clashing of swords and the growls of demonic beasts. Lu Feng turned to the source of the commotion, noticing that the sounds of battle were growing ever closer. What is happening? Chapter 17. A fortuitous encounter. Seeing this, Lu Feng concealed the wooden barrel and the wrapped spirit fish behind a large tree. He then leaped gracefully onto the tree's branches. Moments later, 6 cultivators and a gilded beast came into view. 3 of the cultivators were clad in the attire of the outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Sect, while the other 3 were rogue cultivators. All 6 were at the late stage of Qi refinement, with one having reached the pinnacle of this level. They coordinated their efforts, engaging in combat while maneuvering the gilded beast towards the outskirts. The gilded beast was a second-tier foundational beast, significantly more powerful than the 6 cultivators. However, the 6 had prepared well, utilizing various spirit talismans and formations, managing to keep the battle relatively even. hidden among the branches. Feng watched in astonishment. The audacity of these 6 was remarkable. They dared to hunt a foundational beast with their Qi refinement cultivation. Fortunately, the beast lacked magical artifacts and spirit talismans, or it would have already dispatched them. Observing the 3 clad in Tianling sect garb ignited a surge of resentment within Feng, though he did not recognize them. The entire Tianling sect was a target for his vengeance. Regrettably, with his current cultivation at only the 6th level of Qi refinement, attacking them would surely lead to his demise. The distant 6 continued their fierce battle against the gilded beast, slowing their assault only when they reached the edge of a lake. Roar! The gilded beast let out a fierce growl, its ferocity evident. Chen, how long until our uncle arrives? The leader, a man at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, inquired. A woman beside him, dressed in Tianling sect attire, replied, Cousin, Uncle will take another half an hour to reach us. Damn it, my energy is nearly depleted. If this drags on, I fear I won't be able to hold on much longer. The burden of the battle was primarily on the shoulders of the man at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, while the other 5 merely assisted. Brother Chun, hold on. We've gone to great lengths to lure this beast out. If it escapes, it will be a tremendous loss for us, another rogue cultivator urged. I am well aware of that. But, before he could finish, the gilded beast lunged once more, its target fixed on the man named Chen. Damn beast, you leave me no choice. As the beast charged, the Chen man revealed a finely crafted short blade that suddenly glowed crimson, transforming into a streak of light aimed at the gilded beast. Whoosh! A piercing cry erupted from the beast as the crimson light pierced its chest, blood gushing forth as it howled in agony. The Chen man's face turned ashen, and he hastily consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, for the flying blade, though powerful, had drained the last of his remaining energy. Cousin, is that Uncle's flying cloud blade? Indeed. Indeed, it is the 2nd-tier mid-grade magical artifact, the Feng blade, belonging to my uncle. Just as the 2 were engaged in conversation, the golden beast, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly launched a surprise attack. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback as the beast sank its teeth into the neck of the man surnamed Chun. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck. Ah, cousin! The woman nearby screamed in horror, but in the next instant, the golden beast's claws tore her asunder. This is dire. Quickly, stop this beast from committing further atrocities. The remaining 4 immediately summoned their flying swords and spiritual talismans, launching a frenzied assault on the golden beast. However, with the absence of resistance from the man surnamed Chen, the beast charged through their attacks, beginning a merciless slaughter. Moments later, all 4 were slain, yet the golden beast sustained grave injuries, collapsing to the ground in a state of weakness. Perched upon a large tree, Feng gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the golden beast could turn the tide and slay 6 individuals. Nevertheless, witnessing the beast, barely clinging to life, Feng's mind began to concoct schemes. Each of the slain bore storage bags, and the golden beast itself was of immeasurable value. Such unprecedented wealth lay before him. How could he refrain from seizing the opportunity? After a brief contemplation, Feng resolved to take a chance. Perhaps he could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. He leapt from the tree, stealthily approaching the golden beast until the distance between them dwindled to about 500 meters. At this range, casting a fireball spell would likely give the beast a significant chance to evade. Thus, Feng gritted his teeth and closed the distance to 300 meters. At this moment, the golden beast, lying on the ground, seemed to sense Feng's approach and slowly lifted its head to gaze in his direction. As Feng seized the opportune moment, he unleashed a formidable fireball technique of the highest caliber. Following that, he executed a rapid succession of fireballs. The golden beast, lying prone, sensed the impending threat of the terrifying fireballs and felt a surge of crisis within. It swiftly rolled over to evade the oncoming onslaught, only to be met with a barrage of dozens of horrifying fireballs. With no means of escape, the golden beast was struck by all of them, succumbing to the flames. Already gravely injured, it was burned to death, its eyes filled with a lingering resentment in its final moments. Seeing that the golden beast had ceased all movement, Feng shot 2 more fireballs, confirming its demise. He promptly gathered the storage bags of the 6 individuals and unleashed 6 fireballs to reduce their corpses to ashes. After dealing with the remains of the 6, Feng approached the corpse of the golden beast for closer inspection. This creature, exceeding 10 meters in size, was enveloped in a layer of golden bone armor, resembling a figure clad in resplendent golden armor. Its physique bore resemblance to that of a tiger, yet its tail and limbs displayed distinct differences. With a wave of his hand over the corpse, he stored the foundational realm beast within his storage bag. While living beings cannot be contained within such bags, corpses can. Having concluded all matters, Feng conducted a final inspection of the scene, finding no issues, and swiftly departed with the spirit fish. A quarter of an hour later, a foundational realm cultivator, wielding flying knives, approached rapidly from a distance, observing the chaotic scene. The cultivator furrowed his brow slightly. Where are Chen and Chen Lin? Why can I no longer sense their auras? Back at the thatched cottage, Feng gazed upon the day's bounty, filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. He eagerly opened the storage bags of the 6 individuals to examine their contents. Within the 6 bags lay a total of 3,500 low-grade spirit stones, 150 medium-grade spirit stones, 8 first-tier medium-grade spirit artifacts, 3 first-tier high-grade spirit artifacts, 300 first-tier low-grade medicinal pills, and 20 first-tier medium-grade medicinal pills. Additionally, there was a second-tier medium-grade magical artifact, the Flying Cloud Knife, a first-tier high-grade spirit artifact, the Cloud-Crossing Skiff, as well as the corpse of the Golden Beast. Beholding such an abundance of treasures, Feng mused that this was not merely a transformation from bicycle to motorcycle. It was akin to a bicycle evolving into a tank. Chapter 18. The fire pit stove. It is said that the allure of wealth and power can lead one to commit heinous acts, a notion that proves to be true. The spiritual consciousness imprints on these 6 storage bags are notably feeble. With but a mere flick of his spirit energy, Feng effortlessly unlocked them. The spiritual awareness of a Qi refinement stage cultivator has yet to fully solidify, making it relatively simple to erase, had it been a foundation establishment stage imprint. The task would have been considerably more arduous. In this instance, Feng stumbled upon a significant windfall. Setting aside the contents of the 6 storage bags, the corpse of the golden-hued beast alone is worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. However, he refrains from recklessly utilizing this prize, and similarly, he is hesitant to sell the items contained within the bags. Fortunately, the storage bags are abundant with spirit stones and elixirs, sufficient to cover his expenses. As for the spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, and the golden beast remains, he will address them when his cultivation ascends and he has distanced himself from the influence of the Heavenly Sect. Having contemplated this, Feng carefully stowed the items back into the storage bags, securing them before hoisting the wooden tub containing the silver-threaded flying fish and making his way toward the market. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the beast shop he had visited the previous day. Observing the shopkeeper, Master Feng engaged in a transaction with a customer. Feng placed the wooden tub aside, patiently awaiting his turn. Before long, the transaction concluded, and Master Feng approached Feng with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear friend Liu, thank you for your patience." "Not at all, Master Feng. Please, take a look here." Feng pointed to the silver-threaded flying fish in the wooden barrel. Manager Feng had already noticed this large barrel, and upon peering in, he was taken aback. "Oh, it is filled entirely with silver-threaded flying fish, and they are all alive. Are you intending to sell all these silver-threaded flying fish to our establishment, Taoist Liu?" "Indeed. There are 82 silver-threaded flying fish in total," Manager Feng mused, contemplating their worth in spirit stones. His expression brightened as he began to tally the quantity of the spirit fish, confirming that it matched what Taoist Liu had mentioned. At a price of 3 low-grade spirit stones per silver-threaded flying fish, the total amounted to 246 low-grade spirit stones. "This is the spirit stone," Liu nodded. Feng took the spirit stone, examined it briefly, and then placed it into his storage bag. He then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Manager Feng before turning to leave. Noticing Feng's silence, Manager Feng merely smiled and said nothing. After exiting the beast shop, Feng made his way to the northern district and returned to the alchemy store he had visited the previous day, intending to purchase an alchemy furnace. As soon as he entered, the female attendant recognized him and approached with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed friend, are you here to purchase elixirs or an alchemy furnace today?" "Yes, I would like a first-grade low-tier alchemy furnace," Feng replied, promptly producing 200 low-grade spirit stones to hand over. Given his current wealth, he could easily afford a mid-tier alchemy furnace. Yet he opted for the low-tier version to maintain a low profile. The attendant, noticing Feng's apparent affluence, beamed even brighter. "Very well, esteemed friend. Please hold on a moment while I fetch the furnace for you." A short while later, 4 male attendants appeared, carefully carrying a furnace over a meter in height. The female attendant quickly approached Feng once more, exclaiming, "Esteemed friend, behold, this is the first-grade low-tier fire furnace you requested." Feng furrowed his brow. as he had initially presumed that the alchemical furnace would be no larger than a wash basin. However, the imposing structure before him was quite colossal. Noticing Lu Feng's silence, the female attendant continued her explanation, stating that this furnace was crafted by the second-tier master craftsman, Chen. The main body of the furnace was forged from solar essence iron, and within its depths were inscribed 12 first-tier fire array formations, which significantly enhanced the speed of alchemical refinement. Lu Feng nodded, having gained a general understanding of the alchemical furnace. So that's how it is. With a wave of his hand towards the furnace, he effortlessly stored the over 1-meter-high alchemical furnace into his storage pouch. By the way, do you sell any alchemical formulas here? Lu Feng inquired once more. The female attendant shook her head, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness. The formulas are closely guarded secrets. Our shop does not carry such items. However, you may find some alchemical formulas for sale in the Southern District. Well then, thank you for your assistance, my friend. Lu Feng clasped his hands in farewell and made his way towards the Southern District. The Southern District of the marketplace was a bustling bazaar, teeming with a myriad of goods, ranging from spirit rice and spirit grains to martial arts techniques and mystical artifacts. Even treasures of unknown origin could be found for sale here. Upon arriving in the Southern District, Lu Feng began to meander through the stalls. Before long, he came across a vendor selling martial arts scrolls, where 2 alchemical recipes were prominently displayed. Come, clear out sale. Ancestral alchemical recipes, first come, first served. The vendor's boisterous shouts caught Lu Feng's attention, prompting him to approach. My good fellow, may I inquire as to what these alchemical recipes entail? Lu Feng inquired. The vendor, noticing the interest, quickly responded with a smile. These 2 recipes are indeed ancestral treasures of my family. Specifically for the first-tier Qi replenishing pill and the first-tier spirit absorbing pill. However, another vendor nearby scoffed. What utter nonsense. Those recipes for the Qi replenishing pill and spirit absorbing pill are as common as dirt. How dare you put them up for sale? The selling vendor's face flushed with embarrassment, but he swiftly regained his composure. Cough, if you do not wish to buy, others surely will. Just tend to your own wares and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Lu Feng stood to the side, utterly perplexed. It seemed that the formulas for the Qi supplementing pill and the spirit nurturing pill were indeed of little value. However, since he was not yet versed in alchemy, it presented a perfect opportunity to acquire them at a low price for experimentation. My friend, how much are you selling these 2 formulas for? Upon hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, the stall owner's expression brightened. If you truly wish to purchase them, I can offer each formula for a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the price was somewhat amiss. If it were truly a rare alchemical formula, it would be impossible to procure it for even 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, let alone a mere 100. However, these 2 formulas clearly did not warrant such a valuation. Consequently, Lu Feng boldly countered, 20 low-grade spirit stones. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. The street vendor was taken aback for a moment, then promptly replied, deal. Within, Lu Feng silently exclaimed, damn, that is quite a price. Another vendor, witnessing Lu Feng purchase it for 20 low-grade spirit stones, immediately covered his face in disbelief. Ahem, here is the recipe you requested. As this is your first visit to my humble stall, I shall also present you with this comprehensive guide to alchemy. The vendor smiled as he handed over the items. Lu Feng, with a look of resignation, produced 20 low-grade spirit stones to complete the purchase. Upon finalizing the transaction, he opened the alchemical recipe for inspection and found no issues. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the stall owner calling out once more, inviting customers to take advantage of a clearance sale. Come all. We're having a massive clearance. These ancestral recipes are available on a first-come, first-served basis. As Lu Feng turned around, he was taken aback to find 2 more alchemical formulas on the stall. The sight nearly caused him to stumble. Suppressing the anger that welled up within him, Lu Feng swiftly departed from the Southern District, returning to the previous apothecary. Following the prescriptions laid out in the 2 formulas, he procured 10 portions of each spiritual herb. The acquisition of 20 portions of these ingredients cost him 60 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Lu Feng ventured through the marketplace to procure various culinary ingredients and household items, even going so far as to purchase a Nama bed, thus liberating himself from the discomfort of a wooden plank bed. With his shopping complete, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back to his thatched cottage. Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Alchemist Panel. Upon returning home, Lu Feng waved his hand, transforming the arrangement of his abode entirely. Before placing the heated stove beside the cooking platform, previously, there remained 76 silver thread flying fish and 25 other varieties of spiritual fish from the explosion at the lake that had yet to be sold. He intended to keep the deceased silver thread flying fish for his own consumption, while the living ones were destined for his spiritual field, as he was not in dire need of spirit stones at this moment, and saw no necessity to sell them all. Settling onto the Nanmu bed, Lu Feng opened the tome on the fundamentals of alchemy. This book merely chronicled the general procedures and precautions of alchemical practice, offering little in the way of substantive guidance. He then took out the 2 alchemical formulas and scrutinized them closely. Moments later, he had committed the preparation steps for both potions to memory. Approaching the stove, Lu Feng flicked his fingers, igniting a plume of flame that swiftly entered the alchemical furnace. Alchemists typically harness their internal spiritual energy to fuel the flames during the refinement process. Some prominent sects or families of cultivators employ earthly fire to assist in the concoction of potions, thereby enhancing both the speed and yield of the final products. The most skilled alchemists, however, contain the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth for their own use, resulting in an even swifter and superior crafting of elixirs. Lu Feng, devoid of earthly fire and the extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, must rely solely on the spiritual energy within his body to ignite the flames for alchemical processes. He retrieves a selection of medicinal herbs for the Qi-boosting pill from his storage pouch and, following the prescribed steps outlined in the recipe, meticulously places each ingredient into the alchemical furnace for refinement. The process of alchemy can generally be delineated into 4 fundamental stages. The first stage is the selection of materials, which entails choosing the finest medicinal herbs in accordance with the requirements of the recipe. Certain herbs, having been stored for prolonged periods or improperly preserved, may lose their internal essence and degrade into inferior materials. Such herbs are typically eschewed by skilled alchemists. However, Lu Feng finds himself lacking the luxury of choice, as his herbs are all procured from the apothecary, each of mediocre quality. The second stage of alchemy is the refinement, wherein the herbs are introduced into the furnace to extract their essences. This phase demands meticulous control over the flames and precise timing, as even the slightest error can significantly diminish the success rate of the concoction. The third stage, known as purification, involves re-extracting the essence of the medicinal pill, an endeavor that is even more demanding than the previous stage. Finally, the fourth stage is the merging of the pill, a phase laden with intricacies, as the success of the alchemical process, the quantity of pills produced, and the quality of the final product hinge upon this critical step. Lu Feng meticulously followed the alchemical procedures outlined in the formula. After half an hour of refining and purifying, he finally arrived at the last step. The preceding 3 stages had progressed without any significant issues. However, upon reaching the stage of fusion, he suddenly encountered the challenge of harmonizing the various essences of the spiritual herbs. This step demands a high level of mental acuity from the alchemist. For if the strength of one's consciousness is insufficient, it becomes exceedingly difficult to swiftly amalgamate the herbal essences. Should the fusion exceed the allotted time, all efforts would be rendered futile, resulting in a complete failure of the alchemical endeavor. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to refine the elixir. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. The prolonged process resulted in the complete waste of a batch of precious herbs. Alas, alchemy is indeed a formidable challenge. Lu Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed. At that moment, 2 messages suddenly appeared at the bottom of the Proficiency panel. You have crafted a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have conducted an alchemical operation, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Does a failed attempt at refining still count towards proficiency? With a mere thought, Lu Feng promptly accessed his Proficiency panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 20, 100. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 6, 61, 200. Technique: Qingmu Ju, Flawless 701, 000. Chongxing Ju, Beginner 0, 100. Spell: Vines Technique, Proficiency 1, 200. Spiritual Rain Technique, Proficiency 150, 200. Fireball Technique, Mastery 105, 400. Golden Armor Technique, Beginner 0, 100. Alchemy: Qi Supplement Pill, Beginner 1, 100. Cultivation Arts, Spirit Plant Master, Second Stage 45, 200. Alchemist, First Stage 1, 100. To his astonishment, he had indeed unlocked the proficiency of an alchemist. Instantly, a surge of alchemical knowledge flooded into his mind, and soon he felt as though he possessed decades of experience in alchemy, with great joy swelling in his heart. Lu Feng wasted no time and directly took out the second spirit herb for the Qi replenishing pill, casting it into the alchemical furnace. Armed with this newfound memory, Lu Feng's process of refining and purifying accelerated severalfold, completing the initial 3 steps in less than a quarter of an hour. As he approached the final step of pill fusion, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, steeling himself for the task ahead. As a strand of his consciousness guided the essence of the spirit herb to merge, a wave of pressure surged into Lu Feng's mind. Though his mental acuity was somewhat lacking, the weight of over a decade of experience ultimately led him to successfully complete the fusion. You have refined a Qi replenishing pill. Proficiency 1. You have conducted a pill refining operation. Alchemist Proficiency 1. Gently lifting the lid of the furnace, a delightful aroma of the pill wafted into the air. As Lu Feng gazed intently into the furnace, he discovered it contained 9 pristine white elixirs alongside a singular, unremarkable black pill. Upon retrieving the potions, he discerned that the 9 white elixirs were all first-grade low-tier Qi replenishing pills, whereas the black one was a defective concoction. Typically, a single furnace could yield a maximum of 10 elixirs, and producing 9 successful potions was already an impressive feat. However, Lu Feng's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. Based on his recollections of alchemical experience, he believed he could have successfully crafted 10 elixirs. The shortfall was attributed to his insufficient spiritual awareness, resulting in merely 9 completed potions. Should other alchemists witness Lu Feng's achievement, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Producing 9 successful elixirs on his second attempt was nothing short of extraordinary. Generally, novice alchemists would be fortunate to create 1 or 2 successful potions after refining 10 furnaces, and even then, the total would seldom exceed 3. Thus, the profession of alchemy relies heavily on the expenditure of spirit stones. It is through persistent failure that one gradually enhances their success rate. Ordinary cultivators cannot endure such a drain. Only prominent sects or substantial cultivation families possess the resources to nurture skilled alchemists. Lu Feng squatted beside the heated brick bed, reminiscing about the recent alchemical processes. He pondered that if his cultivation reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, his spiritual awareness would suffice for the demands of alchemy. Realizing this, Lu Feng ceased his alchemical endeavors, deciding to first elevate his cultivation level. He stored away the elixirs and spiritual herbs, then seated himself upon the Nanmu bed to commence his training. 2 swift days elapsed, and he successfully broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, often referred to as the late stage of Qi refinement. Upon reaching this level, the experience points in his cultivation status transformed to 300, and the total quantity and density of spiritual energy within him doubled. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly unleash 1,000 fireball techniques of the perfected tier. The only concern weighing on Lu Feng was the insufficient spiritual energy in the vicinity of the thatched cottage. Under the operation of the flawless level Qingmu technique, he could deplete the surrounding spiritual energy in less than 2 hours. Consequently, he resorted to consuming Qi replenishing pills for refining and cultivation. Currently, he could enhance his experience by approximately 130 points daily, meaning that with an experience threshold of 300, he would only require 3 days to transcend a minor realm. As the date of April 10th arrived, Lu Feng's cultivation finally ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Ah, what an unparalleled speed of advancement in cultivation. Lu Feng rose from his humble thatched dwelling, intending to tend to his spiritual fields. Upon stepping outside, he was startled to observe a considerable number of individuals laboring in the fields at a distance. Simultaneously, a group had gathered around Li Yong, engaged in conversation. While Li Yong wore an expression of pride, occasionally gesturing toward the seedlings in the fields to boast, it appeared that the sowing season had arrived. Prompting the tenants to busily attend to their tasks, Lu Feng mused thoughtfully. Chapter 20. Permission to Sell Planting Secrets. Lu Feng arrived at Ling Tian and began to manage the place. Not far away, Li Yong spotted him at a glance. He squeezed through the crowd and quickly approached Lu Feng, clasping his hands in greeting. Brother Lu, it has been a few days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Good morning, Taoist Li." At that moment, the group surrounding Li Yong approached, and one middle-aged man spoke up. "Brother Li, is this the Taoist Lu you mentioned?" "Indeed, this is Taoist Lu, a new tenant who arrived this year. I hope you all will take good care of him," Li Yong replied. "Since Brother Li has spoken, we shall certainly extend our assistance," the others chimed in. Observing this interaction, Lu Feng couldn't help but admire Li Yang's connections in this place. However, due to his modest nature and aversion to commotion, he said little and returned to his thatched cottage after tending to the spirit field. The reason the group held Li Yong in such high regard was primarily due to his spirit field, which had produced spirit rice ahead of schedule. With the seedlings thriving exceptionally well, everyone was eager to learn his cultivation techniques, hence their admiration. As long as Li Yong refrained from divulging his planting secrets, it was of little concern to Lu Feng, who was solely focused on commencing his alchemical endeavors. Upon returning home, Lu Feng retrieved a spirit herb for a Qi replenishing pill from his storage bag. He then directed a burst of flame toward the fire stove, igniting the array within. With the spirit herbs being added to the alchemical furnace, Lu Feng commenced his third attempt at pill refinement, this time having reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. His spiritual awareness was significantly enhanced, and he was confident that this endeavor would proceed without any complications. Lu Feng continuously channeled the incantation, activating the fire-based formation within the furnace. The 5 types of spiritual herbs he cast into the cauldron were swiftly refined into 5 essences. After undergoing further purification and refinement, they soon progressed to the stage of pill fusion. Guided by Lu Feng's consciousness, the essences of the 5 herbs gradually melded together, and the resistance that had previously manifested had diminished significantly. After a brief interval, all the essences had merged in accordance with the prescribed ratios, ultimately transforming into 10 pristine white pills. You have successfully crafted a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed a pill refining task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng promptly lifted the lid of the furnace, and a fragrant aroma of the pills wafted towards him. Gazing at the 10 polished white pills within the cauldron, Lu Feng's heart surged with joy. Aha! I have finally succeeded. Each low-grade Qi replenishing pill can be sold for 3 low-grade spirit stones, meaning this batch of 10 pills is worth 30 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, the cost of refining only amounts to 3 low-grade spirit stones. Such a profit margin is quite astonishing. With the spiritual energy coursing through Lu Feng's body, he could effortlessly refine 100 batches of Qi replenishing pills without issue. If he were to continue this endeavor, he would surely amass wealth. Each batch of Qi replenishing pills required merely 10 minutes of his time, though it did entail a certain expenditure of mental fortitude. Currently, Lu Feng's total spiritual energy permits him to refine a maximum of 5 batches of Qi replenishing pills consecutively. Thereafter, he must meditate for half an hour to regain his strength before resuming his work. Thus, within a single day, he can only produce 100 batches of Qi replenishing pills, and that is contingent upon having an ample supply of medicinal herbs. However, merely refining low-grade Qi replenishing pills is insufficient to meet Lu Feng's aspirations. He seeks to concoct more valuable elixirs. Just as he was preparing to continue his alchemical endeavors, a knock resounded at the door. Lu, are you there? Came the voice of Li Yang from outside. Lu Feng rose to open the door, and upon seeing Li Yang's beaming smile and the piece of demonic beast meat in his hand, he instantly comprehended the purpose of his visit. Ah, it is you. Taoistly, please, come in. As soon as Li Yang entered the room, he noticed a remarkable transformation in the decor, and thus exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, it seems, Brother Lu, that you have struck it rich during our brief separation. Ha! I managed to sell some spiritual fish and earned a few spirit stones, Lu Feng replied. Indeed. Oh, could that be an alchemical furnace? Li Yang was further taken aback upon spotting the hearth next to the stove. Brother Lu, are you perhaps an alchemist? Cough. I have merely begun my studies. There is no need for such astonishment, Lu Feng modestly stated, for he indeed had only just embarked on this path, not a word of which was a falsehood. Brother Lu, the art of alchemy is not a pursuit that just anyone can afford to engage in. I advise you to prioritize the enhancement of your cultivation. Lu Feng nodded silently, fully aware of the implication behind Li Yang's words. However, possessing a proficiency panel was an entirely different matter. I shall give it a try. If I lack the talent, so be it. By the way, what brings you here today, my friendly? Li Yang set down the beast meat and, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, Brother Lu, I have come today to discuss the methods of cultivation. Some acquaintances of mine wish to procure your secret techniques for planting spiritual rice from me, but I am not in a position to make such decisions, hence my inquiry. In truth, Lu Feng had already surmised the purpose of Li Yang's visit. The throng of tenants surrounding Li Yang today was a clear indication of this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng replied, Very well. You may sell the planting secret technique to others. However, for every transaction, I shall receive 5 low-grade spirit stones. How much you earn thereafter is your own concern. At present, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and he had also mastered the art of alchemy, with several thousand spirit stones stored in his spatial bag. Thus, he was unperturbed by the dissemination of the planting secret. Yet he still wished to profit from the spirit stones. Agreed. As long as Brother Lu consents, 5 low-grade spirit stones pose no issue at all. Since he was present, Li Yong suggested, why not stay and share a meal together? With a smile, Li Yong nodded in agreement, fully aware that defying Lu Feng was out of the question. Lu Feng had become his proverbial golden goose, and he was determined to nurture that relationship. After they had feasted, Li Yong took his leave, while Lu Feng returned to the art of concocting Qi replenishing pills. Once he finished with the necessary herbs for the Qi replenishing pills, he proceeded to extract the herbs for the spirit-absorbing pills. The primary purpose of the Qi replenishing pill was to restore the internal spiritual energy, while the spirit-absorbing pill enhanced the speed of spiritual energy refinement and absorption. The two types of pills complemented each other, and cultivators typically utilized them in tandem. Following the prescribed steps of the formula, within a quarter of an hour, Lu Feng successfully refined a batch of spirit-absorbing pills. You have refined a spirit-absorbing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed a task in alchemy, alchemist Proficiency 1. Gazing at the 10 verdant pills within the furnace, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Swiftly finishing the remaining 4 batches of spirit-absorbing pills, Lu Feng rose and made his way to the marketplace, intending to procure a greater quantity of medicinal herbs and perhaps seek out manuals related to movement techniques. Chapter 21. Cloud Treading Technique. Lu Feng arrived at the market and first wandered through the southern district for a while. He discovered that there were indeed numerous stalls and shops selling cultivation techniques, each offering a diverse array of methods. Even the foundational texts on artifact refinement and array formations from the myriad arts of immortality were available for purchase. After browsing for some time, Lu Feng entered a slightly larger specialized store dedicated to cultivation techniques. Upon entering, a smiling attendant greeted him warmly. Greetings, esteemed friend. Welcome to the Xian Mo Immortal Talisman Pavilion. May I inquire whether you are interested in purchasing cultivation techniques or spell manuals? Lu Feng surveyed the interior of the shop, noting the orderly display of various jade slips pertaining to different cultivation techniques. This establishment boasted 3 floors, adorned with an antique decor that exuded a scholarly ambience. Do you sell any manuals on body techniques? Lu Feng inquired. Indeed, we do. Please, allow me to direct your attention to this section, the attendant replied with a smile, gesturing towards the left showcase. Within it lay the complete collection of yellow-tier body technique manuals offered by the store, 6 of inferior quality, 3 of average quality, and 1 of superior quality. Following the attendant's indication, Lu Feng focused his gaze on the showcase, which contained 10 distinct jade slips of varying specifications. May I inquire about the prices for these 3 grades of body technique manuals? He asked. The attendant paused briefly before responding with a smile. The inferior yellow-tier body technique manuals are priced at 100 inferior spirit stones, the average ones at 500 inferior spirit stones, and the superior one at 1,000 inferior spirit stones. It seemed that the prices for the body technique manuals were somewhat more economical than those of first-tier spiritual artifacts. Lu Feng, currently unperturbed by the trifling matter of spirit stones, inquired, what is the name of this superior yellow-grade movement technique, and what are its distinguishing features? The attendant, noting his interest in high-tier martial arts, displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. As a shop assistant, he was incentivized by commissions from sales. Consequently, the higher the price of the item sold, the greater the commission earned. Esteemed friend, he replied, this movement technique is known as the cloud treading technique, a distinguished method of the Tianling sect. Once fully mastered, one can traverse the clouds, achieving speeds comparable to that of a low-grade flying vessel of the first tier. Lu Feng furrowed his brows, sensing that the attendant was speaking nonsense. The cloud treading technique was merely a first-tier superior movement skill, belonging to the cultivation practices of Qi refinement practitioners. However, without reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could not possibly soar through the air. Yet, this attendant dared to utter such absurdities. Lu Feng spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, are you attempting to deceive me into believing I am ignorant of cultivation? The attendant immediately grasped his meaning and began to explain, please, my friend, calm your anger and allow me to elaborate. The cloud treading technique differs significantly from other body movement manuals due to its considerable difficulty. Generally, it takes at least 5 years for a Qi refinement stage cultivator to even begin to grasp it. and mastering it to perfection requires several decades. Thus, this technique has remained here, neglected and unexamined. Upon hearing this, Feng finally understood that the cloud-treading technique was indeed somewhat impractical. The decades required for mastery could instead allow one to break through to the foundation establishment stage, who would still pursue such a low-tier body technique. However, with his proficiency panel, even the most challenging cultivation methods would become as effortless as drinking water. Feng nodded and said, "In that case, could you possibly sell me the cloud-treading technique at a more reasonable price?" The attendant's expression revealed a hint of reluctance as he replied, "My friend, I am merely a humble employee of this establishment and lack the authority to grant you a discount." Seeing this, Feng expressed his disappointment. If a discount is not possible, then I shall seek my fortune elsewhere." As he turned to leave, the attendant, with a determined resolve, called out, "Please, wait. If you truly desire this technique, I can approach the manager to discuss the matter. I kindly ask that you wait for a moment." "Very well. But my patience is limited, so do hurry to find the manager," Feng replied. The attendant felt a surge of joy within and, with a respectful gesture, hurried upstairs. Feng smiled faintly. His strategy of feigning retreat to lure forward was effortlessly executed. Before long, a servant followed an elderly gentleman as he descended. The old man cupped his hands in greeting towards Feng, saying, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am the proprietor of this establishment. I have heard that you wish to purchase the cloud-treading technique. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Feng replied. "Might I inquire if this technique could be offered at a more favorable price?" Seeing the genuine intent in Feng's request, the old shopkeeper nodded and responded, "This cloud-treading technique has resided in my shop for the past 15 years. Since you desire it, I can offer it to you for 800 lower-grade spirit stones. What say you?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng nodded and replied, "Certainly. Haha, my friend is quite agreeable." With that, the old shopkeeper retrieved the jade slip containing the cloud-treading technique and handed it over. Feng produced 800 inferior spirit stones, and the two exchanged goods for payment. Once the transaction was complete, the old shopkeeper spoke again. "I am surnamed Li, given name Tai. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My friend." Feng clasped his hands and said, "I am surnamed Liu. Since the transaction has concluded, I shall take my leave." After stowing away the jade slip of the cloud-treading technique, Feng turned and exited the shop, making his way directly to the alchemy store he had visited previously. This establishment was named Danxiang Pavilion, its size modest yet inviting. Upon entering, Feng immediately spotted the young female attendant, Zhang Wani, who was under 20 years of age, exuding a charming and delightful demeanor with a tall and elegant figure. Having engaged in 2 transactions, they were already acquainted. Upon seeing Feng return, she approached with light, dainty steps, smiling as she greeted him. "Greetings, Taoist Liu." "Haha, and to you as well," he replied. Feng possessed an alluring and handsome demeanor. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by youth and affluence, which rendered him particularly appealing to the younger women. "Dear Taoist Liu, have you come to procure elixirs or spiritual herbs on this occasion?" he inquired. "This time, I seek to acquire some Qi-replenishing pills and spirit-gathering herbs. Furthermore, does your esteemed establishment purchase elixirs from outside sources?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wani grasped his intent and replied with a smile, "Our shop is well stocked with spiritual herbs." "You must be an alchemist, Taoist Liu. If you possess any finished elixirs, our establishment is indeed willing to acquire them." Feng nodded slightly and said, "First, prepare 300 sets of Qi-replenishing pills and spirit-collecting pills." Zhang Wani, taken aback, softly inquired, "Are you certain you want 300 sets?" Each set of materials for the Qi-replenishing pill and spirit-collecting pill requires 3 low-grade spirit stones, which amounts to a total of 1,800 low-grade spirit stones for 300 sets. Where would an ordinary Qi-refining realm loose cultivator acquire such a vast number of spirit stones? "Yes, 300 sets," Feng affirmed. Zhang Wani, momentarily astonished, quickly regained her composure as a staff member of the Danxiang Pavilion. "All right, I shall fetch the materials for you immediately." Soon, the transaction concluded. Zhang Wani observed Feng produce 1,800 low-grade spirit stones without a hint of hesitation, and she instantly became enamored. Subsequently, Feng presented a Qi-replenishing pill and asked, "Could you please check if you would purchase this type of pill?" Zhang Wani collected her thoughts and examined the pill, noting its smooth luster and concentrated essence, indicating a fine quality. "If the pills you are selling are of this caliber, Our shop can offer 2 low-grade spirit stones each for purchase. Chapter 22. The planting controversy. Upon hearing the offered price, Feng nodded and departed. Typically, Qi replenishing pills and spirit collecting pills are sold for 3 low-grade spirit stones, so the offer of 2 low-grade spirit stones was quite reasonable. Upon returning to his thatched cottage, Feng retrieved the jade slip for the cloud treading technique, infusing it with a stream of spiritual energy. The jade slip instantly transformed into a beam of light that surged into his mind. The cultivation method of the cloud treading technique was comprehended within mere moments. You have learned the cloud treading technique. Current proficiency level, beginner. As the proficiency panel displayed the information, the essence of the beginner-level cloud treading technique flooded into his consciousness. What would ordinarily take 5 years to master at the yellow tier level was now grasped by Feng in just a few heartbeats. Upon careful contemplation of the characteristics of the cloud treading technique, Feng realized that this technique was indeed significantly more challenging than basic spells like the fireball technique. The beginner-level cloud treading technique allowed practitioners to move with the grace of a swallow, their speed surpassing that of a running cultivator by approximately 3 times. Excellent. This will certainly ease my travels. Feng had no intention of training the cloud treading technique intensively. He would simply employ it occasionally when venturing out. For now, he focused on enhancing his proficiency in alchemy. Thus, he gathered the materials for the Qi replenishing and spirit collecting pills and began diligently refining them. Meanwhile, Liang had sold over 20 copies of Feng's planting secret method, each fetching a price of 10 low-grade spirit stones, resulting in a substantial profit for him. At that moment, in the elegant chamber of Chen's rice shop, Manager Chen was engaged in conversation with the tenant farmer. Manager Chen, this is the planting secret method I purchased from Liang. Please have a look, the tenant farmer respectfully stated. Manager Chun accepted the secret method and reviewed it, saying, this method for planting spirit rice is indeed commendable. It appears that Liang is quite a talent. Master Chen remarked that not only did Liang cultivate his 5 acres of spiritual fields with spiritual rice, but he also influenced the new tenant next door to do the same. This tenant, named Chen Shi, possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi training. Though not a member of the Chun clan, he had been positioned by Master Chen as a spy among the tenants. Is the new tenant you mentioned called Lushan? Indeed, that is his name. Liang has also requested that we take special care of him. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's expression darkened. He had previously learned from the overseer of the spiritual fields about the recovery of Feng's fields. Now, with the knowledge that Feng had employed Li Yang's planting secrets, it seemed that the trap he had laid for Feng was destined to fail. Moreover, young Master Chen Zaheo had explicitly ordered the elimination of Feng, so he was determined to thwart Feng's efforts to grow spiritual rice. Chen Shi, I have a task for you. If you complete it, I shall reward you with 20 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy within and immediately bowed, saying, Please, Master Chen, give me your instructions. I will spare no effort to fulfill it. Here, take this I demand. Under the cover of night, scatter it in Lu Shan's spiritual field. Remember, do not make a mistake. Chen Shi took the wooden box handed to him and nodded. Yes, I will handle this matter. As night fell, Chen Shi stealthily approached Feng's spiritual field. Unbeknownst to him, Feng was inside his thatched cottage, engrossed in alchemy. Chen Shi opened the wooden box and scattered its contents across Feng's field. An acrid stench immediately permeated the air, covering his nose. Chen Shi concealed the box and vanished into the night. After a night of alchemical preparation, Feng's proficiency had risen to 90 points, with his mastery of Qi restoration pills reaching 95 points. As the morning sun poured into the thatched cottage, Feng followed his usual routine, taking his spiritual hoe to tend to his fields. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a scene of devastation in his fields, accompanied by a foul, pungent odor. Alarmed, Feng rushed to inspect the area. To his horror, he found that all the seedlings had withered, and even the spiritual fish he had kept within the fields were floating lifelessly on their backs. What on earth has happened? Feng was astounded. Just then, nearby tenants were drawn to the commotion. Oh no, your spiritual field has been contaminated by corpse poison powder, exclaimed a middle-aged tenant in surprise. The others, covering their noses, displayed expressions of shock. Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the speaking tenant, inquiring, Esteemed friend, what is this corpse toxin powder? The middle-aged tenant sighed and replied, This corpse toxin powder is an extremely poisonous substance, refined from the bodies of millennia-old zombies. A mere touch of it would cause the flesh of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner to rot, and if it seeps into the soil, it would contaminate the entire land. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression turned frigid. The current state of his spiritual field could only have been the result of deliberate sabotage. Since he had only interacted with Li Yang since becoming a tenant farmer, he had hardly engaged with others, making it improbable that he had offended any of the local tenants. Thus, the perpetrator must undoubtedly be someone from the Chen family, with the most likely culprit being Manager Chen. Realizing this, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Lu Feng. The spiritual field he had painstakingly tended to for over a month had been ruined, and he felt compelled to exact revenge. At that moment, Li Yang hurriedly rushed over from a distance. Upon witnessing the devastation of Lu Feng's spiritual field, his expression darkened. "Brother Lu, someone is plotting against you," Li Yang exclaimed, his face filled with fury. "Indeed, I am aware," Lu Feng responded. Although Lu Feng was seething with anger internally, his face remained composed. "Brother Lu, I suggest you report this matter to Manager Chun. It is imperative to uncover who is scheming behind the scenes." Lu Feng shook his head, having already deduced who was orchestrating this against him. Reporting it to Manager Chen would be futile, for these individuals are all cut from the same cloth and would never come to his aid. "Daoistly, I have my own plans for this matter. You may return now." His plot of spiritual land was now utterly rendered useless. However, the lease agreement with the Chun family remained intact, obligating him to pay the land tax punctually for the next 3 years. Failing to meet this obligation would constitute a breach of contract, incurring a penalty of tenfold the tax, amounting to 6,000 caddies of spiritual rice, or necessitating the sale of his own freedom to offset the penalty. The others shook their heads and departed, and though Li Yang wished to say more, he was interrupted by Lu Feng's raised hand. "Daoistly, you should also return." With a sigh, Li Yang produced 120 low-grade spiritual stones from his pocket and handed them to Lu Feng. "These stones are your share, Brother Lu. Please accept them." Lu Feng nodded slightly, accepting the spirit stone before returning to the thatched cottage. With the spiritual fields rendered useless, he resolved to devote himself entirely to alchemy. As for the agricultural tax, it scarcely mattered. The contract did not stipulate that the 200 pounds of spiritual rice to be submitted had to be cultivated from the spiritual fields. Thus, Lu Feng could simply procure some spiritual rice in advance for submission. The scene shifted to the elegant chamber of the Chun rice shop, where Chen Shi was reporting the progress of his tasks. "Master Chen, the matters you entrusted to me have been successfully accomplished. The spiritual fields of Lu Shan and the seedlings within have been completely destroyed." A smile graced the face of Master Chun, who occupied the main seat. "Well done. This is your reward. Furthermore, should anyone inquire about this matter, you must profess ignorance. Understood?" "Yes, yes, I will be as tight-lipped as a clam." Chapter 23. Chen's fury. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Lu Feng collected his thoughts. His current strength remained insufficient. It was not yet the opportune moment to seek vengeance against Manager Chun. Given that the adversary had persistently targeted him, he recognized the necessity for vigilance. Firstly, he required a measure of self-defense. His cultivation level was still too low, and he needed to expedite his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, he could not neglect alchemy and spellcraft. Consequently, Lu Feng devised a daily training regimen. He would dedicate 3 of the 6 daytime hours to alchemical practice, reserving the remaining 3 for the cultivation of spells. The 6 hours of the night would be devoted to enhancing his cultivation level while simultaneously improving his proficiency in the Qingmu technique. After establishing his plan, Lu Feng focused his mind and began to review his proficiency panel. Age: 20130. Cultivation: Qi Refinement 9th layer, 1300. Techniques: Qingmu technique, flawless 980-1000. Chongqing technique, beginner 0100. Spells: Vines technique, proficient 12200. Spirit rain technique, proficient 182-200. Fireball technique, great accomplishment 334-400. Golden armor technique, beginner 0100. Cloud treading technique, beginner 0100. Alchemy: Qi restoration pill, beginner 95-100. Spirit gathering pill, beginner 5-100. Immortal arts: Spirit farmer, second stage 8200. Alchemist, first stage 9100. His proficiency in the Qingmu technique was nearing completion, and he pondered what rank might follow the flawless level. As for the Chongqing technique, he would practice that after achieving his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. In terms of spells, his abilities were relatively balanced, encompassing attack, defense, and agility. Though he lacked a technique for concealing his cultivation, such techniques were rare and could not be sought after. He would practice them when the opportunity arose. Lastly, regarding immortal arts, with the destruction of his spirit field, his proficiency as a spirit farmer could no longer be enhanced. Thus, he would focus solely on alchemy as his secondary vocation. Having reviewed his proficiency panel, Feng took out the spiritual herbs and commenced his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, Manager Chen suddenly received a summons from his family, instructing him to return immediately for an urgent internal meeting. Upon his return, he observed the serious expressions on many family members' faces, and an ominous premonition arose within him. After a brief moment, Manager Chen entered the conference room, where he found the clan leader and all high-ranking members already assembled. His status within the clan was neither particularly high nor low, placing him in the middle tier. Such meetings typically did not call for his presence. However, the summons today left him perplexed. As the clan leader noticed Manager Chen entering, he waved his hand to close the conference room door. "Now that everyone is here, cousin, please begin," the clan leader instructed. With that, a middle-aged man rose and stepped to the center of the conference room. He was none other than the Foundation Establishment cultivator who had previously arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Demons Forest. Esteemed members, the purpose of this urgent meeting is to address the deaths of two direct descendants of our clan, both of whom were disciples of the Heavenly Sect. Upon concluding his words, the assembly erupted into fervent discussions. At that moment, an elder of considerable age inquired, "Second brother, who exactly are you referring to? Have you confirmed that these two individuals are truly deceased?" The middle-aged man, named Chen Guangyao, was of the same generation as the clan leader and held the position of second in their lineage. Not only did he possess a high standing within the clan, but his strength had also reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, making him highly esteemed among his peers. "Sixth uncle, I have been investigating this matter for several days and have come to a firm conclusion. The two deceased direct descendants are named Chun Xian and Chen Lin." As soon as his words fell, several elders immediately rose to their feet. "What did you say? Xianer has actually died? How is that possible? How can it be? Xianer is a practitioner of the great perfection of Qi refinement, and with so many spirit artifacts protecting him, how could he possibly perish?" A chorus of anguished cries filled the room. Chen Xian was the young man who had confronted the gilded beast that fateful day. His prowess and innate talent were indeed remarkable. It was unimaginable that he could meet such an untimely end, especially considering the family's aspirations for him, with hopes that he might one day attain the golden core stage. As the atmosphere thickened with disbelief, the clan leader gestured for silence, allowing Chen Guangyao to continue. "According to my investigations, Chen Xian and Chen Lin were engaged in battle with the gilded beast when I received their telepathic messages and rushed to their aid. However, upon my arrival, I found no trace of them, only remnants of the battle. I continued my inquiries and ultimately discovered that they must have encountered other cultivators, who silenced them, reducing their bodies to ashes," Chen Guangyao recounted. Upon hearing this, the assembly's expressions turned to fury. "Guangyao, tell me, who is responsible for Xianer's death? I will ensure they are ground to dust," an elder of mid-foundation stage bellowed. Chen Guangyao shook his head in resignation. "I have yet to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, but it is certain that they remain within the southern marketplace. Furthermore, the location of the battle was in close proximity to the spirit rice fields, where it is possible some tenants may have glimpsed the assailant's appearance." Standing quietly at the back, Manager Chen finally comprehended the reason for his summons. The clan leader then turned his gaze towards Chen Mo, the overseer of the spirit rice fields, asking, "Chen Mo, as you manage that area, how do you propose we handle this situation? I will grant you 3 days to provide me with a satisfactory response." Called upon by the clan leader, Chen Mo immediately broke into a cold sweat, bowing respectfully. Yes, I will investigate this matter to the fullest and ensure I present you with an answer that meets your expectations." The clan leader nodded, then addressed Chen Donglai. "Donglai, you have considerable dealings with those tenants. I entrust you to collaborate with Chun Mo on this investigation. Remember, it is better to err on the side of caution than to let the culprit escape." "Yes, I shall take my leave," Chen Donglai replied, accepting the task. Chen Donglai clasped his hands together. In his eyes, those tenants were of no consequence. He could easily eliminate them. With the patriarch's consent, Chen Donglai immediately contemplated the demise of Feng. Although Feng had not provoked him, he felt compelled to eliminate anyone who jeopardized his plans. Meanwhile, Feng remained unaware of the turmoil outside, diligently refining elixirs within his thatched cottage. You have successfully crafted a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task. Alchemist Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in the Qi replenishing pill has reached 100. Your mastery level has advanced from beginner to proficient. As this information emerged, a unique enlightenment surged into Feng's mind. Indeed, this revelation pertained to a special method of crafting the Qi replenishing pill. Is it possible to refine a low-grade Qi replenishing pill in such a manner? Chapter 24. Intermediate quality Qi replenishing pill of first tier ordinarily. The Qi replenishing pill is classified as a lower-grade first-tier elixir. However, the insight Feng had just received revealed a method for crafting an intermediate quality first-tier Qi replenishing pill. The required spiritual herbs for both crafting methods were identical, with the sole distinction lying in the alchemical procedure. Could this be the reward for mastering the Qi replenishing pill? Feng's face reflected a contemplative expression as he proceeded to follow the newly established refining steps to continue the creation of the Qi boosting pill. After a span of several minutes, an aromatic fragrance emanated from the furnace, distinctly richer than that of the inferior Qi boosting pill. You have refined a Qi boosting pill, increasing your proficiency by 1. You have engaged in an alchemical endeavor, enhancing your alchemist proficiency by 1. Feng lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing 10 radiant and fragrant Qi replenishing pills before him. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Indeed, I have succeeded in refining mid-grade Qi replenishing pills." Typically, alchemists possess only a slight chance of producing mid-grade pills during their crafting process, with this probability increasing alongside their proficiency. Nevertheless, the overall likelihood of yielding mid-grade Qi replenishing pills remains below 20%. The efficacy of a mid-grade pill is twice that of a low-grade one, significantly enhancing the recovery of spiritual energy. Consequently, the price of mid-grade Qi replenishing pills remains perpetually high, each valued at 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Gazing at the 10 mid-grade pills in his hands, excitement sparkled in Feng's eyes. If he could refine mid-grade pills at the proficient level, what might he achieve by advancing to the minor success and subsequently the major success levels? Inspired by this thought, Feng eagerly stored the pills and resumed his crafting. You have refined a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. You have refined a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. With each batch of mid-grade Qi replenishing pills emerging from his efforts, his proficiency continued to rise. Your alchemist proficiency has reached 100, successfully advancing to a second-tier alchemist. At that moment, Feng's alchemical rank ascended to the second tier. Instantly, a surge of second-tier alchemical knowledge flooded his mind. Although it lacked specific formulas, it greatly enhanced his understanding of the alchemical arts. After assimilating this newfound knowledge, Feng took a deep breath. With the experience of a second-tier alchemist, my speed in crafting Qi replenishing pills will undoubtedly increase. With this resolve, Feng retrieved another set of materials to refine more pills. You have refined a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. This time, he succeeded in just 8 minutes, a reduction of 3 to 4 minutes from his previous attempts. Wait, the proficiency of a second-tier alchemist has surged to 1,000? How has it suddenly increased tenfold? Feng glanced at the proficiency panel and realized that the proficiency required for the promotion to a second-tier alchemist differed from that of a second-tier spirit planter. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the reason. The cycle for planting spiritual crops as a spirit planter is considerably lengthy, typically measured in years, resulting in a slow increase in proficiency, and thus the threshold for advancement is significantly lower. In contrast, alchemy allows for continuous potion crafting as long as one possesses sufficient spiritual herbs, leading to a rapid enhancement of proficiency. He chuckled, remarking that 1,000 proficiency points was a trivial matter. With that, Feng retrieved his spiritual herbs and resumed the crafting of Qi replenishing elixirs. 3 hours swiftly passed, and his planned alchemical time was up, during which his proficiency in crafting Qi replenishing elixirs increased by 22 points. Next came the practice of spells. However, practicing spells at home was not feasible. Therefore, Feng departed from his thatched cottage and headed towards the direction of the Wanyao forest. As he walked, he activated the cloud stepping technique, feeling gusts of wind swirl beneath his feet, accelerating his speed dramatically. Remarkably, his movement was now more than 3 times faster than an all-out sprint. With each activation of the cloud stepping technique, proficiency increased by 1, within approximately 10 breaths. The proficiency in the technique improved incrementally. To maximize his time, he simultaneously executed the golden armor technique. This allowed him to train in both spells concurrently. As he channeled the golden armor technique, a layer of golden light emerged around him, albeit somewhat blurry and thin, a testament to the rudimentary nature of the entry-level spell. The simultaneous cultivation of two techniques demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy, a feat beyond the endurance of most practitioners at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. However, Feng possessed a total amount and density of spiritual energy exceeding that of his peers by more than threefold, enabling him to train freely. After about 10 minutes, Feng arrived at the outskirts of the Wanyao forest, a place typically devoid of visitors, allowing him to practice his spells undisturbed. Coming to a halt, he focused his intent, and a ball of fire shot forth from his fingertips. With the casting of the fireball technique, proficiency increased by 1. The flame expanded in the wind, quickly reaching a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The massive fireball struck a distant pile of stones, producing a thunderous sound. The stones were blown apart, with most reduced to ashes by the fireball's intense heat. He chuckled, pleased by the spell's formidable power. Feng smiled faintly, and then began to practice various spells in that place. At present, he had mastered a total of 5 spells, among which the Spirit Rain technique held no combat utility, leading him to temporarily cease its cultivation. The other 4 spells were practiced in rotation, and before long, 3 hours had elapsed. As the sky gradually darkened, Feng swiftly returned to his thatched cottage using the cloud treading technique. Upon his return home, night had completely enveloped the surroundings. As Feng prepared dinner, he simultaneously monitored the changes in his proficiency panel. Name: Feng. Age: 20, 130. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement, 9th layer, 1, 300. Techniques: Qingmu Ju, Flawless 989 1, 000. Chongxing Ju, Beginner 0 100. Spells: Tingmu Technique, Minor Success 1, 230 0. Lingyu Technique, Proficient 1, 822 0. Fireball Technique, Major Success 3, 554 0. Golden Armor Technique, Proficient 1, 152 0. Cloud Treading Technique, Proficient 422 0. Alchemy, Qi Recovery Pill, Proficient 620 0. Spirit Gathering Pill, Beginner 510 0. Immortal Arts, Spiritual Planter, 2nd Stage 8, 020 0. Alchemist, 2nd Stage 1, 100 0. At this moment, aside from the Fireball Technique, which had yet to achieve major success, the other 3 spells had all advanced by 1 proficiency level. For instance, the Proficient Cloud Treading Technique was 1/3 faster than the beginner level. Feng could distinctly feel that after breaking through to proficiency, his elevation from the ground had surpassed 1 meter. Previously, when employing the beginner-level cloud treading technique, he could manage to run while airborne, but his elevation was limited to merely 20 or 30 centimeters. Should he master the technique to major success, he would indeed be capable of flight. Chapter 25. Perfect Level Qingmu Ju. After finishing dinner, Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his meditation on the Qingmu Ju. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a Cultivation Enhancement, Experience 1. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a Cultivation Enhancement, Experience 1. An hour later, the Qingmu Ju completed another full cycle. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a Cultivation Enhancement, Experience 1. Your proficiency in Qingmu Ju has reached 1,000. The mastery level of this technique has ascended from flawless to perfect. Has a breakthrough finally occurred? Feng marveled internally, realizing that the level following flawless was indeed perfect, with the Qingmu Ju advancing to perfect. A profound comprehension of the technique permeated Feng's mind. This insight deepened his mastery of the Qingmu Ju, surpassing even that of its creator. The originator of the Qingmu Ju tailored this technique to their own circumstances, yet it was not devoid of imperfections. Each significant realm presented its own shortcomings. However, the perfect level Qingmu Ju rectified all these deficiencies, achieving a state of completeness. Thus, the Qingmu Ju was rendered flawless. Moreover, the perfect level Qingmu Ju transcended the earthly tier, reaching the heavenly tier. Originally capable of guiding practitioners to the nascent soul stage, the Qingmu Ju could now enable direct advancement to the transformation stage. Nevertheless, The speed at which the perfect level Qingmu Ju operates during a full cycle was not significantly faster than that of the flawless level, with the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption only improving by approximately 1/3. Lu Feng glanced once more at the proficiency panel and was astonished to find that the mastery of the perfect grade Qingmu technique had surged to 3,000, tripling in value. How could there still be room for improvement? He believed that the perfect grade Qingmu technique had reached its pinnacle, yet the panel still reflected a breakthrough value. Nevertheless, a proficiency of 3,000 would sustain his cultivation for a considerable duration. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Feng retrieved a mid-grade Qi replenishing pill and swallowed it whole. Subsequently resuming his practice of the Qingmu technique. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke the following day, after 6 hours of focused cultivation, Lu Feng's prowess had increased by 72 points. If he continued this regimen for another 4 days, he would attain the foundation establishment stage. Lu Feng rose from his bed, intending to prepare some breakfast when he heard a knock at the door. "Is Taoist Lushan home?" a voice inquired. "Manager Chen has summoned all the tenants to gather at the Chen rice shop, stating that there is an important matter to discuss." Lu Feng opened the door and encountered a middle-aged man. This individual was familiar to him, being one of the tenants of the Chen family. "Ah, I see. Thank you for the information, my friend." Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Not at all. Since you are already aware, I shall take my leave," the man replied. "Very well." As the man departed, Lu Feng's mind began to churn with speculation. What could Manager Chen possibly want by summoning all these tenants? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. "Oh well, I shall find out by going over myself." Leaving the thatched cottage, Lu Feng made his way to the Chen family rice shop. At this moment, numerous tenants were gathered within, among them the figure of Li Yang. "Good morning, Brother Lu." Li Yang greeted him with a smile. "Good morning to you, Li." Lu Feng responded with a nod. "By the way, do you have any idea why Manager Chen has suddenly called us here?" Li Yang shook his head. "I am uncertain as well. I have not encountered such a situation before." Lu Feng furrowed his brow, discerning from Li Yang's words that their summons likely indicated an unforeseen situation had arisen. A matter significant enough to capture the attention of the Chun family could hardly be trivial. At that moment, Lu Feng recalled the 6 cultivators slain by the gilded beast, 2 of whom belonged to the Chen clan. A glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. If the Chen family were to thoroughly investigate this incident, the tenants like them might face grave repercussions. As he pondered this, Manager Chun and Steward Chun emerged from the private room. The patrons within the establishment fell silent upon the manager's appearance. Manager Chun surveyed the assembly and, upon confirming that all 121 tenants were present, cleared his throat and announced, "Ahem, I have summoned you all primarily to inquire about a particular matter. Should anyone possess knowledge of it, a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones shall be granted." At this proclamation, astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. A tenant at the forefront was the first to inquire. "Is this truly the case, esteemed manager?" "Indeed, it is absolutely true. Steward Chun can serve as a witness for everyone," Manager Chen affirmed, eliciting palpable excitement among the assembly. "Esteemed manager, what is it that you wish to inquire about? I assure you, if I possess any knowledge, I will speak without reservation. I seek to know who ventured to the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts forest 4 days ago. Those who did, please step forward." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by Manager Chen's inquiry. Nevertheless, 7 individuals stepped forward. Observing the 7 who had come forward, a cold light flashed in Manager Chen's eyes. "Very well, aside from these 7, has anyone else visited there?" In the back of the crowd, Lu Feng silently mused, "It seems my suspicions were correct. They are indeed targeting those 6. Knowing the truth, Lu Feng was resolute in his decision not to step forward, while Li Yang, brimming with eagerness, appeared ready to do so. Noticing this, Lu Feng swiftly grasped Li Yang's arm, turning to him and shaking his head to indicate he should refrain. After Lu Feng became a tenant of the Chen family, he had few acquaintances, with Li Yang being a half-friend. He could not bear to watch his companion leap into the abyss. Li Yang, not foolish, immediately grasped Lu Feng's intent and obediently remained in place. There is a significant chance for those who have been to the area to receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. The opportunity lies before you. The choice should be clear in your hearts, suddenly spoke Manager Chen, who had remained silent until now. After speaking, Manager Chen cast a glance at Lu Feng, startling him. This old fox truly harbored ill intentions against him. Cough. "I believe I visited the outskirts of the 10,000 Beast spirit realm a few days ago, though I cannot recall precisely if it was 4 days prior," a tenant remarked as he stepped forward. Yes, yes, I think I also went. Several others followed suit. Stepping out, standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Feng felt that these individuals were courting disaster. Moments later, as no one else stepped forward, Manager Chun waved his hand and declared, "The 15 of you, follow me. The rest may return for now. By the way, those returning are prohibited from leaving the confines of the marketplace for the time being, as I may wish to question one of you at any moment." With that, Manager Chun and the Elder Chun led the 15 tenants away from the hall, while the remaining tenants departed the Chun rice shop in turn. Chapter 26. A further breakthrough in foundation establishment. Upon leaving the Chun rice shop, Liang caught up with Lu Feng and inquired, "Brother Lu, why did you try to stop me just now?" Lu Feng glanced around and spoke, "If you trust me, it is imperative that you refrain from mentioning your visit to the outskirts of the myriad demon forest. It is best that you remain unaware of the reasons." Liang furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately heeded Lu Feng's counsel. After bidding farewell to Liang, Lu Feng returned to his thatched cottage. Yet an increasing sense of urgency gripped his heart. Since the Chen family had begun to investigate this matter openly, it was possible they might uncover Lu Feng's involvement. Although no one had witnessed the battle by the lake that day, nothing in this world is absolute. Any slip could lead to dire consequences. The Chun clan, a prestigious sect with a 500-year history in the realm of cultivation, had a golden core true man serving as an inner elder in the Tianling sect. At present, Lu Feng was not a match for this family, so it was prudent to act with discretion. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Feng resumed his daily cultivation regimen. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. He was merely 10 experience points away from reaching his limit. He wondered if reaching full experience would directly promote him to the foundation establishment stage. Previously, his breakthrough to foundation establishment had relied on a foundation establishment pill. Without it, he had only a 40% chance of success. That pill had been prepared for him by Luo Qing. And acquiring a foundation establishment pill was no small feat for an ordinary loose cultivator. Thus, the ability to establish a foundation in the cultivation world served as a dividing line among practitioners. Never mind, it was better to fill his experience points first. With that thought, Lu Feng sat down and began to circulate the Qingmuju. You have circulated the Qingmuju once, Proficiency 1. You have made a breakthrough in your cultivation, experience points 1. You have circulated the Qingmuju once, Proficiency 1. You have made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Experience points 1. Your cultivation experience points have reached 300, successfully promoting you to the first layer of foundation establishment. As this message appeared, the spiritual energy within Lu Feng surged violently, rushing towards his dantian. He observed as the dantian began to rotate rapidly, the influx of spiritual energy spiraling along with it. As the energy continued to accumulate, the originally gaseous spiritual energy gradually condensed into a liquid state, pooling within the dantian. In the next moment, Lu Feng's robe billowed without wind, and a formidable aura emanated from him. Simultaneously, his spiritual consciousness expanded significantly. After a brief moment, the terrifying aura surrounding Lu Feng dissipated, and tranquility returned to the room. "At last, I have returned to the foundation establishment stage," he exclaimed, feeling the changes within him as a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The foundation establishment achieved through the proficiency panel was indeed far superior to an ordinary one. Based on the volume of spiritual liquid within him and the strength of his consciousness, he estimated his power to be approximately double that of other foundation establishment practitioners. If he were to engage in battle with a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator, he was 90% confident he could utterly defeat them and had a 60% chance of delivering a fatal blow. Even against a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator, he believed he stood a fighting chance. "I need to acquire a spirit sword, then I can soar through the skies." With that, Lu Feng rose and made his way to the market. It was not that he was unwilling to wield the spiritual sword left behind by the 6 individuals, but rather that he lacked the courage to do so. Therefore, he had no choice but to purchase a sword for the time being. However, his stock of low-grade spiritual stones had dwindled to just over 900, and even a modest spiritual flying sword would demand several thousand of these stones. But first, he should handle the Qi replenishing pills he had concocted during this period that would surely provide him with some spiritual stones. Thus, Lu Feng arrived at the Danqiang Pavilion, where Zhang Wani, the shopkeeper, immediately spotted him. "Good afternoon, Taoist Lu. Are you here to purchase spiritual herbs today?" The cheerful expression on Zhang Wani's face caused Lu Feng to inadvertently glance at her prominent figure. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I have come to sell pills this time. Here, take a look at this particular one." Lu Feng produced a low-grade Qi replenishing pill and handed it over. Zhang Wanyi accepted the pill, examined it briefly, and smiled as she remarked, "This Qi replenishing pill is identical to the one from last time. I wonder how many you intend to sell, my friend Lu?" In recent days, Lu Feng had consumed several Qi replenishing pills for his cultivation, leaving him with a total of 920 low-grade Qi replenishing pills in his storage bag. He had no intention of selling any medium-grade pills at this moment. "Here are 920 low-grade Qi replenishing pills. Please take a look." Zhang Wanyi's expression momentarily froze as she accepted the pills for inspection. The longer she examined them, the more astonished her expression became. After a brief pause, she spoke, "My friend Lu, I have verified the count, and indeed, there are 920 Qi replenishing pills, all of superior quality. Very well, let us calculate the price." After some deliberation, it was determined that the total for the 920 low-grade Qi replenishing pills amounted to 1,840 low-grade spirit stones. With the transaction concluded, Lu Feng bid farewell and departed. He subsequently arrived at the western district of the market, a place dedicated to the sale of various spiritual artifacts and materials for refining. Lu Feng entered a forging shop, where an array of spiritual weapons hung from the walls, with swords being the predominant selection. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire what type of spiritual weapon you wish to purchase?" A robust, middle-aged cultivator inquired. "How much do the swords cost?" Lu Feng has now attained the foundation establishment stage, enabling him to wield a magic sword. However, magical artifacts are significantly more expensive than spiritual weapons, rendering them beyond his current consideration. Esteemed friend, please direct your gaze this way." The burly middle-aged man gestured towards several spiritual swords nearby. To the left, 3 swords are of inferior quality, priced at 200 inferior spiritual stones each. While to the right, 2 swords are of medium quality, priced at 800 inferior spiritual stones each. "Which type do you desire?" Lu Feng glanced at the swords, shaking his head as he inquired, "Might there be a more exquisite spirit sword than this?" The spiritual essence of these 5 swords is quite lacking and fails to capture my attention. The burly man raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, "Ah, I am the proprietor of this establishment. My surname is Wang. I do possess a superior spirit sword, though the price may be." "Ah, so you are Master Wang. My name is Lu. Might I behold your superior spirit sword? If it pleases me, the price shall not deter me." Upon hearing this, Master Wang's smile broadened, and with a swift motion of his hand, a radiant red spirit sword, emanating warmth, appeared in his grasp. "Dear Lu, behold. This is the superior spirit sword I mentioned, the flame spirit sword." Lu Feng focused his gaze and discovered that the flame spirit sword was entirely a soft crimson, with a faint warmth emanating from its blade, surpassing the typical high-quality spirit swords in potency. "How much for this sword?" he inquired. "Ah, this flame spirit sword is crafted from second-tier fire crystal ore. It was originally intended to be forged into a top-tier spirit sword, but alas, an unforeseen mishap during the tempering process resulted in it becoming merely a high-quality spirit sword. If fellow Taoist Lu desires it, I shall part with it for 8,000 inferior spirit stones." 8,000 inferior spirit stones? Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Cough, cough, yes, 8,000 inferior spirit stones. Typically, high-quality spirit swords are priced around 5,000 inferior spirit stones. Are you attempting to take me for a fool by asking for 8,000? 8,000 is far too exorbitant. I can offer no more than 5,000 inferior spirit stones. The shopkeeper, Wang, displayed a look of hesitation. Isn't 5,000 a tad too low? While this flame spirit sword may only be high quality, the materials are indeed genuine second tier. How about 7,000 inferior spirit stones? 5,005. I cannot increase my offer further. 6,000. That is my final price. Deal. Wang had intended to continue bargaining, but to his surprise, Lu Feng immediately declared the agreement. Chapter 27. Flawless level fireball technique. Before Wang could react, Lu Feng produced 60 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Shopkeeper Wang. Here are the spirit stones, please count them. Lu Feng possessed fewer than 6,000 inferior spirit stones, thus he offered medium-grade spirit stones instead. Each medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior spirit stones. Above medium-grade spirit stones lie high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 100. However, supreme-grade spirit stones are seldom circulated in the market, rendering their value considerably higher. Upon receiving 60 medium-grade spirit stones, Manager Wang's face lit up with a smile. Haha, fellow Taoist Lu, you are truly generous. This flame spirit sword shall henceforth belong to you." Taking hold of the flame spirit sword, Lu Feng swung it a few times. It felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp. "Manager Wang, may I inquire if you sell any inheritance on weapon refinement here?" "Oh, fellow Taoist Lu, are you perhaps interested in the art of weapon crafting?" Lu Feng nodded, expressing a certain interest. Observing this, Manager Wang flipped his hand, revealing a palm-sized jade slip. "Since fellow Taoist Lu is intrigued, I shall offer you this first-tier artifact refining inheritance jade slip for the price of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly retrieved a spirit stone to purchase the jade slip. Upon the completion of the transaction, he bid farewell and departed. Returning to his thatched cottage, he took out the first-tier artifact refining inheritance jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding artifact refinement flooded into his mind. After a period of contemplation, Lu Feng finally grasped the methodology for crafting first-tier spiritual tools. However, before embarking on the refinement process, he needed to acquire several essential tools such as a crafting furnace and spirit hammer, all of which required prior procurement. With a thought, Lu Feng summoned the proficiency panel before him. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 20,200. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment Level 1, 11,000. Techniques: Qingmu Ju, Perfect 613,000. Chongxing Ju, Beginner 0-100. Spells: Fireball Technique, Major Achievement 388,400. Vines Technique, Minor Achievement 95300. Spirit Rain Technique, Proficient 182200. Golden Armor Technique, Proficient 170200. Cloud Treading Technique, Proficient 82200. Alchemy: Qi Recovery Pill, Proficient 20200. Spirit Nourishing Pill, Beginner 5100. Cultivation Arts, Spirit Planting, Second Tier 80200. Alchemist, Second Tier 151000. After reviewing the panel, Lu Feng noted that the artifact refinement side profession did not appear. After a brief moment of reflection, he deduced the reason. It was likely due to his lack of practical experience in refining spiritual tools, hence the absence of that category on the proficiency panel. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone artifact refinement for the time being, prioritizing the enhancement of his alchemy skills and cultivation level instead. Subsequently, Lu Feng retrieved some spiritual herbs and resumed the crafting of Qi Recovery Pills. You refined a Qi Recovery Pill, Proficiency 1. You completed an alchemy task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. As 3 hours passed, Lu Feng shifted his focus to spell cultivation. At that moment, he was merely 12 proficiency points away from achieving perfection in his fireball technique, prompting him to take out the flame spirit sword and soar into the skies towards the outskirts of the Wanao forest. The speed of his sword flight surpassed that of the proficient level cloud treading technique by at least threefold, allowing him to glide freely through the air, a truly exhilarating sensation. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Lu Feng directed his gaze toward a distant pile of stones and unleashed a fireball from his hand with a swift motion. You activated the fireball technique, Proficiency 1. Boom. The stone pile was obliterated by the fireball, exhibiting even greater power than before. He chuckled to himself, pleased with the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, noting how his spells had become significantly more potent. Indeed, the formidable prowess of a foundation-building practitioner transcends mere enhancement of cultivation. Primarily, it is their ability to execute any spell with far greater potency than that of a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng unleashed a succession of 11 fireball spells. As you cast the fireball spell, Proficiency 1. As you cast the fireball spell, Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in the fireball spell has reached 400, elevating the spell's mastery from great success to flawless. The fireball spell has finally attained the flawless level. Let us witness its might. With that, Lu Feng raised his right hand and extended his index finger, from which a wisp of deep crimson flame emerged. As this flame flickered to life, a terrifying heat distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. The temperature emanating from the flames exceeded 5,000 degrees, leaving Lu Feng momentarily astonished. Such a fearsome heat, should it strike a practitioner, would instantaneously reduce them to ashes. However, the spiritual energy consumed by the flawless fireball spell was double that of the great success level. At that moment, Lu Feng directed his gaze towards a distant tree and shouted, "Command!" The deep crimson flame shot forth towards the tree with a swift whoosh. Throughout its flight, it remained unchanged, Yet as it was about to strike the tree, it expanded exponentially, enveloping the trunk entirely. Boom! The flames collided with the tree, and the point of impact was instantly melted away, while the upper branches were violently blasted apart. In less than 3 breaths, a tree standing over 10 meters tall and half a meter in diameter was reduced to nothing but ash. Goodness! The power of the flawless fireball spell has increased by approximately 3-fold compared to before. It is indeed somewhat extraordinary. In the past, Feng had observed his senior brothers and fellow disciples at the Heavenly Sect casting fireball spells, but their power was pitifully weak. The flawless fireball technique, however, left Feng thoroughly satisfied, prompting him to commence the practice of the other 3 spells. After 3 hours of diligent training, he ceased his efforts and focused his thoughts to review his proficiency panel. Spells: Vine Technique, Minor Achievement 256300, Spirit Rain Technique, Proficient 182200, Fireball Technique, Flawless 11,000. Golden Armor Technique, Minor Achievement 52300, Cloud Treading Technique, Minor Achievement 20300. At that moment, his Vine Technique was on the verge of reaching a major breakthrough. While the Golden Armor Technique and Cloud Treading Technique had both advanced to minor achievement levels, the defense of the Golden Armor Technique had tripled, and the golden light had taken on the appearance of armor, with its patterns becoming distinctly visible. However, he had yet to engage in combat, leaving him uncertain about the extent of protection this level of golden armor could provide against various attacks. Upon upgrading to minor achievement, the Cloud Treading Technique's speed was only 1/3 slower than that of sword flight. Should he cultivate it to a major achievement, its speed would undoubtedly surpass that of sword flight. Lastly, concerning the fireball technique, upon reaching the flawless level, its proficiency score surged to 1,000 points. This significant leap indicated that the flawless level represented a considerable threshold. After reviewing the panel, Feng summoned the Flame Spirit Sword and returned to his thatched cottage. Chapter 28. The arrival of shopkeeper Chen. Upon returning home, Feng finished his dinner and began to meditate and cultivate. 3 days passed in this manner. On the morning of the 4th day, just as Feng concluded his training and prepared to make breakfast, he sensed a 10-meter-long flying vessel approaching from the distance. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Feng's spiritual consciousness had grown markedly stronger, allowing him to perceive everything within a kilometer with clarity. "Shan, come out quickly. Do you want this shopkeeper to come in and fetch you?" Suddenly, the voice of Chun Donglai rang out from outside, imbued with an air of arrogance. Feng furrowed his brows, but ultimately opened the door and stepped outside. It turned out to be Manager Chun. One could not help but wonder what had prompted this unexpected visit. What could it be? Do you truly need to inquire after what you have done yourself? Feng maintained a facade of calmness, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he inquired, "What do you mean by that, Master Chen? I find myself somewhat perplexed." "Humph. Allow me to ask you, did you visit the lakeside area on the outskirts of the Wanyao Forest a week ago?" Upon observing Master Chen's unwavering demeanor, Feng felt a pang of anxiety. However, he responded, "I have not been there." "Huh. Truly a stubborn duck refusing to admit its fate. Liang has already disclosed your escapade to the lake in pursuit of spiritual fish. Do you still dare to argue?" At this proclamation, Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, only Liang was aware of his venture to catch spiritual fish, and he had not anticipated Liang would betray him. A surge of indignation welled within him. He had treated Liang rather well, yet had misjudged his character and placed his trust in the wrong individual. "I did visit the outskirts of the Wanyao Forest to catch spiritual fish, but what of it? Is it a crime to catch spiritual fish?" Master Chen chuckled heartily. "Catching spiritual fish is indeed not against the law, but the timing and location of your fishing expedition coincides with the murder of my kin. Therefore, I must ask you to accompany me, lest you suffer a more grievous fate." "What does the murder of your Chen clan have to do with me? Just because you demand it, must I comply? Is this southern marketplace owned solely by your Chen clan?" "Haha, I knew you would respond thus, which is why I came prepared." As he spoke, Master Chen clapped his hands, and 4 mid-stage Qi practitioners leaped down from the flying vessel. Witnessing this, Feng revealed a cold smile, his gaze towards Master Chun laced with a hint of murderous intent. Master Chun, standing atop the flying vessel, misinterpreted Feng's silence as fear. "Why have you fallen silent? Were you not quite arrogant just moments ago?" "Shan. Oh, my apologies. It should be Feng, right? A discarded disciple of the Tianling sect daring to speak so boldly before me. Today, I shall show you that the Chen clan can extinguish your life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. All of you. Break this boy's legs and bring him back to the marketplace. Feng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Haha. I had intended to keep you around a bit longer, but since you seek death, do not blame me. Master Chen, incensed by Feng's words, shouted. What are you waiting for? He is merely a waste of the first layer of Qi cultivation. Do not hesitate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crimson flying sword sliced through the necks of the 4 mid-stage Qi practitioners with a swift whoosh. The speed was so extraordinary that the 4 had no time to react. With a sickening sound, their necks erupted with blood, their heads severed from their bodies. Master Chen, witnessing the horror from the flying vessel, was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming, You dare to kill my Chen clan members? You shall pay dearly for this. Feng, wielding his flying sword, approached Master Chen, his gaze as frigid as ice. Why the rush to meet your demise? Wouldn't it be preferable to live a little longer in peace? I am a direct descendant of the Chen clan. If you dare to harm me, no one will be able to save you. Such needless chatter. With that, the Yanling sword swiftly severed Master Chen's head from his body. After dispatching 5 individuals, Feng raised his hand, effortlessly collecting 5 storage bags and a flying vessel. He then returned to the thatched cottage, gathering the furniture and the heated bed into his storage bag. Having taken action, he could no longer remain in the southern market. However, before departing, he intended to deal with Li Yang. This man had dared to betray him and must face his wrath. Furthermore, he sought to inquire why Li Yang had chosen to betray him. Guiding his flying sword, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting into the market. Feng unleashed his spiritual awareness and swiftly detected Li Yang's presence within the Chen rice shop. It is indeed here. Without uttering a word, Feng soared directly into the establishment. Upon entering the hall, he beheld Chen Emo, the steward, standing alongside Li Yang. Upon sighting the two, Feng's eyes brimmed with fury. Before Feng could utter a single word, Chen Emo spoke first. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Lu Shan. Since you have arrived, you shall accompany me. Feng disregarded Chen Emo and instead turned to Li Yang, coldly inquiring, friendly, do you not owe me an explanation? At that moment, Li Yang's gaze continuously shifted, avoiding direct eye contact with Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Emo, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his words, became infuriated. How dare you ignore me, the one in charge? Wait a moment, why can't I fathom your cultivation level? Silence. As the words left his lips, a crimson flying sword shot toward Chen Mo's brow. Startled, Chen Emo was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a golden spiritual talisman, which radiated with brilliant light, encasing him within its protective embrace. The flame spirit sword collided with the golden aura, momentarily halted. However, the golden light began to display numerous cracks. Why you are actually a foundation establishment cultivator. The duel between Feng and Chen Emo startled everyone in the hall, prompting some scattered cultivators to consider fleeing this venue of conflict. However, just as they attempted to depart, the door of the rice shop slammed shut with a resounding thud. No one is permitted to leave. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences. Feng bellowed. He was determined to prevent anyone from escaping and alerting the Qin clan as cultivators. For that would complicate his confrontation with Li Yang and Chen Emo. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Li Yang, terrified, fell to his knees and pleaded with Feng, Brother Lu. It was not my intention to betray you. It was Manager Chen who coerced me. If I do not comply, they will make my life unbearable. Is this your explanation? Li Yang stammered, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Emo discreetly began to cast a spell, intending to contact his clan. Yet, Feng had already anticipated this minor trick. Before Chen Emo could complete his incantation, the flame spirit sword shot towards him with a swift whoosh. I will fight you. Chen Emo shouted defiantly, summoning 3 spirit artifacts to counter the flame spirit sword. The 4 artifacts collided instantly. But the spiritual power contained within the flame spirit sword was overwhelmingly potent, shattering Chen Mo's 3 artifacts and launching another assault. Alarmed, Chen Emo hastily produced a talisman, emanating golden light to protect himself. However, Feng was relentless. With a mere flick of his finger, the flame spirit sword began to mercilessly slash at the golden shield surrounding Chen Emo. As the flame spirit sword continued its unyielding assault, the golden shield cracked with a resounding snap and shattered. Chen Emo, trapped within the shield, was violently propelled backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Senior Lu, I was wrong. I beg for your mercy. Chun Mo, disregarding his injuries, immediately knelt before Lu Feng. Despite Chun Mo's cultivation at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, he was no match for Lu Feng, lacking any capacity to fight back. Seeing Lu Feng remain silent, Chun Mo crawled closer, imploring, Senior Lu, we bear no enmity. It is that Chen Donglai who sought to entrap you. I beseech you, show mercy to a humble man. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Chen Donglai had already been slain by Lu Feng, and his words were merely an attempt to shift the blame onto Chen Donglai. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of flame shot swiftly toward his opponent. Boom. Before Chen Mo could react, he was engulfed by the flames, which reduced him to nothing more than a handful of black ash in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng raised his hand once more, and with a flick, Chun Mo's 3 spiritual artifacts were drawn into his storage bag. Unfortunately, the storage bag on this individual was reduced to ashes by the fireball technique. Having dealt with Chen Mo, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards Liang. At that moment, Liang trembled uncontrollably, so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Senior Lu, it was my folly. I should not have divulged your secrets. I implore you, for the sake of our past camaraderie, spare me. Camaraderie. The moment you betrayed me, our bond was irrevocably severed. As he spoke, a wisp of flame shot forth from Lu Feng's fingertips, incinerating Li Yang before he could even emit a cry. After eliminating Li Yang, Lu Feng closed his eyes, reflecting for a moment. First it was the Heavenly Spirit Sect, and now Li Yang. It seemed he had placed too much trust in others. Lu Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile, a silent mockery of himself. He then opened his eyes and surveyed the crowd in the hall. None of you shall leave the Chen Rice shop today. Those who defy this command will face dire consequences. With that proclamation, Lu Feng soared away on his flying sword, a streak of light escaping the confines of the Chen Rice shop. His words were a strategic ploy, aimed at delaying the departure of these individuals, thus granting him precious time to make his escape. The southern market had become untenable, and while the Chun clan and the Heavenly Spirit Sect remained unaware, he needed to vacate the premises swiftly. Ideally, he sought to distance himself from the influence of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, for only then would he find a semblance of safety. In the eastern region, 7 formidable factions held dominion, for belonged to the mystical sect, while the other 3 were aligned with the demonic sect. Lu Feng, formerly one of the 10 true disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, had his visage well known among the 6 other major sects, making any attempt to ally with them utterly futile. Furthermore, with his cultivation level merely at the foundation establishment stage, traversing the vast eastern region to reach other territories was an insurmountable challenge. Even a golden core cultivator would require decades to accomplish such a feat after much contemplation. Lu Feng resolved to journey westward to Wantian City, a locale under the auspices of the 7 great powers Xianyu sect. The relationship between the Xianyu sect and the Heavenly Spirit Sect was neither particularly amicable nor overtly hostile, while both belonged to the same mystical lineage. Friction was not uncommon. Thus, he decided to proceed to Wantian City and assess the situation upon arrival. With his mind made up, Lu Feng took to the skies on his flame spirit sword, swiftly heading westward. Barely an hour had passed since his departure when an anxious attendant from the Chen family's rice shop rushed to report the incident to the Chun clan's estate. Soon after, the Chen family dispatched 3 foundation establishment cultivators to the market in pursuit of Lu Feng. Among them was Chen Guangyao, who, upon visiting the rice shop and observing the remnants of ash on the ground, darkened in countenance. This must be the one, he declared. Previously, numerous scorch marks were found by the lake at the outskirts of the myriad demon spirit. Chen Xian and Chen Lin were likely victims of his deeds, Chen Guangyao stated with conviction. An elder nearby narrowed his eyes, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Guangyao, what is this person's name? According to the records, he is known as Lu Shan, but in reality he goes by Lu Feng, a former true disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Oh, is it truly him? I recall that this Lu Feng had his cultivation crippled. How then has he suddenly regained his foundation establishment level? Chen Guangyao shook his head. I am uncertain about that. But I suggest we report this matter to the Heavenly Spirit Sect. They will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. The elder pondered for a moment before grasping Chen Guangyao's implication. The Heavenly Spirit Sect had previously incapacitated Lu Feng and expelled him from their ranks. Now that he had not only regained his cultivation but advanced to a foundation establishment cultivator, the sect would surely not allow him to flourish unchecked. lest he become a significant threat to their order. Very well, let us have Chen Zihao report this matter. After departing from the southern Feng city, Lu Feng raced ahead, traveling tirelessly day and night. His primary concern was the fear of being pursued by the Chun clan and the disciples of the Tianling sect. After 7 continuous days of flight, Lu Feng finally arrived at Wantian City. I've made it, but I am utterly exhausted. The relentless journey of 7 days and nights, soaring through the skies on his sword, had left him physically and mentally drained. Upon landing, Lu Feng approached the city gates and was astonished to find that Wantian City was exponentially larger than the southern markets he had previously known. The city was adorned with towering pavilions and throngs of people, bustling with vitality. Furthermore, the city was fortified with a flying prohibition array, rendering any cultivator below the Golden Core realm powerless against its formidable influence. Lu Feng stepped towards the city when a city guard spoke up. Halt. Are you unaware that entering the city requires the payment of spirit stones? How many spirit stones are required? Lu Feng was taken aback, for he had indeed forgotten about this matter. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng nodded, paid the entrance fee, and entered the city of Wantian. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed a more concentrated aura than that of the outside world. Could it be that there are spiritual veins beneath this city? However, such matters were not his immediate concern. He needed to find a place to settle down first. Moments later, Lu Feng found a pavilion and booked a room to stay. At this juncture, the scene shifted to the Tianling sect, where Chen Zihao, following the clan's instructions, recounted Lu Feng's circumstances in detail to the head of the law enforcement hall, Li Mu. Is what you say truly accurate? Li Mu inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Absolutely. Not only has Lu Feng regained his cultivation, but he has also slain 4 of our clan's cultivators, and many witnessed this event, Chen Zihao asserted emphatically. I understand. If you receive any new information regarding Lu Feng, be sure to report it to me at once. Yes, I shall obey, the disciple replied. Before long, news of Lu Feng began to circulate among the higher echelons of the Tianling sect. Among the most astonished was Luo Qing. Ever since Lu Feng had been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect by her hand, she had secluded herself for a month. Now, upon hearing that Lu Feng had not only restored his cultivation but had also killed members of the Chen clan, she found it hard to believe. How is this possible? That rebellious disciple was personally rendered powerless by me. Even his spiritual roots were destroyed. How could he possibly regain his cultivation? Standing below, Sun Hao respectfully stated, Master, this matter has been verified. Lu Feng has indeed restored his cultivation. Upon hearing this, a dark expression crossed Luo Qing's face. If this were true, the sect leader and the elders would suspect her of favoritism, believing she had deliberately failed to eliminate Lu Feng's powers. It was only a little over a month since Lu Feng had been expelled from the sect. Even a celestial being could not enable a mere Qi refining stage cultivator to re-establish themselves to the foundation establishment stage in such a short time. Yet, Luo Qing was certain of her actions. She had indeed rendered Lu Feng powerless. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qing spoke. Come with me to meet Senior Brother Zhang, the sect leader. Yes, Master. Sun Hao, shocked by the news of Lu Feng, speculated that Luo Qing had intentionally shown leniency. Moreover, he was the one who had falsely accused Lu Feng, which explained his heightened concern. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the main hall of the sect leader. There, sect leader Zhang Daoran sat at the head seat, listening to Li Mu's report, surrounded by several elders. Junior sister Luo Qing, greetings to you, sect leader. Disciple Sun Hao, greetings to you, sect leader. Zhang Daoran regarded the two with a neutral expression and stated, Junior sister Luo Qing, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. Luo Qing, however, remained standing, clasping her hands in respect. Sect leader, I have something to discuss regarding Lu Feng. Oh? Is it possible that you are also aware of the situation concerning Lu Feng? Upon her declaration, the elders gazed at Luo Qing with profound expressions. Senior brother sect master, I am aware of Lu Feng's situation. However, I did indeed extinguish his cultivation and spiritual roots on that day. I am willing to stake my reputation as a guarantee. Luo Qing's demeanor was solemn and earnest, leaving those present momentarily taken aback. Even sect master Zhang Daoran displayed a complex expression, pondering for a moment before speaking. As your senior brother, I place my trust in you. Yet, whether the numerous disciples and elders of the Tianling sect will share that belief, I cannot ascertain. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing's countenance darkened further. and she clasped her hands in respect, stating, "Sect Master, esteemed elders, this matter is indeed my oversight. Therefore, allow me to take matters into my own hands and eliminate Lu Feng, bringing back his head to prove my innocence." The crowd exchanged glances at her proclamation. "Sister, do you truly mean this? Senior brother Sect Master, I shall personally slay this rogue. I kindly ask you all to bear witness." With Luo Qing's assertion, the others began to believe her more. Zhang Daoran responded with a faint smile. After being expelled from the sect, Lu Feng went on to kill 2 of our outer disciples. Such a nefarious individual must face justice. Henceforth, a decree for his pursuit shall be issued by the Tianling sect, and this matter will be overseen by Sister Luo Qing. Yes, Senior Brother Sect Master. Meanwhile, within Lu Yusin's cave abode, Chen Zihua and Lu Meyer were discussing Lu Feng's affairs. How is this possible? Wasn't Lu Feng's cultivation eradicated by Elder Luo Qing? How has he now transformed into a foundation establishment cultivator? Lu Yusin exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Alas, this matter is indeed perplexing. On that day, Lu Feng's cultivation did indeed plummet to the first layer of Qi refinement. As for why he has suddenly regained his status as a foundation establishment cultivator, I believe only Elder Luo Qing possesses the knowledge of the underlying reasons, Chen Zihua remarked calmly. Miss, even if Lu Feng has restored his cultivation, what of it? The sect master has already issued a decree for his pursuit. His demise is inevitable. Lu Yusin sighed and shook her head in resignation. Enough. My ties with Lu Feng have been severed. His fate is of no concern to me henceforth. Let us not speak of him again. As the Tianling sect issued a bounty for Lu Feng, it immediately drew the attention of various other factions. Particularly, the 7 great powers of the Eastern Domain found themselves perplexed by such an unexpected maneuver. It was unprecedented for a sect to place a bounty on one of its own true disciples. At this moment, Lu Feng, who had slumbered for an entire day and night at the Penglai Inn, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt that his rest had been exceptionally rejuvenating. Upon rising and making his way to the inn's main hall, Lu Feng realized his stomach was empty. Consequently, he spent 3 low-grade spirit stones to order a meal of beast delicacies. Having satisfied his hunger, Lu Feng finally regained his composure. Although he noted that the prices in Wantian City were several times higher than those in the southern markets, his current reserves of spirit stones were insufficient, compelling him to seek a means of earning more while simultaneously concealing his identity. In terms of earning spirit stones, alchemy and weapon forging presented themselves as viable options. However, Lu Feng currently lacked a stable residence, which necessitated a resolution to that issue first. Departing the inn, he began to meander through Wantian City. After some inquiries, he discovered that most accommodations in the city were available primarily for rent, with very few directly for sale. This situation arose because these properties were largely assets of the Xianyu sect, and beneath Wantian City lay a mid-grade spirit vein of the 2nd tier. The intention was to rent out these properties to accumulate substantial spirit stones. Having clarified this, Lu Feng proceeded to the rental office, the official establishment of the Xianyu sect. Approaching the counter, he stated his intentions directly. The elderly man behind the counter regarded Lu Feng for a moment before responding. "What grade of residence do you wish to rent, and for how long?" Lu Feng replied, "I would like to rent a low-grade 2nd-tier residence for a duration of 1 year." The 2nd-tier inferior residence spoken of by Lu Feng is specifically designed for foundation-building cultivators. This abode not only possesses a 2nd-tier defensive formation, but also contains a 2nd-tier spirit-gathering array, making it exceptionally suitable for practitioners at the foundation stage to cultivate within. The rental agreement for this 2nd-tier inferior residence is set for 1 year, with a rental fee of 300 inferior spirit stones and a deposit of 100 inferior spirit stones. If there are no objections, please provide me with your information in spirit stones, my friend. Certainly. Lu Feng revealed his information and presented the spirit stones as well. However, he did not use the name Lu Feng, but rather the alias Lu Bin. Here is your residence token, located at number 115 in the Tianling district. As he spoke, the elder handed over a jade token of azure hue, intricately engraved with intricate formations and imbued with a faint flow of spiritual energy. Lu Feng accepted the token with a respectful gesture and took his leave. Guided by the token, he swiftly arrived at number 115 in the Tianling district. Before him stood a 2-story building adorned with a courtyard. Using the token, he unlocked the defensive barrier and stepped inside. To his left, he noticed a serene pond pavilion. while to his right lay a quaint kitchen, exuding a homely charm. Upon entering the two-story abode, he discovered that it was fully furnished and decorated, apart from personal items. All necessary amenities were present. Moreover, he noticed that the spiritual energy within this residence was several times more abundant than that outside. After a thorough exploration, Feng found himself quite content with this dwelling. Although the rent for this property was somewhat steep, he understood that such expense came with its own merits. Chapter 31. Superior Qi Replenishing Pill. The two-story building rented by Feng is rather spacious. The first floor comprises a living room, a study, and a storage room, while the second floor houses 2 bedrooms and a training room. Upon entering the training room, Feng unveiled the heated Kong stove, which would soon serve as his alchemical and cultivation space. He then retrieved 5 storage bags. The spoils obtained from the demise of Chen lie in 4 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators. Upon inspection, he discovered that the bags contained a total of 2,600 low-grade spirit stones, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 6 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and 200 first-tier low-grade elixirs. Although the spirit stones and elixirs could be put to immediate use, he decided to keep the 8 spiritual artifacts in their bags for the time being, to avoid revealing his identity. After concluding his examination, Feng took out the materials for Qi replenishing elixirs and began their refinement. With no one aware of his presence, he resolved to remain hidden and cultivate, biding his time for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, at the Tianling sect, Luo Qing led a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall in a thorough search for Feng. After a week of scouring the southern market and surrounding towns, they found no trace of him. "Master, I suspect that Feng has already left the territory of our Tianling sect," Sun Hao speculated. "Humph. No matter where this rogue escapes to, I shall capture him and personally execute him," Luo Qing replied, her expression dark with fury. She commanded that anyone who reports Feng's whereabouts would be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sun Hao was taken aback, astonished by his master's willingness to invest so heavily in the pursuit of Feng. "Yes, I shall notify them at once." During this week, Feng remained secluded in his home, diligently cultivating. "You have refined a Qi replenishing elixir, Proficiency 1. You have completed a Dan refining task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in Qi replenishing elixirs has reached 200, elevating your mastery from proficient to minor success." With a sigh of relief, he realized he had finally refined the Qi replenishing elixir to minor success. In the next moment, the experience gained from this accomplishment swiftly integrated into his mind. With this newfound knowledge, Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, as it contained the method for refining high-grade Qi replenishing elixirs. Observing the remaining materials for 5 more elixirs, he wasted no time, directly placing 1 portion of the spiritual herbs into the heated Kong stove. Following the method for minor success, within 10 minutes, the elixir was successfully refined. Inhaling the rich fragrance that wafted from the furnace, Feng appeared entranced. "Ah, this aroma is far more potent than before." He lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing 10 plump and lustrous Qi replenishing elixirs, their surfaces adorned with delicate, unique patterns. Feng picked up one of the pills for a closer inspection. Could it be? Is this the Danwen? Typically, only high-grade elixirs exhibit a hint of Danwen, which is a distinctive characteristic. Just this slight trace of Danwen can double the efficacy of the elixir. As his proficiency in crafting the Qi replenishing elixir improved, it was indeed as he had anticipated. The elixirs he produced had reached a superior grade. Realizing his conjecture was correct, Feng proceeded to refine the remaining 4 batches of materials for the Qi replenishing elixirs. He pondered the potential value of these superior elixirs and decided he should venture out to inquire. With that thought, he rose from the loft and strolled leisurely, soon spotting a shop named Danxiang Pavilion. Wait, is there also a Danxiang Pavilion here? Previously, in the southern market, he had conducted transactions with the same establishment. He wondered if this version of Danxiang Pavilion shared ownership with the one he knew. Regardless, he thought, it matters not. I shall enter and take a look. Upon entering the shop, a striking young woman in her 20s approached him. "Greeting, friend. Are you here to purchase elixirs?" Observing the long-legged beauty before him, Feng mused inwardly. Are all the female attendants at Danxiang Pavilion this stunning? Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Does your esteemed shop accept elixirs for sale?" "Indeed, we do. May I ask what elixirs you wish to sell?" She replied. Feng produced 2 Qi replenishing pills and handed them over. One was of medium quality, while the other was of superior quality. How much do you think these two pills are worth in spirit stones? The long-legged beauty raised an eyebrow, recognizing at a glance that these were Qi replenishing pills, yet the aromatic essence and appearance distinctly set them apart from ordinary low-grade ones. After a thorough examination, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. This one must be a medium-grade Qi replenishing pill, but this one, my friend, I sincerely apologize. I am unable to ascertain the grade of this pill. Please allow me a moment to summon the shopkeeper for a more informed evaluation. Feng smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a tall and elegant woman descended the stairs accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man cast a glance at Feng, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. Ah, so you are a foundation establishment cultivator. My apologies for the oversight, he exclaimed with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Qin Tiancheng, the proprietor of the Danxiang Pavilion in Wangtian City. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Feng felt a slight shock in his heart. The middle-aged man before him was clearly a foundational cultivator, and his cultivation level exceeded Feng's own. As for the specific tier of his foundational cultivation, it remained uncertain. It turned out to be Manager Qin. I am surnamed Liu, esteemed friend, he greeted. Esteemed friend Liu, I have examined the two pills you provided. One is a mid-grade Qi replenishing pill of the first tier, while the other should be a superior grade Qi replenishing pill. Am I correct in my assessment? Feng nodded and said, Master Qin, your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. It is precisely as you say. May I inquire about the value of these two types of elixirs and spirit stones? Upon receiving Feng's affirmation, a look of joy appeared in Master Qin's eyes. Our establishment can procure the medium-grade Qi supplementing pill at the price of 8 inferior spirit stones, while the superior-grade Qi supplementing pill will be acquired for 30 inferior spirit stones. How do you find this proposition, my friend? After a moment of contemplation, Feng nodded and replied, Very well. I possess 1,800 medium-grade Qi replenishing pills and 20 high-grade Qi replenishing pills. Master Qin, could you please calculate their worth in spirit stones? As he spoke, he handed over the myriad of pills. Master Qin received them, swiftly scanning with his divine sense to verify their quantity. He then smiled and said, These pills are valued at a total of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 150 medium-grade spirit stones. Please accept this, Taoist Liu. With the transaction concluded, Feng proceeded to purchase 500 portions of herbal materials for Qi replenishing pills from Danxiang Pavilion. You must be an alchemist, Taoist Liu, Master Qin remarked. Should you possess any additional pills of these two grades, we kindly ask that you consider our Danxiang Pavilion first. Furthermore, whenever you choose to shop here in the future, we shall offer you a 10% discount. Feng nodded in silence. The price offered was quite reasonable, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. He intended to sell his elixirs to this establishment in the future, provided that the Danxiang Pavilion could accommodate his supply. As he turned to leave, Manager Qin spoke up. Lanner, do not hesitate to see off Taoist Liu. The tall, elegant beauty immediately understood and led Feng out of the Danxiang Pavilion. Senior Liu, I am Li Lanner. In the future, should you require anything, whether selling elixirs or procuring spiritual herbs, please feel free to contact me directly. As she spoke, Li Lanner presented him with a communication jade slip. Very well, I shall rely on you, Miss Li, Feng replied, accepting the slip before departing the Danxiang Pavilion. Li Lanner gazed dreamily at his retreating figure. Chapter 32. The bounty noticed the exorbitant prices of high-grade elixirs can be attributed to two primary reasons. The first is that the efficacy of high-grade elixirs is several times that of low-grade ones. Consuming a single high-grade elixir is equivalent to taking multiple low-grade ones. The second reason lies in the fact that as the grade of the elixir increases, the toxic properties contained within diminish. The adage of medicine is 3 parts poison holds true even in the realm of cultivation. The more elixirs a cultivator consumes, the more toxic residue accumulates within their body, which can hinder their breakthroughs and, in severe cases, lead to a fatal poisoning from the elixirs. Thus, the higher the grade of the elixir, the more outrageous the price becomes. When an elixir reaches the supreme grade, it essentially possesses no toxicity. However, supreme-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare and seldom circulate in the market. Upon returning home, Feng gazed at the mid-grade spirit stones within his storage bag, his heart brimming with joy. With the skill of alchemy at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about spirit stones in the cultivation world. Though this alchemy furnace is somewhat lacking, if I were to acquire a second-grade furnace, my refining speed would undoubtedly improve. Lu Feng stroked his chin in contemplation. Furthermore, the number of alchemical formulas he possessed was regrettably scant, all of which were of the first rank, somewhat unworthy of his current cultivation level. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Feng rose once more from his dwelling and began to wander through the bustling city of Wantian. To his surprise, the number of shops within Wantian city was truly abundant, including several establishments of the brothel variety. Before long, Lu Feng discovered a large shop dedicated to artifact refinement, boasting 5 stories, each fortified with a formidable defensive array, exuding an impressive aura. The establishment was named Tiangong Pavilion, a name of grandiose stature. Intrigued, Lu Feng decided to explore further. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by the sight of numerous cultivators engaged in the buying and selling of spiritual tools and rare treasures. The commerce here was undeniably thriving. At that moment, a shop attendant approached and inquired, "Esteemed friend, may I assist you with anything? Do you have any second-tier alchemical furnaces for sale?" Lu Feng asked. "Indeed, esteemed senior. Please follow me to the second floor, where we have items suited for foundation establishment cultivators." Lu Feng nodded and followed the individual to the second floor. The crowd on the second floor was considerably less, indicating that there were not many foundation building cultivators present. "Esteemed senior, please look this way." Lu Feng turned his gaze and beheld a series of alchemical furnaces, each enveloped in ethereal energy, gracefully suspended upon the counter. They varied in size and shape, captivating his attention. Soon, he was drawn to one particular furnace, measuring 2 meters in diameter, adorned with the intricate design of the yin-yang symbol. "How much for this furnace?" Lu Feng inquired, gesturing towards the yin-yang furnace. "Esteemed elder, this is a second-tier mid-grade alchemical furnace, known as the Qian yin-yang furnace, valued at 80,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing the price, Lu Feng felt a jolt of astonishment. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones equated to 800 mid-grade spirit stones. His total spirit stone reserve barely amounted to 400 mid-grade stones. This was hardly a feasible purchase. Thus, he resolved to acquire some crafting tools and personally forge a second-tier alchemical furnace. "Ahem, do you have any crafting tools for sale?" The shop attendant was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, replying with a smile, "Indeed, esteemed elder." Before long, the attendant presented a set of crafting tools before Lu Feng, which included a spirit hammer, a smithing furnace, and a spirit anvil. The flames utilized in crafting, much like those in alchemy, were fueled by the practitioner's internal spirit energy. "And how much for these?" "Esteemed elder, the total for these is 1,200 spirit stones." Lu Feng nodded and purchased the array of refining tools before proceeding to another establishment that specialized in cultivation techniques. Upon perusal, he discovered that the variety of goods available in the shops of Wantian City far surpassed those of the southern market, albeit at somewhat inflated prices. This particular store not only offered an assortment of cultivation methods and spells, but also boasted legacies in weapon crafting, talisman creation, and various medicinal recipes. Before long, Lu Feng stumbled upon the elixir he sought. "Shopkeeper, how much for the recipe of the spirit-nourishing pill?" he inquired. The middle-aged shopkeeper behind the counter smiled faintly and replied, "Esteemed friend, this recipe is priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. A mere first-tier recipe. And yet it is so exorbitant?" Lu Feng remarked, incredulous. "Ah, but even first-tier recipes vary in quality. This spirit-nourishing pill is classified as a superior first-tier recipe, and it possesses the remarkable ability to enhance a cultivator's spiritual perception, thus its elevated worth," the shopkeeper explained. Indeed, Lu Feng was drawn to the efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill, which piqued his interest. "Could you possibly offer a discount?" he ventured. The shopkeeper shook his head, indicating that a reduction was not feasible. With a sense of resignation, Lu Feng had no choice but to spend 30 low-grade spirit stones to acquire the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill. Subsequently, he set his sights on a second-tier recipe known as the Profound Element Pill. Unfortunately, this particular recipe was exorbitantly priced, demanding a staggering 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng could not afford the items and could only shake his head as he left the shop. "Alas, it seems I am still too impoverished. I cannot purchase even a single item essential for the foundation establishment stage." While on his way home, he suddenly overheard passers-by discussing matters concerning the Tianling sect. Instantly, Lu Feng unleashed his spiritual awareness to listen intently, only to hear them mention that the Tianling sect had issued a bounty for his own capture. As he was a former true disciple of the sect, This news might not concern the average rogue cultivator, as it seemed utterly unrelated to their lives. However, he soon heard the crowd discussing that Elder Luo Qing had also announced a reward. Anyone who reported Lu Feng's whereabouts would receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the information that piqued the interest of the rogue cultivators. Meanwhile, standing a short distance away, Lu Feng's expression darkened considerably. He quickly lowered his head and made his way home. Upon returning, he stood in the courtyard, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent. Luo Qing, you truly are a most admirable master, seeking to eradicate me completely. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng realized that Wantian City was no longer safe for him. He must hasten his departure and find a secluded place to conceal himself. As night fell, Lu Feng gathered all his belongings and silently left Wantian City. He cast a glance back at the city, a complex expression crossing his face. He then took to the skies on his flying sword, heading northwest. The very next day, Luo Qing arrived in Wantian City with Sun Hao and others. It turned out that the steward of the rented residence from Xian Sect had leaked his whereabouts. When Luo Qing and her companions reached Tianling District No. 115, they found the place already deserted, with no trace of Lu Feng to be seen. Lu Feng, you cannot escape my grasp, Luo Qing exclaimed angrily. Chapter 33. The ruins of Wantian City. Lu Feng raced forward. His speed enhanced by the great achievement level cloud treading technique, surpassing even sword flight by a remarkable 50%. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, he arrived in a remote mountainous area, devoid of human presence, with no villages or cities within 100 miles. Upon landing, Lu Feng sought a sheer cliff and began excavating with the flame spirit sword. In no time, he had carved out a cave with a diameter of 10 meters. He then located a massive stone to serve as a door, sealing the entrance. Here, he intended to rest for a while, waiting to exhaust all the spiritual herbs he carried before venturing out to explore. As he contemplated his plans, he set up a fire stove and arranged the necessary furnishings within the cave. Subsequently, Lu Feng sat on the bed, preparing to meditate and cultivate. The 2 days and nights of travel had drained a significant portion of his spiritual liquid, leaving his body fatigued. Alas, it is a pity that I do not possess knowledge of formations. Otherwise, I could have established a defensive array for this cave. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, collecting his thoughts before beginning to cultivate the Qingmu Ju. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. After an hour of meditative practice, Lu Feng's state of being was restored to its peak. He opened his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. Given that the Tianling Sect and Luo Qing had issued a bounty on him, he could not afford to appear in crowded places. Doing so would easily expose his whereabouts. Thus, he resolved to remain in hiding, adjusting his previous cultivation plan accordingly. From now on, he would devote 6 hours daily to cultivation and 6 hours to alchemy until all his spiritual herbs were exhausted. As for the practice of spells, that would have to be paused for the time being. He had considered forging artifacts, but regrettably, he possessed only tools and no materials for crafting. With his decision made, Lu Feng resumed his seated meditation. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have experienced a cultivation increase, experience points 1. Time swiftly passed, and a week elapsed. During this period, Lu Feng's cultivation had nearly reached the second level of foundation establishment, and his proficiency with the Qi restoration pill had progressed from minor success to major success. Upon reaching major success, the quality of the pills he produced transformed into exceptional grade. Moreover, every batch of 10 Qi restoration pills he crafted turned out to be of exceptional quality, which filled Lu Feng with excitement for quite some time. An exceptional Qi restoration pill could restore 1/5 of his spiritual energy with just a single dose, boasting effects more than twice as powerful as that of a superior grade pill. If consumed by a Qi refining realm cultivator, one such pill would completely replenish their spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in his secluded cave was too sparse, compelling him to rely on the Qi restoration pills he had made for his cultivation. Consequently, his daily consumption of pills was substantial, causing him some distress. A single superior grade Qi restoration pill was worth 30 low-grade spirit stones. So one could reasonably assume that an exceptional grade pill was valued at no less than 50 low-grade spirit stones. Such precious elixirs were consumed by him as if they were mere expendables for his cultivation. The thought of this made Lu Feng grit his teeth in frustration. Cursed Luo Qing, when I achieve the golden core stage, your end shall come. After consuming another superior grade Qi restoration pill, Lu Feng once again settled into meditation. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have experienced a cultivation increase, experience points 1. You have activated the Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have experienced a cultivation increase, experience points 1. Your cultivation experience has reached 1000, successfully advancing to the second level of foundation establishment. With the continuous enhancement of his cultivation, Lu Feng finally broke through to the second level of foundation establishment. Upon examining the fluctuations on the proficiency panel, it became evident that the experience points under the cultivation section remained stagnant at 1000. It appeared that only upon his breakthrough into the mid-foundation stage would the upper limit of experience points evolve. After perusing the panel, Lu Feng closed his eyes once more, continuing the practice of the Qingmu technique. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tian City, a contingent of disciples from the Tianling sect, led by Luo Qing, had thoroughly scoured the area yet found no trace of Lu Feng. However, the search conducted by the Tianling sect left the Xianyu sect in a state of discontent. After all, Tian City was considered a subordinate city of the Xianyu sect. Luo Qing's brazen search through the city with her fellow disciples seemed to disregard the Xianyu sect entirely. At that moment, two elderly golden core elders from the Xianyu sect, accompanied by a dozen disciples, intercepted Luo Qing and her group. Elder Luo Qing, you have been causing a ruckus in my Tian City for quite some time. Shouldn't you consider settling down? Remarked the elderly female elder of Xianyu sect with a hint of annoyance. Luo Qing cast a glance at her and replied nonchalantly, Elder Hongye, how does my pursuit of my own people concern you? Elder Hongye, a revered inner sect elder of the Xianyu sect at the late Golden Core stage, was somewhat inferior in strength to Luo Qing, and the two had harbored animosity for quite some time, making them long-standing rivals. I care not for whom you pursue. But this is Tian City, not the territory of your Tianling sect. You would do well to temper your actions, she retorted. Their exchange crackling with tension as both sides regarded each other with hostile gazes. Oh, and what if I choose not to temper my actions? Luo Qing responded with a disdainful expression. At her words, Elder Hongye and the disciples of the Xianyu sect glared back, indignation flaring. Elder Luo Qing, you are exceedingly overbearing. Do you truly believe our Xianyu sect fears your Tianling sect? Elder Hongye fumed. Li Elder, join me in subduing them, and let the Tianling sect pay in spirit stones for their release. The middle-aged man standing nearby remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two launched themselves at Luo Qing. In the ensuing confrontation, the two late Golden Core cultivators held a distinct advantage over Luo Qing's, who had reached the perfected Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, Luo Qing showed no trepidation and engaged them directly. The three Golden Core elders clashed fiercely, while the throngs of Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment disciples below also joined the fray. Instantly, an intense scene of conflict erupted outside Tian City between the two prominent sections. Yet, both sides exercised restraint, refraining from inflicting mortal harm upon one another. After a fierce exchange, both factions suffered injuries, with Luo Qing being momentarily overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Elder Hongye and her companion. Observing this, Luo Qing let out a cold huff, declaring, This matter is far from over. You shall wait for my return. Upon concluding her words, Luo Qing elegantly waved her long sleeves, unleashing a radiant beam that enveloped her fellow disciples of the Tianling sect as they departed from Tian City. Hongye exchanged a glance with another elder from the Xianyu sect, both displaying a flicker of satisfaction. As the most formidable sect in the eastern region, the Tianling sect had encountered an unexpected setback at the hands of the Xianyu sect today, much to the delight of Hongye and her companions. Though they did not manage to detain Luo Qing and her group, they successfully drove them away, curbing the Tianling sect's arrogance. Shortly after Luo Qing's departure, a nearby mountain peak suddenly erupted with a cataclysmic force, its terrifying reverberations echoing across 100 miles. Hongye gazed in astonishment at the source of the sound, exclaiming in disbelief, Is this the earth dragon turning over? The middle-aged elder beside her shook his head and replied, No, it must be the emergence of a relic cave. Chapter 34. The sacred land ruins. Oblivious to the events unfolding outside, Lu Feng remained engrossed in his cultivation within the cave. His fervent alchemical endeavors had swiftly depleted his supply of Qi replenishing elixir materials, compelling him to resort to crafting spirit-gathering pills instead. However, he possessed only 300 materials for the spirit-gathering pills, and as his cultivation progressed, his spiritual awareness intensified, enabling him to refine 60 batches of elixirs each day. Thus, The materials for the spirit-gathering pills would soon be exhausted as well. You have successfully refined a spirit-gathering pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task. Alchemist Proficiency 1. You have successfully refined a spirit-gathering pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. Feng had exhausted all his spiritual herbs, and his proficiency in the spirit-nourishing pill had reached a modest level of accomplishment. Gazing at the depleted materials, he pondered the current state of affairs outside and contemplated whether he should venture out to procure more spiritual herbs. Ultimately, he decided to endure for a few more days. Presently, his storage pouch contained over 2,800 superior Qi replenishing pills, along with 2,000 exquisite Qi replenishing pills, sufficient for his needs for an extended period. However, the absence of spiritual herbs would hinder his ability to further enhance his proficiency as an alchemist. Alas, he resolved to observe the slow progress of his skill for the time being. Name: Feng. Age: 20210. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Second Layer, 355-1000. Techniques: Qingmu Perfect 138-33000. Changxing Entry Level 0100. Spells: Tingmu Technique, Great Success 242400. Lingyu Technique, Proficient 182200. Fireball Technique, Flawless 308-1000. Golden Armor Technique, Great Success 66400. Treading Cloud Technique, Great Success 82400. Alchemy. Qi Restoration Pill, Great Success 205400. Spirit Gathering Pill, Minor Success 5300. Spirit Nourishing Pill, Entry Level 0100. Immortal Arts, Spirit Plant Cultivator, Second Level 80200. Alchemist, Second Level 9251000. Upon observing the panel, it became evident that his proficiency as a second-tier alchemist was on the verge of a breakthrough, while the other proficiencies remained a considerable distance from such advancement. Gathering his thoughts, Feng closed his eyes and resumed his meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, the outside world was bustling with excitement over the past 5 days due to the emergence of a celestial gate relic near the Xianyu sect's affiliated cultivation city, Wangtian City. This revelation stirred up considerable commotion, prompting all 7 major forces of the Eastern Domain to dispatch representatives. As the relic lay within the jurisdiction of the Xianyu sect, it rightfully became their possession. As the host, the Xianyu sect was the first to explore the celestial relic, subsequently concluding that it was a sacred site left over from ancient times. To enter the relic, cultivators must be at the golden core stage or below, meaning both Qi refining and foundation establishment practitioners were permitted entry. The relic would open once a month, accommodating 1,000 cultivators at a time, thus allowing entrance on a monthly basis. The first group to enter consisted entirely of disciples from the Xianyu sect, who emerged with a plethora of precious materials and spiritual herbs. However, the Xianyu sect did not hoard these benefits solely for themselves. They allocated 100 spots to each of the other 6 major forces, retaining 200 for themselves, while the final 200 were designated for loose cultivators. Despite being labeled for loose cultivators, these 200 slots were to be acquired through the purchase of spirit stones. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the Xianyu sect stood to gain without any losses. At that moment, the number of cultivators within Wangtian City continued to swell, with many inns and residences reaching full capacity. These individuals had gathered in anticipation of the next opening of the relic. Among them, the Tianling sect also sent 100 disciples, led by 2 elders, the Grand Elder Li Xianming and the 7th Elder Luo Qing. Elder Luo, we must accomplish the task entrusted by the sect master during this expedition to the relic, said Li Xianming. Luo Qing nodded silently, affirming, indeed, the Grand Elder speaks wisely. While other sects may lack understanding of this sacred site, our Tianling sect possesses clear records. If we can locate that specific item within the relic, the Eastern Domain will become our Tianling sect's dominion. Naturally, the heritage of our Tianling sect is incomparable to those other sections. The Grand Elder smiled confidently, noting that the sect master had sent over the newly appointed true disciple as well, indicating a significant regard for this individual. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing's expression turned complex. While others were unaware of the true disciple's identity, she was acutely aware. This young man, named Zhang Lingfeng, was the sect master's own nephew, and Lu Feng's abandonment was directly due to him. The Grand Elder's mention of this person in front of Luo Qing left her uncertain whether it was a deliberate mockery or held some other intention. At that moment, Zhang Feng was leisurely strolling through Tian City with a dozen disciples from the Tianling sect. Beside him, Sun Hao, with an ingratiating smile, remarked, "With Brother Zhang leading the expedition to explore the ruins, victory is assured, and our rewards will be plentiful." Indeed, Brother Zhang is not yet 20 and has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Such terrifying talent is the strongest I have ever encountered. A young and beautiful female disciple expressed enviously. Instantly, the surrounding disciples of the Tianling sect began to shower him with compliments. Zhang Feng smiled modestly, saying, "Hee hee. You flatter me, fellow disciples. I have heard that the previous true disciple, Lu Feng, also reached the foundation establishment stage before he was 20. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Hao hurriedly interjected, "Brother Zhang, you jest. You earned your place among the top 10 true disciples through hard work. While Lu Feng cannot even be mentioned in the same breath as you, he is not worthy of carrying your shoes." Exactly. Brother Zhang defeated all challengers to become a true disciple. What is Lu Feng, after all? Merely a beneficiary of Elder Luo's connections. Listening to the flattery, Zhang Feng felt an immense sense of pride. However, there are still formidable opponents in this expedition, such as Hong Xiao, the true disciple of the Xinyu sect. She is rumored to have already reached the 3rd tier of foundation establishment. Although Zhang Feng dismissed Lu Feng, he remained cautious of the true disciples from the other 6 major factions. After all, he had only just advanced to the foundation establishment stage. And compared to those seasoned true disciples, he still fell short. Brother Zheng need not worry. Let us not forget that our Tianling sect has also sent Brother Li Chongyong along. He is our 2nd true disciple and has reached the 6th tier of foundation establishment. Indeed, with Brother Li in the lead, the other 6 sects will hardly be able to make a splash, Zhang Feng replied with a faint smile. Chapter 35. Collaboration with Danxiang Pavilion. As the days passed, only 3 days remained until the ruins would be reopened. In less than a month, Lu Feng's cultivation had surged from the 2nd tier to the 5th tier of foundation establishment. Typically, it takes years for a foundation establishment cultivator to ascend a minor tier. Some may even struggle for decades without breaking through their current level. The fact that he advanced 3 minor tiers was not the most remarkable aspect. His Qingmu Ju had also ascended a level, evolving from its original perfect level to a transformative state. The transformation of the Qingmu Ju at the Huajing level is a stark contrast to the perfected version, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. One might even assert that the Huajing Qingmu Ju has evolved into an entirely new technique, from the memories integrated within. It is evident that the Huajing Qingmu Ju has ascended from a low-tier celestial technique to a high-tier celestial one. The pace of cultivation has accelerated 3-fold compared to before, while the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy have surged dramatically. Previously, it took approximately 10 minutes to circulate a complete cycle of the Qingmu Ju. Now, it requires merely 3. Such astonishing cultivation speed leads Lu Feng to believe that a breakthrough to the golden core stage is imminent. However, the Huajing Qingmu Ju is not without its drawbacks, as it demands several times more spiritual energy. Consequently, Lu Feng finds himself compelled to continuously consume replenishing elixirs to offset the energy depletion. Lu Feng let out a helpless sigh. Alas, the consumption rate of the Qi replenishing pills is far too rapid. The more than 2,000 high-grade pills are nearly exhausted, and each one represents a significant investment of spirit stones. Gazing at the exquisite Qi replenishing pills within his storage bag, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. If he were to resort to using the finest pills, the costs would be exorbitant. There was no option to remain in hiding. He must venture out to procure a fresh batch of medicinal herbs. Resolute in his decision, Lu Feng rose from his cave dwelling. For the sake of security, he donned a broad-brimmed hat and draped himself in an ample cloak, making it difficult for others to discern his features unless they employed spiritual perception to investigate him. Having prepared himself, a misty cloud rose beneath his feet, propelling him toward Tian City, moving at a swifter pace than even sword flight. After 2 days of rapid travel, Tian City finally came into view. He descended gradually, paid the entrance fee, and discreetly entered the city. Treading carefully, he noticed that few took notice of him. It was not long before he discerned that the townsfolk seemed engrossed in discussions regarding some celestial sect's relics. Eager to ascertain the nature of these relics, Lu Feng retrieved the communication jade slip from Li Lanner and directly contacted her. Moments later, Li Lanner responded, and they arranged to meet at a tavern near the Danxiang Pavilion. Upon arriving at the tavern, Lu Feng sent his location to Li Lanner and requested that she bring along 1,000 units each of Qi replenishing pills, spirit nourishing pills, and mind essence pills. Before long, the tall and graceful Li Lanner appeared before him, but upon seeing Lu Feng's attire, she couldn't help but frown slightly. May I inquire if you are Senior Lu? Lu Feng nodded, gesturing to a nearby seat. Please, take a seat. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, Li Lanner let out a sigh of relief. Senior Lu, here are the 3,000 medicinal herbs you requested. Please take a look. Lu Feng accepted the spiritual herbs, quickly scanning them with his divine sense. Discovering no issues with the materials, he inquired, how many spirit stones do these herbs amount to? The shopkeeper replied, Esteemed Elder Lu, our proprietor previously mentioned that should you return to our establishment for further purchases, you may avail yourself of a 10% discount. Thus, for these 3,000 portions of spiritual herbs, the total is 9,900 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng contemplated for a moment and realized that a spirit-nourishing pill was valued at 5 low-grade spirit stones, which was somewhat more expensive than the Qi recovery pill and the spirit absorption pill. He produced 99 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them over, then inquired, Miss Li, I have just returned from afar and have heard many speak of what they call the immortal sect ruins. Could you enlighten me on this matter? Seeing Lu Feng's lavishness in every transaction, Li Lanner was filled with immense delight. Esteemed Senior, the immortal sect ruins suddenly appeared about a month ago, situated in a small hill 10 kilometers west of Wantian City. Li Lanner then recounted the details of the ruins, and upon hearing her words, Lu Feng's interest was piqued. Miss Li, are you saying that the ruins are set to open tomorrow? Indeed. And all 7 major powers of the eastern region have prepared their teams to enter together on the morrow. Might I inquire if the 200 spots for casual cultivators are still available? Lu Feng continued. The 200 spots for casual cultivators were sold out a fortnight ago. Only those in possession of the Xianyue sect's ruins token may partake in this event. I see. Noticing his keen interest, Li Lanner whispered, Senior Lu, our Danxiang Pavilion also possesses 3 ruins tokens. If you wish to attend, I can contact the store manager and request that he sell you one. Oh, now that has truly piqued my interest. With a gentle smile, Li Lanner took out a communication jade slip to reach out to the manager of Danxiang Pavilion, Qin Tianqing. Before long, Manager Qin appeared before Lu Feng. Recognizing him at once, Manager Qin smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Haha, it's been a long time, Taoist Lu. Lu Feng rose and clasped his hands in greeting, addressing the shopkeeper Qin. I apologize for the sudden summons. Ah, it is indeed my honor to engage in business with you, esteemed Taoist Lu. There is no question of offense, Qin replied with a smile. The two settled into their seats, while Li Lanner stood quietly to the side. Shopkeeper Qin, Miss Li has informed me that your establishment possesses relic tokens for sale. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. Taoist Lu, please take a look, Qin responded, producing a blue token. The front was inscribed with the characters for Xianyu, while the back bore the words relic. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Feng's eyes, and he inquired once more, what is the price of this item? Rather than providing a direct answer, Manager Qin spoke of Lu Feng's identity, saying, Fellow Taoist Lu, if I am not mistaken, you must be the discarded disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, Lu Feng. Lu Feng was taken aback, never expecting that the other party would discern his identity. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. His appearance had already been disclosed by the Tianling sect, and with a careful comparison, one could easily recognize him. Lu Feng did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and said, Your guess is indeed correct, Master Qin. I am Lu Feng. Are you planning to inform the Heavenly Spirit Sect of my whereabouts in exchange for that 1,000 inferior spirit stones? Master Qin shook his head with a smile and replied, How could a mere 1,000 inferior spirit stones compare to a friend such as yourself, Lu? Not only have I discerned your true identity, but I can also perceive that you are no less than a second-tier alchemist. Oh, is that so? Lu Feng inquired. During our last transaction, I detected a faint aroma of elixirs emanating from you, a scent that only cultivators with prolonged exposure to alchemical substances possess. Furthermore, the elixirs you sold previously were all mid-tier vitality-restoring pills, which a first-tier alchemist could not possibly concoct. Lu Feng glanced at Manager Qin, whose keen observational skills were indeed impressive. Well, you guessed correctly, but may I ask what your intentions are in sharing this with me? Chuckled Lu. Since fellow Taoist Lu has acknowledged it, I shall speak plainly. I wish to represent this establishment in a long-term collaboration with you. Should you be willing? You could even become a benefactor of our store. Oh, Are you not concerned about Heavenly Spirit Sect causing you trouble? Fellow Taoist Lu need not worry. We would not approach you if we feared the Heavenly Spirit Sect, Manager Chen replied confidently. If you agree, I shall gift you this relic token. The terms offered piqued Lu Feng's interest, yet he was reluctant to be bound by Danxiang Pavilion. Thus, he responded, as for being a benefactor, I shall decline. But collaboration is indeed possible. Very well. Manager Chen then elaborated on the details of their cooperation, which consisted of 3 points. First, Lu Feng would enjoy a 10% discount at all Danxiang Pavilion locations, provided he sold 500 medium-grade Qi replenishing pills to them each month. Second, the medium-grade Qi replenishing pills he crafted could not be sold to anyone else. Third, Danxiang Pavilion might request him to refine pills for a fee. And he should do his utmost to assist. After hearing the terms laid out by Manager Chen, Lu Feng smiled faintly. He then produced a high-grade Qi replenishing pill and handed it over. Manager Chen, what if I could supply a substantial quantity of high-grade Qi replenishing pills? Upon seeing the high-grade pill, Manager Chen, who was seated across from Lu Feng, immediately stood up. He nervously accepted the pill and examined it closely, swallowing hard. Fellow Taoist Lu, did you indeed refine this pill? Indeed, it is my creation. Lu Feng did not hold back and directly acknowledged his capabilities. The previous mid-grade Qi replenishing pill served as evidence of his eligibility to collaborate with the Danxiang Pavilion, while this superior-grade Qi replenishing pill would undoubtedly elevate his standing in their eyes. What Lu Feng sought was the support of the Danxiang Pavilion, which would alleviate his concerns regarding spirit stones and medicinal materials. Additionally, with the assistance of the pavilion, he could evade the relentless pursuit of the Tianling sect. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Manager Chen and the nearby Li Laner exchanged astonished glances. Fellow Taoist Lu, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. The previous collaborative proposal is no longer suitable for you. If you could supply our establishment with 300 superior-grade Qi replenishing pills each month, no, 500, then please. Do not hesitate to express any needs you may have. Our establishment will do its utmost to accommodate you. It is worth noting that the selling price of a mid-grade Qi replenishing pill is 10 inferior spirit stones, whereas the price of a superior-grade Qi replenishing pill is 30 inferior spirit stones, making the latter 3 times more expensive than the former. More importantly, superior-grade Qi replenishing pills are not readily available for purchase with spirit stones. Such elixirs are typically reserved for personal use and seldom sold to the public. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng replied, 300 superior Qi replenishing pills is far too few. I can supply you with 1,000 each month. I wonder if Manager Chen can possibly consume them all? Upon hearing this, both Manager Chen and Li Laner were taken aback once more. Are you certain, Taoist Lu, that you are not jesting? Indeed, I speak the truth. Lu Feng affirmed. Excellent. Then we shall adhere to your proposal, regardless of the quantity. Our Danxiang Pavilion can certainly accommodate as many superior Qi replenishing pills as you can provide. With a hearty laugh, Manager Chen displayed remarkable generosity. Without hesitation, he handed over the relic token, saying, Taoist Lu, we are now considered partners. Accept this token as a gesture of our initial meeting. Lu Feng accepted the token with a faint smile, expressing his gratitude to Manager Chen. The 3 of them continued their discussion at the inn, ultimately agreeing upon a price for the high-grade Qi replenishing pills, set at 28 low-grade spirit stones each for the Danxiang Pavilion. The pavilion, in turn, would sell them at 35 low-grade spirit stones, though such matters were of no concern to Lu Feng, to ensure Lu Feng's safety and conceal his whereabouts. Manager Chen thoughtfully provided him with a set of mid-tier second-grade accommodations. Thus, even while residing in Wantian City, no one would be aware of his presence. Time swiftly passed to the following day, when various sects and numerous independent cultivators gathered at the entrance of the Immortal Gate ruins. The independent cultivators engaged in lively discussions, while the teams from the 7 major sects were poised and ready, eager to embark. Moments later, a sudden spatial fluctuation revealed the location of the ruins, as a spatial passage materialized before the crowd. Observing this, Elder Hongye of the Xian sect proclaimed loudly that the ruins had opened, granting priority access to the disciples of the 7 major sections. The remaining independent cultivators were instructed to present their ruin tokens for orderly entry. With that, the 100-strong teams from the 7 sects surged into the spatial passage. Only after all the disciples from these sects had entered did the independent cultivators begin to show their tokens to gain access to the passage. With the verification being conducted by disciples of the Xianyu sect, Lu Feng stood among the crowd of scattered cultivators. his gaze frequently drifting towards the flying vessel of the Tianling sect. Within that vessel stood a figure he knew all too well. Indeed, it was his esteemed master, Luo Qing. In order to avoid drawing her attention, Lu Feng blended into the throng of loose cultivators as he entered the spatial passage. Fortunately, Luo Qing's focus was directed towards the elders of the other 6 major sects. Otherwise, Lu Feng surely would not have evaded her scrutiny. The moment he stepped into the spatial passage, he felt a disorienting whirl. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a realm abundant with rich spiritual energy. Before him lay a dense forest, and in the distance, majestic mountains soared, where resplendent palaces could be faintly discerned atop their heights. But wait, where have the fellow cultivators who entered with me gone? Lu Feng glanced around, seeing not a soul. Could it be that the spatial passage transported us at random? Lu Feng immediately extended his consciousness to observe the surroundings, discovering that the area within several thousand meters was entirely enveloped in a dense forest. The spiritual energy here was several times more abundant than in the outside world, making it quite feasible to practice the Qingmu Sutra of transformation. However, this was not the time for cultivation. Entering the ruins necessitated uncovering the secrets hidden within and seeking various rare treasures. Consequently, Lu Feng activated the perfected cloud-treading technique and soared towards the distant mountains. In a short while, he arrived at the foot of the mountains, where he witnessed 3 teams of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Feng concealed himself within the distant thicket, keenly observing the 3 factions of cultivators, the disciples of the Xianyu sect, the Immortal Sword sect, and the Lingsu Valley. All 3 forces belonged to the righteous sects of the Xian men, yet they were engaged in an extraordinarily fierce conflict. Several disciples had already met their demise, their lives extinguished beyond recovery. Upon scrutinizing the scene, Lu Feng discerned that the Immortal Sword sect and Lingsu Valley were uniting to besiege the members of the Xianyu sect. Hongxiu, surrender the Tian Yin Divine Furnace, or you shall surely perish today, threatened a disciple from Lingsu Valley. The woman named Hongxiu was the leader of the Xianyu sect's delegation and the granddaughter of Elder Hong Yi. Not only was she youthful, but she also possessed an exceptional fire spiritual root, with her cultivation having reached the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage. In the face of 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators from Lingsu Valley and the Immortal Sword sect, she did not falter, unlike the other disciples of Xianyu sect, who were far less fortunate. Seeing the dire situation, Hongxiu's face contorted with anger. However, in a bid to preserve her faction's strength, she chose to acquiesce. Very well, since you covet it so desperately, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Hongxiu cast forth a 5-meter diameter alchemical furnace, entirely white with intricate red patterns engraved upon its surface, through which streams of spiritual energy flowed gracefully. This is a Dao artifact alchemical furnace. Lu Feng marveled from his hiding place. A Dao artifact is a treasure of a higher caliber than a magical tool, usable only by cultivators of the Golden Core stage. Yet, the rarity of such artifacts is not something that merely any Golden Core cultivator can possess. Only the core elders of significant sects typically have access to them. As the Tian Yin Divine Furnace was hurled into the fray, the leading disciples of Lingsu Valley and the Immortal Sword sect became frenzied, scrambling to seize it. While Hongxiu swiftly retreated, just as the 2 approached the furnace, it erupted violently, sending them flying. Damn you, Hongxiu! You deceitful wretch! Bellowed the true disciple of Lingsu Valley. Fools! Such a precious treasure is beyond your grasp. The Tian Yin Divine Furnace landed steadily on the ground, the earlier explosion having been triggered by Hongxiu affixing a 2nd-tier explosive talisman to it. The 2 were caught off guard and suffered injuries from the blast. As Hongxiu prepared to retaliate, a crimson flying sword hurtled towards her from a distance. Clang! The red sword struck her protective barrier, producing a resonant metallic clash. Who dares? Chapter 37. The plunder of many. The suddenness of this attack nearly caught Hongxiu off guard. Were it not for her defensive artifact, she would have sustained severe injuries, igniting her fury. At that moment, a man donning a dog-headed mask emerged before the crowd. Hongxiu glared at him, her eyes burning with rage. So you are merely a cowardly sneak. The figure donning the dog-headed mask was none other than Lu Feng, the one who had unleashed that previous strike. In an attempt to discern Lu Feng's true visage, Hongxiu and her companions utilized their spiritual senses. However, he had long enveloped himself in a shroud of spiritual energy, rendering it utterly impossible for cultivators of the same foundational realm to unveil his appearance. Faced with the futility of their inquiry, Hongxiu wasted no time and immediately summoned her flying sword, launching it towards him. This marked Lu Feng's inaugural confrontation with foundational cultivators, and in order to assess his own prowess, he resolved to experiment with all 4 of his spells. The azure flying sword of Hongxiu approached in the blink of an eye, at which point Lu Feng's thought stirred, and a layer of golden armor instantaneously enveloped his form. This was the perfected golden armor technique, with the intricate patterns of gold clearly visible, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Upon impact, the golden armor merely shuddered slightly in response to the azure sword's assault, as it failed to breach the armor's formidable defense. Witnessing this spectacle, Hongxiu and the 2 other foundational disciples were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware that the spell Lu Feng had employed was the golden armor technique, but the level of its defense was astonishingly formidable. How could they possibly prevail when even the attack of a prodigious disciple like Hongxiu could not penetrate its protections? Lu Feng nodded gently, seemingly acknowledging the defense of the golden armor technique. Come, continue. His words instantly provoked immense fury in Hongxiu. As a true disciple of the Xianyu sect, being so blatantly disregarded was utterly intolerable. Thus, Hongxiu summoned her flying sword once more and launched a frenzied assault against Lu Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Yet no matter how fiercely the azure sword struck, it could not penetrate the defense of the golden armor technique. After a moment, Hongxiu ceased her sword attacks and produced a jade seal the size of a fist, hurling it directly at Lu Feng. Damn you, rodent, perish. As the jade seal soared forth, it instantly enlarged, transforming into what resembled a small mountain, crashing down towards Lu Feng. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the area where Lu Feng stood collapsed, a cloud of dust billowing forth. Just when Hongxiu believed Lu Feng had been crushed, his figure emerged unscathed from the dust, with only the faintest cracks appearing on the golden armor. How is this possible? Hongxiu stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The jade seal was indeed a high-grade magical artifact, specially prepared by Elder Hong Yi to deal with the true disciples of the 7 major sections. Yet such a terrifying blow had merely resulted in a few tiny fissures in the golden armor. Soon after, the cracks in the golden armor swiftly mended themselves, returning to their pristine state. Alas, what a pity. Had that strike been a tad stronger, it might have breached my golden armor technique, Lu Feng remarked with a tone of regret. However, to Hongxiu's ears, this sounded akin to a nightmare. In that moment, she realized that the masked man before her was beyond her capacity to contend with. Coming to this understanding, Hongxiu turned to flee towards the divine flame cauldron, hoping to escape this formidable opponent. Trying to run? Unfortunately, it is too late. Lu Feng raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a multitude of tree vines that ensnared Hongxiu's limbs. Chen He, Zhang Feng, hasten to my aid. If I perish, you shall be the next to meet your demise, Hongxiu implored urgently. Chen He and Zhang Feng were the esteemed disciples of the Celestial Sword Sect in Lingsu Valley. They were acutely aware of the gravity of Hongxiu's predicament, and just as they intended to spring into action to rescue her, they found themselves ensnared by an abundance of tree vines that suddenly emerged beneath their feet. This is disastrous. The vines swiftly entangled the two. They attempted to sever the vines with their flying swords, but discovered the vines to be extraordinarily resilient. It required numerous strikes to sever even one. Yet, as soon as they managed to cut through a single vine, another would spring forth, binding them anew. Lu Feng observed the 3 individuals struggling incessantly beside him. He stroked his chin contemplatively, pondering the formidable control of this spell. It seemed that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would find it exceedingly arduous to escape the entanglement of the vines technique. Next, it was time to test the potency of the flawless fireball technique. Casting a glance at the ensnared trio, 3 spheres of deep crimson flames erupted from Lu Feng's fingertips, hurtling toward each of them. Not good. Quickly, defend yourselves, Hongxiu shouted urgently. The trio sensed the lethal threat emanating from the flames and hastily summoned their defensive artifacts. Just as the fireballs were about to strike, they transformed into towering infernos, engulfing them. The defensive artifacts unleashed their protective powers, encasing the 3 within. However, the artifacts could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before beginning to shatter, as the terrifying flames once again surged toward them. Damn it! What kind of fireball technique is this? It's utterly monstrous. Chen He, a true disciple of Lingshu Valley, exclaimed in astonishment. With no other recourse, the trio was left with no choice but to resort to their life-saving trump cards to fend off the fiery assault. At that moment, Lu Feng finally attained a clear understanding of his spell. These cultivators of the same realm were utterly incapable of withstanding his magical onslaught. Once the trio had endured the fireball attack, they appeared utterly disheveled, their internal spiritual energy severely depleted, leaving them far from the image of true disciples. Feng glanced at the three individuals and then raised his hand, causing countless vines to emerge from the ground, swiftly ensnaring all the disciples of the three major sections. He then approached Hongxiu and her companions with a smile and said, "Esteemed friends, if you wish to preserve your lives, it would be prudent to surrender your storage bags and any valuables." He added, "By the way, I am not one to force others against their will." Chen, filled with indignation, seemed poised to speak but refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Hongxiu, with a darkened expression, remarked, "Esteemed friend, your abilities are indeed impressive. Are you not concerned about the trouble you may invoke from my Xinyu sect?" Feng smiled faintly and said, "Trouble me? You don't even know who I am. How can you cause me any trouble? Very well. Consider me, Hongxiu, resigned to this fate." With that, Hongxiu tossed her storage bag towards Feng, while Chun and Zhang Feng reluctantly surrendered their own bags as well. "Do not be anxious. The remaining individuals must also hand over their storage bags and treasures. Oh, and do not forget the jade seal artifact that you, my friend Hong, just possessed. You." Though the crowd was seething with anger, they were outmatched in strength and had no choice but to relinquish their storage bags and treasures. After collecting all the bags, Feng also took the Tianyin divine furnace and, laughing heartily, soared away, leaving the disciples of the three sects in a state of disarray. Hongxiu stamped her foot in fury, exclaiming, "Damn you, rodent! Should I discover your identity, I will annihilate your entire lineage." Chapter 38. The sacred land of Tianling. Leaving the crowd behind, Feng flew directly into the mountains. Before long, dilapidated palaces and abandoned caves came into view. This must be the remnants of the Celestial Gate. From the crumbling walls, it was evident that this Celestial Gate was once immensely powerful, perhaps even several times stronger than the Tianling sect at its zenith. At that moment, Feng noticed numerous cultivators within the ruins scrambling for treasures. However, most of these treasures were merely first-tier spiritual artifacts, which held little allure for him. As he continued to fly, Feng suddenly spotted a massive palace surrounded by a throng of cultivators. These cultivators were divided into two factions, facing each other without direct confrontation. Those are disciples of the Tianling sect. Indeed, the faction confronting the others comprised disciples of the Tianling sect, while the opposing group consisted of rogue cultivators. At the forefront of the Tianling sect was the true disciple Zhang Lingfeng, flanked by Sun Hao and a dozen inner disciples. This place is not for you rogue cultivators to meddle in. Leave at once, or do not blame the Tianling sect for being merciless, Zhang Lingfeng declared arrogantly. The rogue cultivators staunchly defended the palace, refusing to allow the Tianling sect's disciples entry. "We discovered this place first. Is it not too tyrannical for you to attempt to clear us out upon your arrival?" protested a young female cultivator indignantly. Tyrannical? Then we shall be tyrannical. What will you do about it?" Zhang Lingfeng retorted impatiently, "Enough with the nonsense. You have 10 breaths to vacate this place. If you do not leave, you shall remain here forever." Despite the larger number of rogue cultivators, the might of the Tianling sect was beyond their capacity to confront. Even if the rogues gained the upper hand within the ruins, what awaited them outside? They would ultimately be hunted down by the Tianling sect. Eventually, the group of rogue cultivators sighed in resignation and departed one by one. At that moment, Sun Hao, wearing a fawning expression, remarked, as expected of senior brother Zhang, with a single statement, "You scared off all those rogue cultivators. You truly are my idol." Merely a group of scattered cultivators, hardly worth mentioning. Zhang Lingfeng held his head high, resembling a victorious rooster. Up in the sky, Feng had already taken note of Sun Hao below, the very individual who had orchestrated his downfall, leading to his disgrace as a disciple of the Tianling sect. This grudge had lingered in his memory, and today, encountering this man was the perfect opportunity to settle the score. Once the scattered cultivators departed, the disciples of the Tianling sect promptly entered the palace, with Feng stealthily following behind. "Senior brother Zhang, why do we not rendezvous with senior brother Li, but instead hasten directly here?" inquired a young female disciple beside him. Senior brother Li has 2 tasks in this expedition. One is to draw the attention of the other 6 major sects, and the other is to ensure my safe departure from the relic. Hence, there is no need to meet with him, Zhang explained. "Oh, then why are we making a beeline for this place? Is there some treasure within this palace?" Clever. To be candid, this celestial gate relic is the remains of an ancient sacred-level sect that dominated the eastern region for tens of thousands of years. However, it met an unknown catastrophe. And within 3 days, the entire sect was annihilated, leaving behind this site. The disciples all displayed expressions of realization, and the young female disciple continued. Senior brother knows so much. What is the name of this sacred place? Take a guess. Seeing that no one could answer, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Our Tianling sect was actually named after this sacred place. Its full name is Tianling Sacred Ground. Gasped. The crowd was astonished, realizing the historical significance behind their sect. Now, beneath this palace lies something I require. There are still some remnants of formations and restrictions below, so everyone must proceed with caution. Yes, Senior Brother Zhang. The group responded eagerly. Feng, who had been trailing behind, felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing Zhang Feng's account. After 4 years of cultivation in the Tianling sect, he had been utterly oblivious to this matter. Given Zhang Feng's profound understanding of this location, it was evident that he had intentionally come to this palace, indicating the presence of something crucial. With these thoughts in mind, Feng resolved to bide his time for revenge, waiting until they had found the object before taking action. Thus, Feng followed the group deep into the palace's underground, where remnants of formations and restrictions still lingered. At that moment, Zhang Feng casually produced a palm-sized golden bell and began to shake it towards the restrictions. Dingling, dingling. As the sound of the bell resonated, the formations began to tremble. Within a few breaths, the restrictions blocking their path vanished entirely. Senior Brother Zhang, I didn't expect the sect master would grant you such a magical artifact. Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. To obtain that object, the breaking formation bell is undoubtedly essential. There is no need for such surprise. The crowd, momentarily bewildered, then followed Zhang Feng deeper into the abyss. As they ventured further, the array of formations and restrictions multiplied, accompanied by a rising temperature. Senior Brother Zhang, why is it so sweltering here? Inquired a young female disciple, perplexed. Zhang Feng glanced at the group, expressing resignation. Bear with it a little longer. We are nearly there. Lagging behind, Feng was engulfed in doubt. Why was Zhang Feng so insistent on leading this assembly of Tianling sect disciples into such a place? If the previous necessity was to balance the other rogue cultivators, what was the purpose now? Minutes passed as they pressed onward, and soon they stood before a colossal brass door. All surrounding formations had been dismantled, and now, merely opening this door would unveil its secrets. Yet, this immense door towered over 10 meters high and spanned about 5 meters wide. Such a monumental barrier would prove formidable even for foundational cultivators to breach. Brother, how do we open this door? Inquired Sun Hao with curiosity. Instead of responding directly, Zhang Feng scanned the disciples. As disciples of the Tianling sect, it is time for you to contribute to the sect. The unexpected declaration left the disciples bewildered. However, Sun Hao discerned the underlying implication, and his expression darkened. Ahem. Senior Brother Zhang is correct. You should indeed contribute to the sect. With that, Sun Hao cast a sycophantic glance at Zhang Feng, who merely responded with a cold smile. In an instant, a flying sword shot forth from Zhang Feng's sleeve, striking a nearby disciple. Thud. The disciple's head was severed, his scream silenced before it could escape. Senior Brother, what are you doing? The remaining disciples exclaimed in shock, bewildered by Zhang Feng's sudden assault. At that moment, Zhang Feng's expression turned frigid, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I just stated it. You must contribute to the sect. He continued. Opening this brass door requires a significant amount of blood. Only through your sacrifice can we unveil this final gate. Ah no, I do not wish to die. Senior Brother, we have always followed you. Please spare me. Pleaded a male disciple, falling to his knees in desperation. But the response was a sword piercing through his chest. Chapter 39. The sacred artifact of Tianling. As Zhang Feng's sword pierced the disciple's heart, the remaining Tianling sect disciples scattered in fear. Since you have come, do not leave. Zhang Feng remarked, casting a talisman that enveloped the area in a formidable array. The flying sword began to weave through the air, mercilessly claiming the lives of the disciples. At that moment, the young and beautiful female disciple knelt before Zhang Feng, imploring, Senior Brother Zhang, I beseech you to spare me. I will do anything you ask if you let me live. As she spoke, she boldly showcased her alluring figure. Zhang Feng smirked coldly, then struck the female disciple on the head with a swift, decisive motion. In an instant, her skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. This gruesome spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the other disciples. Such a beautiful young woman had been so brutally slain. Zhang Lingfeng was nothing short of a devil. However, the disciples of the Tianling sect were primarily at the Qi refinement level and stood no chance against him. Within a mere quarter of an hour, only Sun Hao remained alive among them. Zhang, brother Zhang, Sun Hao was so terrified that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Zhang Lingfeng's icy smile returned. Consider yourself fortunate, for the blood is sufficient to open the bronze door. In light of your assistance in eliminating Lu Feng, I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately knelt before Zhang Lingfeng, bowing deeply. Thank you, brother Zhang, for your mercy. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal servant. Loyalty is not merely a matter of words. Consume this pill, and I shall believe your claims. Zhang Lingfeng produced a crimson pill and handed it to him. Sun Hao gazed at the pill with trepidation, yet he knew he must endure, gritting his teeth as he swallowed it whole. Brother, what exactly is this pill? Zhang Lingfeng's eyes glinted with mockery. Fear not, my junior. This pill is known as the brain corpse pill. If you obey me, I will periodically provide you with the antidote. Brother, you, once ingested. The brain corpse pill would allow the wielder to exert control over the victim, causing excruciating pain in the brain at intervals, akin to being pierced by needles. Without the antidote, one would eventually succumb to madness and self-destruction. Zhang Lingfeng paid Sun Hao no further mind, instead approaching the bronze door with deliberate steps. At that moment, the blood of the fallen disciples pooled at the center of the door, and Zhang Lingfeng pressed his hand lightly against it. With a thunderous roar, the bronze door began to creak open. An ancient aura wafted forth from within, and as the door fully opened, a magnificent, glowing red sword hovered in the hall. Aha! I have found it. I have finally discovered it. Zhang Lingfeng exclaimed with fervor. The terrifying aura emanating from the great sword also struck fear into Sun Hao, who stammered, Brother Zhang, what is this sword? Zhang Lingfeng's eyes shone with excitement. This sword is the Blood Soul Sword, a sacred artifact of the Tianling Holy Land. With this sword in our possession, our Tianling sect shall undoubtedly rise to become the foremost sect in the eastern region, perhaps even the second Holy Land of the East. At this revelation, Sun Hao was utterly astounded. A sacred artifact is revered as being 2 tiers above a spiritual treasure, with the hierarchy of treasures ascending from low to high as follows: spiritual artifact, magical artifact, Tao artifact, celestial artifact, sacred artifact, imperial artifact, immortal artifact, and ultimately, the divine artifact. The artifacts are generally designated for practitioners at the golden core and nascent soul stages, while celestial artifacts are reserved for those at the transformation stage and above. As for sacred artifacts, they are typically possessed only by sects of the Holy Land level. Such treasures are emblematic of a Holy Land stature. The absence of a sacred artifact signifies that a sect can never ascend to the status of a Holy Land. Observing this scene from a distance, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming excitement at the sight of the Blood Soul Sword. Previously, he had acquired the Heavenly Flame Divine Furnace, a mid-grade artifact for alchemy, which, although it enhanced his refining efficiency, offered no assistance in combat. In contrast, the Blood Soul Sword before him was a treasure for battle, and he felt compelled to seize it. At that moment, Zhang Lingfeng approached the Blood Soul Sword, brandishing the disruption bell. With deliberate steps, he reached the sword and began to shake the bell. Gradually, the array that bound the Blood Soul Sword began to collapse, and after a brief interval, the sword was entirely liberated from its constraints. Just as Zhang Lingfeng prepared to claim the sword, a red flying sword suddenly shot toward him from behind. Consequently, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the Blood Soul Sword and immediately conjured a protective spell to defend himself. Clang! The red flying sword shattered Zhang Lingfeng's protective barrier in an instant, but its wielder seized the opportunity to distance themselves. Sun Hao, how dare you attack me? Sun Hao, standing at the back, looked utterly bewildered. Senior brother Zhang, it wasn't me. The flying sword came from behind. Zhang Lingfeng's eyes flickered with confusion. Logically, Sun Hao would not dare to act against him. Moreover, the destructive force of the flying sword could only be wielded by a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, indicating that there were indeed other practitioners behind them. Who dares to show themselves? Come forth. Shortly after, a man wearing a dog-headed mask emerged from behind. Upon seeing this figure, Zhang Lingfeng's expression turned icy. Who are you? How dare you suddenly attack a true disciple? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Heavenly Spirit Sect? Ah, retribution from the Heavenly Spirit Sect? Now that's truly amusing. As he spoke, the man removed his dog-headed mask. Sun Hao's face turned pale as he recognized the visage beneath. It's you. Zhang Lingfeng also found the face vaguely familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "You are Lu Feng. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. As a reward, I shall send you all to hell for free." Humph. Just you? However, since you dare to show yourself, I can conveniently deliver your head to Elder Luo Qing, so she can finally relinquish her hopes. Lu Feng let out a cold smile, and the crimson flying sword once again shot towards Zhang Lingfeng. He was disinclined to engage in idle banter with these two. It was far more crucial to swiftly retrieve the Blood Soul sword and depart from this place. Under Lu Feng's command, the Flame Spirit sword launched rapid assaults against his adversary, effectively overpowering Zhang Lingfeng. There was no alternative. Lu Feng was at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, while Zhang Lingfeng was merely at the 1st level, creating an insurmountable gap in their cultivation levels. Even with just the flying sword at his disposal, Zhang Lingfeng was no match for him. Damn it. How? How could you possibly possess the cultivation of the 5th level of Foundation establishment? At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng finally realized Lu Feng's true cultivation, which was utterly astonishing. Lu Feng was expelled from the Tianling sect only after recently achieving the 1st layer of Foundation establishment. Remarkably, in just over 2 months, he has ascended to the 5th layer. Such a pace of cultivation would be deemed unbelievable by others. Realizing he was no match for Lu Feng, Zhang Lingfeng swiftly retrieved a magical compass and hurled it towards Lu Feng. With a flicker of thought, Lu Feng enveloped himself in the golden armor technique. Bang! Crack! The technique only endured for a fleeting moment before being shattered by the compass, sending Lu Feng hurtling through the air. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Fortunately, he sustained only minor injuries. He warily regarded the compass wielded by his opponent. Aha! Even if you possess the cultivation of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, what does it matter? You are still defeated by my Tao artifact, the celestial compass. Zhang Lingfeng laughed triumphantly. Chapter 40. The Hidden Paradise Within the Ruins. At this moment, Lu Feng truly felt the terrifying power of the Tao artifact. Even a cultivator at the 1st layer of Foundation establishment could inflict harm upon him when wielding such a tool. Thankfully, his golden armor technique boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Otherwise, that last strike would have surely left him gravely injured if not dead. Resolute in his decision, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Lu Feng's eyes as he unleashed a fireball technique. Zhang Lingfeng, initially dismissive upon recognizing the fireball, soon realized the gravity of the situation as it approached. Hastily, he activated the celestial compass for defense. Boom! The terrifying might of the flawless grade fireball technique engulfed him instantly. Despite Zhang Lingfeng's attempt to shield himself with the Tao artifact, the radiating heat rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. Damn it! Hold on! Zhang Lingfeng bellowed in frustration. Yet, in the next heartbeat, 3 equally potent fireballs surged forth simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the celestial compass was sent flying, and the retreating Zhang Lingfeng was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Clang! The Tao artifact, the breaking array bell, tumbled to the ground, yet Zhang Lingfeng's storage bag was incinerated to nothingness. Phew! It's finally done. Lu Feng exhaled deeply, then turned to face Sun Hao. Upon meeting his gaze, Sun Hao was instantly struck with fear. Lu, senior brother, you. Lu Feng coldly gazed at Sun Hao and inquired, "Pray tell, why did you conspire against me? Who orchestrated this?" Upon witnessing Sun Hao stammering, he swiftly drew the Yinling sword, pressing it against the latter's throat. Sun Hao, gripped by fear, began to perspire profusely. I will speak. It was the sect master who commanded me, and that recording stone was fabricated by him as well. The intent was to strip you of your status as a true disciple and elevate his nephew in your stead. As he spoke, Sun Hao's gaze furtively flickered towards the ashes of Zhang Lingfeng. So that was the truth. Now, let me ask you once more. Does Luo Qing know of this matter? She should be aware. Upon hearing Sun Hao's response, Lu Feng felt his heart plummet. He threw back his head and laughed, uncertain whether he mocked himself or others. Observing this, Sun Hao immediately fell to his knees. Senior brother Lu, I was merely following the sect master's orders. I beg for your forgiveness. With a swift motion, before Sun Hao could finish his plea, the Yinling sword severed his head from his body. Now that he had uncovered the truth, Lu Feng saw no reason to show mercy. After dispatching the two, he approached the Blood Soul sword. Gazing at the enormous crimson sword suspended in the air, his heart surged with exhilaration. At that moment, the blood soul sword emitted a tremor. Young one, your spiritual roots have been destroyed, and your power is so feeble. It seems improbable that you could ever wield me in this lifetime. Suddenly, the sound of the blood soul sword resonated in Lu Feng's ears, which left him even more astonished. Blood soul sword, were you just speaking to me? Lu Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is I, the true essence. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, surprised to find that this sacred artifact possessed spiritual intelligence. However, it seemed that the entity regarded him with a hint of disdain. Oh, pray tell, what level of cultivation is required to wield your power? At the very least, one must possess the cultivation of the transformation stage. Young one, do you truly believe that you can attain such a realm given your current circumstances? The transformation stage transcends the nascent soul stage, and it appears that there are but a handful of transformation stage cultivators in the entire eastern region. What if I were to reach the transformation stage? Lu Feng retorted defiantly. Haha, do you think reaching the transformation stage is as simple as quenching your thirst? Should you indeed cultivate to that level, I would gladly become your life-bound treasure. Typically, a cultivator's life-bound treasure is intrinsically linked to them. Any harm or glory befalls them both. However, to refine a life-bound treasure, one must attain at least the golden elixir stage. Very well, I shall wager with you. With that declaration, the blood soul sword transformed into a streak of crimson light and flew into his body, subsequently hovering within his dantian. Young one, since you have chosen to wager against me, allow me to set a condition. Should you fail to reach the nascent soul stage within a century, your physical form shall become my sword servant. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Achieving the nascent soul within a century was an exceedingly modest requirement. In fact, he could surpass that threshold in less than a decade. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. With that, Lu Feng stowed the heavenly compass and the array-breaking bell into his storage bag. For both of these treasures were of medium-grade Dao artifacts and warranted safekeeping. As he departed, he casually took Sun Hao's storage bag as well. Upon leaving the palace, he sought a tranquil location to recuperate and mend some of his internal injuries. At that moment, chaos reigned within the ruins as the 7 major sects, in their quest for stability, had refrained from dispatching cultivators at the 9th level of foundation establishment. This decision resulted in unceasing skirmishes among the disciples of the various sects, preventing a lopsided outcome. Among them, the Blood Demon sect dispatched its most accomplished disciple, whose cultivation reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, indicating he was at the latter stage of that realm. As Lu Fengfei soared through the skies, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield below, shaking his head in resignation. After a brief moment, he suddenly detected a rich aura emanating from a distant mountain peak. Without hesitation, Lu Fengfei promptly made his way toward it. Upon nearing the source, he discovered it to be a hidden cave, or rather, a celestial paradise. However, the protective formation surrounding it had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect, allowing the spiritual energy to escape. As he basked in the abundant spiritual essence flowing from the cave, a look of pure delight spread across Lu Fengfei's face. The richness of the aura in this celestial paradise was astonishing, and its quality was unparalleled. Lu Feng stood outside the cave, contemplating for a considerable time. Yet he could not discern a way to enter. At that moment, the blood soul sword unexpectedly spoke. Direct 3 streams of spiritual energy towards the stone pillar on your left, and then direct 1 towards the central pillar. Only then shall you gain entry. Upon hearing the blood soul sword's guidance, Lu Feng's heart brimmed with joy. Thank you, esteemed elder, he exclaimed, and promptly executed the instructions. In the next moment, a gap suddenly opened at the entrance of the cave, allowing Lu Feng to slip inside. Once he entered, he discovered that the cave was indeed a veritable paradise, with an even denser concentration of spiritual energy. The richness of the spiritual energy was nearly tangible. Goodness! To cultivate here would be utterly exhilarating. Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement. Hee, this place is not suited for a foundational realm cultivator like you, even with all your might. You could not possibly absorb the entirety of the spiritual energy in this layer. The blood soul sword cautioned once more. Oh, is that so? Lu Feng responded. And without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the operation of the transformation greenwood art. As he channeled the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge into Lu Feng's body with fervor. The speed at which he absorbed and refined the spiritual energy astonished the blood soul sword beyond measure. Young one, what grade of cultivation technique are you practicing? Lu Feng paid it no mind and devoted himself to his cultivation. You practiced the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You practiced the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You achieved an elevation in your cultivation, experience points 1. The Blood Soul Sword observed Lu Feng's pace of advancement and realized that he indeed had the potential to reach the nascent soul realm within a century. It seems the true self had underestimated this young man. He possesses quite a remarkable talent. Chapter 41. The Ascension of the Qingmu Technique to the Fusion Dao level. Lu Feng secluded himself in the celestial paradise, dedicating his efforts to rigorous cultivation. The abundance of spiritual energy in this sanctuary rendered the experience exceedingly pleasurable. In the throes of his practice, he lost all sense of time, and before he knew it, 2 weeks had slipped by. During this period, the cultivators within the relics engaged in fierce battles, particularly the disciples of the 7 major sects, who fought with relentless fervor, some even forming alliances to oppose others. The intensity of their conflict stemmed primarily from the overwhelming wealth of treasures hidden within the relics, be it rare materials or magical artifacts. Everything one could desire was present. At this moment, under the leadership of Li Chongyong, the disciples of the Tianling sect had amassed a considerable bounty of treasures. However, Li Chongyong was plagued by an unsettling premonition, prompting him to inquire of a nearby disciple, Nanhua. Have you managed to contact junior brother Zhang? This disciple, named Nanhua, was a third-level foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing Li Chongyong's repeated inquiry regarding Zhang Lingfeng, he could only shake his head in resignation. They had been unable to reach junior brother Zhang for 2 weeks. Could something have gone awry? After pondering for a moment, Li Chongyong shook his head, asserting, "It is unlikely that anything unfortunate has occurred. Junior brother Zhang possesses several magical artifacts, even in the face of a late foundation establishment cultivator. He would still be capable of putting up a fight. Thus, it stands to reason that he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity, which explains his prolonged absence." Indeed, that is most likely the case. Meanwhile, within the celestial paradise, Lu Feng had successfully advanced his cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment. This remarkable leap of 3 minor realms had increased the spiritual liquid in his dantian sixfold, and an ever-growing volume of this liquid began to transition into a solid state. The Blood Soul Sword, which had been observing Lu Feng intently, was rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. Lu Feng's cultivation speed is astonishing, surpassing even that of a prodigy, having ascended to the 8th layer of foundation in such a brief period. Moreover, the total amount of spiritual liquid within him is remarkably formidable, exceeding that of an average 8th layer cultivator by 3 to 4 times. At this moment, Lu Feng ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged his progress to the 8th layer of foundation, reflecting that just 2 more minor realms would enable him to break through to the golden core stage. With a thought, Lu Feng examined the changes in his proficiency panel. Name, Lu Feng. Age, 20270. Cultivation, 8th layer of foundation, 7043000. Techniques, Qingmu Ju. Transformation, 99991000. Chongxing Ju. Entry 0100. Spells, Vines Technique. Major Success 264400. Spirit Rain Technique. Proficient 182200. Fireball Technique. Flawless 3151000. Golden Armor Technique. Major Success 82400. Cloud Treading Technique. Major Success 103400. Alchemical Arts. Qi Recovery Pill. Major Success 205400. Spirit Gathering Pill. Minor Success 5300. Spirit Nourishing Pill. Entry 0100. Cultivation Skills. Spiritual Herbalist. 2nd Tier 80200. Alchemist. 2nd Tier 925100. His lifespan has already reached 270 years, and most importantly, he is on the brink of another breakthrough in the Qingmu Ju. Lu Feng pondered what realms might lie beyond transformation. He realized that within him resides an ancient artifact spirit. He could seek its counsel. Thus, Lu Feng inquired, "Senior Blood Soul Sword, are you present?" "Indeed, young one. You may call me Blood Elder from now on." The Blood Soul Sword's response indicated that it had acknowledged Lu Feng. "Very well, Blood Elder. I have a question to ask, and I hope you will generously impart your wisdom. Speak freely." Lu Feng paused for a moment before inquiring, "I would like to know how many levels of mastery exist for the martial arts techniques." So that is the question. There are a total of 9 levels of proficiency in the martial arts techniques, though the final 2 levels are not attainable by ordinary individuals. Lu Feng lowered his head in contemplation, pondering that the Qingmu Ju of transformation should reside at the 7th proficiency level. This implies that there remain 2 additional levels of mastery, 9 in total. What, then, are the names of the final 2 proficiency levels, and what effects do they possess? The Blood Soul Sword retorted with irritation. Could it be that your cultivation technique has indeed reached the 7th level? Wait, given your recent speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy, it is indeed plausible. Lu Feng scratched his head and smiled. Indeed, I have reached the 7th level. Which is why I posed this question. After a moment of silence, the Blood Soul Sword finally responded. It seems I have underestimated your innate talent. Though your spiritual root has been rendered ineffective, your comprehension is extraordinarily remarkable. Very well, I shall disclose the answer. The 8th level of proficiency is term fusion of the Tao. As the name suggests, once your proficiency reaches this level, the techniques you cultivate will intertwine with the principles of the Great Tao, which will greatly benefit your future breakthrough into the harmonization realm. Fusion of the Tao? I see. And what about the 9th level of proficiency? Lu Feng inquired further. The 9th level exists only in legend. I do not know its name. However, should you manage to elevate your techniques to that level, ascending to the higher realms may not be beyond your reach. Upon hearing the Blood Soul Sword's words, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he resumed his practice of the Qingmu technique. You have practiced the Qingmu technique once. Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement. Experience points 1. Your proficiency in the Qingmu technique has reached 10,000. The proficiency level of this technique has ascended from transformation to fusion of the Tao. As this information manifested, an incredibly profound memory seamlessly integrated into Lu Feng's consciousness. Simultaneously, the cave's blessed grounds surged with natural Tao patterns, all converging into his being. The Blood Soul Sword, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered almost speechless. This is the manifestation of the Great Tao's principles. What on earth is this child's identity? How can he be so formidable? Chapter 42. Breakthrough to the Golden Core. An hour later, the fusion of the Great Tao's principles finally concluded. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes. A profound and natural aura emanating from him. This was the extraordinary transformation brought about by the Qi Ju at the fusion Tao level. Originally a high-tier technique of the celestial rank, the Qi Ju had now ascended to the low tier of the Tao rank. The hierarchy of cultivation techniques is divided into 6 primary tiers: immortal, Tao, celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow, ranked from highest to lowest. Now that the Qi Ju had been elevated to a low-tier Tao technique, one more advancement would elevate it to the immortal tier. However, Lu Feng sensed that even if the proficiency of the Qi Ju reached the 9th level, it would still be incapable of ascending to the immortal rank. This was an instinctual awareness, yet even as a Tao technique, it was already formidable. At present, there was not a single Tao technique throughout the eastern region. Even the sect master of the Tianling sect practiced only a mid-tier celestial technique. After experiencing the changes brought about by the Tao tier Qi Ju, Lu Feng focused his thoughts to check the proficiency panel. He was astounded to see that the proficiency value of the Qi Ju had surged from 10,000 to 1,000,000, a full 100-fold increase. Oh my! Lu Feng exclaimed, utterly taken aback. How long would it take to cultivate this 1,000,000 proficiency points? Wait, since the proficiency level of the Qi Ju had advanced, did that mean the speed of circulating a full cycle had also increased? With that thought, Lu Feng immediately began to circulate the Qi Ju. You have circulated the Qi Ju once. Proficiency 1. You have made a breakthrough in cultivation. Experience 1. In just a minute, the Qi Ju completed a full cycle, taking only a third of the time compared to before. This meant that in 1 hour, he could accumulate 60 points in proficiency and 60 points in cultivation experience. Over a span of 24 hours, that would amount to over 1,400 points. He now needed only 3,000 experience points to elevate his cultivation by a minor realm. If he exerted himself fully, he could achieve this in just over 2 days. At that moment, as Lu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, the Blood Soul Sword suddenly spoke. Young one, who exactly are you? To have cultivated your technique to the fusion Tao realm at the foundation establishment stage, are you the fabled child of destiny? Child of destiny? I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Lu Feng retorted. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? If you were an ordinary cultivator, this world would hold no geniuses. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation. How could he possibly divulge his secrets to another? With that thought, he resumed practicing the Qingmu technique, determined to enhance his cultivation. This cave abode was a rare opportunity for advancement, and with a good 10 days remaining until the relics would awaken, he could make the most of this time to improve his skills. Observing Lu Feng's silence, the Blood Soul Sword refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, especially cultivators. Initially, the Blood Soul Sword held a certain disdain for Lu Feng, but witnessing his extraordinary comprehension, it swiftly altered its perspective. Perhaps aligning with Lu Feng was indeed a sagacious choice. As time slipped away unnoticed, for days swiftly passed. With continuous cultivation, Lu Feng's realm ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, mere experience points away from breaking into the golden core realm. At this moment, Lu Feng halted his training, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. Typically, breaking into the golden core realm necessitated considerable preparation. Primarily, one must procure breakthrough elixirs, seek familiar allies to serve as guardians, and locate a cave rich in spiritual energy, among other necessities. However, during his previous return to the foundation establishment stage, he had utilized none of these aids. He simply advanced once his experience points reached their maximum threshold. This was made possible by his prior attainment of the foundation establishment realm, which had granted him the confidence to proceed. But now, as he approached the golden core realm, he found himself at an impasse. Forget it. Let us see if I can truly break through to the golden core realm. With that, Lu Feng closed his eyes once more and began to channel the Qingmu technique. You have successfully channeled the Qingmu technique, Proficiency 1. You have undertaken a cultivation enhancement. Experience points 1. Your cultivation experience points have reached 3,000. You have successfully advanced to the first layer of the golden core realm. As this information flashed before him, Lu Feng's internal energy surged uncontrollably. The liquid spiritual essence within his dantian began to whirl rapidly, transitioning towards a solid state. At that moment, the Blood Soul Sword sensed the transformation occurring within Lu Feng. Gazing at the spiraling mass of spiritual essence below, the Blood Soul Sword was rendered speechless, astonished. Kid, you dare to directly break into the golden core realm. Have you lost your mind? Lu Feng, engrossed in the profound sensations coursing through his body, momentarily disregarded the inquiries of the Blood Soul Sword. As time trickled by, after 3 full hours, the spiritual liquid within his dantian finally coalesced into a solid golden pill. Adorning the surface of this golden pill were 9 intricate patterns, each imbued with profound essence. This breakthrough not only enabled him to solidify the golden pill, but also bestowed significant enhancements upon both his physical form and consciousness. It felt as though he had ascended to a new realm, or perhaps transformed into a higher echelon of existence. At this moment, the Blood Soul Sword, astonished, stammered in disbelief. This is the 9 revolutions. Golden pill. How can this be possible? Lu Feng raised his brow, somewhat perplexed by the concept of the 9 turns golden elixir. Elder Shui, what do you mean by the 9 turns golden elixir? The Blood Soul Sword paused before responding. You dare to directly break through without even knowing about the 9 turns golden elixir. Never mind. Your innate talent is beyond comprehension. Allow me to elucidate what the 9 turns golden elixir entails. Thereafter, the Blood Soul Sword elaborated on the knowledge surrounding the 9 turns golden elixir. The term refers to the 9 distinct Tao patterns contained within the golden elixir at the moment of its forging. Each pattern signifies a turn. Typically, practitioners at the foundational level have 3 options when attempting to break through to the golden elixir stage. The first option is for those of lesser talent, who can only utilize a breakthrough pill to ascend to the golden elixir stage. Such practitioners, upon successful breakthrough, will possess only 1 to 3 Tao patterns within their golden elixir, rendering future advancement to the nascent soul stage nearly impossible. Conversely, those with better innate talent may choose to use the breakthrough pill or forego it altogether. If they opt for the pill, they will generally end up with fewer than 6 Tao patterns in their golden elixir, with a slim chance of advancing to the nascent soul stage. As for practitioners who choose not to consume the breakthrough pill, upon successfully reaching the golden elixir stage, their golden elixir will contain at least 6 Tao patterns and may reach as many as 8. However, the success rate for breaking through without the pill is less than 30%, which is why the majority of foundational practitioners rely on medicinal assistance for their breakthroughs. In contrast, Lu Feng's golden elixir, possessing 9 Tao patterns, is exceedingly rare. The number 9 is considered an extreme, and only those with unparalleled talent and immense fortune possess the minuscule probability of forging a 9 turns golden elixir. Once achieved, such practitioners are destined to become nascent souls. And indeed, supreme ones at that. Furthermore, with each additional Tao pattern, the spiritual energy contained within the golden elixir increases by 30%. Thus, a 9 turns golden elixir boasts over double the spiritual energy of a 1-turn golden elixir. In a confrontation, regardless of the might or endurance of spells, the 9 turns golden elixir would decisively overpower the 1-turn counterpart, illustrating the terrifying nature of the 9 turns golden elixir. At this point, the Blood Soul Sword erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It was worth my enduring weight of millennia. I have finally encountered a peerless prodigy, such as yourself." Lu Feng touched his nose, realizing he was far from being an extraordinary genius. He had merely received a fortuitous boost. Clearing his throat, he expressed his gratitude to the esteemed Elder Shui for the guidance. Just as their conversation unfolded, a new message appeared on the proficiency panel before him. You have successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm, comprehending the innate divine ability, Yin-Yang moment. Chapter 43, Innate Divine Ability. Yin-Yang moment. The sudden emergence of this message left Lu Feng momentarily stunned. An extraordinary understanding of a unique spell surged into his mind. Once he fully grasped its essence, he realized what it entailed. This realization was none other than his innate divine ability, Yin-Yang moment. This ability fundamentally differed from conventional spells, as it could only be wielded by him, and its effects were profoundly mysterious. Yin-Yang moment could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Upon its invocation, a vast area within 100 miles would instantaneously be enveloped in the realms of Yin and Yang, akin to a domain-type ability. While it bore similarities to formations, it possessed essential distinctions. Once a formation was deployed, retracting it was arduous. However, Lu Feng's Yin-Yang moment could be released and withdrawn at will. Furthermore, the expanse of the Yin-Yang domain could expand or contract according to Lu Feng's desires. Should other cultivators fall under the sway of Yin-Yang moment, their power would be diminished by 50%. Simultaneously, their spiritual energy consumption would roughly double. Prolonged exposure to the Yin-Yang moment would lead to the erosion of one's rationality by the dual forces of Yin and Yang. Having grasped the implications of Yin-Yang moment, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Once he regained his composure, he focused his thoughts, and the proficiency panel materialized before him. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 20. 500 Cultivation: Golden Core Level 1. 110, 000. Technique: Qingmu Ju. Integration Level 11. 000, 000. Cha Xingju. Entry Level 01, 00. Innate Divine Ability: Yin-Yang moment. Entry Level 01. 00. Spells: Vines Technique. Major Achievement 242, for 100. Spiritual Rain Technique. Proficient 182, 200. Fireball Technique. Flawless 3, 081, 000. Golden Armor Technique. Major Achievement 66, for 100. Cloud Step Technique. Major Achievement 82, for 100. Alchemy. Qi Supplement Pill. Major Achievement 205, for 100. Spirit Gathering Pill. Minor Achievement 5, 300. Spirit Nurturing Pill. Entry Level 01. 00. Cultivation Arts. Spiritual Planter. Second Rank 80, 200. Alchemist. Second Rank 9, 251, 000. Oh. Can my innate divine ability also enhance its proficiency level? In his heart, Lu Feng pondered. At this moment, his proficiency panel displayed significant changes, particularly in the Qingmu technique, as well as in his cultivation and lifespan. His previously limited lifespan of under 300 years had now been extended to 500 years. Furthermore, the experience points in the cultivation section had escalated to 10,000. Consequently, the rate at which he could elevate his realm would slow down slightly. However, even with this deceleration, he would still require merely a week to ascend to a minor realm, which was of little concern. With 10 days remaining until the relic would reopen, Lu Feng resolved not to squander this time and thus resumed his meditative practice. You activated the Qingmu technique, Proficiency 1. You achieved a cultivation advancement, Experience Points 1. You activated the Qingmu technique, Proficiency 1. You achieved a cultivation advancement, Experience Points 1. Your cultivation experience has reached 10,000, successfully advancing to the second layer of the Golden Core. 10 consecutive days of cultivation had allowed him to ascend to a minor realm once more. At this moment, the blood soul sword within him was left astonished and somewhat numbed. While it was understandable for the Foundation establishment stage to progress swiftly, How could the golden core stage elevate at such an extraordinary rate? The Blood Soul Sword even began to suspect that Lu Feng might be a reincarnation of some celestial being. At this juncture, Lu Feng finally ceased his cultivation and inquired, "Elder Blood, how long have I been cultivating here?" "You have cultivated here for a total of 28 days. Tomorrow marks the time for the relic to open once again." The Blood Soul Sword replied. Lu Feng nodded slightly and rose to leave the cave dwelling. In truth, he held a deep fondness for this place. It would be splendid if he could always cultivate in such an environment. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky. After reaching the golden core stage, the spiritual liquid within his body had transformed into magical power, enabling him to traverse the realms with divine speed. Furthermore, the scope of his spiritual awareness had expanded from 1 kilometer to 10,000 meters. As he scanned the surroundings, the conditions within the ruins were laid bare before his eyes. After more than 20 days of chaotic combat, nearly 1,000 cultivators had dwindled to half. It appeared that the other half had perished in the fray. Since you have all gathered the treasures, it conveniently saves me the trouble of searching for each one," Lu Feng remarked with a faint smile. With that, he directed his flight toward a group of cultivators. In a flash, a beam of golden light descended before the assembly of cultivators, leaving them astonished at the sight before them. The individual wore a dog-headed mask and donned the attire of a rogue cultivator, yet it was evident that this person was a formidable golden core master. Observing this, a fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and inquired, "Esteemed senior, we are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. May I ask the purpose of your unexpected visit?" Lu Feng cast a sweeping glance around and noted that there were a total of 36 cultivators present. With a faint smile, he remarked, "There is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to borrow something from all of you." The crowd furrowed their brows, puzzled by Lu Feng's intent. "Senior, what is it that you wish to borrow?" He replied, "Naturally, it is your storage bags." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood, and they exchanged wary glances with Lu Feng. "Senior, are you jesting?" one of them questioned. Spare me the pleasantries. Either hand over your storage bags, or remain here forever." Lu Feng, weary of engaging in futile discourse with this group, resorted to outright intimidation. "Esteemed senior, we are disciples of the Free and Easy sect. Even as a formidable golden core cultivator, you must contemplate the repercussions of opposing us." Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, realizing that this group of individuals remained oblivious to the circumstances. With no further ado, he raised his right hand gently, and countless vines erupted from the ground, instantly ensnaring all the cultivators. The crowd was taken aback, hastily summoning their flying swords to slash at the vines. However, their attacks merely left superficial cuts. They could not sever the vines at all. After reaching the golden core stage, the potency of his spells underwent a qualitative transformation. Even Foundation establishment cultivators found it impossible to easily sever his vines. Subsequently, Lu Feng personally took action, collecting all the storage bags from these cultivators into his own possession. After plundering this group, Lu Feng ascended to target another assembly of cultivators. Thus, he thoroughly looted the over 500 cultivators within the ruins. Some cultivators dared to confront him, yet under the control of his vine techniques, they were rendered utterly incapable of resistance. This exemplified the effects brought about by the disparity in cultivation levels. Soon, the final day arrived. At that moment, the passageway of the ruins opened. The disciples of the 7 major sects, along with a group of scattered cultivators, emerged from the ruins, their spirits as if bereaved. The elders awaiting outside the passage immediately sensed something amiss upon witnessing the state of their disciples. Elder Hongye turned to Hongxiu and inquired, "Xiu'er, why do you all appear so listless? Did you find no treasures within the ruins?" Upon seeing her grandmother, Hongxiu burst into tears. "Oh, grandmother, all the treasures we acquired in the ruins were snatched away by a single person." Chapter 44. Golden Core Duel. Elder Hongye's expression stiffened, momentarily unable to comprehend Hongxiu's words. "What did you just say? Please, repeat that." Hongxiu then recounted their experiences in the ruins in detail, while disciples from the other 6 major sects similarly lamented Lu Feng's heinous actions. Despicable. Who is this person? To humiliate the younger generation with golden core cultivation. Truly shameless. Elder Hongye fumed. The elders of the other 6 forces were equally incensed, while the atmosphere on the Tianling sect side felt rather peculiar. At this moment, the Grand Elder Li Xianming gazed solemnly at Li Chongyong and asked, "You mean to say you have not seen Zhang Lingfeng and the others at all?" How is that possible? Grandfather, this can be corroborated by junior brother Nanhua. From the moment we entered the ruins, we attempted to contact junior brother Zhang. Yet we have been unable to reach him, Li Chongyong replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Li Xianming admonished. How many times must I remind you to use titles when outside? The crowd fell into a moment of silence, and Li Xianming then turned to Elder Luo Qing, saying, Elder Luo, how do you propose we handle this matter? Zhang Lingfeng might be trapped within the ruins. Or perhaps he has fallen victim to the golden core cultivator mentioned by Li Chongyong. Therefore, I believe capturing the golden core cultivator would be the most prudent course of action. After listening to Luo Qing's suggestion, Li Xianming nodded silently, agreeing to follow Elder Luo's intention. They would wait here for the golden core cultivator to emerge and ascertain his true identity. This sentiment was not exclusive to Luo Qing and her companions. The elders from the other 6 major factions shared the same thought. Consequently, all 14 golden core elders stood outside the passage, anticipating the appearance of the golden core cultivator who had plundered their sect's disciples. Even several rogue cultivators lingered, curious to witness the unfolding events. A few minutes later, a man donned in a dog-headed mask emerged from the spatial passage. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Hong Xiu promptly pointed at the stranger with indignation, exclaiming, Grandmother, it is him. He has robbed me twice. With that, all 14 golden core elders fixated their gaze upon the masked cultivator. Indeed, this individual was Lu Feng. Observing the collective fury directed at him, Lu Feng merely smiled nonchalantly. Ah, fellow Taoists, we meet again. You despicable scoundrel. Return our storage bags at once, or this matter will not end here. Hong Xiu shouted angrily. Heh. You think the items I possess will simply return to you? How naive. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to attempt to reclaim them, Lu Feng retorted, his tone dripping with mockery. Hong Xiu trembled with rage, turning to Hong Yi. Grandmother, look at him, raising her hand to interrupt Hong Xiu. Hong Yi then addressed Lu Feng. You, as a golden core cultivator, why stoop to bully these juniors? Is such behavior not beneath your dignity? Lu Feng remained silent, gazing meaningfully at the other party. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, with a somber expression, spoke. Esteemed friend, I am Li Xianming, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Might you have encountered my sect's true disciple, Zhang Lingfeng? As he spoke, Luo Qing turned her gaze towards Lu Feng, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For a moment, she could not recall the source of this familiarity. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. I have never encountered it. Oh, is that so? Whether one has seen it or not is not for you to decide. I shall return to the Tianling sect and inquire. The elder replied with a chuckle. Your Tianling sect is indeed quite domineering. If that is the case, let us see the truth of the matter beneath our hands. As these words fell, the atmosphere became immediately tense. The elders from the other 6 major sects, sensing the shift in circumstances, retreated a distance with their disciples. While Lu Feng's act of seizing their disciples' storage bags could be deemed a hostile action, the situation had not yet escalated to physical confrontation. However, the Tianling sect's promptness to resort to aggression was somewhat excessive. Grandmother, is that person a rival of the Grand Elder of the Tianling sect? Hong Xiu suddenly inquired. As cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, they could not discern Lu Feng's true cultivation level, but Hong Yi, being at the late stage of the golden core, recognized Lu Feng's prowess at a glance. This individual had concealed his appearance with divine awareness. To unveil his true visage, one would need to destroy his dog-headed mask. Nevertheless, with his cultivation at merely the 2nd layer of the golden core, it would be a formidable challenge for him to contend with Li Xianming, who had reached the pinnacle of the golden core. As the two conversed, Lu Feng had already engaged in battle with Li Xianming. Li Xianming raised his hand and sent forth his superior-grade magical artifact, the Feng shuttle, aimed directly at Lu Feng's face. Ah, just in time. Let me witness the true strength of a golden core cultivator. With that, Lu Feng focused his thoughts, and the Yanling sword transformed into a streak of red light, soaring forth, while a layer of golden armor enveloped him. In the next moment, the Feng shuttle and the Yanling sword clashed in the air, with Li Xianming and Lu Feng locked in a fierce aerial duel. Countless rays of light erupted in dazzling exchanges. This person is remarkable. To confront a golden core pinnacle cultivator with only the 2nd layer of the golden core and not be at a disadvantage is no small feat. Who exactly is he? Hong Yu marveled. Other golden core cultivators nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Feng's formidable strength. As their battle intensified, Luo Qing, observing from a distance, could no longer remain passive. She transformed into a streak of light and joined the fray. At this moment, two golden core pinnacle cultivators from the Tianling sect were engaged in a fierce battle against Lu Feng alone. Realizing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to exert his full strength. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon Luo Qing and her companion. The two, not daring to be careless, immediately conjured their defensive artifacts. However, the terrifying power contained within the high-level fireball spell left them astounded. This is bad. The temperature of this flame is too terrifying. Quickly, use the Dao artifacts for defense, Li Xianming urgently warned. As core elders of the Tianling sect, both Luo Qing and Li Xianming naturally had Dao artifacts at their disposal. They promptly activated their artifacts to shield against the fireball's onslaught. Yet, before they could fully react, another wave of fireballs surged toward them. Damn it! Why are his fireballs so formidable? They had no choice but to rely again on their Dao artifacts for defense. But how long could they sustain this? On the opposite side, Lu Feng let out a cold smile, and then unleashed a flurry of fireballs. Observing that Li Xianming and Luo Qing were preoccupied with defense, Lu Feng swiftly transformed into a streak of light, retreating in the opposite direction. The several golden core elders who had been watching from a distance noticed Lu Feng's escape and immediately turned into beams of light, pursuing him. Damn that guy. He dares to flee. After him, Li Xianming exclaimed in fury. Chapter 45, A Bountiful Harvest. Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light, racing forward, pursued by a dozen golden core elders from the 7 major factions. Had there been only 1 or 2 golden core cultivators present, Lu Feng would not have needed to flee. However, faced with such a multitude of golden core practitioners, he had no choice but to escape. Alas, how regrettable it is that his cultivation level remains insufficient. If only he had attained the pinnacle of the golden core realm, there would be no need for flight. As he spoke, Lu Feng launched a flurry of fireballs towards his pursuers, momentarily halting the advancing golden core elders. Nevertheless, a few adept ones managed to evade the fiery projectiles and continued their chase. Undeterred, Lu Feng employed the same tactic once more, unleashing another barrage of fireballs to obstruct them. After several rounds of fiery interceptions, he found himself free from the relentless pursuit of the golden core elders. At last, he had escaped. Lu Feng murmured softly before accelerating once more towards the distance. 3 days later, the events that transpired within the ruins swiftly disseminated throughout the region. When the populace learned that all treasures had been plundered by a gold core cultivator donning a dog-headed mask, astonishment swept over them. They could hardly fathom that the 7 great powers had suffered such a setback within the ruins, and that this individual had managed to elude capture despite being pursued by over a dozen gold core elders. Such an extraordinary occurrence had not graced the eastern domain in decades. At this moment, Lu Feng had returned to Wangtian City, residing in the quarters provided by Manager Chen, thus alleviating any concerns of exposure. He sat cross-legged upon a mat and retrieved numerous storage bags from within his robes. After a careful count, he discovered he possessed a total of 512 storage bags, all of which were acquired from within the ruins. Upon meticulous inventory, he found that these bags contained a staggering total of 128,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 2,001 middle-grade spirit stones, 24,500 first-tier lower-grade pills, 3,300 middle-grade pills, and 1,600 second-tier lower-grade pills. Additionally, there were 740 first-tier spirit artifacts, 220 middle-grade spirit artifacts, and 60 upper-grade spirit artifacts. Furthermore, he possessed 25 second-tier lower-grade magical tools, 10 second-tier middle-grade magical tools, and 6 second-tier upper-grade magical tools. Lastly, he had 3 second-tier middle-grade Dao artifacts and an assortment of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Such an immense bounty rendered Lu Feng free to utilize spirit stones at will. However, to dispose of these items, he would require Manager Chen's assistance. Thus, he promptly sent a message through a communication jade slip. Moments later, Manager Chen arrived at his quarters, wearing a broad smile upon their meeting. "Friend Lu, how fared your expedition to the ruins?" "Quite well, I suppose," Lu Feng replied. Manager Chen, believing that Lu Feng had summoned him to sell upper-grade energy-replenishing pills, was filled with joy. Yet, when Lu Feng presented a substantial array of storage bags, Manager Chen was instantly taken aback. "Friend Lu, from whence did you acquire such a multitude of storage bags?" Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "These storage bags contain a considerable number of valuable items. I would like to request your assistance, Manager Chen, in disposing of them. Please take a look. Upon hearing that there was business to be conducted, Manager Chen immediately responded with a cheerful demeanor. Certainly, certainly. Let me first examine what treasures await. As soon as Manager Chen beheld the contents of the storage bags, his eyes widened in astonishment. How is it possible that there are so many elixirs here? Feng presented a collection of storage bags to Manager Chen, which were filled entirely with elixirs. As for the magical artifacts and other items, he intended to gauge Manager Chen's reaction before making further plans. With a chuckle, Manager Chen began to assess the worth of these elixirs. After half an hour of meticulous calculation, he finally spoke. Friend Lu, these tens of thousands of elixirs amount to a total value of 118,000 low-grade spirit stones. To simplify, let us consider it as 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thank you for your efforts, Manager Chen. I wonder if you would be willing to purchase these elixirs? The moment Feng revealed the elixirs, Manager Chen had already surmised his intentions and promptly replied, certainly. I shall buy them. Excellent. Then let us proceed with the transaction at the price you just quoted. Manager Chen's heart swelled with joy, as he knew these elixirs could fetch at least 150,000 low-grade spirit stones when resold, albeit with a bit of time required. Ahem, friend Lu. I currently do not possess such a large sum of spirit stones. What do you propose? Without hesitation, Feng handed over all the storage bags before him. I trust in your integrity, Manager Chen. Please take the elixirs now, and I will settle the spirit stones later. Manager Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your trust, friend Lu. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall exert myself to help you. He then departed from Feng's residence, carrying the elixirs with him. Feng began selecting the precious materials from his storage bag, which contained not only the spiritual herbs necessary for alchemical concoctions, but also an array of materials suitable for forging magical artifacts. He carefully chose several useful treasures and placed the remainder into another storage bag. With these materials at hand, he could directly commence the processes of alchemy and crafting. His gaze then shifted towards the three magical instruments before him: the heavenly flame divine furnace, the array-breaking bell, and the celestial compass. The former would aptly replace his existing furnace, while the latter two were currently unnecessary and could be stored for future use. Alas, he lamented the absence of a flying sword among the magical instruments. No sooner had he expressed this thought than the blood soul sword retorted, What nonsense about a flying sword? Do you truly believe that I am inferior to a mere magical instrument? Blood Senior, you. In truth, the blood soul sword had already recognized Feng as its master, though Feng mistakenly believed that their agreement must be fulfilled before he could wield it. Although we have an agreement, you are free to use my powers within 100 years. Upon hearing this, Feng's heart soared with joy. Really? Of course. What benefit do I gain from deceiving a junior? However, didn't you mention that I must possess at least the God transformation realm to use you? Yet, I am merely at the golden core stage. How can your mind be so slow? I did say that. But it does not mean that a golden core cultivator cannot utilize me. All right then. But before you can use me, you must refine me first to ensure proper functioning. Oh, I understand. Nevertheless, Feng still exhibited signs of concern. Could a sacred-grade flying sword truly be refined by someone at the golden core stage? The blood soul sword, sensing his apprehension, reassured him, Rest assured, I will release my restrictions and will not resist your refinement. Haha, then I am truly grateful, Blood Senior. With a thought, Feng summoned the blood soul sword, which swiftly emerged from within him. He then dedicated himself fully to the refinement of the blood soul sword. Chapter 46. Dealing with stolen goods within the bustling city of Wantian, throngs of people and streams of vehicles filled the streets. The opening of the third relic site had drawn an increasing number of cultivators, transforming the once ordinary city into a cacophony of activity, while simultaneously allowing the Xianyu sect to reap substantial profits. At this moment, in the Danxiang Pavilion, Manager Chen was in the process of requisitioning spirit stones from headquarters. Although Feng's batch of elixirs held considerable value, they did not contain any exceedingly rare potions, thus failing to capture the headquarters' attention. Danxiang Pavilion boasted numerous elixir shops throughout the eastern region, and Feng's modest supply could be easily consumed. However, after reporting this matter, Manager Chen suddenly noticed something amiss. Why has Taoist Lu suddenly acquired such an abundance of low-tier elixirs? Moreover, Feng possessed an abundance of storage talismans, which were evidently not acquired by him alone. Upon recalling Lu Feng's recent emergence from the relic and the enigmatic golden core cultivator adorned with a dog-headed mask, it suddenly dawned upon Manager Chen. Could it be? Could Lu Feng be that mysterious golden core cultivator? Manager Chen's expression transformed into one of astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, he became increasingly convinced of this notion, for it was the only explanation for Lu Feng's sudden production of such a plethora of elixirs. Yet, an instant later, Manager Chen pondered whether his demeanor towards Lu Feng had been somewhat disrespectful. After all, Lu Feng was indeed a golden core true person, a figure of elder status in any sect. It seems he must exercise greater caution upon their next encounter. 3 days later, Lu Feng finally managed to refine the Blood Soul Sword to a mere 10%. With this connection established, he could now wield the Blood Soul Sword. Had it not been for the sword's voluntary release of all its restrictions, he could have labored for a year without achieving even this modest level of refinement. Young one, this degree of refinement is sufficient for your use. When your cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, you may refine it to 30%. However, even this 10% is adequate for you to confront those Tao artifacts, the Blood Soul proudly remarked. I understand, esteemed elder, Lu Feng replied. Now that he lacked for weapons, it was time to commence the alchemical process. The promise of 1,000 superior Qi replenishing elixirs to the Danqiang Pavilion had yet to be fulfilled, and this presented an opportune moment to undertake that endeavor as well. Lu Feng retrieved a storage bag, and with a mere thought, a colossal alchemical furnace with a diameter of 5 meters materialized within the room. This furnace was none other than the mid-grade Tao artifact, the Heavenly Flame Divine Furnace. However, to utilize this treasure, one must first refine it. Fortunately, the difficulty of refining a Tao artifact was not exceedingly challenging. Lu Feng completed the refinement of this unclaimed Heavenly Flame Divine Furnace in just half a day. Subsequently, he took out the spiritual herbs required for crafting replenishing pills. At that moment, the Blood Soul Sword inquired with curiosity, "Young man, do you possess the skill of alchemy?" "Indeed, Blood Elder," Lu Feng replied. "With your extraordinary cultivation talent, why waste time on alchemy? Would it not be wiser to focus solely on your cultivation?" The Blood Soul Sword had only witnessed Lu Feng's exceptional talent in martial arts, oblivious to his other capabilities. Cough, cough, Blood Elder, in truth, I also possess considerable aptitude for alchemy. If you do not believe me, watch closely. With that, Lu Feng tossed the spiritual herbs into the furnace, and within 3 minutes, he successfully produced a batch of high-quality replenishing pills. You have crafted a replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical endeavor, Alchemist Proficiency 1. The finesse of his technique left the Blood Soul Sword utterly astonished. You young man actually possess such alchemical skills. Truly remarkable. Alchemy is not comparable to mere cultivation. It necessitates not only immense talent, but also substantial time and resources for practice. The Blood Soul Sword did not anticipate that Lu Feng could directly produce high-grade pills. Haha, Blood Elder, you flatter me. This is but a minor skill. Humph. Minor skill, you say? This entire batch consists of high-grade pills. Even a millennium ago, you would have been regarded as an exceptional alchemist, let alone in the present day. Lu Feng smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate. One could only imagine the expression on Shui Lao's face if he were to discover that Lu Feng possessed the ability to concoct exceptional elixirs. Moreover, with the assistance of the Heavenly Flame Divine Furnace, his alchemical efficiency had seen a remarkable enhancement. It was indeed worthy of being a mid-grade Taoist artifact, proving itself to be extraordinary. Additionally, after his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, the strength of his spiritual awareness had multiplied several times. Previously, he needed to pause for recovery after refining 5 batches of elixirs, but now he could easily refine 20 in succession without issue. Subsequently, Lu Feng resumed his dedicated practice of alchemy. You have refined a Qi recovery pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. You have refined a Qi recovery pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical task, Alchemist Proficiency 1. As 2 days passed, on this particular day, the defensive formation of his residence suddenly stirred. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and then released his spiritual awareness to investigate. He saw Lilana standing outside the formation. Visibly anxious, Lu Feng dismantled the formation, allowing Lilana to enter swiftly. Upon seeing him, the other party immediately bowed and said, "Lilana pays her respects to the esteemed senior." "No need for such formalities," he replied. "What brings you to visit Miss Li?" At that moment, Lilana produced a storage bag and handed it over directly. "Senior Lu, This is the payment for the elixirs from our last transaction. Please take a look. Lu Feng took the storage bag, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered it contained precisely 1,200 medium-grade spirit stones. The quantity is satisfactory. Please extend my gratitude to Manager Chen, Lu Feng remarked with a smile. By the way, I have some additional items that require Manager Chen's assistance in handling. I would appreciate it if Miss Li could pass them along. It also includes the 1,000 superior-grade Qi replenishing pills I promised last time. Since Manager Chen had not deceived him, he decided to entrust the remaining magical artifacts and unnecessary materials to him for processing. Yes, Lanner will certainly fulfill Senior Lu's request. Once Li Lanner returned to the Danxiang Pavilion and presented Lu Feng's storage bag to Manager Chen, the latter was immediately taken aback by the contents within. This. It appears my suspicions were correct. That mysterious golden core cultivator is indeed Taoist Lu. However, the sheer volume of items in the storage bag was overwhelming, and many of the magical artifacts belonged to disciples of the 7 major factions, necessitating a careful and separate approach to their disposal. After pondering for a moment, Manager Chen devised a plan. He subsequently sent a message via the communication jade slip to Lu Feng, outlining the approximate value of the items, which was estimated to be over 3 million low-grade spirit stones. However, he noted that processing these items would require some time and requested Lu Feng to be patient. Upon receiving this message, Lu Feng simply replied with an acknowledgement and refrained from further elaboration. With Lu Feng's response in hand, Manager Chen commenced his operations. As a merchant, he had numerous channels for selling goods. Not to mention, even items valued at over 10 million low-grade spirit stones could be effectively handled. At that moment, the 7 major factions were still relentlessly searching for the elusive, mysterious golden core cultivator. The Tianling sect had dispatched numerous disciples and elders to investigate the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure and had even issued a bounty. It was understandable, given that the sect leader's own nephew might have fallen victim to this mysterious cultivator, and most importantly, the sacred artifact of the Tianling Holy Land could potentially be in this person's possession. Hence, the Tianling sect was fervently pursuing the mysterious golden core cultivator. Unbeknownst to them, this very cultivator was their estranged disciple, Lu Feng. Chapter 47, Celestial Quality Elixirs. At this moment, the atmosphere within Lu Feng's abode stood in stark contrast to the tension prevailing outside. As he diligently refined elixirs, his rank as an alchemist ascended from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. This elevation not only enhanced his alchemical techniques, but also afforded him greater mastery over the celestial flame cauldron. However, the proficiency of a 3rd-tier alchemist surged tenfold, culminating in a remarkable 1,000 proficiency points. It appeared that a considerable span of time would be required for him to transcend into a 4th-tier alchemist. You crafted a Qi recovery pill, Proficiency 1. You engaged in an alchemical endeavor, Alchemist Proficiency 1. You crafted a Qi recovery pill, Proficiency 1. You engaged in an alchemical endeavor, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Your proficiency with the Qi recovery pill has reached 400. Elevating the mastery level of this technique from accomplished to flawless. With the information flashing across the panel, a novel method for crafting the Qi recovery pill suddenly infused Lu Feng's mind. Indeed, this was the very technique for producing celestial quality Qi recovery pills. Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. In his understanding, the finest elixirs were the supreme grade ones. But what manner of existence, then, was the heavenly grade? Shuelao, do you possess knowledge of what heavenly grade elixirs are? Lu Feng recalled the blood soul sword within him and inquired directly. Over the past few days, the blood soul sword had been closely observing Lu Feng's alchemical endeavors, noting with astonishment that he was not only capable of concocting superior Qi replenishing pills, but that the latter ones were exclusively of the highest quality. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Feng managed to produce 10 supreme Qi replenishing pills from each furnace, a success rate and quality that seemed beyond the realm of mortal possibility. Upon hearing Lu Feng's sudden question about what constituted a heavenly grade pill, the blood soul sword finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Ahem, it mused, your alchemical talent is indeed on par with your cultivation prowess, given time. You shall undoubtedly become the progenitor of the Tao of alchemy, revered by countless alchemists. Lu Feng touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise from the blood soul sword. Elder Shui, you haven't answered my question yet. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. Much knowledge within the realm of cultivation can indeed be sought from one's elders. After a brief pause, the blood soul sword replied, Heaven-grade elixirs exist above the pinnacle-grade elixirs. Such elixirs are devoid of any impurities, and consuming them will not lead to any form of elixir toxicity for the cultivator. Moreover, the efficacy of these elixirs is double that of pinnacle-grade elixirs, making them rare treasures that are hard to come by. I see. Although heaven-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, I believe, my dear boy, that you may indeed possess the potential to refine one. Lu Feng smiled faintly, then took out the medicinal herbs for the Qi restoration pill and directly placed them into the celestial flame divine furnace. With an innovative method of refinement, a batch of Qi restoration pills was soon completed. However, no fragrant aroma wafted from the pill furnace, leaving the blood soul sword astonished. Previously, the exquisite Qi restoration pills refined by Lu Feng would release a considerable fragrance. The current unusual circumstance puzzled the blood soul sword. Could it be a failure? Nevertheless, after refining hundreds of batches, it was normal to have an occasional mishap. Just then, Lu Feng slowly lifted the lid of the furnace, and 10 pills radiating a bright white light soared out from within. Lu Feng raised his hand and 10 medicinal pills fell into his grasp. The surface of these 10 pills was enveloped in a protective membrane composed of elixir energy, which prevented even a hint of their fragrant aroma from escaping. Moreover, 2 complete patterns could be faintly discerned upon the surface of these pills. This is truly a celestial grade elixir, the blood soul sword exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Feng seized one of the pills and swallowed it whole. Instantly, an exceptionally pure stream of spiritual energy surged forth from the elixir. The efficacy of this medicine was indeed double that of a top-tier energy replenishing pill, and the rate of refining this spiritual energy was notably accelerated. A look of astonishment spread across Lu Feng's face. He then proceeded to take out another set of medicinal ingredients for energy replenishment, continuing his alchemical endeavors. The blood soul sword observed Lu Feng's dedication. Perhaps this fervor was the very reason he could concoct celestial-grade elixirs. As time swiftly passed, half a month elapsed. During this period, Lu Feng devoted himself entirely to the art of alchemy. Among his creations, the energy-replenishing pills, spirit-gathering pills, and divine essence pills were all elevated to the flawless grade. At this moment, he possessed a staggering 10,000 top-tier pills, and the celestial-grade pills had reached an impressive 11,000. However, he had no intention of selling these 2 categories of elixirs. It was far better to reserve them for his personal use. The remaining mid-tier and superior-grade pills exceeded 10,000 and could indeed be sold to the pill fragrance pavilion. Lu Feng took out a heavenly-grade spirit-nourishing pill and promptly swallowed it. Soon after, a unique energy emanated from the pill, swiftly flowing into his mind, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his mental acuity at that moment. Indeed, the spirit-nourishing pill can enhance one's consciousness. Lu Feng marveled. However, the spirit-nourishing pill is merely a rudimentary consciousness-enhancing elixir at your golden core cultivation level. It is no longer suitable for you to consume such a pill, were it not for the fact that the spirit-nourishing pill you concocted is of heavenly grade. It would not be capable of augmenting your mental prowess, the blood soul sword cautioned. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement of the blood soul sword's reminder. He was well aware of its significance. However, lacking higher-tier alchemical formulas, he found himself compelled to consume the spirit-nourishing pill instead. Sigh, he mused, uncertain of the current circumstances outside, yearning to venture forth and observe the world. Yet, for the sake of safety, Lu Feng opted to remain in the sanctuary of his home. Thus, he retrieved a set of crafting tools along with some first-tier materials, embarking on the creation of a magical artifact. This left the blood soul sword in a state of bemusement, surprised that the young man possessed skills in crafting. Well, just a bit, Lu Feng replied, as he grasped a piece of black ore and cast it into the forge. A surge of flame erupted from his hand and enveloped the ore within the furnace. The intense heat rapidly melted the stone in mere moments. Seeing Lu Feng's genuine proficiency in crafting, the blood soul sword refrained from further commentary. The room soon resonated with the rhythmic sounds of clinking and striking. After undergoing several intricate processes, Lu Feng successfully forged a core for his spirit sword. However, to fully shape the sword, he needed to inscribe some array patterns upon its blade. As Lu Feng meticulously etched the patterns, a brand new first-tier inferior spirit sword materialized in his grasp. You have completed a crafting operation. Your proficiency as a craftsman has increased by 1. Lu Feng's mind stirred as he began to examine his proficiency panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 20, 520 cultivation level. Golden Core Stage 2, 435, 110, 000. Techniques. Qingmu Formula. Integration 143, 511, 000, 000. Changxing Formula. Beginner 0. 100. Innate Divine Ability. Yin-Yang Moment. Beginner 0, 100. Spells. Vinewood Technique. Major Achievement 242, 400. Spiritual Rain Technique. Proficient 182, 200. Fireball Technique. Flawless 3. 341, 000. Golden Armor Technique. Major Achievement 80, 400. Cloud Treading Formula. Major Achievement 82, 400. Alchemy. Qi Restoring Pill. Flawless 8, 001, 000. Spirit Collecting Pill. Flawless 3, 001, 000. Spirit Nourishing Pill. Flawless 0, 1000. Cultivation Arts. Spiritual Planter. Second Stage 80, 200. Alchemist. Third Stage 2, 920, 100, 000. Artifact Refiner. First Stage 1, 100. Ah, at last. The Artifact Refiner panel has been unlocked. Lu Feng mused internally. Chapter 48. Identity Exposed. After reviewing the Proficiency panel, Lu Feng immersed himself in Artifact Refinement once more. Unlike alchemy, which requires fixed formulas, Artifact Refinement does not have such constraints. As long as one possesses suitable materials, one can continue crafting indefinitely. However, certain unique treasures do necessitate specific crafting methods. For the next 10 days, Lu Feng diligently refined artifacts, causing his proficiency to soar from the first stage directly to the third stage. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Lu Feng exhaled deeply. Finally, I've exhausted all the materials. Over this period, he crafted over 1,000 artifacts, including more than 700 first-stage spiritual tools and over 400 second-stage magical implements. Now, his storage bag contained not a single material for alchemy or refinement. It was time to venture outside and observe the world beyond. Resolved, Lu Feng departed his residence and began to stroll through Watian City. He quickly noticed that most cultivators were engrossed in discussions about recent events within the Immortal Sect ruins, including talk of a mysterious golden core cultivator. 6 out of the 7 major forces in the eastern region had ceased their pursuit of this enigmatic figure, leaving only the Tianling sect relentlessly searching for him. This relentless pursuit led many to deem the Tianling sect overly petty. After all, it was merely a matter of a few disciples' storage bags. Why chase so fervently? In truth, however, only Lu Feng and the Tianling sect were aware of the true reason behind their dogged pursuit of the mysterious golden core cultivator. After a leisurely walk, Lu Feng arrived at the entrance of the Danxiang Pavilion. Well, since I'm here, I might as well purchase a batch of spiritual herbs and see if I can acquire any high-level formulas, he declared, stepping inside. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by the bustling atmosphere of eager cultivators continuously seeking medicinal pills. Just as Lu Feng admired the thriving business of Danxiang Pavilion, Li Lan'er spotted him in the crowd and hurriedly approached. "Senior Lu, welcome," she exclaimed. "Is Manager Chen here?" Li Lan'er nodded and promptly conveyed a message to Manager Chen. Soon, Manager Chen descended from the loft and, upon seeing Lu Feng, clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Esteemed Senior Lu, you have arrived." Lu Feng felt somewhat unaccustomed to Manager Chen's sudden change in address, yet he returned the greeting with a nod. Subsequently, Lu Feng followed Manager Chen into the elegant chamber of the loft. "Esteemed Senior Lu, the items you inquired about are still being processed. I anticipate that it will take another fortnight to conclude the matter," Manager Chen explained, believing that Lu Feng had come regarding those illicit goods. Lu Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Manager Chen, there is no rush for that batch of items. I merely ventured out for a stroll and to purchase some spiritual herbs." "Ah, I see," Manager Chen replied. Afterward, Lu Feng produced a list and handed it over, which detailed 3 types of spiritual herbs: Qi-boosting pills, spirit-gathering pills, and spirit-nurturing pills, each requiring 3,000 units. "By the way, do you happen to have any high-tier pill formulas? Perhaps a 3rd-tier formula suitable for Golden Core practitioners?" Manager Chen pondered briefly before responding, "Senior Lu, our store does possess a 3rd-tier formula, though its refinement is quite challenging." "Oh, what is the formula?" Upon hearing Manager Chen's words, Lu Feng's interest was piqued. He was unperturbed by the complexities of difficult formulas. At that moment, Manager Chen retrieved a crimson jade slip from his storage pouch and said, "This is the inheritance jade slip for the 3rd-tier formula, known as the Heavenly Sun Pill. What effects does the Heavenly Sun pill possess? This pill is specifically designed for practitioners at the Golden Core stage. Upon consumption, it can double the cultivation speed of Golden Core cultivators, while also nourishing the internal organs and enhancing the resilience of the meridians. Feng was taken aback. If the Heavenly Sun pill truly possessed such efficacy, combined with his fusion-level greenwood technique, wouldn't he be able to circulate an entire great cycle in just 30 seconds? The nourishment of the internal organs and enhancement of the meridians were merely supplementary benefits. Manager Chen, may I inquire about the price of this formula? For a third-tier formula like this, the usual price is exorbitant, and Feng had mentally prepared himself. Manager Chen wore a wry smile. Alas, while the Heavenly Sun pill boasts outstanding efficacy, few possess the capability to refine it. Thus, the price is not overly steep. It is merely 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. That price was indeed reasonable. Typically, second-tier formulas cost around 1 to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, while third-tier formulas start at 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the Heavenly Sun Pills formula, priced at 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, was quite a bargain. Very well. I shall take it. With that, Feng produced 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Senior Lu, are you truly intent on purchasing this formula? The refinement difficulty of the Heavenly Sun pill is several times greater than that of ordinary third-tier pills, nearing the difficulty of fourth-tier pill refinement. It is but a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones, a trivial matter. Manager Chen instantly recalled Feng's current worth, realizing that several thousand mid-grade spirit stones were indeed a trifling amount. Once their transaction concluded, Feng promptly utilized the inheritance jade slip of the Tianyang Dan. Gaining insight into the refining methods, he then procured 100 portions of the spirit herbs necessary for the Tianyang Dan from Manager Chen. In truth, Feng had initially intended to acquire 1,000 portions. However, the supply of spirit herbs for this third-tier elixir at the Danxiang Pavilion was limited. Upon departing from the Danxiang Pavilion, Feng intended to visit a shop to purchase some refining materials. Just as he exited the pavilion, a disciple from the Tianling sect spotted him from a distance. Unbeknownst to Feng, after completing his purchase of refining materials, he returned directly to his residence, while the disciple trailed him from afar. Feng, so this is where you've been hiding. With that, the disciple produced a communication jade slip to immediately contact the elders of his sect. Upon returning to his abode, the blood soul sword suddenly spoke. Kid, you are being followed. A jolt of surprise coursed through Feng as he furrowed his brow and inquired, Am I being followed? Since when? Ever since you departed from the Danxiang Pavilion, a young man has been trailing you from a distance. I advise you to leave this place post-haste. The blood soul sword cautioned. Upon hearing these words, Feng's countenance darkened. The primary pursuers after him were from the Tianling sect, and Luo Qing's bounty on his head remained unrevoked. Contemplating this, Feng wasted no time and promptly vacated his residence, transforming into a streak of light as he soared out of Wantian City. Outside his dwelling, the Tianling sect disciple who had been stationed there was rendered utterly astonished as he witnessed Feng take flight. How is this possible? How could Feng possess cultivation at the Golden Core stage? Only those above the Golden Core realm could fly within Wantian City, and Feng's departure unmistakably indicated his Golden Core prowess. The disciple from the Tianling sect struggled to comprehend how Feng could be a Golden Core cultivator. Barely 2 hours after Feng's departure, Luo Qing arrived with a throng of disciples in tow. Speak. Where is Feng? Her expression was dark as she glared at the Tianling sect disciple, her terrifying aura inducing a cold sweat upon him. Lo, Elder Luo. Feng transformed into a streak of light and flew away 2 hours ago. The disciple then produced a recording stone, displaying the moment Feng took flight. After watching, Luo Qing's brows knitted in disbelief. How is this possible? How could Feng be at the Golden Core stage? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qing addressed her remaining disciples. You shall guard this place. Should you catch sight of Feng, relay the information to me immediately. Yes, Elder Luo. With that, Luo Qing became a ray of golden light, pursuing the direction in which Feng had vanished. Chapter 49. The encounter of master and disciple. Luo Qing sped along, pushing her pace to its utmost. At this moment, having escaped Wantian City, Feng no longer felt the earlier urgency, thus he slowed down, practicing the cloud-treading technique as he flew. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Qing was in hot pursuit behind him. You have cast the cloud-treading technique once, Proficiency 1. You have cast the cloud treading technique once, Proficiency 1. The fully developed cloud treading technique allowed for a speed 1/3 faster than that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's sword flight. Yet it still paled in comparison to the escape light of a golden core cultivator. However, Lu Feng believed that should he refine the cloud treading technique to perfection, his speed would surpass even that of golden core practitioners. While Lu Feng practiced the cloud treading technique, the blood soul sword suddenly spoke. Youngster, a female cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage is hastening towards you. She is likely coming for you. Lu Feng's expression faltered, taken aback by the swiftness with which someone had caught up to him. The golden core great perfection female cultivator wielding the blood soul sword was most likely his master, Luo Qing. If it were merely Luo Qing pursuing him, Lu Feng would not be concerned. Previously, he had faced 2 golden core great perfection practitioners simultaneously without faltering. How could he fear just Luo Qing alone? Ah, I understand now. Lu Feng responded with a nod, then hovered effortlessly in the air, awaiting the arrival of the pursuer from behind. Moments later, a streak of light soared towards him from the distance. Once it came to a halt, Lu Feng finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. Indeed, it was Luo Qing. He could hardly believe that the master and disciple would cross paths in such a manner. Upon seeing Lu Feng, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Luo Qing's eyes. Traitor, let us see where you intend to flee. Lu Feng wore a nonchalant expression. Heh, Elder Luo, your words are rather misguided. Luo Qing squinted her eyes, fixated on Lu Feng, eager to discern his next utterance. Firstly, I am no longer your disciple, so the term traitor holds no relevance. Secondly, I have not fled. Rather, I have been waiting for you right here, Lu Feng replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing's visage darkened further, regarding Lu Feng as though he were a specter. Humph, after months apart, you have become quite sharp-tongued. Today, I shall eradicate this blight from our sect. Prepare yourself. Luo Qing's temper remained as fiery as ever. Her words were but a prelude to immediate action. At that moment, her ice spirit sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly hurtling towards Lu Feng with a piercing sound. As Lu Feng's thoughts stirred, the golden armor technique enveloped his entire being in an instant. Subsequently, a blood-red, ancient longsword erupted from within him, striking directly at the ice soul sword. Clang! The ice soul sword was immediately sent flying by Lu Feng's sanguine blade, eliciting a flicker of astonishment in Luo Qing's eyes. You wretched creature. I never anticipated that your cultivation would truly ascend to the golden core realm. It appears that sparing your life that day was indeed a grave error. At these words from Luo Qing, Lu Feng's expression turned frigid. During his 4 years at the Tianling sect, Luo Qing had indeed treated him with kindness. However, the memory of her ruthlessly shattering his cultivation and spirit root, casting him aside without a second thought, ignited an even fiercer wrath within him. Your miscalculation extends beyond merely granting me life, for your audacity to pursue me alone today is an even graver mistake. With that, Lu Feng wielded the blood soul sword and struck at Luo Qing, but she was no easy adversary. She summoned the ice soul sword once more, engaging him in a fierce duel. Simultaneously, beams of resplendent light shot forth from Lu Feng's hands towards Luo Qing as their battle raged fiercely in the skies above. Humph! You, the traitor who betrays your master and ancestors, dare to contest with me with your mere second level of the golden core? You are courting death. In the next moment, with a wave of her hand, a crimson ribbon shot forth from her being. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Feng dared not to underestimate the gravity of it. The crimson ribbon was none other than Luo Qing's lifebound treasure, a middle-grade Dao artifact of formidable power, incomparable to ordinary Dao tools. The red ribbon surged towards him, rapidly enlarging. In the span of 3 breaths, it expanded to a colossal size, completely enveloping the sky above Lu Feng. Retract, Luo Qing uttered softly, and the crimson ribbon instantly shrank. Inside its confines, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of danger, prompting him to summon forth a barrage of fireballs that shot forth with great haste. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs collided with the red ribbon, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. It appeared that the crimson ribbon struggled to withstand the onslaught, with multiple areas charred blackened by the flames. Observing this, Lu Feng unleashed another volley of fireballs and then directed the blood soul sword towards a vulnerable spot on the ribbon. Accompanied by the detonations of the fireballs, the crimson ribbon sustained further damage, and with a sharp sound, the blood soul sword pierced through one of its sections. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light and fled. Meanwhile, Luo Qing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson ribbon was intimately connected to her essence, and the wounding of the ribbon by the blood soul sword simultaneously inflicted harm upon her. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's fireball technique and golden armor technique, a realization struck her. With a composed countenance, she remarked, "Lu Feng, so you are the mysterious golden core cultivator from that day. Haha, only now do you realize. Is it not a tad too late?" Lu Feng did not refute and instead readily admitted to it. Good. I truly underestimated you." As she spoke, Luo Qing was about to use a communication jade slip to inform the other elders of the Tianling sect, but Lu Feng would not allow her to succeed. In an instant, the blood soul sword soared towards Luo Qing once more, its speed surpassing that of before. Just as the blood soul sword was about to strike her, in a moment of desperation, she summoned a crimson Vajra umbrella, which successfully deflected the attack of the blood soul sword. This crimson Vajra umbrella was also a defensive artifact. Lu Feng's intention to eliminate Luo Qing seems to be fraught with formidable challenges. Were his cultivation at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he could easily overpower her. However, his current cultivation, being merely at the second level of the golden core, remains insufficient. Shielded by the crimson diamond umbrella, Luo Qing promptly utilized the sound transmission jade slip. Upon realizing she was summoning assistance, Lu Feng reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of Luo Qing, swiftly unleashing several fireballs before transforming into a streak of light and making his escape. Luo Qing, one day, I, Lu Feng, shall shatter the Heavenly Spirit Sect, and you shall all pay a grievous price. Chapter 50. Encircled from all sides, Luo Qing, preoccupied with the fireballs, could only watch helplessly as Lu Feng distanced himself. Humph. You will not escape. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, upon receiving Luo Qing's message, immediately summoned the 9 golden core elders of the sect to provide support. He also disseminated the news that Lu Feng was the enigmatic golden core cultivator, hoping that the other 6 major factions would join forces to capture him. Upon learning of this revelation, the 6 major factions expressed astonishment. Among them, the Xinyu sect, the Immortal Sword sect, the Lingsu Valley, and the Carefree sect dispatched several golden core elders to apprehend Lu Feng. In an instant, Lu Feng's name resonated throughout the eastern region, with countless cultivators discussing his exploits. Meanwhile, Luo Qing remained relentless in her pursuit of Lu Feng. As the elders from various factions hastened to converge on the scene, Lu Feng fled for 3 consecutive days, yet ultimately, he was intercepted by Elder Hongye of the Xinyu sect. "Fellow Taoist Lu, we meet again," Elder Hongye remarked with a smile. Lu Feng's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the 3 late-stage golden core elders from the Xinyu sect before him, fully aware that his escape today was impossible. "Ah, so it is you, Taoist Hongye. What urgent matter compels you 3 to obstruct my path?" Lu inquired, well aware of the underlying implications of his question. "If you were to return the items seized from the ruins, we would naturally not hinder your departure." Lu Feng curled his lips in disdain. The spoils he had pilfered had long been dealt with by Manager Chen, and the notion of returning them was utterly laughable. Yet, given the current predicament, it was evident that Hongye and his 2 companions would not easily relent. Thus, Lu Feng could only let out a resigned sigh and implore, "Alas, Elder Hongye, if you were to grant me my freedom, I, Lu Feng, would forever cherish this act of kindness. Should the Xianwei sect find itself in peril in the future, I would not hesitate to extend my assistance. Would this be agreeable?" He held no particular grievance against the Xianwei sect, having merely seized a few treasures from their disciples, which hardly constituted a significant transgression. Hongye exchanged glances with the 2 golden core elders beside him, seemingly engaged in silent deliberation. After a brief pause, Hongye spoke once more. "Friend Lu, at such a young age, you have already attained the golden core realm, and your prospects for achieving the nascent soul stage are exceedingly promising. Our Xianyu sect had no intention of making things difficult for you, yet your verbal assurances alone may prove insufficient to sway our judgment." Lu Feng silently criticized the 3 old fellows, wondering if they would only act when they saw the rabbit. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed a storage bag to Hongye, saying, "Consider this a compensation for your Xianyu sect. Is this sufficient?" Hongye accepted the storage bag and opened it, discovering it contained 1,000 supreme Qi replenishing pills and 100 first-tier spirit artifacts. Each supreme Qi replenishing pill held a minimum value of 50 low-grade spirit stones, amounting to 1,000 pills. Moreover, each first-tier spirit artifact was worth several thousand low-grade spirit stones, making the total worth at least several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This certainly compensated for the losses incurred by the disciples' robbery. Furthermore, the supreme Qi replenishing pills were rare treasures, immensely beneficial to cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Upon seeing this, Hong Yi and the others immediately smiled, exclaiming, "Ah, we can see Lu Daoyou's sincerity. In that case, our Xianyu sect will no longer pursue this matter. However, do not forget the favor you promised us." With that, the three prepared to depart. Just then, a dozen streaks of radiant light suddenly flew in from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the approaching figures were the Golden Core Elders from the Immortal Sword Sect, Lingshu Valley, and the Carefree Sect. Lu Feng silently cursed, lamenting the tardiness of these old-timers who only appeared once the negotiations had been settled, truly adept at timing. "Return the belongings of my disciples from the Sword of Immortality Sect, or you shall find yourself unable to leave today." Elder Du of the Sword of Immortality Sect proclaimed sternly. "Indeed, you must also surrender the items belonging to my Lingshu Valley," echoed another voice. In an instant, over a dozen Golden Core Elders launched a vehement tirade against Lu Feng, their demeanor ominously intent on devouring him whole. Observing this, the trio from Xianyu sect, including Hong Yi, could only shake their heads in resignation. Since these individuals had arrived, they might as well stay and see how the situation unfolded. Meanwhile, Lu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. He truly had no means to contend with this assembly of Golden Core Elders. "Esteemed Elders, my acquisition of your disciples' belongings occurred within the confines of the relic. Is it not customary within such places for treasures to be contested? Is it not somewhat unreasonable for you to seek restitution after the fact?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, the relics were governed by the very rules of mutual plunder, and revenge for slayings was not permissible thereafter. Hence, the disciples within such places often fought fiercely. Nevertheless, it remains true that as a Golden Core practitioner, seizing the possessions of the younger generation is utterly unacceptable. I advise you to return our treasures honestly, otherwise, there shall be no one to safeguard you." Elder Du retorted with evident irritation. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation. It seemed that persuading these obstinate elders through negotiation was an impossible feat today. Thus, he resolved to let his actions speak for themselves. Just as Lu Feng was about to take action, 10 radiant beams of light surged forth from behind him. These 10 individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, each cloaked in a subtle yet palpable sense of lethal intent. The arrivals were none other than the 10 Golden Core Elders of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Among them were Luo Qing and the Grand Elder Li Xianming. "Scoundrel, today you shall have nowhere to flee," Luo Qing exclaimed sharply. "Lu Feng, you were once a true disciple of our Heavenly Spirit Sect, yet you have maliciously harmed your fellow sect members. Out of a sense of nostalgia, we have chosen merely to strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. However, it is utterly unexpected that you dare to slay another disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. You are indeed a beast," Grand Elder Li Xianming declared in fury. His words cast Lu Feng as a figure of unspeakable villainy. "Ha, Grand Elderly, you truly have a talent for distorting the truth. A mere discarded disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sect has managed to summon the attention of 10 Golden Core Elders. This truly opens my eyes," Lu Feng retorted, causing the expressions of the 10 Golden Core Elders to darken considerably. Lu Feng's words were clearly a veiled mockery directed at the Elders. At this moment, the Elders of the 7 great powers of the Eastern Domain had encircled Lu Feng completely. Given the current situation, escape had become an impossibility. Audacious Lu Feng. Today, no one can save you. I advise you to surrender and return to the Heavenly Spirit Sect to admit your crimes." As the Grand Elder Li Xianming finished speaking, he unleashed the Flying Cloud Shuttle, launching an attack towards Lu Feng. "Aha, surrender? Since you refuse to let me go, then none of you shall leave." With that declaration, a surge of black and white light emanated from Lu Feng's body, enveloping all present in an instant. The swiftly approaching Flying Cloud Shuttle slowed considerably under the influence of the black and white barrier. Those caught within felt their internal powers sluggish and found themselves completely detached from the external world. A wave of horror washed over the crowd, and Grand Elder Li Xianming's expression shifted multiple times as he gazed at Lu Feng. "This is bad. I never anticipated such a monstrous talent. He has even comprehended his innate divine powers." Li Xianming maintained a composed demeanor as he addressed the others. "Friends, I implore you to join me in subduing this individual." The words of Li Xianming caused hesitation among the golden core elders of the other powers. They had only come to retrieve the treasures previously seized from Lu Feng. The conflict had not escalated to a point of no return. Moreover, the sheer terror of Lu Feng's cultivation potential instilled fear in their hearts. It was wise to avoid antagonizing such a prodigy. For a moment, the gathered golden core elders were at a loss for how to proceed. Noticing their indecision, Lu Feng deflected Li Xuanming's flying cloud shuttle with a single strike of his sword and declared, "Esteemed friends, this matter is between myself and the Heavenly Spirit Sect. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. As for the treasures I have taken from your disciples, I shall ensure you receive appropriate compensation." Upon hearing this, the golden core elders of the various factions quickly reached a consensus. They realized that even if they aided the Heavenly Spirit Sect in capturing Lu Feng, they would gain nothing in return. However, allowing Lu Feng to escape would pose a significant threat to their own sections. With Lu Feng's promise of compensation, it seemed unnecessary to provoke him further. "Very well, since you have stated it so, we shall not interfere in this matter," Elder Du replied with a smile. Subsequently, the other golden core elders echoed this sentiment, declaring their decision not to meddle in the affairs between Lu Feng and the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Seeing that the elders from other factions were unwilling to assist, Li Xianming and Luo Qing could only grit their teeth in frustration. Lu Feng, even without the aid of other sects, we can easily capture you." Luo Qing glared at Lu Feng defiantly. "Ha! Excellent. Let me see what abilities you possess to capture me." Having spoken, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging towards the Tianling sect. As the others found themselves enveloped in the realm of yin and yang, their speed diminished by more than half, rendering them incapable of keeping pace with Lu Feng. Furthermore, within this realm, Lu Feng experienced a significant augmentation in his combat prowess. The disparity in strength between the two sides became immediately evident. Lu Feng's blood soul sword surged forth like a crimson comet, piercing directly into the ranks of the 10 golden elixir elders of the Tianling sect. The first elder, caught off guard and unable to summon his flying sword for defense, was instantly impaled through the chest. The elder, at the peak of the golden elixir stage, felt the world spin around him and cried out before plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, Li Xianming acted promptly to rescue him. However, the onslaught of the blood soul sword was far from over. After piercing one elder, it swiftly targeted another nearby. The remaining golden elixir elders hastily summoned their magical treasures for defense, yet the influence of the yin and yang realm have their ability to channel their spiritual energy, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Damn it, this black and white realm constrains us too severely. We cannot fight him here. Everyone, follow me and leave this domain." Luo Qing bellowed, deploying a crimson ribbon to block the blood soul sword's attack. The other golden elixir elders of the Tianling sect quickly fled into the distance. Observing this, Lu Feng smirked coldly and transformed into a streak of light, pursuing them while occasionally launching attacks. At this moment, Lu Feng was in no rush. Luo Qing and her companions were unaware of the true nature of his yin and yang realm. They mistakenly believed that by continually fleeing, they could escape his black and white domain. However, the realm shifted alongside Lu Feng, ensuring that as long as he followed closely, they could never escape its grasp. Moreover, their consumption of spiritual energy within the realm increased exponentially. By the time they realized they could not break free from the yin and yang domain, they would have already expended a significant amount of their energy. At that point, eliminating the 10 golden elixir elders would be considerably easier. Thus, the chase continued for over half an hour. The spiritual energy within the 10 golden elixir elders had dwindled by more than half, and the elder who had been pierced through the chest was nearing his limit. Damn it! Why have we not escaped the shadow of this black and white realm after flying for so long? One elder cursed angrily. Li Xianming had been observing Lu Feng's demeanor and, noticing the deliberate pace with which he pursued them, suddenly sensed something amiss. Not good. We've been deceived. This black and white realm moves with Lu Feng. As long as he follows us, we will never escape its encumbrance. With that, the group abruptly halted their flight, turning to face Lu Feng. Upon seeing that the 10 were no longer fleeing, Lu Feng coldly chuckled. Why have you stopped running? You wicked beings. Do you dare to deceive us? Luo Qing glared at Lu Feng with evident fury. You are scheming against us? Elder Luo, your words are quite unfounded. I did not instigate your retreat. How can you accuse me of such treachery? Li Xianming, with a grim expression, interjected. Elder Luo, there is no need for further discourse with him. Let us act together and apprehend this boy. Very well. With that, the 10 individuals summoned their magical artifacts and launched an assault on Lu Feng. However, at this moment, the potency of these artifacts had diminished by half, rendering them incapable of posing any real threat to Lu Feng. With a mere thought, Lu Feng enveloped himself in the golden armor technique and charged forward, braving the onslaught of 10 adversaries. Kill. The Blood Soul Sword, under his command, struck once more at the injured Golden Core Elder. Observing this, Li Xianming promptly summoned a Taoist artifact tower to shield the Elder. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Feng pivoted and targeted another opponent. Simultaneously, several fireballs were unleashed towards the group. Luo Qing and Li Xianming, aware of the devastating nature of these fireballs, hastily summoned their defensive artifacts to withstand the assault. The other Golden Core Elders, however, unaware of the fireball's true danger, attempted to defend themselves with their spiritual power. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs impacted the elders, exploding upon contact. Cries of agony erupted as the terrifying heat of the flames inflicted significant injuries. One elder in the mid-golden core stage was incinerated to ashes on the spot. Lu Feng, how dare you slay an elder of the Tianling sect? You possess an audacity like none other. Li Xianming exclaimed in a fit of rage. Lu Feng merely scoffed, directing the Blood Soul Sword to strike again at the injured elder. Before Li Xianming could react, the sword shattered the elder's protective shield, and with a swift stroke, severed the man's head from his body. You dare. Lu Feng, you wretched spawn, prepare to meet your end. Li Xianming, infuriated, charged at Lu Feng. Concurrently, Luo Qing and the remaining Golden Core Elders joined the fray. Faced with the simultaneous assault of 8 opponents, Lu Feng did not dare to underestimate them. He directed the Blood Soul Sword towards Li Xianming while unleashing 2 fireballs at each of the other Golden Core Elders. Chapter 52. The sect leader Zhang Daoren takes action. The 8 combatants, recognizing the imminent threat of the fearsome fireballs, no longer dared to be complacent. They summoned their most potent defensive artifacts to withstand the attack. Meanwhile, Li Xianming's offensive was countered by the Blood Soul Sword. After deflecting Lu Feng's fireballs, the 8 opponents refrained from engaging him head-on, opting instead to transform into streaks of light and engage in a fluid battle with Lu Feng. 9 streams of light collided fiercely in the air, embodying a relentless struggle. At this moment, several major factions observing from a distance were left speechless, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Elder Hongya, is this Lu Feng truly a discarded disciple of the Tianling sect? Elder Du inquired, incredulous. Elder Hongya's expression was complex. It appears so. This young man joined the Tianling sect 4 years ago, becoming the 10th true disciple. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was suddenly expelled from the sect. I cannot fathom the rationale of the sect's upper echelons in casting aside such a prodigy. Who can deny it? The actions of the Heavenly Spirit Sect truly baffle us. Hongya smiled faintly and remarked, isn't this just splendid? The Heavenly Spirit Sect has long exerted its influence in the eastern region. With Lu Feng's presence, perhaps they will temper their arrogance. The elders from various factions displayed smiles, wholeheartedly applauding the sect's decision to expel Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng's combat prowess is indeed extraordinary. With the cultivation of a second-tier Golden Core, he single-handedly battled 10 Golden Core practitioners and even managed to gain the upper hand, beheading 2 Golden Core Elders. Elder Du's eyes gleamed with admiration. Indeed, a prodigy like him would be cherished as a treasure if he were to join our Xianyu sect, Hongya lamented. Upon hearing this, the other elders from different factions began to contemplate their own ambitions. It is worth noting that Lu Feng currently stands without any sect or faction. If they could entice him to their own, it would be a monumental achievement. Even if they had to face the Heavenly Spirit Sect's hostility, they would gladly accept the challenge. Should Lu Feng eventually attain the nascent soul stage, determining the true leader among the 7 major factions of the eastern region would become a complex matter. As these individuals pondered how to win over Lu Feng, another Golden Core Elder from the Heavenly Spirit Sect plummeted from the sky. You wretched scoundrel! Having slain 3 elders of my sect, I, Li Xianming, swear that if I do not kill you, I shall not be considered a man. I stand right here, waiting for you to make your move. Lu Feng scoffed. With that, the 2 sides engaged in battle once more. At this moment, the conflict between Lu Feng and the members of the Heavenly Spirit Sect had escalated to a point of no return. Today would determine their fates. However, as the battle raged on, aside from Li Xianming and Luo Qing, the remaining 5 Golden Core Elders found their magical energy dwindling. These 5 were merely at the late golden core stage, and if they continued to exhaust themselves, they would be in peril. Yet, given the current circumstances, they could not escape. If they fled alone, they would return to the Heavenly Spirit Sect only to face dire consequences. Lu Feng discerned the precarious state of the 5 individuals and thus intensified his assault upon them with fervor. If he could vanquish these 5, it would only be a matter of time before Li Xianming and Luo Qing succumbed to his relentless onslaught. Amidst his unyielding barrage, one of the Golden Core elders finally succumbed, reduced to ashes by a fireball spell. Recognizing the futility of their situation, Li Xianming produced a piece of white jade and crushed it decisively. Elders, unite with me in defense. We must withstand this adversary for half an hour. Li Xianming proclaimed loudly. Yes, Grand Elder. They had all witnessed the shattering of the white jade, a token used to summon their sect leader, Zhang Daoran. Once broken, the leader would be able to sense it and come to their aid. Lu Feng was also aware of the jade's significance. However, ensnared within the confines of the yin-yang illusion, even shattering the white jade would render it susceptible to the domain's influence, making it exceedingly difficult for their call for help to reach Zhang Daoran in a timely manner. As long as Lu Feng seizes this opportunity to eliminate these individuals and then escapes, no one will be able to lay a finger on him. Realizing this, Lu Feng's assault intensified. The remaining 6 members of the Tianling sect banded together to mount a defense, their faces etched with difficulty. At this moment, the observing Golden Core elders shook their heads in resignation. Elder Hongye sighed. Alas, it seems the outcome of this battle is already determined. Who would have thought that the 10 Golden Core elders of the Tianling sect would be defeated by Lu Feng alone? Indeed. However, just moments ago, that old scoundrel Li Xianming shattered the communication jade, and it won't be long before Zhang Daoran arrives. At that point, Lu Feng is bound to find himself in dire straits. Regardless of who prevails, the Tianling sect will undoubtedly suffer significant losses following this confrontation. And I have captured this grand battle using a recording stone, which will fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones once it concludes. Elder Du smiled faintly. The others harbored no objections to Elder Du's actions. The opportunity to vex the Tianling sect was one they would not let slip by. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and yet another of the 6 Golden Core elders from the Tianling sect was beheaded by Lu Feng, his life extinguished. Just as Lu Feng prepared to strike down another elder, a massive copper mirror of radiant energy suddenly interposed itself between him and the Blood Soul Sword's attack. Clang! The unexpected appearance of the mirror startled Lu Feng, for it was none other than the Dao artifact of the Tianling sect's leader, Zhang Daoran. Leader, you have finally arrived. Li Xianming exclaimed joyfully, gazing upward to see a refined middle-aged man suspended gracefully in the air, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Humph. Can you 10 Golden Core elders truly be bested by a mere Lu Feng? Upon our return to the sect, you shall face 3 years of wall-sitting, Zhang Daoran scoffed. Then turned his attention to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I offer you a chance. Surrender the blood-red treasure sword in your possession and voluntarily forfeit your cultivation, and I may spare your life. Lu Feng squinted, realizing that Zhang Daoran must be aware of the secret of the Blood Soul Sword. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. If he truly acted according to the others' wishes, not only would he lose the Blood Soul Sword, but these individuals would undoubtedly not spare him. Hell, Master Zhang, it has been quite some time. However, whether you can acquire my treasured sword depends on your capability. It seems you are unwilling to heed my warning. Thus, allow me to demonstrate the might of a nascent soul cultivator. As he spoke, the copper mirror instantaneously expanded, unleashing a beam of white light that enveloped Lu Feng. In an instant, he felt his body ensnared by an overpowering force, rendering him utterly motionless. At that moment, the Blood Soul Sword suddenly spoke. Young man, you are no match for this individual. Quickly trigger my restriction and flee from this place. However, Lu Feng wore a troubled expression. Detonating the Blood Soul Sword would undoubtedly harm Elder Shui. There is no time for hesitation. If you are captured by this man, there will be no chance for redemption. Reluctantly, Lu Feng had no choice but to activate the Blood Soul Sword. Under his mental command, the sword shot forth towards Zhang Daoran, followed by a tremendous explosion. Chapter 53, Ouyang the Elder Boom. The violent explosion conjured a massive mushroom cloud in the sky. Zhang Daoran, at the epicenter of the blast, was violently propelled backward, and at that moment, the Xiantian mirror lost its radiance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng retracted the Blood Soul Sword and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing in the opposite direction. Although detonating the Blood Soul Sword freed him from the opponent's grasp, It had also severely damaged the sword, causing Elder Shui to fall into a deep slumber, rendering him unable to wield it for a considerable time. Yet, this was not the moment for regrets. He had to escape this area swiftly. However, as a peak nascent soul cultivator, Zhang Daoren would not allow Lu Feng to evade capture, and thus he, too, transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors to pursue him. The other Golden Core elders, witnessing the scene, swiftly joined the chase. As Lu Feng hastily fled, he extended his divine sense to assess the situation behind him. Zhang Daoren's speed was twice as swift as his own, and it would not be long before the latter caught up. Damn it! What should I do? Lu Feng was in a state of frantic anxiety, unsure how to shake off his pursuer. Moments later, Zhang Daoren finally obstructed Lu Feng's path. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled from the explosion of the Blood Soul sword, having lost his previously refined and amiable demeanor. You insolent fool, daring to attack the sect leader. You shall meet your end. Zhang Daoren's eyes blazed with murderous intent as the Xiantian mirror transformed into a colossal size, spiraling down towards Lu Feng. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Lu Feng could naturally neither defend nor evade. Just as the bronze mirror was about to collide with him, a resounding sword cry pierced through the air from afar, instantly cleaving into the mirror. Clang! The immense bronze mirror was sent flying, and the silver flying sword was also knocked back. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? Zhang Daoren's gaze turned icy as he stared into the distance. There, he beheld an elder, bearing a sword box, gradually approaching. A cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, daring to strike at a mere second layer of the Golden Core stage. Truly a sight to behold. Lu Feng immediately turned around, only to discover that the one who had just come to his aid was the aged elder. Despite the man's apparent frailty, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, exuding an aura no less formidable than that of Zhang Daoren. Zhang Daoren's expression shifted dramatically as he clasped his hands in greeting, stating, I am Zhang Daoren, the sect leader of Tianling sect. This individual is a traitor of my sect, and I seek to rectify our ranks. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. Oh, is that so? This young man must be Lu Feng, correct? I have heard that your Tianling sect expelled him from the sect months ago. What then do you mean by rectifying your ranks? Zhang Daoren's demeanor darkened instantly, his tone turning notably colder. So, you insist on wading into this murky water? The elder, possessing the mastery of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, showed no fear of Zhang Daoren's threat. I shall wade in, and what of it? Very well. It appears a confrontation between us is inevitable. With that, Zhang Daoren summoned the Xiantian mirror once more, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of nascent soul cultivators was cataclysmic, as they fought from the heavens to the earth and back again. The surrounding mountains and rivers were left utterly devastated by their ferocity. Lu Feng observed the intense duel between the two combatants, yet a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. The elderly man was a stranger to him. Why had he suddenly intervened on his behalf? At that moment, the Golden Core elder pursuing them hastened to the scene. Upon witnessing Zhang Daoren engaged in combat with another formidable figure of the nascent soul realm, astonishment washed over their faces. Great elder, do you recognize the one battling with the sect leader? Luo Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Li Xianming shook his head. I have never encountered him. However, his cultivation is on par with that of the sect leader, suggesting he is no ordinary individual. Indeed, one who has attained the nascent soul realm should be known to them. Subsequently, Luo Qing turned her gaze towards the other Golden Core elders of various sects, but all shook their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity. As the discussion unfolded, the two fighters in the sky momentarily separated. Zhang Daoren's hair was disheveled, having been cut askew by the elderly man, while the elder's left arm bled profusely. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Humph. You must be the esteemed Elder Ouyang from the Falling Sword sect of the southern region, Zhang Daoren stated darkly. Indeed, sect leader Zhang possesses keen insight. It is I. The elder replied, stroking his beard nonchalantly. As long as I am here today, you shall not take this young man away. The revelation of the elder's identity left the onlookers in a state of shock. Although there were some interactions between the southern and eastern regions, the sects of both domains rarely established connections. The vast distance and mutual wariness fostered this separation. The presence of the esteemed elder from the Falling Sword sect here hinted at significant implications. Upon recognizing the elder's identity, the expressions of several Golden Core elders from the Tianling sect darkened. Standing nearby, Hongye smiled faintly, So it is the Falling Sword Sect. No wonder they intervened in the affairs of the Tianling sect. Oh, what do you mean by that, Elder Hongye? Is there some enmity between the Falling Sword Sect and the Tianling sect? Elder Du inquired with curiosity. Elder Hongye cast a scornful glance at Luo Qing and the others, suggesting, why not ask the people of the Tianling sect? Luo Qing, feeling quite displeased by Hongye's gaze, interjected, the Falling Sword Sect clashed with our sect a century ago, resulting in severe injuries to their leader, who passed away shortly after returning. Since then, the Falling Sword Sect has harbored a grudge against us. Li Xianming added, fellow cultivators, we are all practitioners of the eastern region. Are you truly willing to stand idly by while the southern region's cultivators interfere in our affairs? Elder Du and the others merely smiled faintly. Elder Li, this is a matter between your two sects. It does not concern us. Do not elevate a private dispute to the level of interregional affairs. Seeing that his attempts to incite action were futile, Li Xianming let out a cold snort and ceased further discourse. At this juncture, Zhang Daoran found himself in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. Lu Feng possesses the Blood Soul Sword, a sacred artifact vital to the future of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. To let this opportunity slip away would be a profound regret. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Daoran retrieved a transmission jade slip, initiating contact with the leaders of the other 6 major factions, beseeching their assistance. If he could not single-handedly subdue the old man, he would summon reinforcements. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to seize the Blood Soul Sword. Old Ouyang, upon noticing Zhang Daoran calling for help, revealed a hint of disdain. He then swiftly turned and seized Lu Feng, making his escape into the distance. Zhang Daoran, unwilling to let them go, immediately pursued. Hold on tight, young one. I am about to use the 10,000-mile escape talisman. As soon as the words left his lips, before Lu Feng could react, old Ouyang produced a purple talisman and tore it open. With a swift motion, the purple talisman emitted a wave of spatial energy, causing both of them to vanish from their original location. Lu Feng felt a sudden whirlwind of sensations. And when he opened his eyes again, he discovered that they had arrived deep within a mountain range, with no trace of Zhang Daoran and the others in sight. Ah, this. Lu Feng marveled in his heart, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old eccentric Ouyang unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Phew. To save you, I wasted a precious long-distance talisman, and this loss shall be counted upon your head. Chapter 54. Journey to the Southern Domain, listening to Ouyang's words. Lu Feng felt a surge of speechlessness. He had not anticipated that this old man would be so mercenary. However, the fact that he had saved his life overshadowed any material losses. Junior Lu Feng expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Senior Ouyang for rescuing me. Lu Feng respectfully bowed to the elder, who merely waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then accompany me back to the southern region, he stated. Lu Feng, taken aback, promptly inquired, Senior, what do you mean by that? Having been born and raised in the eastern region, he had never contemplated leaving this place so abruptly. The elder chuckled, given your current predicament, do you really believe you can continue to survive in the eastern region? Zhang Daoran's desire to capture you is exceedingly strong, and the other 6 major factions will undoubtedly join in the hunt. After all the effort I have expended to rescue you, do you intend to court death? Lu Feng scratched his head, pondering the old man's words, which seemed to hold a ring of truth. Cough, esteemed elder. Do you wish for me to join the Falling Sword Sect in the southern region? Your talent is the finest I have ever encountered. If you are inclined to join the Falling Sword Sect, that would indeed be splendid. However, should you choose otherwise, I shall not impose my will upon you. The decision lies entirely in your hands. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, and since the other party had suggested it, they would venture to the southern domain. Very well. I consent to journey to the southern domain, he replied. Ouyang, the old eccentric, let out a hearty laugh and then led Lu Feng towards the distant cultivation city. A few days later, they arrived at the entrance of an immense cultivation city known as Linsin City, one of the largest in the eastern domain. Within the city stood a grand teleportation array capable of directly transporting individuals to the southern domain. However, upon entering the city, they discovered wanted posters bearing their images plastered throughout. Fortunately, Ouyang's spiritual awareness concealed them from prying eyes. Subsequently, the two utilized the teleportation array and arrived at Wenxing City in the southern domain. Upon reaching their destination, they found that their wanted posters had vanished. Moreover, the architectural style of this celestial city markedly differed from that of the eastern domain. Now that we are here, The danger has significantly diminished. Let us rest in this city for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, we shall return to the Falling Sword Sect, Ouyang remarked nonchalantly. Lu Feng nodded silently, harboring a profound ignorance of the southern domain. He was only aware that, much like the eastern domain, it was dominated by 5 formidable powers. Beneath these giants lay numerous smaller sects and families of cultivators. Among them, the Falling Sword Sect stood as one of the 5 principal forces, ranking within the top 3. Now that he had arrived in the southern domain, it seemed prudent to heed the guidance of Elder Ouyang. The two casually sought refuge in an inn, and, upon reaching their chamber, Lu Feng promptly retrieved the Blood Soul Sword for examination. Blood Elder, are you still there? Lu Feng called out twice. Yet the Blood Soul Sword remained unresponsive. In a bid to protect him, Shui Lao chose to self-destruct the restraints, a kindness that would be difficult to repay. At present, the Blood Soul Sword lies in slumber, unlikely to awaken in the near future. Alas, if only my strength were greater, such misfortunes could have been avoided. It appears I must intensify my cultivation efforts. Lu Feng let out a sigh and began to channel the Qingmu technique, setting forth to restore the mana within him. As time swiftly passed, a day elapsed. His internal mana had been completely replenished, just as he was poised to resume his cultivation and elevate his prowess. When Ouyang the Elder unexpectedly sent him a message, Lu Feng did not hesitate and promptly exited the room, only to find his companion waiting for him outside. Senior Ouyang, may I inquire what tasks you have for me? The reason I summoned you is undoubtedly for something splendid. Come with me, replied the venerable Ouyang, leading him to a colossal auction house. The auction house boasted a total of 9 floors, with an expansive area, and the first floor alone accommodated thousands of seats. From the 4th floor upwards, the space transformed into private boxes and elegant chambers. Ouyang led into a box on the 8th floor, which was adorned with opulence, yet retained an air of sophistication, with various spiritual fruits displayed upon the table. Please take a seat. The auction will commence shortly. Ouyang remarked nonchalantly. Oh, Lu Feng promptly took a seat. At that moment, a young and graceful female Qi cultivator entered. Respected seniors, I am the exclusive maid of this establishment. Should you have any requests, feel free to convey them to me. You need not serve here any longer. You may withdraw. Elder Ouyang waved his hand dismissively. Yes. As the maid departed, Lu Feng cast a glance her way, only to discover that she was, in fact, a consummate Qi practitioner at the great perfection stage. How astonishing it was that such a young individual held this status, yet served as a maid. This revelation stirred a sense of surprise within Lu Feng. Elder, this auction seems exceedingly prestigious. May I inquire as to its name? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Elder Ouyang chuckled and replied, this auction house is known as the Fengyun Auction House, with branches across the 7 major regions of the Yunxiao continent. Could it possibly be anything less than esteemed? Indeed, I understand now. Elder, do you have items you wish to procure at this auction? Alas, my sect, the Falling Sword Sect, has experienced a significant decline over the past century, now ranking among the lowest of the 5 great powers in the southern region. If this continues, we may descend into mediocrity. Elder Ouyang lamented with a weary sigh. My purpose for attending the Fengyun auction is to acquire a transformation pill, in hopes of prolonging the life of the Falling Sword Sect. After listening to the Elder's account, Lu Feng finally grasped the situation. Elder, is it true that you are the only nascent soul expert in the Falling Sword Sect? Elder Ouyang nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Lu Feng lowered his head in contemplation. In a first-class power such as the Tianling sect, it is customary to have 2 or 3 Yuanian cultivators stationed. Should the number of Yuanian cultivators be insufficient, the sect's strength would significantly diminish. It appears that the Falling Sword Sect is already on the path to decline. It is likely that there are no high-level alchemists remaining within the sect. Otherwise, the old monster Ouyang would not have participated in the auction to purchase the transformation pill. As Lu Feng pondered, the sound of drums and gongs resonated from below. He immediately glanced down and saw a beautiful woman in her 30s accompanied by several staff members approaching the central circular platform on the 1st floor. Thank you, fellow cultivators, for attending this wind and cloud auction. I am your host, Zulier. As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. It appears that Zulier enjoys considerable popularity. Upon further observation, Lu Feng discovered that Zulier was, in fact, a formidable cultivator at the early stage of the Jindan realm. This revelation elevated Lu Feng's understanding of the wind and cloud auction to a new level. Zulier smiled and continued, once again, I express my gratitude for your enthusiasm. Now, I declare the wind and cloud auction officially open. With that, the sound of drums filled the air once more. Excellent. Let us commence the auction of our first item. As she spoke, the staff presented a delicately crafted wooden box. Zulier slowly opened the box to reveal a blood-red orb the size of a fist. The orb exuded a rich aura of blood, appearing exceedingly captivating. This orb is the inner core of a late-stage third-tier great demon, essential for refining elixirs and forging magical treasures. The starting bid is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, a mid-stage Jindan cultivator on the second floor raised their hand, declaring 550,000 low-grade spirit stones, 580,000 low-grade spirit stones, 600,000. Instantly, numerous cultivators in the auction began to call out their bids. The fervent bidding scene left Lu Feng astonished. These individuals seemed to possess an abundance of wealth. Ouyang Sr., are the cultivators of the southern region truly this affluent? Hee. This is merely the beginning. Once the good items are presented, you will witness what true wealth looks like. Chapter 55, Senior, Alchemy is my forte. Lu Feng had indeed witnessed the extravagance of the southern region cultivators. They could readily spend 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, the auction presented several elixirs and magical treasures suitable for Jindan realm cultivators. Lu Feng desired these items, yet his pockets were insufficiently filled with spirit stones. He could only indulge in a fleeting glimpse. The items previously given to manager Chen were valued at over 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Yet the other party had yet to process them, and he had not seen a single spirit stone. Alas, life without spirit stones is truly unbearable. Lu Feng secretly marveled as the auction reached its midpoint. A staff member soon brought forth a wooden box the size of a basketball, and upon opening it, 3 purple elixirs were revealed. Cheryl surveyed the crowd with a smile and proclaimed, "These 3 elixirs are likely unfamiliar to many of you. They are called infant formation pills. Crafted for cultivators seeking to transcend into the nascent soul stage, capable of enhancing the chances of success by 30%. With her words, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. Such elixirs seldom appear in the market. Who would have thought they would encounter them today? Dear Cheryl, please, make your bid. Let my heart be set ablaze with the desire to compete," cried one elder. Indeed. What are you waiting for, Cheryl? My spirit stones are eager to be spent." As the crowd stirred with excitement, Cheryl smiled graciously. The 3 infant formation pills will be auctioned together, starting at 3,000 superior spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 superior spirit stones. You may now place your bids. The starting price of 3,000 superior spirit stones translates to 30 million inferior spirit stones, a figure that barred most cultivators from participating. Only those of nascent soul mastery or significant sects possess the means to bid. Hiss. We can only watch the experts bid. One lamented. Alas, 3,000 superior spirit stones. Selling myself would even suffice. Do you believe a foundational stage cultivator like yourself holds any value? Truly, you are inflating your own worth. At that moment, a voice from a private room on the 6th floor called out, 3,100 superior spirit stones. The crowd turned in unison, their faces illuminated with astonishment. Goodness, that 6th floor chamber must belong to a third-rate power. To offer such a price is quite a gamble. 3,100 superior spirit stones could nearly deplete a third-rate sect's resources. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, another private room on the 6th floor chimed in, 3,200 superior spirit stones. The first bidder from the 6th floor quickly responded, 3,300 superior spirit stones. Before the previous bidder could react, a voice from a 7th floor chamber declared, "What is the point of these minor increments? I bid 4,000 superior spirit stones." The room fell silent once more, gasps resounding as the weight of the bid sank in. The 2 6th floor bidders immediately withdrew. For 4,000 superior spirit stones surpassed their financial limits. Is 4,000 superior spirit stones truly a significant amount? I shall raise it to 4,500 superior spirit stones. In the 7th floor, another elegant room announced a price, instantly eclipsing the previous bid. Those seated on the 7th floor were at least part of the second-tier forces from the southern region, whose profound heritage was undoubtedly formidable. Subsequently, 2 more elegant rooms on the 7th floor entered the bidding fray, sending the price soaring to 6,500 high-grade spirit stones. Such an exorbitant figure left all the cultivators present in stunned silence. Even Lu Feng, seated in the elegant room on the 8th floor, was taken aback by this price. Heh, young Lu, these 3 nascent soul pills are worth far more than this. Watch as I make my move and seize victory. Ouyang, the elder, remarked with a faint smile, promptly declaring, I bid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this declaration, the 4 elegant rooms on the 7th floor fell into silence, as 10,000 high-grade spirit stones exceeded their budgets, a sum beyond their means. The audience was also rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with astonishment, to the point where even breathing seemed to halt. Schwellier blinked her beautiful eyes and immediately spoke up. The 8th floor's Qin room bids 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auction hall fell into a hushed stillness, but at that moment, another elegant room on the 8th floor spoke up. Heh. The nascent soul pill is not priced this low. I bid 12,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt a jolt of surprise and quietly inquired of Ouyang, Sr., is the price of the nascent soul pill not a bit excessive? Ouyang shook his head and explained, the standard price for a nascent soul pill is around 3,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Thus, a bid of 12,000 high-grade spirit stones is not unreasonable. Lu Feng swallowed hard, astonished by the exorbitant price of the Qingying Dan. He never anticipated that such a 4th-tier elixir could command such a staggering sum. However, it seemed he himself was also a high-level alchemist. Provided he had the formula for the Qingying Dan and the requisite spiritual herbs, he would be able to concoct it in no time. Senior Ouyang, might I inquire if you possess the formula for the Qingying Dan? Senior Ouyang furrowed his brow and glanced at Lu Feng. Indeed. What is it? Lu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Senior, I am exceptionally skilled in alchemy. As long as you provide me with the formula and the materials, I am confident I can concoct the infant transformation pill. There is no need for you to expend so many spirit stones to procure it. The other party had saved his life, and this seemed a fitting way to repay the favor. You can refine pills? I am not so easily deceived. Young man, you are merely 20 years old, and achieving the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage is already remarkable. If you truly possess the ability to refine pills, I would eat this table right now. Lu Feng was left speechless. Senior, I truly can refine pills. There is a significant difference between being able to refine pills and being capable of crafting high-tier ones. You need not go to such lengths to repay me. These 3 infant transformation pills are crucial to the future of the Falling Sword sect, and I will certainly acquire them. Seeing the skepticism in the elder's eyes, Lu Feng directly produced several exquisite Qi replenishing pills and handed them over. Senior, take a look. These are the pills I have refined. Upon seeing the pills in his hand, Ouyang, the old eccentric, immediately raised his eyebrows. He then picked one up for a closer inspection. Oh, this is indeed an exquisite Qi replenishing pill. Young Lu, did you truly refine this pill? Indeed. I am now a 3rd-tier alchemist, and it won't be long before I can refine 4th-tier pills. So the infant transformation pill is not a challenge for me. After saying this, Ouyang stared at Lu Feng in astonishment. You are a 3rd-tier alchemist? Is Zhang Darin of the Heavenly Spirit Sect truly a fool? How could such a prodigy as you be expelled from the sect? Lu Feng scratched his head and offered a faint smile. Subsequently, Ouyang the elder scrutinized him for a moment before shifting his gaze to the nearby table. Senior, what troubles you? Lu Feng inquired. I am pondering how to consume this table. Chapter 56, The Senior Offering of the Falling Sword Sect. Upon discovering that Lu Feng was a 3rd-tier alchemist, Ouyang the elder devised a new plan. He deliberately raised the bid on the infant transformation pill a couple of times before ultimately withdrawing from the auction. Senior, if you do not intend to purchase the infant transformation pill, why raise the price? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. You young lad do not comprehend. The one bidding against me is the elder of the Qingshan sect, a faction that has always been at odds with our Falling Sword sect. It is advantageous for him to expend more spirit stones. Well then, you are quite impressive. After this exchange, Ouyang the elder led Lu Feng out of the private room, instructing the maid to package the table for transport. According to the elder's words, a promise made must be fulfilled. As for how and when to consume the table, that would be determined later. The two traveled for 3 days, finally arriving at the location of the Falling Sword sect, one of the 5 great powers of the southern region. Do you see? That is the mountain gate of the Falling Sword sect. What are your thoughts? Ouyang the elder gestured toward a range of mountains ahead. Lu Feng followed the guidance and beheld the endless expanse of mountains, each peak adorned with numerous palatial structures and majestic edifices. At the heart of this mountainous realm stood a towering peak, resembling a colossal sword thrust into the earth. with streams of sword intent swirling above it. Lu Feng gazed in awe, truly a first-rate power, possessing such a magnificent and astonishing mountain gate. Haha. Come along with me, my old friend. Lu Feng followed the enigmatic Ouyang into the Falling Sword Sect, where several patrolling disciples greeted them with respectful gestures. Upon closer observation, Lu Feng discerned that the number of disciples in the Falling Sword Sect appeared rather limited, and their cultivation levels were not particularly high. He noted only 2 individuals at the Golden Core stage. Such a situation would undoubtedly be unusual for a first-rate power. Before long, the 2 arrived at a mountain peak resembling a colossal sword. Upon entering the main hall, 2 Golden Core cultivators promptly approached to offer their greetings. We pay our respects to the esteemed elder. Ouyang nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed them. This young man is my friend, Lu Feng. You must not treat him with any lack of respect. Understood? Yes, we shall abide by the elder's decree. Ouyang continued, Lu Feng, this is our sect's leader, Wang Tianyang. And this is our grand elder, Ouyang Xuanqing. You may take your time to get acquainted. Lu Feng respectfully greeted the 2 individuals, saying, I am Lu Feng. Honored to meet Sect Master Wang and Elder Ouyang. The 2 immediately returned the gesture, both possessing cultivation at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Although their prowess slightly surpassed Lu Feng's, under Elder Ouyang's subtle indication, they naturally held him in esteem. Very well, young Lu, you shall reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with these 2, Elder Ouyang remarked, handing him a token. From this day forth, you are elevated to the status of a senior benefactor of my Falling Sword Sect, enjoying the same privileges as an inner sect elder. Should you have any further aspirations, do not hesitate to discuss them with me. Lu Feng nodded and accepted the token. After speaking, the enigmatic Ouyang transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Observing this, Lu Feng felt a sense of helplessness, yet he acknowledged that he had found a place to stand. The sect's offerings were considered external personnel, free to depart from the Falling Sword Sect at any moment. Ouyang's granting of this status allowed him the liberty to enter and exit the sect, alleviating certain inconveniences. Fellow Lu, you are a friend of the Supreme Elder and now a senior offering of our Falling Sword Sect. Henceforth, we are family. Feel free to express any needs you may have, Wang Tianyang remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is the first time our ancestor has brought someone back. Consider this place your home, fellow Lu, the other added. Seeing their cordiality, Lu Feng responded with a smile. Then I shall rely on both of you for care in the future. Fellow Lu, you are too modest. Subsequently, Lu Feng was personally guided by Ouyang Xuanqing on a tour of the Falling Sword Sect, where he was granted free access to most areas. After more than half an hour, Ouyang Xuanqing brought him to the entrance of a cave dwelling. Fellow Lu, this cave has been specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied? Inside, the cave was rich in spiritual energy and elegantly decorated, with an abundance of furniture. Thank you, Elder Ouyang. I am very pleased. That is good to hear. Fellow Lu, here is the dwelling token and the sect's communication jade slip. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me directly. Ouyang Xuanqing, being the great-grandson of the Supreme Elder, treated Lu Feng with great respect. Excellent. By the way, Elder Ouyang, I noticed there seem to be few disciples within the sect. What is the reason for this? Ouyang Xuanqing smiled bitterly. Alas, our Falling Sword Sect was schemed against by the Heavenly Spirit Sect a century ago, resulting in the demise of our previous sect master and the entrapment of 2 nascent soul elders within a relic. Since then, our sect's strength has plummeted, leading many disciples and elders to depart, resulting in our current state. I see, Lu Feng replied, gaining an understanding of the situation within the Falling Sword Sect. Ouyang Xuanqing then took his leave, and Lu Feng entered the cave, lying on the jade bed, finally able to rest properly. A night swiftly passed. The following morning, Lu Feng opened his eyes and stretched widely. Ah, refreshing. He rolled out of bed and retrieved the blood soul sword from within, only to discover that the blood elder had yet to awaken, so he continued to wait. He then took out the heavenly flame divine furnace and placed it within the cave. Since he had promised Elder Ouyang to refine a nascent pill, he decided to first elevate his alchemist rank to the 4th tier before proceeding. With determination, he set to work. Lu Feng retrieved the medicinal herbs for the Qi restoration pill and commenced the alchemical process, having previously procured 9,000 medicinal materials from the Danxiang Pavilion. He found himself well equipped for the task of pill refinement. With each successful concoction of the Qi restoration pill, his proficiency increased by 1. Engaging in yet another alchemical endeavor, His alchemist expertise surged once more. This pattern continued, with each round of pill production further enhancing his skill. Presently, he was capable of refining 400 batches of pills in a single day, and within just over 20 days, he could elevate his alchemist rank to the 4th tier. As the days passed, his collection of celestial-grade pills burgeoned. However, these first-tier pills had become of little use to him, especially since his cultivation within this cave abode did not necessitate the consumption of such pills. Therefore, he resolved to sell these surplus elixirs. Consequently, Feng took out a sound transmission jade slip to contact Ouyang Xuanqing. In less than 15 minutes, Ouyang Xuanqing arrived at his cave dwelling. "Ah, Lu Daoyu. It is a pleasure to see you." Feng immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Elder Ouyang, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire if fellow Taoist Lu has sought me for any particular purpose?" Feng shook his head and directly presented a jade vial. "Here is a bottle of elixirs, Elder Ouyang. Do you think these could be exchanged for some spirit stones?" Ouyang Xuanqing furrowed his brow, as he had anticipated that Feng sought him for some pressing matter. He had not expected this sudden offering of a vial. Gently opening the jade bottle, he beheld 10 elixirs emitting a faint white glow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these 10 elixirs were actually celestial-grade Qi restoration pills. This is indeed a celestial-grade Qi restoration pill. Ouyang Xuanqing exclaimed in astonishment. "Friend Lu, such a high-grade elixir is exceedingly rare. Are you truly considering selling these?" Feng nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, as a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with the circumstances here in the southern region. If Elder Ouyang is willing to assist me in selling my wares, I would be pleased to offer you a 20% share of the profits. What do you think?" Elder? Chapter 57. The saintly Qi replenishing pill. Ouyang Xuanqing held the heavenly Qi replenishing pill, his face adorned with a mix of astonishment and complexity. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Friend Lu, I have no objection to assisting you in selling your pills, and we can forego the 20% share. However, I have a request that I hope you will consider." Upon hearing his words, Feng nodded and replied, "Elder Ouyang, please go ahead. As you are aware, our Falling Sword sect is currently facing significant challenges. We not only lack alchemists but also find ourselves short on various cultivation pills. Your heavenly Qi replenishing pills are particularly suitable for our Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples. Therefore, I would like to inquire if you could prioritize selling these pills to our Falling Sword sect." Ouyang Xuanqing gazed at Feng with sincerity and eagerness. Feng lowered his head in contemplation. His recent concoction of Qi replenishing pills was originally intended for external sale, and to whom he sold them was of little consequence. However, if he were to sell them to the Falling Sword sect, he felt that the price should not be exorbitant, lest it appear somewhat unkind. Ouyang Xuanqing, noticing Feng's silence, respectfully clasped his hands together and stated, "Friend Lu, if you would be willing to prioritize our sect for this sale, I am prepared to offer 100 low-grade spirit stones for each pill." Feng lifted his gaze to glance at the other party. In the market, the price of premium Qi replenishing pills was set at 50 inferior spirit stones. While it was quite normal for celestial-grade Qi replenishing pills to be sold for 100 inferior spirit stones. However, in consideration of the Falling Sword sect, Feng smiled and spoke, "Elder Ouyang, I can prioritize selling the pills to you at the price of 80 inferior spirit stones each. If you are able to provide me with the corresponding spiritual herbs, I can further reduce the price by 10%. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xuanqing was so astonished that he was momentarily at a loss for words. He immediately rose and bowed deeply to Feng. "Thank you, Taoist Lu. We, the Falling Sword sect, will remember your kindness." Feng hurriedly stepped forward to assist the other party, saying, "Elder Ouyang, there is no need for such formality. Senior Ouyang has saved my life, and the Falling Sword sect holds me in high regard, so this small token of medicinal pills is of little consequence." As he spoke, Feng retrieved 10,000 heavenly-grade Qi recovery pills from his storage bag. Ouyang Xuanqing was utterly astonished by the sheer quantity of the pills. "Ah, this. Elder Ouyang, here are 10,000 heavenly-grade Qi recovery pills. Please do count them." Ouyang Xuanqing had initially assumed that Feng possessed only a few hundred of these pills, so the revelation of 10,000 was utterly unexpected. Swallowing hard, Ouyang Xuanqing scanned the pills with his divine sense and then clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Friend Lu, the count is indeed accurate. These 10,000 heavenly-grade Qi recovery pills are valued at 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Here are 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Please accept them." As the Grand Elder of a first-rate sect, he still had a considerable amount of spirit stones at his disposal, although the Falling Sword sect was beginning to decline. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse, and this camel had yet to perish. After accepting the spirit stones, Ouyang Xuanqing respectfully took his leave, his face brimming with excitement as he departed from Lu Feng's cave. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lu Feng's ear. "Kid, where is this place?" A surge of joy welled up within Lu Feng as he exclaimed, "Blood Elder, you have awakened." "Indeed, I have awakened. It appears you have successfully escaped." "That is splendid news," the Blood Soul Sword replied. After a week of slumber, it had finally roused, much to Lu Feng's delight. Subsequently, Lu Feng recounted his previous experiences to the Blood Soul Sword, which listened intently before responding with a chuckle. "Given your remarkable talent, it is certain that you would be celebrated wherever you go. This much I can affirm." "Ah, Blood Elder, you flatter me," Lu Feng replied. "By the way, how is your recovery progressing?" "Not much of a problem remains. The last time, I merely detonated 10% of the restrictions. In a month or two, I shall regain my former strength," the Blood Soul Sword assured him. "That is indeed reassuring," Lu Feng responded. With the awakening of the Blood Soul Sword lifting a heavy weight from his heart, he resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation and advancing his alchemist rank. Once his strength was sufficient, he would address the grievances of the past. "Zhang Daoran, Luo Qing, Li Xianming, you shall wait for me." Seeing Lu Feng's fervor, the Blood Soul Sword laughed heartily. "Ah, now you are speaking rightly. We cultivators must embrace vengeance and resolve grievances. Otherwise, our thoughts remain obstructed." The more time they spent together, the more the Blood Soul Sword felt a harmonious affinity with Lu Feng. Lu Feng collected his thoughts and re-established his daily cultivation regimen. From now on, the 6 hours of daylight would be dedicated primarily to alchemy, while the 6 hours of night would focus on enhancing his cultivation. As for spells and other aspects of the immortal arts, he would practice those upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Resolute in his decision, Lu Feng began to refine the materials for Qi replenishing pills. "You have successfully refined a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed a session of alchemy, Alchemist Proficiency 1. You have refined another Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed another session of alchemy, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xuanqing approached Sect Master Wang Tianyang and the ancient Ouyang with 10,000 heavenly-grade Qi replenishing pills in hand. "Elders and Sect Master, these pills are procured from my esteemed friend Lu. Please examine them." As he spoke, Ouyang Xuanqing presented the pills before them, and both took one to inspect closely. After a brief moment, Sect Master Wang Tianyang revealed an expression of astonishment. "Is this truly from Lu?" "Indeed, Master," Ouyang Xuanqing replied. "Moreover, Lu has promised that if we provide him with the necessary spiritual herbs, the price of the pills can be reduced further." "Ah, this." Wang Tianyang's expression was one of disbelief. They had encountered such heavenly-grade pills only a handful of times, primarily at auctions. Sitting in a position of authority, the ancient Ouyang chuckled heartily, revealing little surprise. It seems that saving the young lad Lu was indeed a sagacious choice. Initially, Ouyang had merely intended to vex the Tianling sect, believing that as long as Lu Feng lived, the Tianling sect would know no peace. Now, it appeared that rescuing Lu had brought immense benefits to the Falling Sword sect. "Elder, how shall we proceed with these pills?" Ouyang Xuanqing entrusted the decision regarding the 10,000 heavenly-grade Qi replenishing pills to the elders. "Distribute half to the talented disciples within the sect, and reserve the other half in the merit pavilion, limiting each individual to a maximum of 10 pills per month," the ancient Ouyang instructed. "Yes, Elder. And what of Lu Feng's situation?" Ouyang pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, "There must be no negligence. Inform all sect members to treat Lu Feng with the utmost respect, as they would with me. Our sect's resurgence hinges on whether Lu Feng can successfully refine the nascent soul pill. Do you understand?" Wang Tianyang and Ouyang Xuanqing clearly grasped the implications of the ancient Ouyang's words. Both had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the golden core stage for many years, hesitant to break through to the nascent soul without assurance. If the nascent soul pill were available, they would dare to attempt the breakthrough. Wang Tianyang nodded. "We understand. With Lu's remarkable alchemical talent, it is certain that he will soon ascend to a fourth-tier alchemist. At that time, the prospect of the nascent soul pill will be within reach." Ouyang Xuanqing silently nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "It is good that you comprehend. Additionally, the young lad's talents extend beyond alchemy. Even once you attain the nascent soul, Do not underestimate him. Yes, Elder. 2 days have swiftly elapsed once again. Lu Feng's proficiency in crafting Qi replenishing pills was merely a step away from transcending to the flawless level. With the emergence of a heavenly grade Qi replenishing pill, 3 notifications suddenly appeared on his proficiency panel. You have crafted a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed a pill crafting operation, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Your proficiency in crafting Qi replenishing pills has reached 1000, elevating your mastery level from flawless to perfect. Instantly. An innovative method for crafting Qi replenishing pills infused itself into Lu Feng's mind. Upon completing the absorption, Lu Feng opened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that above the heavenly grade lies the sacred grade elixirs. Chapter 58, Ascension to Fourth Order Alchemist. If heavenly grade elixirs embody spirituality, then sacred grade elixirs encapsulate a thread of Tao essence. Sacred grade elixirs not only double the efficacy of their effects but also enhance the user's comprehension of the great Tao, possessing an extraordinary capacity to elevate one's insight. Such great elixirs have never circulated in the market, attributed to 2 reasons: the immense difficulty in their crafting and the fact that those who succeed in creating such elixirs typically consume them for personal use. Who would be foolish enough to sell them? To validate the effects of the sacred grade elixir, Lu Feng promptly retrieved a batch of medicinal materials for crafting Qi replenishing pills and began the process. You have crafted a Qi replenishing pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed a pill crafting operation, Alchemist Proficiency 1. 3 minutes later, Lu Feng lifted the lid of the furnace, and 10 shimmering pills soared out from within in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Lu Feng unleashed a surge of mystical energy, which enveloped the flying elixir and drew it into his grasp. He examined one of the pills closely and discovered it was inscribed with 5 complete alchemical patterns, its surface shimmering with an ethereal radiance, exuding an air of profound mystery. At that moment, the Blood Elder interjected, "You, young one, have astonishingly concocted a sacred grade elixir. Your talent in alchemy is unparalleled." As Lu Feng successfully refined a batch of sacred Qi replenishing pills, the Blood Soul Sword was thoroughly captivated by his extraordinary alchemical prowess. Without hesitation, Lu Feng swallowed the sacred elixir in his hand. Moments later, a deep, enigmatic understanding blossomed within his mind, as if his comprehension of the cosmos had significantly deepened. Once the effects of the elixir subsided, Lu Feng emerged from this profound state. Goodness! This sacred elixir is indeed remarkable. It has enhanced my perception. Such a precious grade of elixir was far too valuable. He resolved to keep it for himself and refrain from disclosing it to others for the time being. For the next 2 weeks, Lu Feng secluded himself, dedicating his days to alchemical practice and his nights to cultivation. On one particular day, he finally ascended to the 4th rank of alchemist, while his cultivation progressed from the 2nd layer of the golden core stage to the 4th. Additionally, his proficiency in the spirit concealing pill and the spirit nurturing pill reached perfection, and even the 3rd rank solar pill achieved a competent level. Phew! I have finally exhausted the medicinal materials. Let's see how my status panel has changed now. With that thought, Lu Feng summoned the proficiency panel, which instantly materialized before his eyes. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 20560. Cultivation: Golden Core 4th Layer, 3951200000. Techniques: Qingmu Technique, Integration 3395110000000. Longevity Technique, Entry 0100, Inherent Divine Ability, Yin Yang Instant, Entry 10100. Spells: Vines Technique, Major Achievement 242400, Spirit Rain Technique, Competent 182200, Fireball Technique, Flawless 3721000. Golden Armor Technique, Major Achievement 128400, Cloud Treading Technique, Major Achievement 166400, Alchemy, Qi Replenishing Pill, Perfect 2800100000, Spirit Concealing Pill, Perfect 2500100000, Spirit Nurturing Pill, Perfect 2400100000. Solar Pill, Competent 0200, Cultivation Arts, Spirit Planting Master, 2nd rank 80200, Alchemist, 4th rank 130000, Artifact Refiner, 3rd rank 1100000. At that moment, his panel displayed significant changes. With his alchemist rank now elevated to the 4th tier, he could assist the old monster Ouyang in refining an infant pill. Contemplating this, Lu Feng rose and departed from his cave dwelling, soaring directly toward the back mountain of the Falling Swords Sect, the very place where the old monster Ouyang engaged in secluded cultivation. As he flew, Feng encountered several disciples at the Qi Refinement stage patrolling the mountains, who all greeted him with deep respect, bowing in deference. Feng nodded as a gesture of gratitude, then transformed into a stream of light and descended upon the back mountain. There, one could behold a serene bamboo grove, within which lay a wooden cottage nestled deep among the towering stalks. Feng approached the wooden cabin and discovered a formation that obstructed his path. He clasped his hands and said, "I am Feng, here to pay my respects to Senior Ouyang." Within moments, the formation swiftly dissipated and a voice emanated from within, saying, "Young Lu, do come in." Feng stepped inside, where at that moment, the venerable Ouyang sat cross-legged in the wooden cabin, eyes closed in meditation. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for the intrusion," Feng spoke. Ouyang opened his eyes, casting a tranquil glance at Feng, then gestured towards a nearby mat, saying, "Please sit. Your unexpected visit suggests there is something of importance on your mind." Feng took a seat and spoke slowly. "I have come here for the formula of the infant transformation pill." Ouyang Leaguai scrutinized Feng, noticing that his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the golden core stage, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Oh, have you truly attained the 4th rank as an alchemist?" "Indeed, I have." Upon hearing his response, Ouyang Leaguai instantly rose to his feet. "Is it genuinely the 4th rank?" "Absolutely." "Haha, splendid. Then follow me." With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the treasure pavilion of the Falling Sword sect. After a brief moment, they arrived at the entrance of a grand palace, where a golden core cultivator stood guard. Upon recognizing Ouyang Leaguai, the cultivator promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. "Greetings, esteemed elder. Open the treasure pavilion. I wish to retrieve some items." "Understood." With a series of deft movements, the golden core cultivator deactivated the array's restrictions, and Ouyang Leaguai swiftly entered, only to return in less than 10 breaths. At that moment, Ouyang Leaguai held a golden jade slip in one hand and a jade ring in the other. "Young Lu, this jade slip contains the formula you seek, and within this storage ring lies the spiritual herbs you require. Take them." Feng took 2 items, his heart brimming with excitement. He promptly examined the contents of the storage ring, discovering it contained numerous 3rd and 4th tier spiritual herbs. Moreover, the ring's capacity was astonishingly vast. It could easily accommodate an entire mountain. The storage ring was significantly superior to a storage pouch, its value several times greater than that of a 2nd tier magical artifact. Ouyang, the old master, had bestowed it upon him, leaving Feng somewhat astonished by such unexpected generosity. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Ouyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you can successfully refine this elixir, then I shall be the one expressing gratitude to you. I hope you do not disappoint me. I assure you, I will not let you down. Haha, I believe in you. Now, return and contemplate your studies diligently." "Understood." After leaving the treasure pavilion, Feng hurried back to his cave dwelling and immediately retrieved the jade slip containing the inheritance of the infant transformation pill's refining method. Before long, he had mastered the art of concocting the elixir. Feng took a deep breath and directly retrieved a batch of spirit herbs for the infant transformation pill from his storage ring, subsequently placing them into the heavenly flame divine furnace to commence the refining process. The difficulty and time required for concocting a 4th tier elixir are exponentially greater than those for a 1st tier one. However, for Feng, such challenges were trivial. With his proficiency panel, no elixir posed any difficulty before him. As various spirit herbs were refined and purified, half an hour swiftly elapsed. "You have successfully refined an infant transformation pill, Proficiency 1. You have completed one alchemical operation, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Haha, I have finally succeeded." With a smile, Feng lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing 10 infant transformation pills nestled within. With a gentle wave of his hand, all 10 pills soared into his grasp. Upon meticulous inspection, he discovered that the quality of these pills surpassed the 3 he had encountered at the auction. Alas, they were merely inferior infant transformation pills. It was inevitable, for this was his inaugural attempt at refining such pills. His proficiency was still in its infancy, which limited him to producing only those of lesser quality. Fortunately, even inferior infant transformation pills could enhance the success rate of transformation by 30%. Ouyang, the old eccentric, had prepared a total of 10 sets of rare medicinal herbs for him within the storage ring, ostensibly to aid in his practice. Although Feng was unaware of the herb's monetary value, He presumed they were indeed quite precious. Subsequently, he proceeded to refine the remaining 9 sets of medicinal herbs, a task that consumed an entire day. Phew. The time and mental energy expended on the refinement of this 4th-tier pill were indeed considerable. Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed. At that moment, the blood soul sword chimed in. Indeed, after all, the life infant pill is a paragon among the 4th-tier elixirs. Such a potion would have been exceedingly precious even in the sacred grounds of a millennium past. Feng gazed upon the 100 infant transformation pills laid before him, his heart swelling with a profound sense of accomplishment. At last, he had fulfilled the request of his esteemed predecessor, Ouyang. One could only wonder what expression would grace the elder's face upon discovering that he possessed 100 of these coveted pills. After taking a brief moment to gather his thoughts, Feng rose from his secluded abode and made his way to the sanctum of the venerable Ouyang. Young lad, what brings you back to seek me so soon, merely a day after your last visit? Feng smiled faintly and said, Senior, I have come to fulfill my promise. As he spoke, Feng turned his palm, revealing a conception pill that appeared in his hand. This is Ouyang. The old monster swiftly flew before him, scrutinizing the pill with great care. This is indeed a conception pill, and its quality is remarkably pristine. Feng nodded, affirming, Indeed, it is the infant transformation pill. Ouyang, the old eccentric, displayed a face of delight as he meticulously examined the elixir. After a brief moment, admiration shone in his expression. Young Lu, your alchemical prowess is truly extraordinary. You have managed to forge an infant transformation pill within just a single day. Alas, our Falling Sword sect currently possesses only 10 portions of the requisite medicinal materials for this pill. Sigh. Ha. Esteemed elder, you are mistaken. I have produced more than 1 infant transformation pill, Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Ouyang turned to him, astonished. More than 1? 2 then? How splendid. This way, both Tianyang and Xuanqing can strive to break through to the nascent soul realm. As Feng presented 1 infant transformation pill, Ouyang was still grappling with the dilemma of whom to allocate it to. However, with the revelation of 2 pills, the quandary was alleviated. But it is not merely 2. Feng spoke once more. Observing the hesitance in his demeanor, Ouyang swiftly moved closer, exclaiming, You rascal. Why do you speak with such hesitation? Speak plainly. How many did you actually forge? Feng smiled as he raised 2 fingers. A flicker of surprise crossed Ouyang Leigui's eyes, prompting him to speculate. 20 pieces? No. It's 2 words, more than enough. What? Ouyang Leigui seized Feng's shoulders and shook him frantically. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? This is the transformation pill. A 4th-tier elixir. You dare to say it's more than enough? Do you take this from your rice? Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable from being shaken by the old monster Ouyang. So he took out a jade vial and handed it over. Senior, within this vial are 9 infant transformation pills, along with the 1 you already possess. That makes a total of 10. Should you find this insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more, and I assure you I will provide ample supply. Ouyang, upon opening the jade vial and discovering the 9 infant transformation pills, was utterly astonished. It appeared that Feng's words were indeed true. These pills were more than sufficient. In the next moment, Ouyang erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! With this, our Falling Sword sect is destined for greatness. We are set to soar. Amidst his laughter, Ouyang seized Feng's hand, declaring, Young lad, follow me. With a swift motion, the 2 soared back to the treasure pavilion, where Ouyang promptly retrieved 2 additional jade slips and a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs. Feng wore a perplexed expression, uncertain of the other party's intentions. Senior, what is it that you wish to convey? Ah, young lad Lu, chuckled the elder. These 2 jade slips contain the formulas for the Foundation Establishment pill and the Mirror-Shattering pill. And these are the spiritual herbs required for the concoction of these 2 elixirs. For the sake of our sect, I must shamelessly beseech you to undertake the crafting of these potions. Ouyang, the elder, spoke somewhat awkwardly. Feng was taken aback, finally grasping the intent of the other party. Before he could articulate his thoughts, old Ouyang interrupted. Rest assured, I shall not take your elixirs without recompense. I will purchase these 3 types of pills at market value. Feng smiled and shook his head. Senior, you have saved my life. It is only fitting that I concoct some elixirs for you. Ouyang, the old master, observed his sincere demeanor and nodded with a smile. Very well. I have not misjudged you. Here is the deal. I will convert the value of the elixirs into merit points for you. These merit points can be exchanged for various items in the merit pavilion, serving as my compensation to you. All right then, I shall humbly comply. Lu Feng was well aware of Ouyang's temperament. The latter was a man of his word, who despised taking advantage of others. Given this understanding, Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. Coincidentally, he had numerous items he wished to exchange, such as materials for refining weapons, the inheritance of talisman crafting, and the knowledge of formations, all of which held significant value. Armed with foundation-building pills and mirror-shattering pills, Lu Feng returned to his cave dwelling. This time, Ouyang had prepared 100 portions of spiritual herbs for each type of pill formula, meaning Lu Feng could concoct 1,000 of each. No longer hesitating, he decided to complete the refinement of these two types of pills first. Meanwhile, Ouyang summoned all the Golden Core elders from the Falling Swords sect. At that moment, in the main hall, Elder Ouyang occupied the elevated seat, flanked by Sect Master Wang Tianong and Grand Elder Ouyang Qingxian, with 6 Golden Core elders seated around them. Elder Taishan, may I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden summons? Elderly Hongling from the transmission hall asked, puzzled. The 8 Golden Core cultivators present represented the last bastion of the Falling Sword sect, their loyalty unwavering and steadfast. Ouyang scanned the room and sighed. Alas, during my absence, it seems your cultivation has made little progress. At this, the 8 individuals displayed expressions of embarrassment. It was not that they lacked diligence in their practice, rather, the scarcity of high-tier resources within the sect, particularly advanced pills, had severely hindered their advancement. Merely relying on routine meditation to elevate their prowess proved exceedingly challenging. I bear no blame towards you. The reason for your gathering is to discuss a matter of great importance. All eyes turned to Ouyang, curious about what he had to say. Ancestor, what is it that you require of us? Please, instruct us, Ouyang Qingxian replied with a respectful bow. As he spoke, Ouyang produced a pill. Surely you are familiar with this? A collective gasp arose among the gathered elders. This is a nascent soul pill, Li Hongling exclaimed, her breath hitching. Indeed, it is the nascent soul pill. Ouyang continued, pausing briefly before adding, moreover, I possess more than just this one. Today, I summoned you to inform you that if any of you reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, you may come to me to receive a nascent soul pill. Upon hearing this, an astonished silence enveloped the room. Soon, the third elder stood and bowed. Elder Taishang, is this truly the case? Naturally, it is. With that, the elders, along with Sect Master Wang Tianong, knelt before Ouyang, exclaiming, We thank you, Elder Taishang, for bestowing upon us such a life-altering grace. Chapter 60. The campaign against the Falling Sword sect within the esteemed dwelling of the senior elder of the Falling Sword sect, Lu Feng exhaled deeply. After 3 arduous days of alchemical refinement, he had successfully concocted 100 foundation establishment pills and 100 breaking mirror pills. Considering the potential necessity of these 2 types of elixirs in the future, Lu Feng chose to retain 100 of each, while the remaining 1,800 pills were entrusted to the enigmatic Ouyang. Upon receiving the elixirs, the expression on Ouyang's face was nothing short of captivating, fluctuating between astonishment, bewilderment, and unrestrained laughter, leaving Lu Feng somewhat dazed. After a brief moment, Ouyang placed a hand on Lu Feng's shoulder and proclaimed, Young Lu, you have not only aided the Falling Sword sect in overcoming its immediate peril, but have also addressed the challenges that lie ahead. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. The more than 1,000 elixirs would undoubtedly usher forth a greater number of foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators, the predominant factions within the sect. As long as the ranks of foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners flourished, the lineage of the Falling Sword sect would remain unbroken. Moreover, the emergence of more Yuanying experts would increase, effectively safeguarding the sect's status as a prestigious establishment. With that, Ouyang performed a respectful bow towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to support the elder, saying, Senior, what is the matter? Ouyang smiled and replied, Ah, you rascal. This burden I shall bear. By the way, the merit points will be granted to you tomorrow, and with your identity token, you may exchange for items at the merit pavilion. Thank you, Senior Ouyang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. After departing from the back mountain, Lu Feng wandered around the Falling Sword sect and noticed that most of the cultivators in this sect were primarily sword practitioners. However, there were also alchemy and artifact refinement pavilions, albeit with fewer disciples inside. After a while, he returned to his cave dwelling, realizing that apart from pills and spirit stones, he possessed nothing else. He would have to wait until tomorrow for the merit points. Thus, he resolved to enhance his cultivation first. With determination, Lu Feng sat cross-legged in his cave, taking out the Tianyang pill he had previously refined and swallowing it whole. This pill could double the cultivation speed of a golden core cultivator, making it perfect for his current needs. As the pill entered his stomach, Lu Feng immediately began to circulate the Qingmu technique. You have successfully circulated the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, experience points 1. You have successfully circulated the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, experience points 1. Originally, it took a full minute to circulate the Qingmu technique through one complete cycle, but with the Tianyang pill, it only took 30 seconds, which filled Lu Feng with joy. Consequently, if he devoted an entire day to cultivation, he could increase his experience points by over 2,800. Currently, he required 20,000 experience points to elevate his realm by a minor level, meaning he could ascend to the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm in just 1 week. With this in mind, he resolved to diligently cultivate, aiming to reach the great perfection of the Golden Core realm. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. One day, the Celestial Spirit Sect in the eastern region became exceptionally lively, with cultivators in various attires visible throughout the sect. These cultivators ranged from foundation establishment to Golden Core, and even several were of the nascent soul stage. However, these individuals were not from the Celestial Spirit Sect but from other forces within the eastern region. They had all been invited by the Celestial Spirit Sect to discuss significant matters. Among them were cultivators from the other 6 major forces in the eastern region. At that moment, more than 30 high-ranking cultivators were seated in the main hall of the sect, each possessing at least mid-stage Golden Core cultivation. The 12 individuals sitting at the forefront had even reached the nascent soul stage. Dear friends, the purpose of this gathering by our Celestial Spirit Sect is to deliberate on the matter of attacking the Falling Sword Sect. I wonder what thoughts you all have. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Spirit Sect, Li Xianming, stood up to speak first. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to murmur among themselves. Shortly thereafter, an elder in the mid-stage Golden Core stood up and inquired, "Elderly, why the sudden decision to attack the Falling Sword Sect? Is it due to the events of a century ago?" The elder in the mid-stage of the Golden Core is a venerable ancestor of a family of cultivators, which maintains a relatively amicable relationship with the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Thus, he posed this inquiry. Li Xianming elucidated, in truth, the enmity between our Heavenly Spirit Sect and the Falling Sword Sect has long since ceased. However, the elder of the Falling Sword Sect maliciously intervened in our affairs, rescuing the forsaken disciple Lu Feng. Therefore, our sect has resolved to ensure that the Falling Sword Sect pays a price, restoring our reputation within the Eastern Domain. Understanding dawned upon some of the cultivators present, who were previously unaware of Lu Feng's situation. Esteemed colleagues, this expedition against the Falling Sword Sect concerns not only our Heavenly Spirit Sect but also represents a significant matter between the Eastern and Southern domains. Should any of you wish to partake in this endeavor, our Heavenly Spirit Sect promises to distribute 90% of the spoils among you, retaining merely 10% for ourselves, along with the forsaken disciple Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, astonishment swept through the crowd. The Heavenly Spirit Sect has always been domineering in the Eastern Domain. Yet now they are willing to offer such a generous share of the spoils. Surely there must be some ulterior motives at play. Nevertheless, the prospect of dividing the Falling Sword Sect's resources stirred excitement among many factions. Elderly, our Southern Xian Sect is eager to join this campaign. The Southern Xian Sect is but a third-rate sect in the southern part of the Eastern Domain, with its strongest member merely a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Yet, with this person taking the lead, other interested factions began to express their intentions. Our Tianhua sect also wishes to participate in this expedition. We of the Wind and Snow sect. In a short span, dozens of factions declared their willingness to join the assault. Yet the other 6 major forces of the Eastern Domain remained silent. Observing this, Zhang Daoran, the leader of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, rose and cupped his hands, saying, "I am grateful to all of you esteemed friends for your willingness to join this expedition. However, the Falling Sword Sect is one of the 5 foremost powers of the Southern Domain. Although it has seen a decline in recent centuries, its foundations remain formidable. To successfully subdue the Falling Sword Sect, it is imperative that 3 first-rate factions act in concert." With that, Zhang Daren's gaze turned toward the representatives of the other 6 major powers, clearly signaling his desire for their response. A powerful figure from the Xianyu sect, a nascent soul cultivator, spoke, "Our Xianyu sect has no dealings with the Southern Domain. Thus, we shall abstain from this expedition." Upon hearing this, A flicker of coldness flashed in Zhang Daren's eyes, yet with so many present, he refrained from expressing his ire. Ahem, our immortal sword sect. Being a sword cultivation sect like the falling sword sect, also finds it inappropriate to participate in this expedition. As fellow first-rate powers, they were likely aware of each other's strengths, recognizing that such a battle of extermination should not be taken lightly, lest they suffer losses without gain. Since you choose not to participate, we of the Lingshu Valley will not hold back. Zhang Sectmaster, I hereby represent Lingshu Valley in joining the campaign against the Falling Sword Sect, proclaimed a late-stage nascent soul elder from Lingshu Valley. Excellent. I extend my gratitude to you. Daoist Chen, our Shao sect is also willing to join. I ask that Sect Master Zhang and Daoist Chen provide guidance in the future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Daoist Wang Ling for his unwavering support. It is indeed a mutual regard. In an instant, Zhang Daren transformed into a figure of warmth and approachability. After much deliberation, a total of 18 sects decided to partake in this campaign against the Falling Sword Sect. Among them, the first-rate sects included the Heavenly Spirit Sect, the Lingshu Valley, and the Carefree Sect, while the other 4 first-rate sects opted to remain uninvolved in this conflict. Once the reluctant factions departed, Chun expressed his discontent. The likes of the Xianyu sect and the Immortal Sword sect are nothing but opportunistic individuals. They wish to observe from the sidelines, so let them sit idly. Zhang Daren replied with a gentle smile, Dear Chen, do not let your temper rise. Why stoop to the level of those lacking foresight? Wang Ling echoed with a sly grin. Master Zhang is right. Once we obliterate the Falling Sword sect, they will surely regret their inaction. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 61. The Assault of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Following a thorough discussion, the 18 factions participating in the campaign against the Falling Sword Sect resolved to execute a 3-pronged siege. The first aspect involved dispatching 15 second-tier or lower sects to launch an assault on the Falling Sword Sect's affiliated forces and cities, aiming to eradicate its regenerative power. The second aspect entailed sending envoys to the other 4 major factions in the southern region to engage in amicable dialogue, asserting that this campaign against the Falling Sword Sect was merely a personal matter between 2 sects, hoping they would refrain from involvement, while also offering them certain benefits. The third aspect was to concentrate all military forces for a full-scale assault on the Falling Sword Sect. Should this plan be executed, the Falling Sword Sect would stand no chance of survival. Time passed swiftly, and after a month of preparation, the coalition of the Heavenly Spirit Sect finally commenced its actions. The first to face the onslaught were the affiliated forces and cities of the Falling Sword Sect. Due to the coalition's thorough preparations, not a single cultivator managed to escape from the affiliated forces and cities. Within a span of less than 2 months, every affiliated force and city of the Falling Sword Sect was uprooted by the coalition. Astonishingly, this large-scale massacre did not provoke any intervention from the other 4 major factions in the southern region, as if they had foreseen the events to unfold. A week into the siege, the Falling Sword Sect received news of the assault, prompting Sect Master Wang Tianyang to dispatch 3 Golden Core cultivators along with numerous Qi, Refining, and Foundation establishment disciples for support. However, as 2 months passed, none of the dispatched groups returned, nor did they manage to send a single communication crystal back. Wang Tianyang sensed something amiss and promptly reported the matter to the old monster Ouyang. What? Are you saying this is true? Ouyang inquired with a grave demeanor. Wang Tianyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, Indeed. The elders and disciples I sent for support have lost all contact. Ouyang rose and began to pace with a concerned expression. This is bad. The Heavenly Spirit Sect has launched an attack against us. That damned Zhang Daren is relentless in his quest to annihilate my Falling Sword Sect. The Grand Elder then asked, What shall we do now? Immediately abandon all external support and summon all disciples to return to the sect. Additionally, convene all elders of the sect to discuss matters. Yes. However, the Grand Elder. Both Elder Xianqing and Elder Hongling are currently in seclusion striving for the nascent soul stage, and it seems that Daoist Lu is also in closed-door meditation. What do you suggest? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ouyang replied, Let us not disturb these 3 for now. We shall wait until they emerge from their seclusion. Very soon, 7 individuals gathered in the main hall of the Falling Sword Sect. Aside from Elder Ouyang and Sect Master Wang Tianyang, the remaining 5 Golden Core elders were present. Sect Master, the sudden summons for us to convene must indicate an important matter, inquired the 3rd elder, Li Yushan. In response, Wang Tianyang recounted the recent events and shared Elder Ouyang's conjectures. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. What? The Tianling sect has launched an assault on our Falling Sword sect? But wait. How can the four major powers of the southern region stand idly by while the eastern domain sects attack us? Li Yushan exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Elder Ouyang, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "It is not that they are indifferent. Rather, they choose not to intervene. The Tianling sect would not dare to attack us without being thoroughly prepared. The other four powers of the southern region have likely received word and benefits, which is why they are allowing the Tianling sect to rampage." At this, several elders erupted in furious exclamations. Their ire not only directed at the Tianling sect but also at their fellow sects in the southern region for their inaction. These scoundrels. Do they not understand the principle that a cunning rabbit's death leads to the hunting dog's demise? Elder Ouyang interrupted their tirades, stating, "This is not the time for such grievances. We must consider how to respond to the Tianling sect's aggression." Li Yushan immediately cupped his hands in respect and declared, "Grand Elder, it is not that I underestimate the Tianling sect. While their overall strength may surpass ours slightly, it is sheer folly to believe they can breach our sect's protective array." Elder Li's assertion was met with agreement, as the attendees nodded in acknowledgement of the Falling Sword sect's formidable defenses capable of withstanding attacks from transformation realm cultivators. However, Elder Ouyang's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. "You are underestimating the situation. If the Tianling sect merely sought to eliminate our affiliated forces and cities, it would be a loss for them. Their true objective must be the complete annihilation of our Falling Sword sect. Therefore, we must contemplate what to do should our array be breached." At this, the wisdom of Elder Ouyang's words began to resonate with the assembly. Just then, an enormous roar echoed from outside the sect. "This is bad. The Tianling sect is upon us!" Wang Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. As he finished speaking, the enigmatic Ouyang swiftly transformed into a beam of light, accompanied by 6 others, and soared into the sky. Outside the formation of the Falling Sword sect stood countless cultivators, ranging from the Qi Refining stage to the Golden Core stage, with 5 formidable beings of the nascent soul stage hovering above them. Naturally, at the forefront was Zhang Daoran. Ouyang's gaze turned icy as he regarded Zhang Daoran and his companions. "Zhang Daoran, your audacity is commendable. How dare you lead an assault on the gates of my Falling Sword sect? Enough of your idle chatter, Ouyang. I shall present you with 2 choices. First, you may voluntarily surrender Lu Feng and disband the Falling Sword sect. In that case, we might spare your lives," Zhang Daoran asserted, exuding an air of confidence. "The second option is that we will annihilate the Falling Sword sect and slaughter all your disciples." Upon hearing this, the members of the Falling Sword sect glared at Zhang Daoran with expressions of fury, while Ouyang's countenance darkened. Zhang Daoran's boldness indicated he possessed considerable assurance, and it seemed a decision must be made today. "Elder, let us fight these scoundrels. Even if it means death, I shall never surrender," Li Yushan proclaimed loudly. "Indeed. We vow never to yield." Ouyang surveyed his sect, noting that all present bore expressions of unwavering resolve. "Alas, if that is the case, let us prepare for battle." At that moment, Zhang Daoran outside the formation scoffed, "Your Falling Sword sect remains as it was. If you seek death, so be it. Wang, unleash your attack." Wang Ling, a nascent soul powerhouse from the Carefree sect, stepped forward, casting a wicked smile at Ouyang. "Though your sect has not fallen, your female disciples are as stunning as ever. Particularly those you previously dispatched, so spirited. I have a fondness for such fierce female cultivators." Wang Tianyang glared furiously at him, his eyes ablaze with rage. "You scoundrel! I will slay you. TSK. You think you can kill me? You are still too green. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall dismantle your protective formation." Suddenly, a crimson banner appeared in Wang Ling's hand, unfurling dramatically in the wind, growing exponentially in size. Streams of red, ominous energy surged forth from the banner, enveloping the entire protective formation. Though this crimson energy appeared weak, its corrosive effect on the formation was formidable. Within moments, fissures began to appear in the protective array. "Not good. Everyone, quickly lend your strength to the formation. We must not allow it to shatter," Wang Tianyang shouted urgently. In response, the elders and disciples of the sect hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy and magical power into the formation. Yet their efforts could not keep pace with the speed at which the crimson energy corroded it. After a brief interval, the protective formation shattered with a resounding crash, slowly dissipating. "Aha! The formation is broken. Wang Ling burst into laughter, and beside him, Zhang Daoren also wore a smile. Friend Wang, you shall take the credit for this expedition against the Falling Sword Sect. Now, it is time for us to act. Chapter 62. Lu Feng takes action with Zhang Daoren's command. Thousands of cultivators surged into the Falling Sword Sect. The disciples and elders of the sect summoned their flying swords, ready to engage in battle. Within the Falling Sword Sect, there were only sword cultivators who would die in battle, not those who would surrender. If one could not forge a path through adversity, what right had they to call themselves sword cultivators? Meanwhile, the old monster Ouyang shot upward with a whoosh, his sword box flaring open to release 5 flying swords of various colors. Zhang Daoren, today I shall let you take refuge within my Falling Sword Sect. Behold my swords. Ah, do you truly believe you can kill me, you old wretch? Dream on. Zhang Daoren retorted fearlessly, summoning the Xiantian mirror to engage in battle with Ouyang. Yet the sword cultivator's onslaught was indeed more formidable. With Ouyang unleashing his full strength, Zhang soon found himself at a disadvantage. Curse that old fool. Why are you all just standing there? If you do not act now, when will you? Zhang Daoren exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing this, the 2 nascent soul experts from Lingshu Valley and the Carefree Sect immediately joined the fray. With their support, Ouyang's offensive was stabilized. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu and Wang Ling, both nascent soul cultivators, charged directly into the heart of the Falling Sword Sect, ruthlessly harvesting the elders and disciples within. Ouyang attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Zhang Daoren and the others. You beasts! Slaughtering the younger generation of Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment cultivators with your nascent soul power. What a disgrace to the path of cultivation. Wang Ling jeered as he hunted down the male disciples of the Falling Sword Sect, capturing some female disciples as well, his face alight with arrogance and pride. Today, the Falling Sword Sect shall meet its demise. What use are your futile words? As Wang Ling rampaged unrestrained, the third elder, Li Yushan, broke free from his battle with a golden core cultivator and charged forward in a frenzy. Curse that beast. Stop this at once. Wang Ling scoffed. You, a mere late-stage golden core, dare to attack me? Prepare to die. With a casual wave, Wang Ling sent a crimson flag crashing forward. Li Yushan hurriedly summoned his magical artifact for defense, but how could he withstand an attack from a nascent soul cultivator? With a resounding crash, the magical artifact was sent flying, and Li Yushan was driven into the ground. Third elder, cried several Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment disciples, witnessing their usually stern yet loving elder being struck down. Just as they were about to weep, Li Yushan's voice echoed from the pit. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? Focus and kill these invaders. Yes, Wang Ling's strike did not claim Li Yushan's life, yet it severely wounded him, diminishing his strength to a mere 30% of its former self. Observing the chaos within the sect, where numerous disciples fell victim to the invaders, the third elder seethed with rage. He then ignited his divine soul and charged once more towards Wang Ling. You beast! I shall fight you to the bitter end. Wang Ling's expression turned impatient, finding the elder akin to a bothersome fly. Just as Li Yushan drew near, a crimson banner suddenly emitted a multitude of red energies, enveloping him in an instant. Crush! Wang Ling uttered softly, and in that moment, Li Yushan's body was mercilessly torn into countless fragments. This time, the third elder of the Falling Sword Sect was truly dead. Now you shall behave. Wang Ling displayed a smug grin, preparing to continue his hunt for the Falling Sword disciples, when suddenly, a violet longsword whizzed past his ear. Had it not been for Wang Ling's quick reflexes, that sword would have pierced through his skull. Who dares? Wang Ling halted his movements, warily scanning his surroundings. A figure clad in red, a female cultivator, soared toward him from a distant peak. It was none other than Li Hongling, the elder responsible for passing down teachings, who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. You vile wretch, you slaughter my Falling Sword disciples and slay my sect's elder. I, Li Hongling, shall not rest until you are vanquished. To battle. With that, Li Hongling commanded her flying sword and charged at Wang Ling. I did not anticipate that the Falling Sword Sect harbored another nascent soul powerhouse. Yet, judging by your state, it seems you have just achieved your breakthrough, Wang Ling laughed. I have yet to savor the essence of a female cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Allow me to indulge today. Indeed, Li Hongling had just attained her breakthrough, and her cultivation was not yet fully stabilized. In contrast, Wang Ling was a mid-stage nascent soul expert, making the disparity in strength evident. In the blink of an eye, The two were embroiled in fierce combat, and Li Hongling's fearless fighting style momentarily deterred Wang Ling from engaging her head-on. As the battle raged on, Wang Ling realized he could not subdue Li Hongling alone, so he called out, "Brother Chen, come lend me your strength." In the distance, Chen Xiao, still busy hunting falling sword disciples, heard Wang Ling's plea and reluctantly abandoned his pursuit to assist. Alas, Taoist Wang, I must say, how can a mid-stage nascent soul like you fail to subdue a newly ascended female cultivator? Truly, Chen Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother Chen, no time for complaints. This female cultivator fights like a madwoman. We must take her down swiftly. Very well. Just as Chen Xiao and Wang Ling prepared to strike together, a massive azure sword descended from afar, aimed directly at them. Clang. The two managed to block the attack but were forced to retreat several steps. Is there no one to defend the falling sword sect? A middle-aged man clad in azure and white emerged beside Li Hongling. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Falling Sword Sect, Ouyang Xuanqing. Elder Ouyang, you two have broken through to the nascent soul, Li Hongling exclaimed. Heh. Merely a stroke of luck. Now, let us together vanquish these two shameless scoundrels and safeguard the Falling Sword Sect. Indeed, we shall defend the Falling Sword Sect to the death. Charge. The countenances of Wang Ling and Chen Xiao darkened, for they had not anticipated the emergence of two nascent soul experts within the Falling Sword Sect, complicating the situation considerably. Fortunately, these two had only recently achieved the nascent soul stage, their powers not yet formidable, whereas Chen Xiao was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, providing their alliance a considerable advantage in combat. Under the onslaught of Li Hongling and Ouyang Xuanqing, the casualties among the disciples of the Falling Sword Sect began to diminish significantly. However, as the battle wore on, the three nascent soul experts of the Falling Sword Sect found themselves increasingly beleaguered. The several Golden Core elders, too, faced dire fates, either gravely wounded or slain outright. The battlefield had tilted decidedly in favor of the Expeditionary Alliance. Should one of the three nascent souls from the Falling Sword Sect fall, the sect would be utterly defeated. Li Hongling gazed at Ouyang Xuanqing, who had lost an arm, her expression a mixture of concern and fury. Cough, elderly. Swiftly escort Taoist Lu away from the Falling Sword Sect. I shall hold them off. Ouyang Xuanqing suddenly transmitted a message to Li Hongling. She was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. It is the ancestors' command. Hasten to take Taoist Lu away. With a resolute bite of her lip, Li Hongling complied with Ouyang Xuanqing's wishes, soaring towards Lu Feng's cave abode. She understood that Ouyang Xuanqing and the others from the Falling Sword Sect had resigned themselves to their fates, while Lu Feng was the one person they could not bear to abandon. This is bad. The nascent soul female cultivator intends to flee. Stop her. Chen Xiao exclaimed in alarm. She won't escape. Wang Ling transformed into a red streak of light, swiftly pursuing her. Just as Li Hongling was nearing Lu Feng's cave, an array of crimson energies suddenly surged from behind, ensnaring her form in an instant. Kik, my dear, at last, I have captured you. Wang Ling licked his lips. Grinning maliciously, Li Hongling struggled fiercely, yet with each effort, she felt her spiritual energy draining more rapidly. Just as Wang Ling was about to close in on her, a surge of deep crimson flames erupted from the cave not far away. Wang Ling summoned his red flag to defend himself, but the terrifying heat quickly rendered the flag dim. Who dares to attack me? Show yourself. As the words fell from his lips, another voice echoed from the cave. Was it you, you mangy cur, who was laughing just now? Do you not know that those who laugh so will find no resting place in death? A young man clad in a black and white robe emerged from the cave. It was none other than Lu Feng. Chapter 63. The counterattack begins. Wang Ling regarded the suddenly appearing young man with a look of confusion, but in an instant, recognition dawned upon him. You are the discarded disciple of Tianling's sect, Lu Feng. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling quite uncomfortable as the other party immediately labeled him a discarded disciple of the Tianling sect. His gaze then shifted to the bound Li Hongling beside him, and his expression turned cold. I shall grant you 3 breaths to release elderly, and then vacate the Falling Sword Sect. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Lu Feng's declaration, Wang Ling scoffed derisively. You, a forsaken disciple of the Tianling sect, dare to speak to me in such a manner? You are merely courting death. Once I capture you and present you to Sect Master Zhang, it shall undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Achievement, my foot. Prepare to taste my blade. Wang Ling's taunts ignited a fierce anger within Lu Feng. This fool dared to think he could capture him to present to Zhang Daoran. Truly, He was courting death. With that thought, the blood soul sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, striking toward his opponent with a speed more astonishing than Li Hongling's flying sword. Such terrifying velocity sent a shockwave of dread through Wang Ling's heart, prompting him to immediately summon a red banner for defense. Bang! Crack! The blood soul sword collided with the banner, initially withstanding the attack thanks to the red energy it emitted. Yet, within mere moments, the sword pierced through the red banner, charging once more toward Wang Ling. Realizing the peril too late, Wang Ling found himself unprepared as the blood soul sword pierced through his chest with a sickening sound. He coughed up blood, however. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would not perish even after such a grievous wound. With Wang Ling injured, the red energy binding Li Hongling dissipated instantly. Lu Dao Yu, you have also broken through to the nascent soul realm? Li Hongling asked incredulously. It was important to note that Lu Feng had only been at the second layer of the Golden Core stage when he first arrived at the Falling Sword Sect, and in just over 3 months, he had advanced to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, it was evident from Lu Feng's aura that he had not merely just broken through. He had already reached the second layer of the nascent soul stage. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Elderly, have you not also achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? Congratulations. However, Lu Daoyu, it is not the time for celebration. My Falling Sword Sect is currently besieged by the Heavenly Spirit Sect and numerous other sects from the eastern region. This Wang Ling is a formidable nascent soul expert from the Carefree Sect. Let us first deal with him before resuming our conversation," Li Hongling promptly clarified. Lu Feng had been engrossed in seclusion within his cave dwelling, remaining largely oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Upon hearing Li Hongling's words, a surge of anger welled up within him. Since the Heavenly Spirit Sect dares to intrude upon the Falling Sword Sect, let them all be taken captive. Lu Feng let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, he once again directed the blood soul sword to strike at Wang Ling. Pierced through the chest by a single blow, Wang Ling no longer dared to engage Lu Feng in combat and turned to flee. In an instant, Lu Feng and Li Hongling harnessed their escape light and pursued him relentlessly. At this moment, Wang Ling was utterly speechless. He had initially contemplated capturing Lu Feng to present to Zhang Daoran, but who could have foreseen Lu Feng's terrifying prowess? With just one strike, he had shattered the crimson banner and wounded him. If the battle continued, his death would be inevitable. Just then, Li Hongling suddenly obstructed Wang Ling's path. "Wang Ling, where do you think you're running?" With a swift motion, countless beams of sword light emanated from Li Hongling's hands. Wang Ling's expression turned exceedingly grim. It wasn't Li Hongling that he feared, but rather the approaching Lu Feng. "Do not hinder me, step aside," with a wave of his hand. A multitude of crimson rays surged forth, colliding with Li Hongling's sword light. As the two engaged in their confrontation, a red sword light suddenly shot toward Wang Ling from behind. Sensing imminent danger, he hastily summoned the crimson banner for defense. But the already damaged banner was no match for the blood soul sword. The sword collided with the banner, instantly dispersing the crimson aura it emitted and rendering it defenseless. Just as Wang Ling prepared to reactivate the banner, the blood soul sword launched a relentless assault, swiftly reducing the prestigious artifact to fragments. With his life-bound artifact destroyed, Wang Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura became chaotic. You dare to destroy my life-bound artifact. I will kill you." In the next moment, Lu Feng's figure reappeared, his expression cold as ice. "How tiresome," he declared, unleashing 3 deep crimson flames toward Wang Ling, while simultaneously, the blood soul sword attacked from another direction. Wang Ling immediately summoned a new artifact for defense, although it successfully blocked the flames. The blood soul sword penetrated through the defense, and, with a swift strike, severed Wang Ling's head. Seeing Wang Ling slain, Lu Feng finally felt at ease. However, at that moment, Li Hongling suddenly shouted, "Lu Daoyu, be cautious. Wang Ling is attempting to escape." As Lu Feng initially entered the nascent soul realm, he had not anticipated the existence of the technique known as infant escape. No sooner had he uttered these words than a wisp of white energy emanated from Wang Ling's corpse, transforming into a silhouette. The moment the figure materialized, it swiftly morphed into a beam of white light, darting away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Lu Feng had just intended to pursue, but soon realized it was too late. "Damn it, he got away," he lamented. Li Hongling approached him to offer comfort, saying, "Let him flee. Wang Ling's physical form has been destroyed, rendering him utterly incapacitated." We should hasten to assist the Grand Elder. Agreed. The two transformed into beams of light and soared towards the battlefield. Upon arrival, they witnessed an intense struggle where the disciples and elders of both sides were engaged in fierce combat, yet the Falling Sword sect was decidedly at a disadvantage. Before long, the alliance of extermination would annihilate every member of the Falling Sword sect. Seeing this, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Feng. The Falling Sword sect had always treated him well, and Ouyang, the elder, had once saved his life. Today, he was determined to eradicate these invaders. Elderly, flank me on the left, and together we shall vanquish these intruders. Excellent. I'm fully in accord. Let us strike. With that, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light. Plunging into the fray on the right, he pressed his hand against the ground, and instantly, an abundance of vines surged forth from the battlefield, ensnaring the low-tier invaders of the Extermination Alliance. Simultaneously, his blood soul sword manifested as a crimson beam, relentlessly eliminating the Foundation establishment and Golden Core intruders, brothers of the Falling Sword sect. The time for counterattack has arrived. Follow me to eradicate these invaders. Lu Feng's voice resonated across the battlefield. The disciples of the Falling Sword sect momentarily froze in surprise, but upon seeing the invaders ensnared by the vines, they rallied to launch their counteroffensive. Kill. Chapter 64. Lu Feng vs. Zhang Daoran with Lu Feng's assistance. Both the Qi Refining and Foundation establishment disciples of the Falling Sword sect commenced their retaliation. The sect, which had previously been on the brink of defeat, suddenly erupted with formidable combat prowess, dramatically shifting the tide of battle. Lu Feng then soared skyward. As the outcome below had become clear, the remaining challenge lay in the upper echelons of combat. In the skies above, only cultivators of Foundation establishment and higher could participate, but it was predominantly a battlefield for the Golden Core Elders. Upon reaching the aerial domain, Lu Feng observed that each Golden Core Elder of the Falling Sword sect was engaged against 5 or 6 adversaries, with some even besieged by a dozen foes. Perilously close to death. Humph, a pack of worthless scum. With that, Lu Feng summoned the Blood Soul Sword once more, plunging into the fray. Under his command, the sword dispatched the Golden Core Elders with ease, akin to chopping vegetables, effortlessly vanquishing all who stood against him. This one is a formidable nascent soul expert. Retreat, shouted one of the enemy Golden Core Elders. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a burst of deep crimson flames erupted, incinerating him to ashes in an instant. At this moment, the remaining enemy Golden Core Elders took note of Lu Feng's presence and began to flee in a panic. Humph. After slaying my foes, you wish to escape? None shall be permitted to leave. As he spoke, hundreds of deep crimson fireballs materialized around Lu Feng, swiftly hurtling towards the fleeing crowd. His mastery of the fireball technique had possessed immense power even at the Golden Core stage, and now, having ascended to the nascent soul realm, its might was nothing short of terrifying. The Golden Core Elders stood no chance against his fiery onslaught. Only a select few who had achieved the great perfection of the Golden Core could withstand the attack at the cost of severe injury. In less than 10 breaths, half of the enemy's Golden Core Elders on this battlefield had perished in flames. Such a horrifying spectacle instilled great fear in the hearts of the onlookers, who dared not linger any longer. This individual's strength was far too formidable for us to contend with. We must seek the aid of a nascent soul expert to confront him. This person seems somewhat familiar. He is Lu Feng. One of the enemy's Golden Core Elders recognized his identity, and disbelief washed over the faces of all present. Lu Feng. Was it not said that he was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core? How has he suddenly transformed into a nascent soul powerhouse? Do you still care about that? Run quickly. Lu Feng's gaze swept over the crowd with an icy demeanor, and soon he discerned a familiar figure. Indeed, it was none other than the esteemed elder of the Tianling sect, Li Xianding. At this moment, Li Xianding also caught sight of Lu Feng's penetrating stare, and a jolt of alarm surged within him. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a streak of light and fled in the opposite direction. Humph. Where do you think you're going? This old scoundrel had led 10 Golden Core Elders in an attempt to besiege him before. Now was the time for retribution. Lu Feng immediately pursued, slaying several enemy Golden Core Elders along the way. Observing that escape was impossible, Li Xianming swiftly employed a sound transmission jade slip to relay Lu Feng's whereabouts to Zhang Daoran. In the midst of battle, Zhang Daoran received Li Xianming's message with great delight. The primary objective of their Tianling sect in launching such a significant assault against the Falling Sword sect was to capture Lu Feng and seize his sacred artifact, the Blood Soul Sword. Now that they had obtained news of Lu Feng, there was no need to continue the struggle against the old monster Ouyang. After all, the opponent could not hold out for much longer. Zhang Daoran addressed the two nearby nascent soul experts. Gentlemen, you must hold off this Ouyang old monster while I secure Lu Feng. We shall deal with this old fiend together afterward. The two exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Yet they nodded in reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, just as Lu Feng caught up to Li Xianming and prepared to strike him down with a single blow, a bronze mirror suddenly intervened, blocking the assault of the blood soul sword. Lu Feng immediately hovered in the air, his gaze fixed upon a figure in the distance. He observed as Li Xianming seized the opportunity to fly to the side of this figure, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and then clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your timely rescue. Very well, you may step aside. This matter shall be handled by our sect." Understood. Zhang Daoran scrutinized Lu Feng from head to toe, astonishment evident in his eyes. Lu Feng, I never anticipated that you would break through to the nascent soul realm. I truly underestimated you. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. Heh, you underestimate me far too much. Today, should you dare to assault the Falling Sword sect, do not expect to leave unscathed. Humph. You think a few compliments will lead you to believe you are something special? How audacious of you to speak so boldly with mere second-tier yuan in cultivation. Oh, is that so? Although my cultivation may not match yours, I have more than sufficient power to take you down. With that, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of white light, launching himself at Zhang Daoran. Arrogant brat, let this sect leader show you what true perfection in Yuan Ying entails. The Xiantian mirror instantly expanded to a colossal size, bearing down upon Lu Feng. In response, the blood soul sword erupted from within Lu Feng, rapidly enlarging to a magnitude far surpassing that of the Xiantian mirror. With a swift slash, it cleaved through the air. Clang! The Xiantian mirror was sent flying by the strike, prompting Zhang Daoran to swiftly gesture with his hands. The displaced mirror gradually halted in midair, then unleashed a beam of white light directed at Lu Feng. Stay put. Upon seeing the white light approaching, Lu Feng swiftly dodged to the sides, evading its illumination. Just as the beam was about to envelop him, Lu Feng bellowed, "Blood Elder, let us shatter this copper mirror. Young one, I have been prepared for this. Let us commence." The blood soul sword replied. Without hesitation, Lu Feng pressed his palms together, forming a hand seal to channel his internal energy. The blood soul sword shot forth, transforming into a gigantic blade thousands of zhang long. Kill! With a thunderous roar from Lu Feng, the blood soul sword surged forth, merging with him as they charged towards the distant Xiantian mirror, a formidable duo radiating unparalleled might. At that moment, the white light of the Xiantian mirror enveloped Lu Feng and the blood soul sword, yet it failed to exert any control over them. Lu Feng and the blood soul sword continued their rapid dash. Zhang Daoran felt a sense of impending doom. It was now impossible to evade. Thus, he could only amplify the flow of his magical energy, striving to gain control over Lu Feng and the blood soul sword. At that moment, Lu Feng and the blood soul sword had already reached the front of the Xiantian mirror. In the next instant, the colossal Xiantian mirror, measuring 1,000 zhang, was shattered under the terrifying onslaught of the blood soul sword. With a swift motion, the blood soul sword, accompanied by Lu Feng, pierced through the body of the Xiantian mirror. Gushing forth, Zhang Daoran spat out a mouthful of blood. The Xiantian mirror was a low-grade heavenly artifact and also Zhang Daoran's lifebound treasure. With the destruction of the artifact, its owner inevitably faced backlash. Cough, the curse Lu Feng. My sect shall turn you to ashes. Chapter 65. The defeated alliance flees. Lu Feng gazed at the somewhat disheveled Zhang Daoran, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Huh. You have even had your life-saving artifact shattered by me. What means do you possess to contend with me now? Humph. Do you truly believe that this sect leader would venture into the Falling Sword sect without preparing a contingency plan? Elders, it is time for your entrance. As his words fell, two figures emerged on the horizon, both of whom Lu Feng recognized as the extraordinary elders of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Their cultivation levels were both at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, their prowess surpassing that of Zhang Daoran. Alas, Daoran, you have greatly disappointed us. You cannot even subdue this discarded disciple of the second layer of the nascent soul, lamented the elder on the left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoran's expression darkened, yet he still clasped his fists and said, Elder Chun, this child possesses exceedingly peculiar strength. I implore you both to assist me in capturing him. Very well. For the sake of the Heavenly Spirit Sect's grand ambitions, we shall lend you our aid. Just then, 3 more figures soared from afar, one of whom was the notorious Ouyang Laoguai, while the other 2 were the formidable nascent soul experts from Lingshu Valley and the Carefree Sect. Observing the battered Ouyang Laoguai, Lu Feng anxiously inquired, "Elder, are you able to endure?" Ouyang Laoguai glanced at Lu Feng, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Cough, young Lu. I did not expect you to have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. This is fortuitous, as it significantly increases your chances of escape. Elder, it is I who has brought calamity upon the Falling Sword Sect. Thus I shall not flee, no matter the circumstances." Lu Feng understood the reason why the Heavenly Spirit Sect mobilized its entire force to besiege the Falling Sword Sect. Their objective was the Blood Soul sword in his possession. However, the old monster Ouyang was still unaware of this matter. "Well, it is not your fault. The Heavenly Spirit Sect will inevitably clash with our sect sooner or later. It has merely come a bit too early." Ouyang shook his head and said, "The opponent currently possesses 5 formidable nascent soul experts, and you are no match for them. While I still have the strength for one last battle, you must flee at once. As long as you remain alive, there is hope for avenging us." "But—" Ouyang raised his hand to interrupt Lu Feng, continuing, "At the brink of death, encountering a prodigy like you is something I have no regrets about. Remember, survive." With that, Ouyang prepared to summon his flying sword to launch an attack, only to find that Lu Feng had already charged ahead of him. "You brat, what are you doing?" Ouyang exclaimed. "Senior, you are aging. It is time for the younger generation to take the stage. Just watch." As soon as he spoke, a black and white domain swiftly expanded from Lu Feng's body, enveloping an area of thousands of miles in mere moments. Zhang Daoran and his 4 companions had no time to react before being ensnared within the black and white domain. "This is the innate divine ability," Zhang Daoran exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this was Lu Feng's innate divine ability, Yin Yang Instant. This technique proved unparalleled in battles against adversaries of the same realm. Now that both Lu Feng and Zhang Daoran's group were at the nascent soul stage, the effect of Yin Yang Instant drastically weakened their powers. In such a scenario of mutual enhancement and reduction, Lu Feng was confident in defeating the 5 before him. "Zhang Sect Master, today shall be your day of sacrifice. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, Lu Feng charged forward. Bolstered by the Yin Yang Instant, his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. The 5 nascent soul experts hastily employed their defensive techniques, yet under the influence of Yin Yang Instant, their magical energy was significantly slowed, rendering them incapable of fully exerting their strength. In an instant, dozens of fireballs shot toward the 5, while the Blood Soul sword swung menacingly toward Zhang Daoran's head. As the attacks descended, the 5 braced themselves with defensive artifacts, but they were still sent flying by Lu Feng's onslaught. "This kid is too uncanny. We must vacate this domain immediately, otherwise we are all in peril." With that, the 5 transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in different directions, while Lu Feng relentlessly pursued Zhang Daoran. Under his fierce assault, Zhang Daoran was forced into retreat, unable to muster any counterattack. "Two esteemed elders, come to my aid. If I perish, you will have no explanation to give to the ancestor." Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhang Daoran shouted urgently. The 2 elders, gritting their teeth, turned back and soared into the black and white domain, positioning themselves before Zhang Daoran. "Humph, you arrived just in time." Lu Feng let out a cold snort and immediately intensified his assault. In no time, Zhang Daoran and his companions were left battered and bruised. Should the battle continue, their demise within the Falling Sword Sect was inevitable. Realizing the futility of their plan, Zhang Daoran gritted his teeth and commanded, "Everyone, retreat from the Falling Sword Sect and return to the Eastern Domain." Upon hearing his words, the members of the Extermination Alliance hastily withdrew. With Lu Feng's involvement, the battlefields had turned overwhelmingly in favor of the Falling Sword Sect, and the once spirited members of the Extermination Alliance now lacked the will to fight. At the sound of the retreat order, they fled in disarray. Zhang Daoran cast a fierce glare at Lu Feng before producing a purple talisman and tearing it asunder. Lu Feng recognized this talisman as the long-distance escape talisman. Sensing their intention to flee, Lu Feng summoned the Blood Soul sword and launched it towards Zhang Daoran. The speed and power of the strike were immense. Just as Zhang Daoran was about to be transported away, the Blood Soul sword pierced through his chest. In the next moment, Zhang Daoran and his companions vanished, whisked away by the long-distance escape talisman. Alas, what a pity. I was so close to eliminating that scoundrel. Lu Feng's expression reflected his regret. However, while Zhang Daoran and his fellow nascent soul cultivators managed to escape, the Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators among them were far less likely to evade capture. Lu Feng returned to the side of the venerable Ouyang and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Senior, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to venture forth once more to exact vengeance for the brothers of the Falling Sword Sect." "Excellent. Remember, spare not a single one." Lu Feng nodded and transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the enemy into the distance. For an entire day, Lu Feng and the members of the Falling Sword Sect relentlessly hunted down the practitioners of the Alliance. During the pursuit, Lu Feng encountered Chun Xiu from Lingshu Valley, who had sustained minor injuries from the combined assault of Li Hongling and Ouyang Xuanqing. Initially believing he could escape unharmed, Chun Xiu was unexpectedly confronted by Lu Feng. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng unleashed a merciless barrage of attacks, leaving Chun Xiu utterly defenseless. Ultimately, Lu Feng sealed his cultivation and brought him back to the Falling Sword Sect. In the aftermath of the battle, the sect suffered significant losses, with over half of its disciples perishing and 4 elders in the Golden Core realm meeting their demise. Now, only Li Hongling, Ouyang Xuanqing, and the second elder, Tai Ming, remained. Lu Feng cast aside Chen Xiu before the assembly, declaring, "How to deal with this individual is now in your hands." With that, Lu Feng transformed into a beam of light and soared back to his abode, leaving the aftermath for the Falling Sword Sect to manage. At this moment, among the 18 factions that had retreated to the eastern region, 6 of them had permanently lost their elite masters to the Falling Sword Sect. Moreover, the Celestial Spirit Sect suffered grievously, with over 1,000 disciples and 8 Golden Core elders lost. Even the sect leader, Zhang Daoran, sustained severe injuries and now lies in bed, his complexion alarmingly pale. The final sword strike from Lu Feng, though it did not slay Zhang Daoran, nonetheless inflicted a grievous wound upon his foundation. Henceforth, any aspirations he harbored for transcending to a higher realm would be utterly unattainable. At this moment, Luo Qing and the other elders stood by Zhang Daoran's bedside, their expressions etched with disbelief. "Elder Taishang, are you asserting that our sect leader was severely injured by Lu Feng?" Luo Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, Lu Feng has already ascended to the Yuanying realm. His power is unfathomably terrifying. Even if we were to unite our strengths, we would not stand a chance against him. Had it not been for Daoran possessing the talisman of long-distance escape, we might have been left stranded in the Falling Sword Sect." A collective gasp of astonishment erupted among the gathered, their shock palpable and profound. Chapter 66. The diminishing status of the Falling Sword Sect at this moment. A tumult of emotions swirled within Luo Qing. Lu Feng had once been her most cherished disciple, yet she had callously cast him aside to elevate the sect leader's nephew. Now, to her dismay, Lu Feng's cultivation had surpassed her own, evoking a profound sense of regret for the lost opportunity. Had she only interceded for Lu Feng, merely seeking to revoke his title of true disciple, she would now possess a Yuanying disciple. Yet, the reality bore no alternatives. Their relationship had deteriorated to a point of irreconcilable enmity, rendering any further contemplation futile. In the wake of the coalition's disastrous return, myriad forces within the Eastern Domain swiftly became aware of this catastrophic news, particularly the 4 first-rate factions that had refrained from participating in the expedition, who were now left in a state of shock and lamentation. Initially, these factions had anticipated a resounding victory for the Eastern Domain. Yet the reality had unfolded in stark contrast. This news inevitably reached the ears of Lu Feng's former fiancé, Lu Yusen, conveyed directly by Lu Meyer. "Meyer, are you certain of what you speak?" Lu Yusen's countenance reflected utter incredulity. "Yes, it is indeed true. During the assault on the Falling Sword Sect, our Tianling sect suffered the loss of over 1,000 disciples, and several elders have perished as well. Furthermore, I have also heard." Lu Meyer's expression hinted at a hesitance to divulge the entirety of the tale. "Speak freely. There are but the 2 of us here, with no need for concern." Lu Meyer was not apprehensive of eavesdroppers, but rather feared that Lu Yusen might be unable to bear the weight of the news. "I have also heard that both our sect leader and the 2 esteemed elders were injured by Lu Feng, and the sect leader remains bedridden." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusen's expression shifted dramatically. Had this revelation not come from Lu Meyer, she would have dismissed it outright. After a brief pause, Lu Yusen asserted with newfound resolve, "Perhaps this is for the best. My Lu family has long struggled for prominence within the Tianling sect. Now that Lu Feng has risen, He could very well serve as the second pathway to greatness for my Lu family. Lu Meyer immediately grasped the implications of her words, yet softly cautioned, miss. It seems you have formally annulled your engagement with Lu Feng. It might be. Lu Yusen smiled confidently. Such matters are trivial. With the bond one share with brother Lu Feng, a simple apology would suffice to mend our relationship. I, Lu Yusen, shall remain his fiancée. Lu Meyer pondered for a moment, feeling that Miss was indeed correct. She nodded and said, what you say is true. Once you and Lu Feng become partners, the prestige of the Lu family will surely soar. However, this matter must be handled discreetly. We cannot allow the other members of the Tianling sect to be aware of it. Yes, Meyer understands. Within the Xianyu sect, Hong Shou looked at Hong Yi with immense astonishment and asked, Grandmother, did you say that Lu Feng is broken through to the nascent soul stage, and that he has defeated the coalition of extermination? Indeed, this has been confirmed. There is no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu was momentarily struck dumb. She recalled that just over 3 months ago, Lu Feng was at the same foundation establishment level as herself, and now he had transformed into a formidable nascent soul expert. Such an extraordinary transformation seemed implausible to anyone. Seeing that Hong Xiu was unsettled, Hong Yi sighed and comforted her, saying, Shower, some individuals are inherently different from us, thus, you need not compare yourself to them. Remember, as long as you advance steadily, step by step, and cultivate diligently, you too shall eventually attain the nascent soul stage. Regaining her composure, Hong Xiu nodded quietly. Yes, grandmother, I understand. Indeed, when it came to a prodigy like Lu Feng, Hong Xiu recognized that comparison was futile. She would focus on her own path. At the same time, while the major factions in the eastern region were still reeling from shock, the southern region unexpectedly released a significant announcement, the disqualification of the Falling Sword sect from the ranks of first-tier forces. This decision was made collectively by over 60% of the southern region as factions, citing that the current scope of influence and number of disciples of the Falling Sword sect were insufficient to warrant first-tier status, relegating them to the bottom of the second-tier forces. The revelation left the eastern region factions bewildered. Hadn't the Falling Sword sect just triumphed over the coalition of extermination? How could they possibly descend to second-tier status? Those in the know understood the motives behind the southern region's actions. They were seizing the opportunity to divide the Falling Sword sect's foundations and benefits while it was in a weakened state. At this juncture, the Falling Sword sect lacked both the strength and resources to contend with the numerous factions of the southern region. Thus they had no choice but to endure this silent grievance. In the main hall of the Falling Sword sect, 16 individuals gathered. At the forefront was the notorious Ouyang Leaguai. To his left sat the sect master Wang Tianyang and the second elder Tai Ming, while to his right were the grand elder Ouyang Xuanqing and the transmission elder Li Hongling. The remaining 11 were disciples at the foundation establishment stage. With all the Golden Core elders having perished in battle, they could only select some from the foundation establishment ranks to assume elder positions. At that moment, a displeased elder at the late foundation establishment stage voiced, Grand Elder, Sect Master, the 4 major factions of the southern region have gone too far. They have audaciously removed our Falling Sword sect from the first-tier ranks. This is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, while our Falling Sword sect may not be what it once was, our foundation still remains. These southern region factions have unilaterally disqualified us without our consent. Such behavior is akin to that of bandits. We must protest. The assembly of individuals present unanimously expressed their agreement, while Ouyang Leaguai and sect leader Wang Tianyang observed in silence. After a brief moment, Elder Tai Ming rose and motioned for calm, stating, Everyone, please quiet down. We understand your sentiments, and we share your anger. However, you are all aware of the current circumstances surrounding our Falling Sword sect. The purpose of convening you here is to deliberate on this matter. Since the event has transpired, it is too late for alterations. Let us instead consider our subsequent strategies. The issue of Falling Sword sect's decline in rank was already known to Ouyang Leaguai and the others, yet the forces in the southern region exerted pressure, leaving the sect with no means of resistance. Their heightened regard for power rankings stemmed from the understanding that the higher the rank, the greater the territory and resources they could command, along with the number of affiliated forces and cities they could attract. Each of these elements represented a substantial reservoir of resources, which is why the major factions placed such importance on hierarchical standings. Upon Elder Tai Ming's conclusion, the hall fell into a more profound silence, with attendees lost in thought. At that moment, Li Hongling spoke up, Elder Taishang, sect leader. I believe that since our Falling Sword sect has unfortunately been relegated to a second-tier force, we ought to develop along the path befitting such a status. Given our current modest number of disciples, perhaps it would be prudent to adopt a low-profile approach for a period of time. Ouyang Xuanqing nodded in agreement. I concur with Elder Li's suggestion. As long as we are afforded time to develop, I am confident that we shall reclaim our position as a first-tier sect in the future. Ouyang Leaguai glanced at Xuanqing's severed left arm, feeling a pang of sorrow. The loss of an arm significantly impacts a cultivator's combat prowess, particularly in battles against peers of equal standing, where the odds of victory are severely diminished. While the assembly was engaged in discussion, an individual unexpectedly entered the hall. Why should we remain low profile? The ranking of our sect need not be determined by others. Today, I, Lu Feng, formally joined the Falling Sword sect. I implore Senior Ouyang, Sect Leader Wang, and all esteemed elders to grant their approval. With this declaration, the attendees turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Lu Feng, a senior patron of the Falling Sword sect. In response, the crowd rose and saluted him, proclaiming, "We have the honor of meeting you, Patron Lu." Lu Feng's reputation among the members of the Falling Sword sect is extraordinarily lofty, rivaling that of the venerable Ouyang. Had it not been for Lu Feng's timely intervention in vanquishing the Alliance of Extermination, the Falling Sword sect would have long ceased to exist. Ouyang and Sect Master Wang Tianyang, along with other high-ranking officials, approached him with smiles, inquiring, "Is what you just said true?" "Indeed, it is true," Lu Feng affirmed with a nod. "I, Lu Feng, have been saved by Senior Ouyang at the cost of his own life, and I have been treated with genuine affection by the Falling Sword sect. Thus, I have decided to join your ranks." Upon hearing this, the hearts of everyone in the great hall soared with joy. They welcomed Lu Feng's addition with unreserved enthusiasm. "Excellent. As long as you wish to join us, the Falling Sword sect will naturally welcome you. However, I wonder what position you desire?" Ouyang asked, gazing at Lu Feng. In truth, Ouyang had contemplated this matter long before. Lu Feng's current strength surpasses that of every member within the sect. If he were to join, what position would be most fitting for him? Bestowing upon him the title of Sect Master would leave Wang Tianyang in a precarious position, while granting him the status of Elder might seem somewhat insufficient. This dilemma left Ouyang in a state of uncertainty. Lu Feng smiled faintly, indifferent to titles and positions. He expressed a disinterest in managing affairs, stating that a leisurely role would suffice. The crowd exchanged glances, as they had never encountered someone like Lu Feng before. It is important to note that within the grand sects, greater power often signifies greater profit. As Lu Feng made his entrance, he declared his disinterest in managing affairs, leaving everyone bewildered. Among the crowd, only the enigmatic Ouyang was aware that Lu Feng was truly abundant in resources. The ease with which he could refine a nascent infant pill was enough to liberate him from the constraints of spirit stones. Furthermore, Lu Feng possessed the skills to forge weapons and cultivate spiritual plants. "Very well, I comprehend your intentions," Ouyang remarked with a smile. "Nonetheless, since you have joined the Falling Sword sect, it is essential for you to hold a position. You may select one for yourself." Lu Feng stroked his chin, pondering. "How about appointing me as an elder of the 100 Arts Hall?" Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows in unison. The concept of the 100 Arts Hall was not difficult to grasp. It pertained to the myriad arts of cultivation, serving as an ancillary profession within the realm of cultivation. Their Falling Sword sect already possessed the Alchemy Pavilion and the Artifact Pavilion, so Lu Feng's request for a position in the 100 Arts Hall seemed rather superfluous. "Very well. Let us heed Elder Lu's wishes. From this day forth, Lu Feng shall be the elder of our 100 Arts Hall," Ouyang Leaguai decisively declared, prompting the others to bow and pay their respects to Lu Feng once more. With this matter settled, Lu Feng took his place within the Grand Hall. Now officially a member of the Falling Sword sect, and thus eligible to partake in such high-level meetings. "Elder Lu, you mentioned earlier that our Falling Sword sect need not adopt a low-profile approach in our development. What did you mean by that?" Ouyang Xuanqing inquired. Lu Feng cast a glance at the left arm of his companion and, in an instant, recalled the resurrection pill, a third-tier elixir that, once consumed, could facilitate the regrowth of severed limbs. Yet, he pondered whether the Falling Sword sect possessed such a formula. Surely, this was to be taken literally. There was no need for a modest development approach, but rather an emphatic promotion to attract new disciples. "Oh, I humbly seek your guidance, Elder Lu," he exclaimed. "Given the South region's forces' stance towards our Falling Sword sect, we ought not to regard them further. We shall forge our own path to development." The first step is to widely recruit disciples. All those who pass the entrance examination shall have their rewards doubled. Lu Feng paused momentarily before continuing. For those who have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, be they outer or inner disciples, the sect shall bestow upon them a foundation establishment pill. Similarly, disciples who attain the 9th level of foundation establishment shall be awarded a breaking through pill. At this, Wang Tianyang's forehead glistened with increasing beads of cold sweat. How could the Falling Sword sect sustain such lavish rewards? If such benefits were offered, those Qi refinement cultivators would undoubtedly vie to join the sect. Elder Lu, your proposal is indeed commendable, but our Falling Sword sect lacks the resources for such generosity, Wang Tianyang replied with resignation. Just a single foundation establishment pill requires nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the breaking through pill. Indeed, Elder Lu, while our Falling Sword sect possesses some foundation, this is simply too. Lu Feng raised his hand to interrupt the ongoing conversation, smiling as he said, I shall provide the foundation establishment and breakthrough pills, in addition to a substantial supply of magical artifacts and cultivation elixirs for the sect. My sole request is that the treatment of the disciples within the sect be liberalized. As for the surplus pills and artifacts, you may handle them as you see fit. As he spoke, Lu Feng gently waved his hand, causing over 1,000 jade vials and magical artifacts to descend into the grand hall. These items were crafted by him recently, and they held little value for Lu Feng at this stage. Thus, it was more beneficial to distribute them for the use of the Falling Sword sect. The sudden appearance of such a vast array of pills and artifacts left everyone momentarily speechless before the elder Ouyang began to examine them closely, prompting the other elders to follow suit. The more they inspected these treasures, the greater their astonishment became. Moments later, Wang Tianyang approached Lu Feng, holding several second-tier magical artifacts. Ahem, Elder Lu, are you truly gifting these second-tier superior artifacts to the sect? Of course, it is genuine. This batch should suffice for the sect's needs for quite some time, Lu Feng replied with a chuckle. Indeed, it is more than enough. Wang Tianyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Once everyone had completed their examination, Elder Ouyang cleared his throat and announced, Ahem. We shall proceed with the future development of the Falling Sword sect according to Elder Lu's vision. Jincheng, swiftly gather these treasures, and once the benefits for the disciples at various levels are determined, distribute them accordingly. Yes, Ancestor. Afterward, he continued, that concludes today's meeting. You may all disperse. Elder Lu, please remain. As the crowd departed, the Falling Sword sect found itself in a state of newfound prosperity thanks to the resources provided by Lu Feng, paving the way for vigorous development. With the others gone, Lu Feng approached Elder Ouyang and inquired, Senior, have you summoned me for a specific matter? Indeed, there are a few issues I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. The first matter concerns Xianqing's left arm. As an alchemist, you must be familiar with the resurrection pill. Yes, I am aware. I was just pondering whether the Falling Sword sect possesses the formula for the resurrection pill, Lu Feng candidly responded. Elder Ouyang revealed a look of helplessness. Alas, our sect does not possess the resurrection pill, but I know where it can be found. Oh, might I inquire where this formula is located? The formula resides within the Xianyu sect, but acquiring it will undoubtedly require a considerable price. A thought struck Lu Feng. Was not the Xianyu sect the very sect to which Elder Hongyu belonged? He shared a certain affinity with the Xianyu sect, and notably, this sect had not sought to attack the Luojian sect, nor had they caused him undue hardship. Thus, a visit to the Xianyu sect might prove beneficial, perhaps enabling him to procure the formula for the resurrection pill. Senior, leave this matter to me. I shall personally visit the Xianyu sect in due time. Moreover, Lu Feng intended to venture to Wangtian City to settle his debts with manager Chen. Old Ouyang nodded. You may proceed as you see fit. Do not force it if it proves unfeasible. The second matter pertains to the Tianling sect. I am aware of the indelible hatred you harbor towards them. Yet I must caution you. Do not seek revenge on the Tianling sect alone, for it could lead to your utter ruin. Why is that? In truth, Lu Feng had indeed contemplated confronting the Tianling sect by himself. However, upon hearing old Ouyang's warning, he sensed a deeper significance in the words. Firstly, the protective array of the Tianling sect is beyond your capacity to breach. More importantly, they possess an ancestor in the transformation realm. After stating this, old Ouyang narrowed his eyes. Lu Feng's expression momentarily faltered. He had spent a full 4 years at the Tianling sect and had never heard of an ancestor at the transformation stage dwelling within the sect. He was only aware that there were two supreme elders who had achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Noticing his bewilderment, the old monster Ouyang continued. Ordinary individuals are naturally oblivious to the presence of a transformation stage ancestor within the Tianling sect. A century ago, my Falling Sword sect fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by this very individual. Were it not for this scoundrel, my sect would not have been reduced to its current plight. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng finally grasped the situation. No wonder the Falling Sword sect dared not provoke the Tianling sect, as there was indeed a transformation stage ancestor safeguarding it. It is well known that practitioners at the transformation stage are regarded as top-tier powers. Wherever they may go, they represent the elite few atop the pyramid. Throughout the entire southern region, there had been no reports of any sect possessing such a formidable figure, though other regions had indeed whispered of them. Yet, Lu Feng had never laid eyes on one. Well then, thank you for the warning, Senior. With Lu Feng having dispelled any thoughts of ambushing the Tianling sect, the old monster Ouyang nodded in satisfaction. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Wait until you surpass the transformation stage to seek your vengeance. It will not be too late then. With a sense of resignation, Lu Feng pondered that since avenging the Heavenly Spirit Sect was not feasible in the short term, he must contemplate his own path to cultivation. Having already mastered alchemy, weapon forging, and spirit planting, he found himself lacking only in talisman crafting and formation techniques. Thus, Lu Feng spoke, "Esteemed elder, I have two requests I hope you can assist me in fulfilling." "Oh, what are your requests?" the elder inquired. "Am I not an elder of the 100 Arts Hall now? Perhaps you could allocate some spirit fields to me. The higher the grade, the better. I also desire the inheritance of formation techniques." Upon hearing this, the old Ouyang furrowed his brow. "What do you require spirit fields and formation inheritance for? Do you truly aspire to master all the arts of cultivation?" Lu Feng scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, indeed, I have such thoughts. You never mind. Your talents are beyond my comprehension. I shall defer to you." Old Ouyang had initially intended to advise him to focus on enhancing his cultivation and not squander time on trivial matters. However, upon considering Lu Feng's extraordinary abilities, he refrained from further commentary. What could he say? Lu Feng was simply too remarkable. "Thank you, esteemed elder." After their conversation, Lu Feng returned to his cave residence, only to find Elder Tai Ming waiting at the entrance. "Elder Tai, were you waiting for me?" Lu Feng inquired first. Yes, Elder Lu. You are now the elder of the 100 Arts Hall in our sect. According to the wishes of the Grand Elder, the position has been designated, and I shall escort you for a brief tour." "Oh, I see. I appreciate your guidance, Elder Tai." The two soared through the air for approximately 10 minutes before finally reaching their destination. "Elder Lu, please observe. This is the Grand Hall of the 100 Arts Hall," Timing stated, pointing toward the majestic palace ahead. After a thorough exploration, Lu Feng discovered that the 100 Arts Hall housed various sub-branches dedicated to different cultivation professions, including alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Each sub-branch was managed by a foundation establishment cultivator, with several Qi Refinement practitioners assisting. Furthermore, behind the 100 Arts Hall were over 100 acres of spiritual fields, ranging from first to third rank, which greatly pleased Lu Feng. How does Elder Lu find it? If there is anything unsatisfactory, please let me know, and I will ensure improvements are made. It is quite excellent. I am very satisfied. Please convey my gratitude to Elder Ouyang and Sect Master Wang. I am glad to hear Elder Lu is satisfied. From now on, this hall shall be under your management, and you may instruct the disciples below as needed." "Very well. Thank you, Elder Tai." Tai Ming clasped his hands in farewell, and Lu Feng felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that the Falling Sword sect truly valued him, having promptly arranged the 100 Arts Hall. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Feng stepped into the hall. Before long, he arrived at the array sub-branch, as he wished to swiftly learn the ways of formations to dismantle the protective array of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Upon noticing Lu Feng's presence, the Foundation establishment disciple managing the array hall immediately rose and bowed, saying, "Disciple Wang and pays respects to Elder Lu." Lu Feng glanced at the man and recognized Wang in, a foundational disciple he had encountered on the battlefield before. No need for excessive formalities. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Wang appeared exceedingly respectful, particularly in the way he gazed at Lu Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Wang, how long have you been studying the art of formations? What is your current rank as a formation master?" In response to Elder Lu, "I have been studying formations for 5 years and am currently a novice second-tier formation master." It is customary for disciples who are assigned to the corresponding branches to possess talent and experience in this area. Otherwise, the Falling Sword sect would not arbitrarily assign individuals. Is there a first-tier formation inheritance available in this formation branch? Indeed, there is. Bring me a copy. Yes. Wang and promptly retrieved a white inheritance jade slip from within and presented it with both hands. Lu Feng took the jade slip and said, "Very well. You may proceed with your cultivation." "Yes. If the elder has any instructions, please feel free to call upon me." After Wang and departed, Lu Feng returned to his office and directly utilized the inheritance jade slip. Instantly, a surge of memories regarding the art of formations flooded his mind. Moments later, Lu Feng opened his eyes, revealing an expression of enlightenment. So this is the essence of formations. In fact, formations have numerous applications in various vocations such as artifact forging and talisman crafting. For instance, the engravings on a magical artifact during the forging process constitute a simple formation. As the grade of the artifact increases, the complexity of the inscribed formation patterns also escalates. Thus, Lu Feng found the acceptance of formation inheritance to be quite effortless, embodying the principle of drawing parallels and understanding through similarity. However, the true path of formations is far more intricate and dynamic. Mastering it is not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. Fortunately, Lu Feng possessed a proficiency panel, rendering these challenges negligible. Consequently, Lu Feng began to use the materials for formations in accordance with the inheritance he received to craft his first formation plate. Soon, a new message popped up from the lower part of the panel. "You have completed a formation task, Formation Master Proficiency 1. Haha, success." Lu Feng gazed at the first-tier low-grade illusion formation he had crafted, bursting into joyous laughter. "Let me observe the changes on the current panel," he mused. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 201060. Cultivation: second layer of Yuan Ing 8200-010-0000. Techniques: Qing Mu Ju 302000100000. Chang Xing Ju 0100. Innate Divine Ability. Yin Yang Su Ruo 25100. Spells: Vinewood Technique. Major Achievement 288400. Spiritual Rain Technique. Proficient 182200. Fireball Technique. Flawless 5211000. Golden Armor Technique. Major Achievement 169400. Cloud Treading Technique. Major Achievement 225400. Alchemy. Qi Restoration Pill. Perfect 2800100000. Spirit Gathering Pill. Perfect 2500100000. Spirit Nourishing Pill. Perfect 2400100000. Heavenly Sun Pill. Proficient 0200. Infant Formation Pill. Entry 10100. Mirror Breaking Pill. Proficient 0200. Foundation Establishment Pill. Proficient 0200. Cultivation Arts. Spiritual Plant Cultivator. Second Tier 80200. Alchemist. Fourth Tier 4113000. Artifact Smith. Third Tier 110000. Formation Master. First Tier 1100. Chapter 69. Recruiting Disciples. The emergence of celestial quality spiritual roots. After unlocking the proficiency of Formation Master, Lu Feng resumed his work on the formation disc. To dismantle the protective grand formation of a first-rate force, he needed to attain the rank of 5th-tier Formation Master. Thus, he dedicated himself to relentless practice day and night. You have completed a formation task, Formation Master Proficiency 1. You have completed a formation task, Formation Master Proficiency 1. Simultaneously, Lu Feng did not neglect the enhancement of his cultivation. He devoted his days to crafting formations and his nights to cultivating his skills with the Qing Mu Ju. Following his breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, the strength of his divine sense had significantly increased. Tasks such as creating formations and refining low-tier pills scarcely consumed his divine energy. Only the crafting of 4th-tier infant formation pills exerted a slight toll on his divine sense. Fortunately, he had produced 100 infant formation pills, sufficient for the needs of the Falling Sword sect for an extended period. Under Lu Feng's resource support, the Falling Sword sect began to vigorously recruit disciples. The criteria for admission were not overly stringent. As long as one's talent was decent and character acceptable, they could join the sect. Although the Falling Sword sect had fallen to a second-tier force, it still retained a certain prestige, having once been a first-rate power. Thus, many wandering cultivators sought to join. At this moment, a throng of people gathered outside the gates of the Falling Sword sect. Among them were Qi refinement cultivators, foundation establishment practitioners, but predominantly there were mortals. These mortals, in their fervent desire to enable their children to cultivate immortality, have hurried to the foot of the mountain with great determination. The scene outside the mountain gate is a sea of humanity. However, with the disciples and elders of the Falling Sword sect maintaining order, it is not chaotic. In an effort to recruit disciples, the Falling Sword sect has not only prepared assessment platforms outside the mountain gate, but has also dispatched numerous disciples to seek out suitable candidates for the sect. Consequently, the number of disciples within the sect has significantly diminished. Li Hongling, serving as the elder of transmission, is specifically responsible for the management of the assessment platform. As a powerful nascent soul expert, she sits quietly in meditation above the platform, which not only instills immense awe in those of lesser stature, but also showcases the might of the Falling Sword sect. Goodness, friend, look at the sky. It appears a formidable golden core cultivator is seated above, exclaimed a Qi refinement practitioner who had come for the assessment. What are you talking about? That is no mere golden core cultivator. It is a nascent soul expert from the Falling Sword sect, and I hear she is the elder of transmission. This is indeed a nascent soul expert. I have never before encountered such a powerful being. Allow me to pay my respects. You haven't even joined the sect yet. What good is your worship? What do you know, you fool? This is a matter of attitude. I have heard that the treatment within the Falling Sword sect has more than doubled compared to before. If I can join, I am certain I can break through to the later stages of Qi refinement, and achieving complete mastery in Qi refinement is also a possibility. Indeed, I have heard the same, but I wonder if these claims hold any truth. As loose cultivators, their deficiencies extend beyond mere talent. What they lack most are cultivation resources. The most crucial aspects of a cultivator's journey are wealth, companions, techniques, and land, with wealth referring to various cultivation resources, which naturally holds paramount importance. Many loose cultivators who reach the peak of Qi refinement find themselves stagnating, unable to break through due to their inability to acquire foundational pills, ultimately leading to their demise. Such foundational pills are typically controlled by major sects and renowned cultivation families, seldom available for external sale. Li Hongling, seated in the air, appears to be at ease. Yet her consciousness is ever vigilant, observing the situation below. For those genuinely wishing to join the Falling Sword sect, she harbors no objections. However, there are indeed spies sent by rival factions mingling within the crowd. These spies will undoubtedly fail the test of conscience at the assessment platform. If discovered to be agents of other forces, the Falling Sword sect will expel them on the spot. Should they resist, force will be necessary. I wonder if we shall receive disciples with exceptional spiritual roots this time around. Li Hongling awaited with anticipation. The assessment stage presented 3 challenges. The first was a talent evaluation, primarily aimed at assessing one's spiritual roots and comprehension. Historically, the Falling Sword sect only admitted cultivators with 3 spiritual roots, while those with 4 or 5 were rarely considered. However, this time the threshold for recruitment was lowered to include even those with 5 spiritual roots, igniting hope among many mortals and wandering practitioners. Nevertheless, the number of individuals possessing spiritual roots was relatively scarce, with only 1 or 2 out of 10,000 mortals qualifying. As the evaluations progressed, most mortals were found to lack spiritual roots, resulting in their disappointed departures. Fortunately, the sheer number of participants ensured that over 1,000 passed the assessment by the end of the day. At this moment, a youth clad in coarse linen garments, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, approached the assessment platform. Immortal, I am disciple Yi Chun, here to participate in the sect's entrance examination. A disciple of the Falling Sword sect standing nearby nodded and instructed, place your hand upon this jade pillar to commence the first evaluation. Understood. Yi Chun strode to the jade pillar and gently placed his right hand upon it. In the next instant, the pillar emitted a faint glow, causing the recording disciple to perk up with intrigue. It appears this individual possesses spiritual roots. The grade, however, remains uncertain. As the words left his lips, the faint glow from the jade pillar intensified, and soon it radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors. The recording disciple stood in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Before anyone could react, Li Hongling, who had been meditating in midair, swiftly descended beside Chen. This young man possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root. Once the vibrant colors subsided, Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing that he had likely passed the first assessment. He cupped his hands and respectfully inquired, Immortal, have I succeeded in this trial? The recording disciple, witnessing Li Hongling's personal descent, refrained from speaking further. Li Hongling smiled at Yi Chun and affirmed, "Indeed, you have passed this stage. I, as elder, shall personally escort you to the second challenge." Yi Chun's face lit up with a smile as he replied, "Yes, thank you." Immortal elder. To the eyes of mortals, these cultivators seemed indistinguishable from immortals. Soon, during the second challenge, the examination of the heart, Yi Chun navigated through effortlessly. His motivation for joining the Falling Sword sect stemmed from a desire to cultivate successfully and avenge his tragically fallen family. In no time, Yi Chun arrived at the third challenge, which tested one's comprehension and mental fortitude. If one's resolve and cultivation wavered, or if other desires crept in, this trial would prove exceptionally difficult. Li Hongling, with a warm smile, encouraged, "Yi Chun, as long as you pass this trial, you shall be a disciple of the Falling Sword sect. Give it your all." "Yes, I understand." Yi Chun immediately stepped into the illusionary array, embarking on his trial. Li Hongling patiently awaited outside, placing great importance on him after witnessing his extraordinary innate talent. Should he successfully navigate all the trials, she harbored a strong desire to take him as her personal disciple. After so many years, our Falling Sword sect has finally encountered a disciple with a heavenly grade spirit root. In Chapter 70, competing for the Heavenly Spirit Root disciple, Yi Chun spent a full hour in the third trial before emerging, drenched in sweat. The prolonged duration was not due to a lack of comprehension on his part, but rather the depth of his obsession with vengeance. Ultimately, however, he passed the assessment, and Li Hongling gently patted his shoulder, instantly alleviating his exhaustion with a surge of spiritual energy. Yi Chun cast a grateful glance at Li Hongling, expressing his appreciation for the elder's kindness. He chuckled. "You are now a disciple of our Falling Sword sect. It is the duty of the elders to look after their disciples. May I inquire about your esteemed name, elder? I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future. I am Li Hongling, the transmission elder of the Falling Sword sect. As for repayment, let us set that aside for now. Come with me," she replied, waving her long sleeve. In an instant, a portion of her spiritual power soared into the air, forming a spiritual clone that sat cross-legged above. She then led Yi Chun into the sect's mountain gate. After some conversation, Li Hongling learned of Yi Chun's background. Originally, he was an ordinary person living in a mundane city. Though his family was not wealthy, they lived a relatively happy life. However, this city fell within the influence of the Bloodless sect, which recently saw a golden core elder seeking to concoct a blood elixir. In a brutal turn of events, he sacrificed the entire populace of the city. Yi Chun had been out hunting with his uncle at the time, narrowly escaping this calamity, while the rest of his family perished at the hands of that elder. Thus, he aspired to join the Falling Sword sect, intending to cultivate his strength and avenge his loved ones. Yet, the Bloodless sect was one of the 5 major powers of the Southern Domain, now referred to as one of the 4 foremost factions. Moreover, this sect was a sinister one, notorious for its willingness to commit atrocities against mortals. The Bloodless sect was not an easy adversary. It boasted dozens of high-ranking cultivators and thousands of disciples. Achieving vengeance would prove exceedingly difficult, Li Hongling candidly remarked. "Elderly, regardless of the challenges, I must avenge this deep-seated enmity," Yi Chun exclaimed, suddenly kneeling before Li Hongling, bowing deeply 3 times. "Disciple recognizes your unparalleled strength. I implore you to accept me as your student." Li Hongling shook her head helplessly, noting that while Yi Chun possessed many admirable qualities, his heart was consumed by the desire for revenge. "Alas, what do I know of unparalleled strength? There are many who surpass me, such as Elder Lu of our sect, who is 10-fold stronger." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had just learned from Li Hongling about the distinctions of cultivation realms, and the Yuanying realm was indeed a higher existence than the Jinan realm. Yet, Li Hongling, a formidable figure of the Yuanying realm, claimed that her strength was less than 1/10 of Lu Feng's. Wasn't that somewhat exaggerated? Noticing his confusion, Li Hongling smiled and said, "Yi Chun, your talent for cultivation is exceptional. The choice of your master will be determined by the Grand Elder and the sect leader. But I am very much willing to take you as my disciple." With this clarification from Li Hongling, Yi Chun finally understood. "Yes, disciple understands. Very well. This elder will now take you to meet the sect leader." Before long, the grand hall of the sect leader was filled with several elders, including sect leader Wang Tianyang and Ouyang Xuanqing. Once everyone had gathered, the old monster Ouyang slowly entered the hall. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." The crowd bowed in unison. Ouyang waved his hand and turned to Li Hongling, asking, "Elderly, what brings us here so suddenly?" Li Hongling promptly recounted Yi Chen's situation while he stood within the hall. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately regarded Yi Chun with curiosity. Ouyang, with a swift motion, appeared beside Yi Chun and grasped his wrist for a moment of assessment. This sudden action startled Yi Chun, but upon seeing the reassuring gaze from Li Hongling, he gradually relaxed. Moments later, Ouyang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Indeed, a heavenly grade spiritual root, and with exceptional comprehension. Our falling sword sect is finally in for a stroke of good fortune." With Ouyang's affirmation, the elders in the hall cast fervent glances at Yi Chun, eager to take him under their wings. Li Hongling then spoke again. "Grand Elder, sect leader, and esteemed elders, now that Yi Chen's talent has been confirmed, let us discuss who shall take him as a disciple." The second elder, Tai Ming, immediately stood up and declared, "I believe this child is destined to be my disciple. It would be the best choice." Upon hearing this, the elders in the hall displayed dissatisfaction, but given Tai Ming's stature and strength, the newly appointed Foundation establishment elders dared not voice their objections. However, Ouyang Xuanqing rose in discontent, stating, "What do you mean by having a connection with him? I find that remark unappealing. With Yi Chen's talents, only a Yuanying sword cultivator like myself would be the most suitable master." Tai Ming was taken aback and quickly retorted, "Humph. If it weren't for me and the sect leader allowing you to break through in seclusion first, where would your Yuanying cultivation come from? Don't flatter yourself." Just as the two were about to continue their quarrel, sect leader Wang Tianyang stood up and said, "Ahem, enough bickering. Allow me to say something. According to sect regulations, if a disciple with exceptional talent is discovered, they may choose their own master, provided that the chosen elder or even the sect leader consents, then this matter can proceed." Wang Tianyang emphasized the title of sect leader and subtly gestured towards Yi Chun. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Xuanqing and Tai Ming inwardly cursed Wang Tianyang for his shamelessness. However, the other party was not only the sect master, but also invoked the internal rules of the sect, thus no one dared to refute. Yi Chen, upon understanding the situation, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, "As a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with the circumstances of the Falling Sword sect. However, I have heard of Elder Lu's formidable strength. May I inquire, esteemed seniors, who among you is Elder Lu?" Upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. This was because Lu Feng was not present at this assembly. He was still practicing formations in the 100 Arts Hall. "Ahem, Elder Lu is not here. If you wish to meet him, I can escort you there," Li Hongling said with a gentle cough. Had she known of Yi Chen's strong desire for power, she would have refrained from mentioning Lu Feng. It was too late for regrets now. "Then I would be grateful to you, Elder Li. Please lead me to meet Elder Lu. After my audience with Elder Lu, we shall discuss the matter of master and disciple." Ah well. The expressions of those in the hall shifted to one of conflict. They found themselves incomparable to Lu Feng. If Yi Chen were to meet Lu Feng, what would be the point of their competition? At that moment, the old monster Ouyang chuckled heartily. "Very well, let us all go together. It has been a few days since I last saw Elder Lu, and I find myself missing him." Indeed, what Elder Taishang said is true. "We all miss him a bit," the others chimed in. Thus, they set off towards the 100 Arts Hall with Yi Chen in tow. Chapter 71. The Lu family's visit. Before long, the senior members of the Falling Sword sect arrived at the 100 Arts Hall with Yi Chen. The disciple on guard immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Disciple pays respects to Elder Taishang, the sect master, and esteemed elders. May I inquire about your purpose in visiting the 100 Arts Hall?" Sect Master Wang Tianyang spoke. "Ahem, is Elder Lu inside?" "Yes, Sect Master. Elder Lu is indeed here." "Very well, we are all here to find Elder Lu. Please lead the way." "Yes." Under the guidance of the guarding disciple, they swiftly made their way to the back mountain of the 100 Arts Hall. "Esteemed ones, Elder Lu is sitting right over there." The guarding disciple pointed to a path. There, they beheld a figure wearing a straw hat, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass while humming a tune. It was none other than Lu Feng. Such an appearance momentarily caused the crowd to fail to recognize him as Lu Feng. They could even faintly hear him singing, "Though the flowers bloom, do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside. If you do not pick, it would be a shame." The group approached slowly, finally recognizing that this indeed was Lu Feng. They clasped their hands and said, "We pay our respects to Elder Lu." Despite Lu Feng holding the same rank as the other elders, his prowess commanded a respectful demeanor from them. Lu Feng looked up at the crowd and smiled. "Oh, what brings you all here? Is there some significant matter at hand?" In recent days, aside from cultivating and practicing formation techniques, Lu Feng had spent his leisure time tending to spirit plants. Life had been nothing short of leisurely for him. At this moment, the group was taken aback by Lu Feng's demeanor. They had not anticipated that such a formidable nascent soul expert would appear as an unassuming farmer, devoid of any grandeur. The sect leader, Wang Tianyang, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Elder Lu, we have indeed come to seek your assistance with a particular matter." "Oh, please, sect leader, do proceed." Lu Feng had initially thought he would be asked to concoct elixirs or forge weapons. Thus, Wang Tianyang brought Chen forward, proclaiming, "This is the new prodigy our sect has recruited." Subsequently, Wang Tianyang recounted Chen's story, prompting Lu Feng to scrutinize the young man closely. Sensing an aura akin to that of a destined child. "Ah, so it is about choosing a master," chuckled Lu Feng. "Chen, what do you think of me?" he inquired with a smile. In truth, Lu Feng had no intention of taking on a disciple at merely 20 years of age. He felt he had yet to fully indulge in life, let alone mentor a fledgling. Upon meeting Lu Feng, Chen was taken aback. In his mind, cultivators were exalted beings, and after hearing Li Hongling's praises of Lu Feng, he had envisioned him as a figure of ethereal grace. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lu Feng appeared no different from an ordinary farmer, shattering Chen's illusions with this stark contrast. "Ahem, Elder Lu Feng is unorthodox. His character cannot be easily judged by a mere disciple," Chen stammered. "Unorthodox? Ha ha ha. That is quite a commendation, based on your words alone. Feel free to seek my assistance whenever you encounter difficulties," Lu Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Observing this exchange, Li Hongling nudged Chun and whispered, "You should thank Elder Lu." "Ah, thank you, Elder Lu, for your kindness. I believe I have found a potential master," Chun responded earnestly. Following this, the ancient Ouyang, with a smile, inquired, "I wonder who this master might be?" In reply to the esteemed elder, Chen declared, "I wish to choose Elder Li as my mentor, and I humbly ask for Elder Li's consent." With that, he knelt before Li Hongling and bowed. It was not that Chen was unwilling to accept Lu Feng as his master. Rather, the impression Lu Feng left upon him was too difficult to reconcile. He certainly did not wish to spend his days farming alongside him. Upon hearing this, Li Hongling's heart soared with delight, and she responded with a smile, "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." The onlookers were left with mixed emotions upon witnessing Chen's choice of Li Hongling over Lu Feng. Although Li Hongling was a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm, she paled in comparison to Lu Feng. Chen's decision to forsake Lu Feng for Li Hongling suggested he was still quite youthful and inexperienced. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng smiled faintly and casually produced a mid-grade defensive artifact, the soul-suppressing tower, handing it to Chen. "Since you have taken Elder Li as your master, consider this a token of our first meeting," he remarked. Chen was unaware of the artifact's true worth, yet Li Hongling was well aware. She promptly urged, "Chen, do express your gratitude to Elder Lu." "Oh, thank you, Elder Lu, for this generous gift," Chen replied, observing Lu Feng's gesture. The others were inspired to present their own tokens of appreciation to Chen, although their offerings lacked the grandeur of the soul-suppressing tower. Most consisted of various refining elixirs and first-tier spiritual artifacts. Once everyone had departed, Lu Feng resumed his leisurely cultivation. Meanwhile, the recruitment activities of the Falling Sword sect were in full swing. After a month of diligent efforts, the number of disciples had not only recovered but increased by 50% compared to before, keeping the sect's stewards and elders exceedingly busy. On one particular day, a disciple stationed at the mountain gate approached Lu Feng with a respectful bow, stating, "Elder Lu, 3 cultivators claiming to be your in-laws have come to visit." "In-laws?" Lu Feng's brow furrowed. He had yet to take a partner, so how could he have in-laws? What is their surname, and from where do they come? Returning to Elder Lu, they claimed to be of the Lu surname and hail from the eastern domain. Lu Feng immediately understood that this was most likely related to the Lu family's affairs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Please bring them in." "Yes, Elder Lu." Shortly thereafter, a Foundation establishment cultivator accompanied by 2 Qi Refinement cultivators arrived at the Bai Hall. Lu Feng recognized all 3 of them. The Foundation establishment cultivator was an elder of the Lu clan, while one of the Qi Refinement cultivators was Lu Yusin's younger brother, and the other was Lu Meyer. Upon seeing Lu Feng, the 3 of them immediately bowed and said, "Honored in-law of the Lu family, we pay our respects to Elder Lu." Lu Feng squinted at the 3 individuals before him, among whom Lu Meiyu appeared somewhat frightened and dared not raise her gaze. "Elder Lu, I have long since annulled my betrothal to Lu Yusin. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for our families to be connected in this manner? Haha, I understand that you, Elder Lu, harbor some resentment. However, it was only later that our Lu family became aware of the dissolution of the engagement. Following that revelation, we reprimanded Lu Yusin quite sternly, and she has since recognized her error. The quarrels of spouses are often transient. It was merely a moment of confusion on Yusin's part. To express our contrition, our Lu family has prepared a gift of apology, hoping that Elder Lu might consider this matter closed. Lu Feng let out a cold smile. As for the gift, it was of no consequence, for I have long since put this matter to rest. The elder of the Lu clan felt a surge of joy in his heart, and thus remarked, Elder Lu, your magnanimity leaves us feeling ashamed. In light of this, when shall you and Yu Xian's marriage be arranged? It would allow me to partake in the joy of your celebration sooner. What marriage? I have already stated that the union between Yu Xian and myself has been settled. Please refrain from bringing it up again. Oh. Before the elder of the Lu clan could respond, Lu Feng waved his hand and said, if there are no further matters, I kindly ask the three of you to take your leave. Seeing this, the three below were left in a state of uncertainty. At that moment, Lu Meier suddenly raised her head and said, Lu Feng, my lady has acknowledged her mistakes and has been thinking of you constantly. Do you truly harbor no lingering feelings? Lu Feng felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. If Lu Meier and Lu Yusin were to exist on Earth, they would undoubtedly be classified as T0 level beings. Chapter 72, Returning to the Eastern Region, Heading to Xianyu Sect. How amusing it is that just 3 months ago, you personally came to my doorstep and insisted I sign the divorce papers in your presence. Have you already forgotten? Lu Feng scoffed. After being expelled from the Tianling sect, he found himself utterly alone, with not a single acquaintance to aid him. Even his fiancée of 4 years abandoned him during his downfall, a betrayal that could only be described as adding insult to injury. Now that he had risen again, they shamelessly claimed he bore no grudges. This revelation opened Lu Feng's eyes to their audacity. Lu Meier was well aware of Lu Feng's grievances, for it was she who had accompanied her mistress to compel him to sign the divorce. Yet, in hopes of rekindling the bond between her mistress and Lu Feng, Lu Meier humbly implored, Elder Lu, my lady was indeed compelled by circumstances. The Lu family, faced with the overwhelming authority of the Tianling sect, had no choice but to sever ties with you. I kindly ask you to understand her predicament. At this moment, Lu Yusin's younger brother, Lu Yushan, interjected, Elder Lu. What Meier says is true. My sister has always held feelings for you. If it weren't for her fear of the Tianling sect, she would never have called off the engagement. If you are willing, I shall return and persuade my sister to marry you. What do you think, brother-in-law? Their heartfelt words elicited a cold smile from Lu Feng. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? If Lu Yusin genuinely cared for him, how could she have been so indifferent? Just as the three of them were about to continue their entreaties, Lu Feng raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. My engagement with Lu Yusin has long been annulled, and I am not your brother-in-law. Do not waste any more breath. Please leave. Lu Feng grew weary of listening to the trifling chatter of the three, deeming it more prudent to refine his proficiency in array formations. Just then, a Foundation establishment elder from the Falling Sword sect entered and gestured, Please, esteemed guests. Confronted with Lu Feng's indifference, the trio exchanged glances before reluctantly departing. However, Lu Meier shouted at Lu Feng, Humph. I hope you do not regret your decision today. Lu Feng felt a surge of indignation at her audacity. How could a mere Qi refinement cultivator dare to raise her voice against a formidable nascent soul expert? If not for their past acquaintance, he would have relished the opportunity to crush Lu Meier on the spot. Did she truly believe he remained the abandoned disciple of the Tianling sect? Noticing the chilling shift in Lu Feng's demeanor, Lu Yushan hastily took Lu Meier's arm, leading her away from the Falling Sword sect. With the departure of the Lu family trio, Lu Feng returned to his rigorous training regimen. After a month of dedicated practice, he had elevated his array formation skills to the 3rd tier, while his proficiency as a spirit planter had also ascended to the same level. This swift advancement was primarily due to the extensive spirit fields on the back mountain of the Bai Hall that he had been diligently tending. At this moment, Lu Feng stood amidst a patch of 3rd-tier spirit fields, meticulously observing the growth of the dragon blood fruit. Indeed, these exquisite 3rd-tier spirit fruits proved challenging to cultivate. The back mountain's 100 acres comprised half 1st-tier spirit fields, 30 acres of 2nd tier, and merely 20 acres of 3rd tier. As for spirit fields above the 3rd tier, the Falling Sword sect possessed none. The dragon blood fruit was renowned as the most arduous spirit fruit to cultivate. Its survival requirements were stringent, enduring fruiting. It attracted various spirit insects, complicating its care. Fortunately, the growth cycle of the dragon blood fruit was short, maturing in just 2 months. In 3 days, this batch would be ready for harvest, and he planned to set aside some for brewing spirit wine. As Lu Feng contemplated, he began to observe the changes in his proficiency panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 201080. Cultivation: third layer of Yuan 4675 010 0000. Cultivation techniques: Qing Mu Ju, Fusion Dao 366 750100000. Chong Xing Ju, Entry 0100, Innate Divine Ability. Yin Yang Su Ruo, Entry 52100. Spells: Vinewood Technique, Major Achievement 343400. Spirit Rain Technique, Major Achievement 226400. Fireball Technique, Flawless 6311000. Golden Armor Technique, Major Achievement 214400. Cloud Treading Technique, Major Achievement 358400. Alchemy. Qi Supplement Pill, Perfect 300 010000. Spirit Nurturing Pill, Perfect 300 010000. Spirit Essence Pill, Perfect 300 010000. Heavenly Yang Pill, Major Achievement 150400. Infant Formation Pill, Entry 10100. Mirror Breaking Pill, Minor Achievement 0300. Foundation Establishment Pill, Minor Achievement 200300. Xinxia Arts, Spirit Planter, 3rd Stage 120500. Alchemist, 4th Stage 29613000. Refiner, 3rd Stage 15001000. Formation Master, 3rd Stage 110000. Through a period of reflection, Lu Feng's cultivation had once again transcended to a minor realm. His 5 techniques had also seen considerable enhancement, with the Spirit Rain technique experiencing the most growth, primarily in conjunction with his work as a spirit planter. In terms of alchemy, steady progress was made as Lu Feng diligently crafted pills according to the current demands of the Falling Sword sect. New disciples joining the sect were provided with a plethora of cultivation resources from the elders upon their entry. Initially, these newcomers believed they were entitled to such abundant resources. However, they soon learned from the senior disciples that the current benefits were more than double what was afforded in the past. Even the miscellaneous disciples received 10 low-grade Qi supplement pills and 10 low-grade spirit nurturing pills each month. The privileges of outer and inner disciples were even more extravagant, providing sufficient resources for these disciples to immerse themselves in their cultivation. The Falling Sword sect required only 3 things from its disciples: loyalty to the sect, and once again, loyalty to the sect. This evoked a profound sense of belonging among the disciples towards the Falling Sword sect. 3 days later, Lu Feng personally harvested a batch of dragon blood fruits, with the spirit field steward assisting him diligently. While he had previously been known for his alchemical and refining skills, it became evident that Lu Feng also excelled in the cultivation of spiritual plants. The notoriously difficult to cultivate dragon blood fruits had not only thrived under his care but had also yielded an astonishing quantity. Once the harvesting was complete, the steward weighed the fruits and promptly reported, "Elder Lu, this batch of dragon blood fruits amounts to a total of 22,000 pounds, with the fruits being round, plump, and imbued with an exquisite spirit essence, all of which are of superior quality." Lu Feng nodded, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and said, "Li Shuisheng, please select 2,000 pounds of dragon blood fruit and distribute them among the elders of the Falling Sword sect. Additionally, do ensure that the elder and the sect master receive a larger share. Yes, disciple will remember. Furthermore, this 100 pounds shall serve as a reward for your assistance in managing the spiritual fields during this period. Take it." This. Li Shuisheng possessed a cultivation talent neither high nor low and was known for his honest and diligent nature. After over 60 years of cultivation, he had only attained the 2nd level of foundation establishment. However, he had a profound affection for planting spiritual herbs, which led to his assignment in the 100 Arts Hall. Upon witnessing the reward offered by Lu Feng, Li Shuisheng was momentarily rendered speechless, at a loss for words. It is worth noting that the dragon blood fruit is a rare 3rd-tier spiritual fruit, renowned for its remarkable impact on cultivation and the enhancement of one's bloodline. Such spiritual fruits are seldom found in the market. With a single intact dragon blood fruit, fetching no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng generously gifted him 100 pounds of dragon blood fruit, equivalent to over 30 of those precious fruits, which translates to more than 30 million lower-grade spirit stones. Li Shuisheng, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt down and exclaimed, "Disciple thanks Elder Lu for the generous gift. Ah, why kneel so readily? You have earned this. Rise, please." "Yes, Elder Lu." Following Lu Feng's guidance in cultivating spiritual plants not only enhanced his own skills, but now also rewarded him handsomely, a delightful turn of events indeed. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Feng stored 2,000 pounds of dragon blood fruit into his storage ring. "Shuixing, I shall be away for a while. You are entrusted with the management of the first and second tier spiritual fields. Remember to follow the methods I taught you diligently. Do not be careless, understood?" "Yes, disciple understands." Li Shuixing replied respectfully. Afterward, Lu Feng departed from the 100 Arts Hall, soaring towards the back mountain of the Falling Sword sect. He intended to return to the eastern region to acquire the resurrection pill formula from the Xianyu sect and then pay a visit to Manager Chen. Chapter 73. Manager Chen captured. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, Lu Feng clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior Ouyang, Lu Feng has come to pay his respects." Come in." Inside the wooden cabin, Lu Feng noticed that Ouyang's injuries had nearly healed. He promptly expressed his intentions. Ouyang nodded. "The Xianyu sect prioritizes profit. So as long as the price is right, acquiring the resurrection pill formula should be feasible. My only concern is the Heavenly Spirit Sect. With Lu Feng's current strength, ordinary nascent soul cultivators posed no threat to him, unless he fell into a trap or faced an ancestor at the transformation stage. Ouyang was chiefly worried about the potential intervention from the Heavenly Spirit Sect's transformation stage ancestor. "Senior, rest assured. Recently, I had the sect leader procure 1,000-mile escape talismans for me. Even if I encounter the transformation stage ancestor from the Heavenly Spirit Sect, I shall not fear." Lu Feng brandished the talisman as he spoke. Seeing Lu Feng's preparedness, Ouyang felt somewhat reassured. "Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. If anything feels amiss, escape immediately without hesitation." "Understood, senior." Before leaving, Lu Feng retrieved 80 essence nurturing pills from his storage ring and handed them to Ouyang, keeping 10 for himself as resources to exchange for the resurrection pill. After addressing these matters, Lu Feng quietly left the Falling Sword sect. This journey to the eastern region required discretion, as he was not yet an ancestor at the transformation stage. After 3 days of travel, Lu Feng arrived at the city of Asking Immortals. Utilizing the large teleportation array within the city, he finally returned to the eastern region. He then set his course towards Wangtian City, which came into view 2 days later. Gazing at the familiar skyline of Wangtian City, Lu Feng exhaled deeply. I, Lu Feng, have returned once more." Upon arriving in the city, Lu Feng made his way directly to Danxiang Pavilion. As soon as he entered the establishment, he beheld the industrious Li Lan'er. In the few months since their last encounter, this leggy beauty had become even more enchanting. Lu Feng took a few steps forward and cheerfully inquired, "Taoist, it has been quite some time." Li Lan'er had been preoccupied with her tasks and had not noticed Lu Feng's arrival. Suddenly hearing someone call her, she turned around. To her astonishment, a familiar face appeared behind her. Li Lan'er quickly covered her mouth with her small hand in surprise. You are Senior Lu." "Hee. Miss Lan'er has a remarkable memory. Indeed, it is I, Lu." Upon hearing this, Li Lan'er's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily urged, "Senior Lu, you must leave at once. The city is now swarming with members of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Do not let them discover you." Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Li Lan'er's remarks. Upon his arrival in the city, he had conducted a thorough examination of the area with his spiritual senses and confirmed the presence of several disciples from the Heavenly Spirit Sect. However, the nascent and foundational stage practitioners did not pique Lu Feng's interest in the slightest, hence he felt no apprehension about being detected by the sect. Observing Lu Feng's silence as he stood still, Li Lan'er took hold of his wrist and led him towards a private chamber. Once they arrived, she exhaled in relief and said, "Senior Lu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. However, for your safety, I hope you will not take offense." Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. What did Miss Lana mean by her earlier words? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Sighing, he continued, "Recently, it seems the Tianling sect has received some information alleging that my Danxiang Pavilion is in collusion with an elder. They even presented stolen treasures from the celestial sect's ruins as evidence. Due to this matter, Manager Chen has been handed over by the Danxiang Pavilion and is currently being interrogated at the Xianyu sect. What? Such a situation exists? Upon hearing Li Lana's account, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Feng. The audacity of the Tianling sect to involve him in such matters, and moreover, to implicate Manager Chen, was infuriating. The Xianyu sect's involvement only complicated matters further. It seemed that this journey to the eastern region would not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Following Manager Chen's arrest, our Danxiang Pavilion has been engulfed in trepidation, and our business has significantly declined. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before saying, Miss Lana, this matter originated from me, so it is only fitting that I handle it. Master Chen will not be in any danger. Senior Lu, please do not act rashly. It is not only the Xianyu sect and the Tianling sect seeking retribution against Master Chen. The other 5 major forces have also become involved. Very well. I understand. In that case, let us resolve this matter altogether. Previously, Lu Feng had indeed taken items from the disciples of these sects during his participation in the Immortal Gate relics, yet he harbored no fear of these profit-driven factions. Subsequently, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light and soared directly towards the Xianyu sect. Initially, he had intended to have a heartfelt conversation with Master Chen in Wangtian City, but the ever-changing tides of fate had led to Master Chen's capture by the Xianyu sect. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would allow him to address both Master Chen and the revitalizing bone pill matters in one fell swoop. Wangtian City was not far from the mountain gate of the Xianyu sect, and within 2 days, Lu Feng arrived at his destination. Before him stood towering palaces, a breathtaking array of jade towers and exquisite architecture, which starkly contrasted with the style of the Luojian sect. At that moment, 4 patrolling disciples of the Xianyu sect flew over and coldly declared, "This is the sacred ground of the Xianyu sect. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from approaching." Lu Feng cast a glance at the 4 individuals and discerned that they were merely foundation establishment cultivators. He then spoke coolly, "I am Lu Feng, here to seek an audience with Elder Hongye of the Xianyu sect. You may convey this message swiftly." The 4, momentarily at a loss as to Lu Feng's identity, quickly arranged for someone to return to the sect to relay his request upon hearing that he sought Elder Hongye. Shortly thereafter, Elder Hongye, accompanied by 2 other Golden Core elders, approached Lu Feng, their expressions filled with astonishment. "To think that it is indeed Taoist Lu gracing us with your presence. This truly exceeds my expectations," Elder Hongye remarked, scrutinizing Lu Feng closely before continuing. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Xianyu sect?" With a slight chuckle, Lu Feng replied, "I have come here for 2 matters. One is to rescue someone, and the other is for a transaction." The 3 elders were well aware of Lu Feng's status as a mighty nascent soul cultivator, yet the setting of the Xianyu sect instilled no fear in them. Curiosity danced in their eyes as they responded, "What do you mean by this, Taoist Lu?" "You see," Lu Feng elucidated, "your sect has detained a friend of mine named Qin Tiancheng. I hope that, in light of our acquaintance, your esteemed sect might consider releasing him." "Oh, so it is for a mere foundation establishment cultivator," one elder remarked. "However, this individual dared to sell treasures belonging to the 7 great powers. Therefore, Taoist Lu, it seems that persuading our Xianyu sect to release him may not be as straightforward as you might hope." Lu Feng furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "It seems I have already provided the compensation owed to your Xianyu sect. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to interfere once more? Alas, this is a matter jointly decided by the 7 great powers of the eastern region. It is rather inappropriate for you, my friend Lu, to assert otherwise." Lu Feng raised his hand to interrupt Hong Yi, saying, "Do not speak to me of trivial matters. I seek but one answer from you. Will you release them or not?" Chapter 74, Lu Feng versus the 3 great Yuan Ing of Xianyu sect. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the vicinity plummeted to a chilling silence. The countenances of Hong Yi and her companions also turned grim. Lu Feng obstructed the entrance of the sect, issuing threats that rendered the Xianyu sect somewhat embarrassed. Had it not been for his status as a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm, they would have acted long ago. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged from the Xianyu sect, exuding an air of authority. "You young one, dare to spout such arrogance before our Xianyu sect? It is utterly audacious." As he spoke, a formidable aura enveloped him, and he declared, "Today, I shall show you that there are greater powers beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng let out a cold smile. The white-haired elder was a formidable figure at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, this was still insufficient to intimidate Lu Feng. "Oh, is that so? I shall indulge in this encounter," he remarked. "It has been said that you, Lu Feng, are unrivaled within the nascent soul realm. I, an old man, shall test your mettle." With that declaration, the white-haired elder summoned a white Dao sword, which swiftly darted towards Lu Feng with a whoosh. Yet, Lu Feng displayed no sign of anxiety. Instead, a layer of golden light armor materialized around him. Upon impact, the white Dao sword collided with the armor, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. However, the golden armor merely quivered slightly, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Decent speed. Though the power leaves much to be desired, Lu Feng remarked nonchalantly. "You are exceedingly arrogant, young one." The white-haired elder seethed with rage, summoning 3 flying swords to strike at Lu Feng once more. Yet, no matter how fiercely the 3 swords attacked, they could not breach the defense of the golden armor. At most, they left faint marks upon it. As the golden armor was composed of magical energy, the traces of the strikes vanished almost instantaneously. This spectacle left the white-haired elder and Hong Yi, among others, utterly astonished. It appeared that Lu Feng's prowess was not mere boast. He was indeed remarkably formidable. "Ah, old man, your swordsmanship is commendable. Each strike is expertly controlled to avoid damaging the armor. Truly an eye-opener for me," Lu Feng taunted. "You." The white-haired elder fumed, his face contorted with frustration, yet he found himself unable to retaliate effectively. "Very well, young one, you have truly incensed me. Brothers, why do you stand idly by? Join me in subduing this child." As he spoke, 2 elders emerged from the Xianyu sect. Hong Yi and the others immediately bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the 2 esteemed elders." These 3 were the revered elders of the Xianyu sect, representing its pinnacle of power. At that moment, one elder, with a youthful visage despite his white hair, spoke up. "Junior brother, do not let your temper get the better of you. Lu Daoyao's defenses are not easily breached." Turning to Lu Feng, he continued with a calm smile. "I am Hong Feng, the first elder of the Xianyu sect. If you wish for our sect to release this individual, it is not impossible. You need only fulfill 2 conditions, and you may take him at your convenience." Lu Feng harbored no animosity towards the Xianyu sect, which is why he had been solely on the defensive during his recent duel with another elder. Furthermore, his desire to exchange for the formula of the resurrection pill only solidified his intention to avoid incurring the sect's wrath. "Oh, what might those 2 conditions be?" "I have often heard of your remarkable prowess, esteemed Taoist Lu, even to the extent that the sect leader Zhang of the Tianling sect fell grievously wounded at your hands. Thus, the first condition is that you must engage in a contest against the 3 of us. Should you withstand our combined onslaught, you shall have met the first criterion." Lu Feng curled his lips, realizing that this old man was indeed quite calculating, managing to twist the 3-person siege into a condition. Had his strength been inadequate, he would have certainly rejected such a proposal, making it impossible to rescue Qin Tianqing. However, Lu Feng was no pushover. He nodded and said, "I agree to the first condition. May I inquire what the second one entails?" "He, my dear Taoist Lu, you exude such confidence," agreeing without a moment's hesitation. "The second condition requires you to pay a substantial ransom, this allowing my Xianyu sect to provide an explanation to other factions." Lu Feng felt speechless. Indeed, the operational style of the Xianyu sect was aptly characterized by the old monster Ouyang, as they seemed to prioritize profit above all else. "Very well. As long as the ransom is not excessive, I can acquiesce." "Excellent. Taoist Lu, your decisiveness is commendable. Let us commence with the first condition." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage unleashed a flurry of silver needles. Without any prelude, he launched an assault, prompting Lu Feng to inwardly curse the man as a cunning old fox. However, a dozen silver needles were effortlessly blocked by the golden armor technique. Immediately thereafter, the other 2 supreme elders joined the fray, their combined assaults relentlessly battering against Lu Feng's golden-hued armor, which soon began to show signs of cracking. The flow of spiritual energy was swiftly becoming insufficient to keep pace with the armor's repair. "Alas, it seems I have no choice but to strike back." Lu Feng let out a sigh. His proficiency in the golden armor technique was still insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the 3 assailants. Thus, he was left with no choice but to retaliate. In the next instant, a crimson sword light erupted from within Lu Feng, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh toward the initial elder. The opponent hastily maneuvered his white flying sword to intercept. Yet the power of the crimson blade was overwhelming, effortlessly sending the white sword flying before it struck the elder directly. The elder was taken aback, utterly astonished by the terrifying might of this sword, and thus summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself. This crimson sword light was none other than the Blood Soul Sword, which had been partially refined to 30% of its restrictions as Lu Feng's cultivation reached the nascent soul stage. Once his cultivation ascended to the transformation stage, he would be able to refine 50% of its restrictions, at which point the Blood Soul Sword would truly reveal the prowess of a sacred artifact. Nevertheless, even with the Elder's defensive artifact in place, the Blood Soul Sword still sent him hurtling backward with a single strike. The Elder coughed up blood, his vitality waning. Just as Lu Feng prepared to launch another attack on the Elder known as Hong Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Lu Daoist, cease your assault. You have successfully passed this trial." Lu Feng let out a cold smile, raising his hand to retract the Blood Soul Sword back into his body. "Free of you. I appreciate your courtesy." After witnessing Lu Feng's terrifying prowess, the trio finally settled down. "Ahem, fellow Taoist Lu, should you wish to take away Qintian City, a ransom of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is required." Hong Feng coughed lightly. "What? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones?" It is worth noting that the items Lu Feng had previously seized were sold for merely over 3 million low-grade spirit stones, which translates to just over 300 high-grade spirit stones. Do they truly believe Lu Feng is a fool? Chapter 75. The 5 great powers of the Eastern Domain come knocking. Lu Feng, undoubtedly, would not acquiesce to the exorbitant price quoted by Hong Feng. Thus, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Elder Hong Feng, do you not think the ransom you propose is rather excessive?" Hong Feng was aware that the ransom was indeed steep. However, the Xianyu sect could not afford to let such an opportunity to exploit slip away. "Hiki, we have conducted our inquiries, and fellow Taoist Lu, you are indeed a high-tier alchemist, are you not? This sum of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones should not pose a significant burden for you, would it?" Lu Feng silently cursed the shameless old by for his cunning tactics, employing flattery as a means to ensnare him. Yet, he recognized that in order to redeem Manager Chen from the Xianyu sect, some cost must inevitably be incurred. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the sect, given its nature, to acquiesce. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones was excessive. I can offer you at most 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Only 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. I fear that this price will be difficult to justify to the other 6 major powers. Just as both parties were engaged in their haggling, the elder who had been previously injured by Lu Feng suddenly produced a communication jade slip to establish contact with the outside world. Lu Feng naturally noticed the old man's subtle movements, yet he remained unaware of whom the other party was contacting. No more than 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. Beyond that, I shall not entertain. Lu Feng displayed an expression of impatience. Hong Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied, "Very well, in light of your esteemed presence, I shall lower the ransom to 1,500 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing the response, Lu Feng's countenance softened slightly. At that moment, Hong Feng gestured to Hong Yi, who promptly soared back to Xianyu sect and soon returned with Qin Tiancheng in tow. When Manager Chen laid eyes on Lu Feng, a complex expression flickered across his face. As the manager of the Danxiang Pavilion's branch, his status was relatively respectable. However, the pavilion found itself unable to withstand the united pressure from the 7 great powers of the eastern region, leading to his surrender. Initially believing himself to be beyond salvation, he was taken aback by Lu Feng's timely arrival, leaving Qin Tiancheng's heart awash with mixed emotions. Lu Feng scrutinized Manager Chen and noticed that he had not suffered any severe torture, which alleviated his worries. "Manager Chen, it appears I have implicated you. Today, I shall escort you from this place." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the emotional barriers within Qin Tiancheng crumbled, and tears of gratitude streamed down his face. "Lu, Senior Lu, I." Before Manager Chen could finish his sentence, a sharp voice pierced through the air from a distance. "Lu Feng, you shall not take this person away today." The crowd turned to look, and they beheld several streaks of colorful light approaching swiftly, while the elder, whom Lu Feng had wounded, wore a faint smirk. As the beams of light drew nearer, the onlookers finally recognized the newcomers, powerful figures from several other top-tier factions in the eastern region. Lu Feng cast a glance at the injured Lao Bai, and in his heart, He surmised the likely scenario. It was undoubtedly this old man who had just utilized the communication jade slip to notify these individuals. Lu Feng observed closely and discovered that 5 individuals had arrived. Fortunately, none of them were the nascent soul experts from the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Oh, it turns out that friends from the 5 great powers have come to visit. I apologize for not extending a warm welcome, Hong Feng said with a smile, bowing slightly. The 5 individuals returned the gesture respectfully. Subsequently, one of the middle-aged women among them turned to Lu Feng and coldly remarked, Lu Feng, you have slain the nascent soul expert of Lingshu Valley. How do you propose to resolve this enmity? Lu Feng glanced at the middle-aged woman, deducing from her attire that she was likely affiliated with the Lingshu Valley. The powerful figure she mentioned, a Yuaning adept, must refer to Chen Xiao, who he had captured and brought back to the Falling Sword sect. Rumor has it that Chen Xiao met a gruesome end. His body was reduced to a pulp by countless blades, and his very soul was tormented in the flames of retribution for 7 days and nights. Such a brutal punishment only slightly alleviated the resentment harbored by the members of the Falling Sword sect. How shall this be resolved? You, Lingshu Valley, attacked my Falling Sword sect without provocation and slaughtered my disciples. I have yet to hold you accountable for this, and now you dare to approach me? What gives you the audacity? Lu Feng spoke coldly. As he finished speaking, the blood soul sword erupted from within him with a sharp cry, instantly saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Humph, this matter is not solely your doing. Were it not for your theft of treasures belonging to my disciples from Lingshu Valley, we would not have sought trouble with the Falling Sword sect. Lu Feng cast a frigid gaze upon the individual before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he uttered, well then, let us see the truth beneath our hands. With that, Lu Feng launched a direct assault against his adversary. Among the 4 companions standing beside the female cultivator of the nascent soul stage, 3 swiftly dispersed, while 1 formidable expert from the Xiaoyao sect, also at the late nascent soul stage, prepared to confront Lu Feng alongside his peers. This very Xiaoyao sect had been the force that previously besieged the Falling Sword sect, and the individual, Wang Ling, whom Lu Feng had vanquished, hailed from this sect. Lu, my friend, this youth possesses immense strength. We must not underestimate him. Wang Fan from the Xiaoyao sect urged hastily. The middle-aged woman from Lingshu Valley, also at the late nascent soul stage, was merely a step away from achieving great perfection, her prowess slightly surpassing that of Wang Fan. Yet, both remained exceedingly vigilant in the face of Lu Feng. In unison, they summoned their respective innate treasures and directed their assault towards him. Wang, I shall take the lead in the offense. You look for an opportunity to restrain him, Lu Seedling declared. Agreed. As Lu Seedling summoned her flying sword, Lu Feng merely smirked coldly, then commanded the blood soul sword to collide instantaneously with her weapon. Clang! The 2 swords met with a resounding chime, and in an instant, Lu Seedling's flying sword was sent hurtling away by the force of the blood soul sword. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable in that brief encounter. Lu Seedling keenly sensed the difference. However, in the next moment, the blood soul sword once again cleaved towards her. Startled, Lu Seedling hastily summoned her defensive artifact to counter the attack. Just as Lu Feng pressed his offensive, a surge of dark energy suddenly surged from the left, aiming to ensnare him. With a thought, Lu Feng enveloped himself in a golden armor spell. He then waved his hand, and a dozen fireballs shot forth towards the dark aura. Upon contact with the fireballs, the dark aura was instantly reduced to nothingness. Furthermore, 3 fireballs were directed towards Wang Fan. Lu Feng simultaneously confronted 2 formidable beings at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, exhibiting not the slightest hint of trepidation. Their prowess paled in comparison to the 3 esteemed elders of the Xianyu sect, thus rendering them utterly incapable of matching Lu Feng's might. Since these 2 dared to seek their own demise, he was more than willing to escort them on their journey. Under the relentless onslaught of Lu Feng, Lu Seedling and Wang Fan found themselves retreating in disarray, forced to adopt a defensive stance merely to preserve their own safety. However, as the battle wore on, their endurance began to wane. In a moment of desperation, Lu Seedling called out to the other nascent soul experts present, esteemed friends. We have all come here to confront Lu Feng. Will you merely stand by and watch? At that moment, a nascent soul expert from the Xianjian sect chuckled and replied, Ah, my dear Lu, you're mistaken. We have merely come to negotiate compensation with Lu Daoist. There is no intention of causing trouble here. So I kindly ask you refrain from such misunderstandings. Chapter 76. The reunion of master and disciple. Upon hearing these words, Lu Seedling and Wang Fan were consumed by rage. Their teeth clenched in fury. Yet, They found themselves unable to articulate any words that might offend these individuals, prompting them to utilize a distance-escaping talisman to flee the scene. Lu Feng, remember this. The enmity of Lingshu Valley shall one day be repaid. Lu Seedling vowed before both were whisked away by the talisman. Lu Feng, however, chose not to eradicate them entirely, for the animosity between their factions was not particularly profound. Yet, should Lingshu Valley and the Xiaoyao sect persist in their harassment, he would not hesitate to respond with ruthless severity. Observing the aftermath, Hong Feng smiled and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Indeed, Lu Daoist, your prowess is remarkable. To vanquish two late-stage nascent soul experts with such ease is truly exemplary for our kind." Lu Feng cast a cold gaze upon the three members of the Xianyu sect, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? Elder Hong Feng, might I inquire why the 5 great powers of the eastern region have found their way here?" As he spoke, Lu Feng deliberately shifted his glance toward the injured old Bai Ding, who, feeling the weight of Lu Feng's icy stare, revealed an expression of trepidation. Elder Hong Feng quickly interjected with a conciliatory tone. "Ah, this matter is indeed a shortcoming on the part of our Xianyu sect. How about this? We shall reduce the fee for Daoist Lu by 200 high-grade spirit stones. What say you?" Lu Feng felt a surge of incredulity. The Xianyu sect truly exhibited a penchant for prioritizing wealth over life. Even in such dire circumstances, they still resorted to negotiating with spirit stones. Yet, this predicament did present Lu Feng with a justification to request the recipe for the resurrection pill from the Xianyu sect. How amusing. However, considering my long-standing acquaintance with Elder Hong Yi, I am willing to overlook this matter, provided that you hand over the recipe for the resurrection pill. The mention of the resurrection pill's recipe elicited expressions of astonishment from the members of the Xianyu sect, and soon, Hong Feng discerned Lu Feng's intentions. He then remarked with a smile, "Friend Lu, the recipe for the resurrection pill is a high-tier third-grade alchemical formula. It will require no less than 500 high-quality spirit stones to acquire. Nevertheless, as a gesture of goodwill, if you add an additional 300 high-quality spirit stones, we shall gladly provide you with the recipe." Lu Feng felt a wave of frustration. Although the formula for the bone restoration pill held some value, it was worth no more than 200 high-grade spirit stones. Hong Feng, this unscrupulous merchant, had the audacity to demand 500 high-grade spirit stones, embodying the essence of a true swindler. "I can only compensate you with 100 high-grade spirit stones at most." Sighing, he added, 100 is rather insufficient. Considering that you, my esteemed friend, are a high-tier alchemist, I can offer 200 high-grade spirit stones along with a session of alchemy from my Xianyu sect. And in return, the formula for the bone restoration pill shall be yours." Lu Feng had grown weary of Hong Feng's relentless haggling, so he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed thus." The price was settled, yet Lu Feng lacked the required high-grade spirit stones. Consequently, he resorted to offering various elixirs and magical artifacts as replacements. Upon seeing the exquisite elixirs and the second-tier high-grade artifact Lu Feng presented, Hong Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. "Haha, my friend Lu, these are indeed rare treasures. Are you truly willing to part with them in exchange for spirit stones?" It was true, spirit stones were relatively easy to come by. But such exquisite elixirs and high-tier artifacts were not easily acquired. "Well, do calculate their worth," Lu Feng urged. "Very well, allow me to assess," Hong Feng replied. Producing a jade abacus with a flourish, he began to tally up the values with a series of rapid clicks, evoking in Lu Feng the sensation of bargaining at a bustling market. At that moment, the formidable figures of the 3 great factions, Xianjin Sect, Blood Demon Sect, and Reincarnation Hall, arrived. Their nascent soul cultivators approaching Lu Feng with respectful gestures. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Lu," they intoned in unison, acknowledging him with deference. Lu Feng casually clasped his hands together, harboring neither fondness nor aversion towards the 3 forces before him. "I am Zhang Xian, the esteemed elder of the Immortal Sword Sect. I have come specifically to address the matter of compensation for the disciples of the ruins. Fellow Daoist Lu, how do you suggest we proceed?" Previously, when Lu Feng was still in the Golden Core realm, he had indeed mentioned offering them some form of recompense. Now that they had sought him out, to refuse would certainly be akin to striking his own face. However, the items he had seized were of only moderate value, and most of the spirit stones still resided with Manager Chen. He truly had not gained any substantial benefit. "Daoist Zhang, it is true that Lu Feng acknowledged the need to compensate you, but as you can see, I have already provided over 1,000 superior spirit stones to the Xianyu sect. You should seek your compensation from them. Ah, this. As the words fell, Hong Feng, who had been contemplating the price, was momentarily taken aback. He immediately looked up at Lu Feng and inquired, "Fellow Taoist Lu, what do you mean by this?" "The over 1,000 superior spirit stones are the ransom for Qin Tian City and the funds for the resurrection pill formula. How can you consider this as compensation?" Lu Feng smiled faintly, addressing Elder Hong Feng. "We are all reasonable individuals here. Is it necessary for me to explicitly state why the ransom demanded by shopkeeper Qin is so exorbitant? Indeed, the reason shopkeeper Qin was surrendered by Danxiang Pavilion is primarily due to the concerted pressure exerted by the 7 major forces of the eastern region. Logically, this ransom of over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones ought to be evenly distributed among the 7 factions." With Lu Feng having articulated his point so clearly, Elder Hong Feng readily grasped his implication. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he responded, "Ahem, your reasoning is sound, fellow Taoist Lu. How about this? My Xianyu sect will cover the compensation for your 3 sections." Zhang Xian and his companions, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and expressed their gratitude. "In that case, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Elder Hong Feng." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Hongya, please provide each of these 3 friends with 10 low-grade. 10 high-grade spirit stones." Upon these words, everyone present, except for those from Xianyu sect, widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Goodness gracious! The compensation price for this red maple is truly outrageous. If it hadn't suddenly changed to 10 premium spirit stones, I would have genuinely wanted to give him a thumbs up." The expressions of Zhang Xian and his companions shifted continuously, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and accepted the 10 premium spirit stones before departing. After a period of contemplation, Hong Feng finally calculated everything clearly. "Friend Lu, the total value of the medicinal pills and magical artifacts you provided amounts to 1,850 premium spirit stones. After deducting the ransom and the spirit stones for the recipes, I will return you 150 premium spirit stones. Please verify this." With a smile, Hong Feng handed over the recipe for the resurrection pill along with 150 premium spirit stones. Lu Feng nodded slightly and accepted the items. Although this red maple was quite cunning in business dealings, it was remarkably precise in appraising the value of goods, leaving no room for Lu Feng to feel cheated, which he found somewhat commendable. Once the transaction concluded, as Lu Feng prepared to depart with Manager Qin from the Xianyu sect, he suddenly spotted dozens of streaks of light soaring toward him from a distance. In less than 5 breaths, these lights halted before Lu Feng. At the forefront stood 2 venerable elders from the Tianling sect, alongside whom stood a familiar figure, none other than Lu Feng's former master, Luo Qing. Chapter 77. The ancestor of the transformation stage takes action upon witnessing the Tianling sect's approach. Lu Feng maintained a serene demeanor, exuding an air of calm indifference. In contrast, Manager Qin displayed evident anxiety, acutely aware of the fraught relationship between Lu Feng and the Tianling sect, which could be described as a conflict akin to fire and water, marked by an unyielding vendetta. However, the members of the Tianling sect did not immediately launch an attack. The elder on the left stepped forward and addressed Lu Feng, saying, "Lu Daoyu, I hope you are well. You have arrived rather swiftly, though I am curious to know the purpose of your visit." Lu Feng replied with a cold smile directed at the members of the Tianling sect. A total of 35 individuals from the Tianling sect had come, all of whom were at least mid-stage golden core cultivators, including 5 formidable beings at the nascent soul level. This formidable assembly represented nearly all of the sect's elite combat strength, capable of obliterating any second-tier power and posing a substantial threat even to first-tier sections. "Lu Daoyu, it appears there may have been some misunderstandings between us. Previously, Sect Master Zhang Daoran expelled you from the sect without our consent. Upon learning the truth later, we realized you were wrongfully accused. We have come to clear these misunderstandings, hoping to facilitate your return to the Tianling sect," one elder stated. Lu Feng furrowed his brow at this unexpected overture. He had not anticipated that the Tianling sect would be willing to set aside their animosity and extend an olive branch. However, a moment's reflection illuminated their true intentions. They likely recognized his growth and the formidable blood-soul sword in his possession. Having failed to coerce him through force, they resorted to a conciliatory approach instead. Noticing Lu Feng's silence, they gestured toward Luo Qing. Stepping forward, she spoke, "Lu Feng, I regret the misunderstanding. I am willing to retract my previous remarks. Should you choose to return to the Tianling sect, you will still be my most cherished disciple. Following her, the Grand Elder Li Xianming also offered an apology, stating, Lu Feng, we have wronged you. I hope you can forgive my previous actions. It was indeed my error. At this moment, the members of the Xianyu sect gazed with amusement at the unfolding scene before them. It was indeed a rare spectacle to witness the foremost power of the Eastern Domain bowing their heads in contrition to a mere disciple, an occurrence seldom seen in a millennium. This event certainly warranted the recording on a memory stone to be revisited in idle moments. After hearing the words exchanged between the two parties, Lu Feng remained silent, his expression indifferent as he regarded the members of the Tianling sect. At this juncture, the elder of the Tianling sect spoke once more. Lu Feng, I understand that you harbor grievances. If you choose to return to our Tianling sect, we shall publicly punish the sect master, Zhang Daoran, before you, and simultaneously vindicate your name. Another elder chimed in, adding, Moreover, upon your return to the Tianling sect, we shall bestow upon you the title and status of an elder. Lu Feng, surely this would alleviate the discontent within your heart. Lu Feng chuckled heartily, recognizing that the Heavenly Spirit Sect had indeed invested greatly in his return. They were even willing to offer him the position of the Grand Elder. However, given his current prowess, assuming such a role would pose no challenge. Yet, Lu Feng had long discerned the true nature of the individuals within the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Not only would he refuse the title of Grand Elder, but even the position of sect leader would not entice him to return. Haha. I am merely a discarded disciple of your Heavenly Spirit Sect. What merit do I possess to reclaim the role of Grand Elder? He continued, addressing Elder Luo Qing. Do you perceive your disciples as mere objects, easily cast aside at your whim? You wish to discard them at will, yet retrieve them whenever you please? Finally, Lu Feng cast a cold glance at Li Xianming and declared, Elderly, should you desire my forgiveness, it is a simple matter. Endure 3 of my strikes, and we shall consider our grievances settled. As Lu Feng concluded his words, the expressions of the members of the Tianling sect turned grim, particularly those of Luo Qing and Li Xianming, whose faces were so dark they seemed on the verge of dripping with despair. Amidst the heavy silence, a sigh echoed from the heavens above. Alas, under such circumstances, you cannot be spared. With that, a colossal golden hand, stretching thousands of feet, descended from the sky, aiming to strike Lu Feng. The terrifying force it exuded felt as though it could obliterate the world itself. Locked in the grasp of the golden hand, Lu Feng found his body weighed down, making movement nearly impossible. Yet, through sheer determination, he managed to twitch a finger, conjuring a purple talisman from thin air. In an instant, he unleashed a surge of magical energy that tore through the talisman, generating a ripple of spatial disturbance beside him and Manager Qin. In the blink of an eye, they were transported thousands of miles away. Once they had escaped the Xianyu sect, Lu Feng finally felt the oppressive weight lift from his shoulders. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not been prepared to flee in advance, it was likely that both he and Manager Qin would have met their demise beneath that enormous hand. What a shock! The power of the transformation realm is truly terrifying. Lu Feng gasped. It was only then that Manager Qin regained his composure and urgently reminded him, Elder Lu, we have not yet escaped danger. The distance of 1,000 miles provided by the escape talisman is insufficient to evade the pursuit of an ancestor in the transformation realm. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Without uttering a word, he seized Manager Qin and transformed into a beam of light, continuing their flight. Cursed Tianling sect, you shall await our return. Shortly after Lu Feng and his companion departed, a terrifying consciousness manifested in this region. The formidable presence of the transformation realm ancestor was infinitely more terrifying than that of the nascent soul realm. Lu Feng soared through the skies with remarkable speed, displaying no intention of pausing. With his utmost effort, he reached Linsin City in less than a day. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng paid the transportation fee and accompanied Manager Qin to the southern region. Upon their arrival in the southern region, the overwhelming sense of oppression finally dissipated. Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief, finally having escaped. Upon arriving in the southern region, Qin Tianqing immediately bowed deeply to Lu Feng and said, Senior Lu, your life-saving grace is etched in my heart. In the future, whether it be climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, I shall follow your every command without hesitation. Lu Feng extended his hand to assist Manager Qin, smiling as he said, There is no need for such formality, Manager Qin. You have rendered me considerable assistance in the past, and you have also been ensnared in this matter due to my involvement. If I were to neglect your plight, my conscience would be troubled. Upon hearing this, Qin Tiansheng's eyes welled with tears once more. He had devoted decades of his life to the Danxiang Pavilion, only to find himself abandoned in the end. In contrast, Lu Feng, having known him for merely a few months, was willing to risk his life to save him. What more could one say in light of such a stark comparison? Senior Lu Feng, seeing that he was about to say more, waved his hand and said, "All right, let us return to the Falling Sword Sect and discuss further." Qin Tiansheng nodded, wiped away his tears, and chose to remain silent. Everything was understood without the need for words. At this moment, within the Heavenly Spirit Sect of the Eastern region, many high-ranking members gathered in the main hall of the sect. The sect leader, Zhang Daoran, did not occupy the central seat, but instead sat in the first position on the left. In the central seat sat an elderly man dressed in a long black robe. The old man sighed deeply, lamenting, "This time, having failed to capture that boy, I fear we have released a tiger back to the mountain. Our Heavenly Spirit Sect will surely face great calamity in the future." This elderly man was none other than Zhang Qishuan, the ancestral elder of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, and also Zhang Daoran's great-grandfather. Chapter 78, The Sect Competition. As the gathered individuals listened to the words of the elder from the transformation realm, their expressions turned grave. Particularly, sect leader Zhang Daoran, the grand elder Li Xianming, and Lu Feng's former master, Luo Qing, felt the weight of the elder's remarks. For it was these three who had previously expelled Lu Feng from the sect. Now, with the elder's words, they felt the sting of rebuke. At this moment, the sect leader clasped his hands and said, "Elder, even if that wicked child has escaped, what of it? He is merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. No matter how formidable he may be, he poses no threat to our Falling Sword Sect." Zhang Qishuan furrowed his brow, and his gaze towards Zhang Daoran grew increasingly frigid. Were it not for the fact that Zhang Daoran was his great-grandson, he would have considered stripping him of his position as sect leader on the spot. It was inconceivable that the leader of a first-rate power could personally expel a talent like Lu Feng from the sect, and moreover, so grievously offend him without resolving the matter. Such negligence had resulted in a significant hidden danger, and now he had the audacity to retort. The more Zhang Qishuan pondered, the more enraged he became, and with a cold snort, a tremendous pressure descended upon Zhang Daoran, causing him to kneel with a thud. "Remember this, should you encounter Lu Feng in the future, if there is an opportunity, you must eliminate him. If no opportunity arises, then distance yourselves immediately. Is that understood?" The assembly trembled in fear at the elder's anger, each person hastily clasping their hands in acknowledgement. On the other side, within the Falling Sword Sect, Lu Feng has returned to the sect with Qin Tiansheng. The Danxiang Pavilion has already expelled Qin Tiansheng, rendering him a free man. Consequently, Lu Feng extended an invitation for Qin Tiansheng to join the Falling Sword Sect, to which he promptly acquiesced. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Lu Feng smiled gently. Addressing him, "Manager Qin, or rather, it is more appropriate to call you Qin Tiansheng now, since you have joined the Falling Sword Sect. I happen to have a vacancy for a senior steward to manage external business affairs at the 100 Arts Hall. Would this position be satisfactory for you?" Lu Feng did not know much about Qin Tiansheng, only that his innate talent in cultivation was rather average. However, he possessed a unique insight into business management. It was this discerning eye that had initially drawn him to Lu Feng, a quality not commonly found among most. "I am willing to accept any arrangement made by Elder Lu," Qin Tiansheng declared immediately, recognizing the consideration Lu Feng had shown him and feeling no further objections were necessary. "Very well, I shall have your identity token prepared shortly." Although Lu Feng did not handle matters directly within the sect, his words carried weight and had never been contradicted. Following his instructions, a disciple soon delivered the identity token. Simultaneously, Lu Feng allocated an office area and a cultivation chamber for Qin Tiansheng, along with 10 disciples in the Qi Refinement stage to assist him. "Qin Tiansheng, during this period, I would like you to familiarize yourself with the southern region and the Falling Sword Sect. Once you have acquainted yourself, you can assist me in selling the items I possess." Previously, Lu Feng had donated the pills, magical artifacts, and formations he had crafted to the sect, but more than half of them remained unutilized. Additionally, his recent expedition to the Xianyu sect had made him aware of his insufficient spiritual stones, prompting the need for someone to aid in selling his crafted goods. The ordinary disciples were not suited for this task, and now with Qin Tiansheng's arrival, he could finally entrust this responsibility to him. "Yes, I shall make it my priority to become well acquainted swiftly." Lu Feng presented some Tianpin Qi supplement pills to the other party, saying, "Here, take these pills for your cultivation. Should you require anything, feel free to seek Wangan. Understood. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lu Feng nodded and then waved his hand. Soon, Wangan entered from outside, leading Qin Tiancheng to begin their tour of Bai Hall. As the two departed, Lu Feng stepped into his alchemy chamber and retrieved the formula for the resurrection pill, applying it directly. Instantly, the method for crafting this high-grade third-tier elixir was imbued in his mind. Once he had absorbed the knowledge of the formula, Lu Feng began to search for the necessary spiritual herbs for the resurrection pill within the chamber. The ingredients were not particularly rare, yet the process of refining the pill required meticulous attention to detail. Otherwise, one could easily ruin the concoction. After gathering the required herbs, Lu Feng promptly placed them into the heavenly flame divine furnace to commence the melting process. His alchemy chamber was equipped with a geothermal fire supply, alleviating the need to expend excessive amounts of his own spiritual energy and consciousness during the refinement. This was the advantage of being part of a grand sect, where many tasks could be accomplished with greater efficiency. After approximately 20 minutes, a new notification suddenly appeared on his proficiency panel. You have successfully refined a resurrection pill. Proficiency 1. You have completed an alchemical operation, Alchemist Proficiency 1. Ah, I have finally succeeded. Upon opening the alchemy furnace, 10 crimson pills materialized before Lu Feng. He could sense that each of these pills was infused with abundant life force, capable of instantly reviving anyone on the brink of death. Just as Lu Feng was examining the resurrection pills, a voice from outside the chamber interrupted him. Upon opening the door, the inner disciple immediately bowed and said, Elder Lu, the sect master and the esteemed elders are awaiting you in the council hall. They request your presence to discuss matters within the sect. Oh, do you know what the matter is? The inner disciple, specifically appointed to serve Lu Feng, was named Zhang Hai. Although he was only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, he was quite astute, which led Lu Feng to select him as his personal attendant. Zhang Hai responded with excitement, Elder Lu, you may not be aware since your recent return, but I have heard that the sect is soon to hold a grand competition. Both new and veteran disciples will be able to participate, and the rewards for this competition are rumored to be quite substantial. A grand sect competition? Lu Feng stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. The Falling Sword sect, after extensively recruiting disciples, had seen its numbers surpass those of previous years. The impending grand competition among the sect members seemed to be aimed at identifying those among the disciples with exceptional talent. Indeed, the great sects excelled in nurturing their disciples with flair. Furthermore, have you heard any additional news? Lu Feng inquired further. In response, Elder Lu replied, Disciple has also heard that the sect will select 5 true inheritors during this grand competition, though the specific rules remain unclear to me. Lu Feng nodded slightly, then transformed into a beam of light and soared into the grand hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with elders of various ranks from the sect, including both the sect leader and the venerable elder. Upon Lu Feng's entrance, everyone rose and clasped their hands in respect. Lu Feng smiled and returned the gesture with a bow before taking his seat. Ahem, since everyone is present, let us officially commence this assembly, declared sect leader Wang Tianak as he rose. There are 3 matters to discuss today. The first pertains to the restoration of our Falling Sword sect's affiliated forces and cultivation cities. Although the internal affairs of the Sword sect have largely recovered since the conclusion of the last great battle, the external environment remains desolate. Lu Feng held little opinion on the reconstruction of the affiliated forces, as it did not significantly pertain to him. However, upon considering that Qintian City would eventually manage his business, he was inspired to propose the establishment of a Bai Hall shop within the affiliated cultivation cities. This idea indeed had merit. Chapter 79. The origins of the ancestor of the Tianling sect. Once the discussions concluded, Lu Feng learned that the Sword sect, now classified as a second-tier force, was permitted to possess only 3 cultivation cities and 5 affiliated forces. These affiliated forces could comprise lesser sects or cultivation families. However, the development of these affiliations would require time, or perhaps existing sects and cultivation families would willingly align themselves with the Sword sect. For instance, the southern marketplace of the Tianling sect, where Lu Feng once resided, was established by several cultivation families collaboratively. While it may not qualify as a city, it still boasted a considerable trade flow. The discussions wrapped up swiftly, and at last, Lu Feng spoke up. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, I have a request, if I may. Noticing Lu Feng's address, sect leader Wang Tianong responded with a smile, Elder Lu, please feel free to express your wishes. Well, I wish to establish a Bai Hall general store in the affiliated cultivation cities and marketplaces. What do you all think? The assembly reacted with little surprise, as such endeavors were quite commonplace. Many elders and stewards within the sect already owned enterprises in the cultivation cities, supported by their own familial and friendly connections. As long as these ventures did not contravene sect regulations, they could be pursued privately. Ah, so it is this matter, the sect leader remarked. I see no issue with it. I only wonder whether Elder Lu intends to establish the shop under the name of the Sword Sect or in a personal capacity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng remarked, let us proceed under a personal capacity. I have never ventured into the realm of business before. It is prudent to tread carefully. If we were to establish a shop in the name of the Falling Sword Sect, a portion of the shop's future profits would inevitably be allocated to the sect. Should the business falter, it would reflect poorly on the sect. Thus, I shall choose to establish it privately. This arrangement also allows Elder Lu to select the shop's location at his discretion. Should there be any further requirements, please do not hesitate to inform us. Thank you, sect leader and esteemed elders. Feng smiled and clasped his hands, expressing his gratitude for the care bestowed upon him by the Falling Sword Sect. Subsequently, Wang Tianyang continued. The second matter pertains to the true disciples of our Falling Sword Sect. Due to the previous great battle, 7 of our 10 true disciples perished, leaving their positions unfilled. Thus, I invite everyone to deliberate on how we should proceed with this matter. Feng sat quietly to the side, reminiscing about his past experiences in the Tianling sect upon hearing about the top 10 true disciples. At that moment, Ouyang Xuanqing rose and addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. The title of true disciple in our Falling Sword Sect not only symbolizes status and rank, but also embodies strength. Therefore, I propose that the true disciples must possess the capability to command respect. The attendees nodded in agreement, acknowledging that true disciples indeed require a certain level of prowess to earn the trust of others. Seeing the consensus, Ouyang Xuanqing continued, thus, I suggest that the candidates for the true disciples should be selected from the top contenders of the sect competition. What are your thoughts on this? I concur with the Grand Elder's proposal. Li Hongling was the first to voice her support. Subsequently, each elder expressed their agreement. The sect leader, Wang Tianyang, raised his hand to call for order and remarked, in light of this, we can proceed to discuss the second and third matters concurrently. Following this, the assembly deliberated and decided to schedule the sect competition for 2 months hence, precisely 1 week before the Lunar New Year. Furthermore, 5 true disciples would emerge from this competition, 4 from the first 2 groups and 1 from the last. The competition would be divided into 3 categories: the Qi Refinement Group, the Foundation Establishment Group, and the 100 Arts Group. Although the Falling Sword Sect primarily cultivates swordsmanship, it also encompasses various disciplines such as magical and physical cultivation. The 100 Arts Group was established to promote the sect's comprehensive development. Ultimately, the top 2 performers from the first 2 groups and the best performer from the last group would be designated as true disciples. The meeting concluded with Ouyang's decisive proclamation, and the attendees dispersed. Feng promptly intercepted Ouyang Xuanqing, smiling as he said, Elder Ouyang, hold on a moment, I have some splendid news to share with you. A flicker of curiosity crossed Ouyang Xuanqing's eyes as he inquired, Elder Lu, what is this good news? With that, Feng produced a crimson pill, exuding a vibrant aura of vitality. Upon seeing this pill, Ouyang Xuanqing instinctively felt an urge to consume it, yet he managed to restrain his impulse. Hiki, Elder Ouyang. The good news I speak of pertains to this very pill. Can you guess what it is? After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Xuanqing promptly replied, could it be the revitalizing bone pill? Congratulations, you are correct. As a reward, this revitalizing bone pill is yours. Upon hearing Feng's words, Ouyang Xuanqing was filled with astonishment. The next instant, he exclaimed, Elder Lu, is this truly the revitalizing bone pill? Indeed, it is authentic. If you don't believe me, consume one, and you shall see. Ouyang Xuanqing took the pill, examining it closely, and noted its striking resemblance to the revitalizing bone pill from his memories. After swallowing hard, he declared, Elder Lu, I shall retreat to refine this pill at once. I shall remember your immense kindness. Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, whether it is a matter of agreement or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is the restoration of your left arm. Ouyang Xuanqing refrained from elaborating further and bowed respectfully to Feng before hastily taking his leave. Ouyang Leaguai observed this scene and, with a smile, inquired, Elder Lu, was your journey smooth and uneventful? Feng shook his head in resignation and recounted his experiences at Xinyu sect. Ouyang, the old monster, listened with palpable trepidation. When he heard that even the venerable ancestor of the Tianling sect had intervened, he was instantly taken aback. "What did you say? That old wretch truly took action?" Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Fortunate was I to have made preparations in advance. Otherwise, I would not have returned," Feng replied. Yang's expression became intricate. "Elder Lu, from your narrative, I can surmise certain matters." "Oh, what matters can you discern?" Feng inquired. "This is not the place for discussion. Follow me," Yang urged. Feng nodded and followed the other person to the wooden cabin on the back mountain. Yang Lao Guai poured a cup of spiritual tea for Feng and slowly began to speak. "The elder of the Lingzong, known as Zhang Qishuan, is a figure of even greater seniority than myself." Upon hearing this, Feng immediately became alert. He was quite unfamiliar with this venerable figure of transformation. And now that the old master Yang had mentioned him, it was imperative to listen closely. A millennium ago, the Tianling sect in the eastern region was not yet a first-rate power, at best regarded as a second-tier force. However, after the arrival of Zhang Qishuan, the sect rose dramatically, not only becoming the sect leader, but also leading the organization to ascend to first-rate status. When he first joined the Tianling sect, he was at the Golden Core stage, yet his combat prowess was remarkably formidable, rendering him invincible among his peers. Later, as he advanced to the nascent soul stage, he faced no rivals in the eastern region, solidifying the Tianling sect's position as a first-rate power. Nevertheless, this old fellow Zhang Qishuan was not a native of the eastern region. It is said he hails from the central region. At this point, Yang sipped his spiritual tea and gazed to the north. Feng was immensely astonished, realizing that the venerable ancestor of the Tianling sect had such a remarkable past. "Senior, you just mentioned that this individual comes from the central region, but why do I seldom hear anything about it?" Chapter 80. Fifth Layer of Nascent Soul. Yang chuckled helplessly. That is because the central region is vastly superior and significantly larger than the other 6 continents. The reason you rarely hear about matters concerning the central region is that it seldom interacts with the other regions and holds little regard for practitioners from these continents. "I see." Feng pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Yang's words had indeed broadened his horizons, revealing how formidable the central region is among the 7 continents of the Yunxiao continent. Furthermore, cultivators like us at the nascent soul stage are merely considered average in the central region and are not regarded as significant figures. Even cultivators at the transformation stage are quite common in the central region. Feng immediately recalled the terrifying energy hand of the ancestor of the Tianling sect. Such fearsome power is surprisingly commonplace in the central region. What kind of existence is the central region, after all? Noticing Feng's momentary daze, the old monster Yang continued. "The topic has strayed a bit. From the moment Qi Xian made his move against you, I could surmise that this person is likely facing his impending demise." Feng gazed at the other person with a look of confusion, inquiring, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The formidable strength of Qi Xian, coupled with his cultivation in the transformation realm, surely suggests he possesses a lifespan of at least several thousand years. Why then would the ancient Yang claim he is nearing death? Haha. Although this old man is remarkably powerful and possesses exceptional talent, it is known that he sacrificed his lifespan to successfully break through to the transformation realm. Given that a millennium has passed since then, his remaining time must be quite limited. But what does this have to do with his actions towards me? It matters greatly. If he had a significantly longer lifespan, he would not need to fear a genius like you. Even if he were to also ascend to the transformation realm, he would remain unperturbed. Yang glanced at Feng and continued, "His urgency in taking action against you reveals his dwindling time. Do you understand what I mean?" Feng nodded, finally comprehending the meaning behind the words of the enigmatic Yang. However, the mere thought of Zhang Qishuan's terrifying prowess sent a shiver down his spine. "Senior, if that venerable ancestor from the Tianling sect were to directly assault the Falling Sword sect, what would we do?" Yang smiled faintly. You need not worry about that. Should Zhang Qishuan truly seek to annihilate us, the other factions in the southern region would not remain idle. If he were to extinguish my Falling Sword sect, the Tianling sect would then face the collective wrath of all powers in the southern region. Upon hearing Yang's words, Feng felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. The last time, it was indeed the Tianling sect that, alongside numerous eastern region forces, besieged the Falling Sword sect. And yet the other factions in the southern region failed to offer assistance. It appears that in order to maintain a sense of security within the Falling Sword sect, he must hasten the enhancement of his own strength. Otherwise, if Zhang Qishuan truly harbored murderous intent and launched a direct assault on the falling sword sect, his life would be in grave peril. Very well, Senior, please accept these resurrection pills. Should anyone within the sect require them, you may handle the matter. Lu Feng presented 7 resurrection pills to the old monster Ouyang, reserving 2 for himself. He then took his leave. Upon returning to the 100 Arts Hall, Lu Feng immediately entered seclusion, determined to enhance his cultivation and spells before the grand competition. Additionally, he aimed to refine his innate divine abilities to better prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With Lu Feng's seclusion, the announcement of the sword-dropping sect's grand competition was officially made public. Concurrently, the sect extended invitations to other forces in the southern region, inviting them to witness this prestigious event. This initiative not only fostered relationships but also showcased the strength of the sword-dropping sect to other sections. The disciples within the sect eagerly prepared themselves. Whether they were Qi Refinement or Foundation establishment practitioners, the majority signed up for the competition. As the days swiftly approached, merely 3 days before the competition, Lu Feng's 2-month seclusion bore fruit as his cultivation advanced from the 3rd to the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage. This marked his entry into the mid-nascent soul realm, with his internal spiritual energy now more robust than ever, having more than doubled. Moreover, his nascent soul had become more refined, and his spiritual consciousness had grown considerably stronger. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and began to examine the changes in his proficiency panel. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 211. 200 cultivation level. 5th layer of Yuanying, 1-0-20. 200. 000. Techniques: Qingmu Integration Path 6, 319, 501, 000, 000, Cha Xingju, Entry Level 0, 100, Innate Divine Ability, Yin Yang Xuanyu. Proficiency 33. 200, Spells, Vines Technique, Flawless 6, 241, 000. Spiritual Rain Technique, Flawless 4, 464, 000. Fireball Technique, Perfect 6, 311, 000. Golden Armor Technique, Flawless 5, 585, 000. Cloud Treading Technique, Flawless 4, 851, 000. Alchemy, Qi Restoration Pill, Perfect 3, 000, 100, 000. Spiritual Nourishment Pill, Perfect 3, 000, 100, 000. Spirit Cultivation Pill, Perfect 3, 000, 100, 000. Heavenly Sun Pill, Great Success 1, 504, 00. Infant Formation Pill, Entry Level 10, 100. Mirror Breaking Pill, Minor Success 3, 00. Foundation Establishment Pill, Minor Success 200. 300. Bone Restoration Pill, Entry Level 1, 100. Cultivation Arts, Spirit Planter, 3rd Tier 120, 500. Alchemist, 4th Tier 2, 962, 300, 000. Weaponsmith, 3rd Tier 1, 500, 100, 000. Array Master, 3rd Tier 110, 000. In the past 2 months, he had elevated his innate divine ability to a proficient level, which expanded the range of his black and white domain from 10,000 meters to 30,000 meters, effectively tripling its extent. Simultaneously, all 5 of his spells had advanced by a significant tier. Notably, the perfect level fireball technique now unleashed flames exceeding tens of thousands of degrees, a terrifying temperature that even formidable Yuanying cultivators would find difficult to withstand. The golden armor technique also received substantial enhancements, doubling its defensive capabilities and significantly accelerating the rate of recovery after sustaining damage. Such formidable defense would present a considerable challenge even for the most accomplished Yuanying cultivators to breach. As for the Vines technique, it remained rather conventional, with its control effects only slightly improved. Lastly, the flawless cloud treading technique had reached speeds comparable to the radiant escape of Yuanying cultivators. Should he refine the cloud treading technique to perfection, his speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the radiant escape. At this moment, the blood soul sword within Lu Feng sensed his cessation of cultivation and spoke. Young Lu, upon reaching the pinnacle of Yuanying, you will unlock a defensive function of my true form. At that time, even an encounter with a transformation god cultivator will not be able to breach your defenses. Lu Feng displayed a look of astonishment. Blood Elder, are you truly speaking the truth? Indeed, it is the truth. As a sacred artifact, I inherently possess 3 formidable functions. However, your cultivation is still insufficient. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage can you barely activate the first defensive function. Oh, what is the name of this defensive function? What kind of attacks can it withstand? This function is called the Sword Soul Barrier. It can defend against the full force strikes of a perfected transformation stage cultivator. Lu Feng was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the formidable defensive capability of the Sword Soul Barrier. With such a trump card in his possession, even if he were to encounter an ancient creature of the transformation realm, he could seize the opportunity to employ the 1,000 Miles Escape Talisman to flee. Ah, I see. Lu Feng nodded slightly, and then rose to leave the cultivation chamber. Upon his exit, the inner disciple Zhang Hai was already waiting at the door. I humbly welcome Elder Lu back from his seclusion, he exclaimed. Has anything noteworthy transpired during these 2 months? In response, Zhang Hai reported, in the past 2 months, the sect has been diligently preparing for the grand competition, with merely 3 days remaining until the event commences. The major sects from the southern region have largely arrived at our Falling Sword sect. Lu Feng nodded silently. Are there any disciples from Bai Hall participating in the sect competition? Indeed, quite a few. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled faintly and instructed, go summon Qin Tianqing. I have matters to entrust him with. Chapter 81. Yi Chen's participation in a brief moment. Zhang Hai brought Qin Tianqing before Lu Feng. Qin Tianqing clasped his hands in salute. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu. Lu Feng glanced at his companion and discovered that Qin Tianqing's cultivation had advanced to the 4th layer of foundation establishment, a notable increase from his previous level. Evidently, Qin Tianqing had been diligently honing his skills during this period. Qin Steward, how have you fared at the Falling Sword sect lately? Lu Feng inquired. As he was the one who had introduced Qin Tianqing to the sect, and their rapport was quite amicable, prompting him to take an interest in his well-being. A flicker of gratitude appeared in Qin Tianqing's eyes as he replied, I have been doing quite well here, and my fellow seniors and junior brothers have shown me considerable kindness. Over the past 2 months, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances here. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, well, that is good. I have summoned you for a matter that requires your attention. Please, Elder Lu, instruct me. In 3 days, the grand competition of our sect will commence. After the competition concludes, I would like you to take the disciples of the trade division to 3 cultivation cities under our sect's jurisdiction. In each city, select a suitable storefront to serve as our Bai Hall's general goods store. You will have complete authority over the staffing of these shops. As he spoke, a palm-sized token flew from Lu Feng's hand. Qin Tianqing received the token and replied, yes, disciple will obey. With this token, you will be able to select storefronts within the city. The name of the shop will be Bai Gu. Additionally, take these goods with you. Once Bai Gu is established, they will serve as your initial inventory. At that moment, 4 storage bags flew towards Qin Tianqing. Upon receiving and opening them, he discovered that each bag contained a different category of treasures, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, formations, and spiritual fruits and plants. Moreover, the quality of these treasures was exceptional. The lowest grade of the medicinal pills were of high quality. There were even a few foundation establishment pills and breakthrough pills. Such pills are rarely circulated in the market. And Qin Tianqing was astonished that Lu Feng would offer them for sale. After examining the contents of the storage bags, he was utterly astounded. Elder Lu, my rough estimation reveals that the treasures within these 4 storage bags already exceed 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, it would be prudent to expand the scale of the Bai Pavilion. It should not only feature a sales area, but also an auction section. High-value items such as foundation establishment pills and breaking through pills could be sold through auction. Yes, master, I understand, the disciple replied. Very well. You may take your leave now to prepare. On the day of the grand competition, accompany me, Qin Tianqing concluded, bowing respectfully before taking his leave. Lu Feng transformed into a fleeting light, soaring towards the back mountain of the Falling Sword sect. As soon as he landed, he discovered that not only Ouyang, the old monster, was present in the bamboo forest cottage. Upon closer inspection, he found Li Hongling accompanied by Yi Chen also in attendance. Ouyang, noticing Lu Feng's arrival, broke into a smile. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Please, come in. Lu Feng stepped inside and respectfully greeted. Senior, it has been many days since we last met. Elderly. He then turned to glance at Yi Chen, and a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feng's eyes. In just over 2 months, Yi Chen had transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Such a pace of advancement is truly astonishing. Elder Lu, Your cultivation has also progressed. Congratulations. Old Ouyang remarked. Li Hongling promptly joined in, offering her congratulations to Lu Feng as well. Hee, merely luck, Lu Feng replied modestly. I wonder what brings Elder Lu to visit me today? As he spoke, old Ouyang gestured toward a nearby mat, inviting Lu Feng to take a seat. Senior, I have come to discuss the upcoming sect competition in 3 days. Many disciples from our 100 Arts Hall will be participating, and I wish to converse about this matter. Old Ouyang nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze toward Li Hongling and Yi Chun. Speaking of the sect competition, this disciple Yi Chun has also come for that purpose. Within the Falling Sword sect, Lu Feng held a status equivalent to that of Li Hongling and Wang Tianyang, while Yi Chun, being Li Hongling's direct disciple, could rightly be referred to as a nephew. Oh, is that so? Lu Feng cast a curious glance at Li Hongling and Yi Chun. At that moment, Li Hongling, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, given Chen's innate talent for cultivation, he should have already been recognized as a true disciple. Yet, he insists on participating in the sect's grand competition, claiming he wishes to earn respect through his strength. She then turned her gaze towards Yi Chen, who stood nearby. Lu Feng finally comprehended the purpose behind Li Hongling bringing Yi Chen to this place. Master, I have already reached the 6th level of Qi Refinement and am fully capable of participating in the grand competition of the Qi Refinement group. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to grant the request of your disciple. Yi Chen immediately bowed and implored. In this upcoming sect competition, there would be a total of 5 slots for true disciples, with one reserved for Yi Chen and another for a disciple possessing an exceptional fire spiritual root. At merely 16 years of age, Yi Chen harbored a profound sense of pride, which fueled his aspirations. However, his cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. It would not be long before he would likely achieve the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Lu Feng recalled that he had once possessed an exceptional wooden spiritual root, taking over 3 years to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. In contrast, Yi Chen, with his celestial grade spiritual root, achieved the same level in merely a year. Indeed, the quality of one's spiritual root holds significant importance for cultivators. At this moment, witnessing Yi Chen's request, both the enigmatic Ouyang and Li Hongling found themselves in a predicament. Should they acquiesce to Yi Chen's request, what would happen if he failed to secure an impressive position in the sect's grand competition? After all, there are disciples within the Qi Refinement group who have attained the pinnacle of Qi Refinement, making it exceedingly challenging for Yi Chen, with his cultivation at the 6th level, to triumph in a battle against those of a higher tier. Observing the silence that enveloped the gathering, Yi Chen bowed once more and expressed, I am confident in securing a top 3 position in the Qi Refinement group. I humbly request the venerable elders and my master to grant my wish. Seeing this, Lu Feng spoke up. Cultivation is also a matter of cultivating the heart. Since Yi Chen has such aspirations, why not allow him the chance to prove himself? Instantly, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with gratitude towards Lu Feng. After more than 2 months of diligent practice, Yi Chen had heard of Lu Feng's remarkable deeds from senior disciples. Alas, since Elder Lu has spoken in favor, as a master, I can only consent, Li Hongling remarked with a resigned expression. Yi Chen's heart swelled with joy, and he bowed deeply once more to the 3 of them, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yi Chen, you may participate in the grand competition, but you must agree to one condition, Li Hongling stated. Please, Master, speak. Should you encounter perilous circumstances during the competition, you must withdraw immediately. Do you consent? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem, Master. I shall honor your request. With the matter settled, Li Hongling led Yi Chen away from the bamboo grove. Subsequently, Lu Feng and the enigmatic Ouyang discussed the rules and rewards pertaining to the sect's grand competition. Due to an overwhelming number of participants, the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment groups would be divided into 3 segments. The first segment would consist of a lottery-based competition, comprising 3 rounds of draws. After these 3 rounds, the remaining contestants would proceed to the second segment, which entails a challenge on the arena. There, each group would establish 10 arenas, and only those who successfully defended their positions would be counted among the top 10 of their respective groups. The third segment would be a points competition, wherein these 10 disciples would challenge one another one by one, earning a point for every victory, with the final ranking determined by the total points accrued. All participants who made it into the top 10 would receive substantial rewards, with the top 3 in each group receiving remarkably extravagant prizes, including even magical artifacts as rewards. Chapter 82. The competition begins after Ouyang concluded. He turned to Lu Feng and said, Elder Lu, since you have emerged from seclusion, you shall serve as the chief judge for the 100 Arts group. Ah, me? As the chief judge? Lu Feng exclaimed. Haha, within the Falling Sword sect, if you were to claim second place in this regard, who would dare to assert the first? Lu Feng scratched his head. What the old monster Ouyang said was indeed correct, yet he had never served as a judge. Senior, I. Before Lu Feng could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old monster Ouyang. Do not fret. Simply evaluate according to the works of the participating disciples. Sighing, Lu Feng conceded with a nod, unable to resist the insistence. The reason Ouyang appointed Lu Feng as the chief judge was twofold. Firstly, Lu Feng's expertise in this domain significantly surpassed that of others. Secondly, his relatively brief tenure at the Falling Sword sect meant he had no personal connections, thus ensuring impartiality in his judgments. By the way, here are the competition rules for the 100 Arts group. Review them and see if any amendments are necessary. Ouyang handed over a detailed document of the regulations. After perusing it thoroughly, Lu Feng realized the rules were overly intricate. He shook his head and remarked, Senior, these competition guidelines are excessively complicated. I propose simplifying them into 2 rounds. The first being a qualifying round where the sect presents its alchemical requirements, and those who meet the criteria may advance to the second round. The latter would allow the disciples to showcase their individual talents, culminating in evaluations by the judging panel. The reason for Lu Feng's modifications primarily stems from the diverse array of professions within the Bai group. If he were to evaluate each one individually, it would undoubtedly take several months. Very well, since you are the chief judge, we shall proceed according to your wishes. As for the requirements for the first round of alchemy, you shall manage them as you see fit. After this exchange, the elder Ouyang savored his spiritual tea with great satisfaction, while Lu Feng suddenly felt like a fool. Once their conversation concluded, Lu Feng returned to the Bai hall, inwardly lamenting, what have I done but create more work for myself? Nevertheless, having agreed to serve as the chief judge for the Bai group, he resolved to fulfill this responsibility diligently. He then began to contemplate the alchemical requirements for the first round of the competition. The primary sub-professions in the Jinluo sect include alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, formation techniques, beast taming, and spiritual plant cultivation. Among these, he was less versed in talisman crafting and beast taming, thus he would need to consult the respective elders on these matters. As for alchemy, weapon forging, and formation techniques, he decided to set the threshold at the intermediate level of the first tier. Spiritual plant cultivation would not be included as a competitive category, primarily due to the extensive time required for cultivation. One cannot expect competitors to demonstrate farming on the spot, can they? Resolute in his decision, Lu Feng transformed into a beam of light and swiftly made his way to the Talisman Pavilion, the designated location for talisman crafting within the Jinluo sect. Upon his arrival, the gatekeeper disciples immediately bowed and greeted him. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu. Is Elder Han present in the pavilion? The Elder Han, referred to by Lu Feng, is the presiding elder of the Talisman's Pavilion, albeit possessing only the cultivation level of peak foundation establishment. Elder Han is currently engaged in the pavilion. Does he require a disciple to guide Elder Lu? Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Following the gatekeeping disciple, Lu Feng soon encountered Elder Han, who was intently focused on drawing talismans, oblivious to Lu Feng's arrival. Just as the gatekeeping disciple was about to announce his presence, he was halted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head, signaling for him not to disturb the other party. The gatekeeper immediately understood and nodded, departing from the scene. Soon, a stick of incense had burned down, and Elder Han finally completed the talisman. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and, upon raising his gaze, spotted Lu Feng outside the door. Oh dear. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Please, come in, come in. Elder Han warmly welcomed Lu Feng inside. Elder Han, my sudden visit may be an imposition, Lu Feng remarked politely. Nonsense, Elder Lu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Feng revealed his purpose. There are a total of 7 judges for the 100 Arts group, and Elder Han is one among them. Upon hearing Lu Feng's intentions, Elder Han responded, Your suggestion is excellent. It will indeed simplify the competition for the 100 Arts group. Indeed, primarily because I am not well versed in talisman crafting. I would appreciate Elder Han's thoughts on how to set the threshold for this evaluation. Elder Han pondered for a moment and replied, The first-tier intermediate assessment you proposed could indeed serve as a viable benchmark for talisman crafting. If one cannot produce even a first-tier intermediate talisman, Then what merit is there in participating in the competition? Feng nodded, affirming that the matter of crafting symbols would pose no issues. He then inquired whether Elder Han possessed any knowledge regarding beast taming. Beast taming, you say? I have a rudimentary understanding, though I must caution that it entails certain dangers. I would not recommend including it as a competition event, Elder Han replied. Indeed, I would appreciate your guidance, Elder Han, Feng urged. Elder Han began elucidating the intricacies of beast taming, explaining that it involves practitioners capturing demonic beasts and spirit beasts as their companions. However, this process is fraught with challenges and peril. Typically, practitioners form teams to capture these creatures, employing special secret techniques and artifacts to gradually subdue them. During this taming process, the beasts often exhibit fierce resistance and aggression, necessitating the assistance of teammates to control them. Should beast taming be included as a competition event, it would be exceedingly difficult for an individual to tame a beast alone. Moreover, the process carries a risk of injury or even fatalities, which is why Elder Han advocated for its exclusion from the competition. Upon hearing this, Feng comprehended that, as it stood, the competition for the 100 Arts group would have to be limited to 4 events. I see. Very well, let us proceed according to Elder Han's counsel. After their discussion, Feng promptly sought out Sect Master Wang Tianyang and thoroughly explained the rules and events of the 100 Arts group. Wang Tianyang nodded in agreement and swiftly arranged for the re-announcement of the competition rules for the 100 Arts group. Before long, the day of the grand competition arrived, and thousands of disciples from the Falling Sword sect gathered in the competition square. The square was not only vast, but also surrounded by numerous pavilions for spectators. The audience from the southern region powers were allocated seats within these pavilions. Among them were the 4 prominent sects of the southern region: Qingshan sect, Wentian Pavilion, Yinhai sect, and Kushuemen. At this moment, an elder leading the Qingshan sect chuckled derisively. I never expected the disciples of the Falling Sword sect to have surpassed 10,000 in number. We must not underestimate them. A disciple from Qingshan sect interjected. Elderly, during our observations at the Falling Sword sect over the past few days, we found that most of these disciples are newcomers, possessing not only low cultivation levels, but also inferior spiritual roots, with many even having 4 and 5 spiritual roots. Oh, if that is indeed the case, then it seems the Falling Sword sect is merely putting on a facade, Elderly remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed, we shall soon ascertain the true strength of their disciples once the competition begins. As they conversed, a massive azure sword suddenly soared from the distance and hovered above the square, its clear ringing resonating throughout the area. Standing atop the colossal sword was a man clad in blue robes, none other than Ouyang Xuanqing, the Grand Elder of the Falling Sword sect. Welcome, esteemed friends, to the grand competition of the Falling Sword sect. I, Ouyang Xuanqing, shall preside over this event. I hereby declare the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Chapter 83. The appearance of Yi Chun. As Ouyang Xuanqing's words resonated, the square erupted with fervent excitement and joyous cheers. Once the clamor subsided, Ouyang Xuanqing continued. First, I would like to invite the judges of the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment groups to take the stage. 9 elders, including Li Hongling and Tai Ming, soared into the air and gracefully descended upon the judging panel. The disciples in the square gazed upon these esteemed judges with expressions of envy. Thus, we shall commence the first round of competition for the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment groups, which will entail a drawing of lots. I now invite all participating disciples to draw their lots, Ouyang Xuanqing proclaimed, his voice amplified by magical means, ensuring clarity for every individual present. Soon, all participating disciples had drawn their respective codes. Upon the conclusion of the drawing, Ouyang Xuanqing waved his hand, and instantly, the square was adorned with over 100 competition platforms, each protected by defensive formations. This spectacle left the visiting factions in a state of astonishment, for they had not anticipated such profound depth from the Falling Sword sect. Please proceed to your designated competition platforms according to your numbers. Should any participant fail to ascend the stage within 10 breaths, it shall be deemed a voluntary surrender. Likewise, those who concede upon reaching the stage or lose their combat capability shall also be considered to have forfeited. Now, I call upon the participants who have drawn their numbers to take the stage. With that, the numbered jade tokens in the hands of the contestants began to shimmer, revealing the respective platforms they were to compete upon. Without hesitation, the contestants dashed toward their designated arenas. At this moment, Feng, accompanied by Qin Tianqing and the venerable Ouyang Laiguai, observed from the grandest pavilion. Elder Lu, which disciple do you believe will ultimately claim victory in both the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment groups? Ouyang Laiguai inquired, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Lu Feng shook his head, for his understanding of these disciples was rather limited, leaving him unable to make any guesses. Senior, I truly cannot fathom this. Ouyang, the elder, replied with a faint smile. Hee, your 100 Arts Hall has some disciples participating in these two groups of competitions. You might want to pay close attention. Lu Feng nodded and began to observe the competition unfolding on the arena below. The first round featured the Qi training group, where he noticed several disciples who had achieved the pinnacle of Qi training. These individuals not only possessed formidable cultivation levels but also exhibited exceptional strength. However, the number of participants in the Qi training group was immense, surpassing 4,000. In contrast, the Foundation establishment group had significantly fewer competitors, with only about 100 participants. This disparity was unsurprising, as most of these disciples were newly initiated members of the sect, and their cultivation levels were not particularly high. Among them, Lu Feng's attention was drawn to a young man named Chun, who appeared to be on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training. It seemed that during the past 3 days, Chun had dedicated himself to rigorous training. Fortunately, his abilities were commendable, as he successfully triumphed in all 3 rounds of the draw competition. After these 3 rounds, only a little over 500 disciples remained in the Qi training group, while a mere 16 continued in the Foundation establishment group. The remaining participants were predominantly strong, making the forthcoming matches the true spectacle of the event. At that moment, Elder Li from the Qingshan sect shook his head disdainfully, remarking on the declining standards of the disciples from the Falling Sword sect. It was utterly laughable that even the early-stage Qi training disciples could compete. Elder, I told you Falling Sword sect is incapable. With such strength, they will never rise to the ranks of first-rate powers, he scoffed. Indeed, you are correct. However, there are still a few capable disciples within Falling Sword sect. Once the competition concludes and the top 10 are selected, you should go down and temper their arrogance, the elder instructed. Yes, elder. This sentiment was not unique to the Qingshan sect. The other 3 first-rate powers shared the same intention. Officially, they were there to observe the Falling Sword sect's grand competition, but in reality, they aimed to undermine it. It was these 4 major sects that had initially proposed the exclusion of Falling Sword sect from the ranks of first-rate powers, and now they were determined to prevent its resurgence. As the intermission concluded, Ouyang Xian promptly announced the commencement of the Qi training group's defending matches. Instantly, 10 colossal competition platforms emerged in the arena, each several times larger than the previous ones, fortified with even more robust defensive formations. The remaining 500-plus participants in the Qi training group eagerly prepared themselves, eyeing one another to see who would dare to be the first to step onto the platform to defend their title. At that moment, a middle-aged disciple boldly leaped onto the first platform. I am Zhang Bin. I humbly request guidance from all my senior brothers and fellow disciples. As the individual ascended the stage, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembled disciples. Zhang Bin, a seasoned disciple who had endured the trials of the Falling Sword sect and the alliance of extermination, stood before them. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, yet he was somewhat advanced in age, being 36 this year. Known for his reticence and infrequent interactions with fellow disciples, Zhang's formidable abilities were nonetheless undeniable. Upon recognizing Zhang Bin, most of the competing disciples promptly abandoned thoughts of challenging him. In the meantime, other disciples eagerly took to the 9 remaining platforms. None among these initial challengers possessed a cultivation below the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with 6 boasting the 9th layer. Observing this, several defiant disciples leaped onto the stage to engage in contests. As the battles commenced, an increasing number of participants ascended, and soon, 9 of the 10 platforms were alive with combat. Only Zhang Bin's platform remained unchallenged. For any disciple who had emerged from that fierce conflict was bound to possess superior cultivation and combat experience compared to others. They were individuals forged through the crucible of blood and fire. At this moment, Zhang Bin stood resolute on the stage, his long sword in hand, emanating an aura of sword intent that deterred any would-be challengers from approaching. The panel of 9 judges observed Zhang Bin's demeanor and nodded in approval. This young man shows great promise. He shall undoubtedly become a formidable sword cultivator in the future, remarked Elder Tai Ming, stroking his beard. Indeed, Elder Tai is correct. I am familiar with Zhang Bin. While he may be taciturn, his loyalty to the sect is unwavering, another elder concurred. As the judges deliberated, a youthful figure gracefully leaped onto the first platform. Li Hongling, witnessing this, immediately lost her composure, poised to rush forward. The newcomer was none other than her prized disciple. Yi Chun, Brother Zhang, I, Yi Chun, challenge you. Please bestow your guidance upon me. Chapter 84. The challenge of Qing Shan Sect. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's bold ascent to the first platform. Astonished that someone dared to challenge Zhang Bin. Is it truly you, junior brother Yi Chen? Your cultivation stands at merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Zhang Bin inquired, having discerned the significant disparity in their realms, a full 3 tiers apart, a chasm not easily bridged. Moreover, Zhang Bin possessed extensive combat experience, and even those at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage hesitated to confront him, let alone someone like Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was known to be the direct disciple of Li Hongling, a fact that commanded respect. A disciple nurtured under the guidance of a nascent soul cultivator would surely possess extraordinary qualities. Intrigued, Zhang Bin was eager to ascertain the true extent of Yi Chen's capabilities. With a serious expression, Yi Chen reiterated, Brother Zhang, my ascension to this stage is solely for the purpose of challenging you. As the words fell, a superior-grade magic sword materialized in Yi Chen's hand, and he swiftly charged towards Zhang Bin. Observing this, Zhang Bin nodded slightly, and a superior-grade spirit sword instantly shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Yi Chen. Those at the peak of the Qi refinement stage could wield flying swords, while those at the 6th level of Qi refinement could not. Thus, Yi Chen found himself at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. Zhang Bin's spirit sword swiftly slashed towards Yi Chen, its speed and might far beyond what a 6th level Qi refinement cultivator could withstand. However, Yi Chen nimbly evaded the strike with a flicker of his form. Is that a mysterious level movement technique? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhang Bin's eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen had already closed the distance, and he brought his magic sword down with force. Bang! Zhang Bin effortlessly parried the blow with his sword, then swiftly formed a hand seal with his left hand, causing a half-meter-long ground spike to suddenly erupt from the earth, aimed at Yi Chen. Yet, bolstered by the mysterious level movement technique, Yi Chen managed to counter Zhang Bin's relentless assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each demonstrating their prowess, eliciting cheers from the spectators below. Among them, the only one filled with concern was Li Hongling, seated at the judges' table. At this moment, she regretted allowing Yi Chen to participate in the sect competition. What if he were to suffer irreparable damage? As the contest progressed, Yi Chen gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Although his total spiritual energy, enhanced by his heavenly-grade spiritual root, was not inferior to Zhang Bin's, his actual combat experience was lacking. While the initial stages might not reveal much, the disparity would inevitably become apparent as the battle wore on. It seemed that senior brother Zhang's skills were indeed superior. Yes, though junior brother Yi is quite formidable, he lacks in combat experience. Not necessarily. I sense that junior brother Yi still has some hidden cards to play. Oh, even if Yi Chun has hidden cards, does senior brother Zhang not possess any? The disciples watching from below began to voice their opinions. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Qingshan sect, elderly and numerous disciples were captivated by the duel between Yi Chen and Zhang Bin. The two combatants on the first platform were impressive, particularly the young man at the 6th level of Qi refinement. While his practical experience may not match that of his opponent, I can discern that his talent is extraordinary, certainly a top-tier spiritual root. Elderly analyzed. Elder, that individual is named Yi Chun, a direct disciple of Elder Li Hongling from the Falling Sword sect. Oh, so he is Elder Li's disciple. Wang Long, when the match nears its conclusion, you are to challenge this Yi Chen. If he dares to accept, ensure that he is thoroughly defeated. Understood? A robust disciple standing 2 meters tall and at the peak of the Qi refinement stage bowed and replied, Yes, I will remember this. At this moment, on the first platform, Yi Chen found himself in a perilous situation, and should this continue, his defeat would be inevitable. It seemed he had no choice but to break through amidst the battle. In Yi Chen's heart, a powerful aura emanated from his being, forcefully pushing Zhang Bin back by several meters. Is this a breakthrough? Zhang Bin thought, his expression filled with skepticism. Immediately, before Zhang Bin and the others, Yi Chun made a direct breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi training on the stage, a realm often referred to as the late stage of Qi training. Zhang Bin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from attacking Yi Chen during his breakthrough. He was curious to observe how Yi Chen would perform in battle post-breakthrough. As a fellow disciple, it was unnecessary to take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable moment. This lad actually dared to break through in the heat of battle. How audacious. Elder Taiming exclaimed in astonishment. This boy is too reckless. I shall confine him once the competition concludes, Li Hongling retorted, irritation evident in her tone. Taiming shot a glance at Li Hongling, his expression one of bemusement. Your disciple is making such a spectacle in the competition, and yet you speak of confinement. How truly ironic. Before long, Yi Chen's cultivation level stabilized at the 7th level of Qi training, and a confident expression appeared on his face. Zhang, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Now, shall we continue? He chuckled. Indeed, let us. In truth, Zhang Bin had not previously exerted his full strength against Yi Chen. But now it seemed he had no choice but to give his all. The two resumed their fierce clash. At this moment, Yi Chen's total spiritual energy surpassed that of Zhang Bin, yet Zhang Bin's combat experience outweighed Yi Chen's. They were now truly engaged in a battle of dragons and tigers. Neither side found it easy to secure a swift victory over the other. Meanwhile, the champions of the other 9 stages were continuously changing. After an hour of combat, the final champions were determined. Only on the first stage were Yi Chun and Zhang Bin still locked in intense battle. Such a prolonged struggle revealed signs of fatigue in both of them. Just as they prepared to unleash their respective trump cards, Ouyang Xuanqing suddenly appeared on the first stage. All right, both of you have successfully passed the second round of the competition. Let the next round of scoring determine the victor. Yi Chun and Zhang Bin were momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully to Ouyang Xuanqing, saying, Yes, Elder Ouyang. Afterward, they exchanged a glance, though somewhat fatigued. Their eyes sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit. At that moment, Li Hongling flew over from the judge's table and began to reprimand Yi Chun. Did you not promise me you would not take risks? What do you mean, Wait until the competition concludes, and I shall deal with you. Yi Chun scratched his head, presenting an innocent demeanor. Subsequently, Ouyang Xuanqing announced the entry of the Qi Refinement Group into the third round of the competition. Originally set at 10 slots, but due to the remarkable performances of Zhang Bin and Yi Chun, it was increased to 11. At that moment, several disciples of the Qingshan sect descended from the pavilion to the square. Leading them was a young man in white attire, a practitioner who had achieved great perfection in Qi refinement. He clasped his hands in respect towards Ouyang Xuanqing and said, Elder Ouyang, I am Li Hua, an outer disciple of the Qingshan sect. Having just witnessed your sect's disciples in combat, I felt compelled to challenge them. Therefore, I wish to represent the Qingshan sect in a contest against your 11 Qi refinement disciples. Might your esteemed sect accept this challenge? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the Qingshan disciple, astonished that they would dare to make such a bold statement. Ouyang Xuanqing's expression slightly shifted. The audacity to publicly challenge the disciples of the Falling Sword sect was a clear affront. However, to decline the challenge would certainly belittle the Falling Sword sect. Just as Ouyang Xuanqing hesitated, the disciples of the Falling Sword sect below erupted in fervent shouts. Elder Ouyang, please accept the challenge from the Qingshan sect. We are certain we can triumph over them. Indeed, accept their challenge. Watch how I defeat this motley crew. Most disciples of the Falling Sword sect were sword cultivators, and they naturally did not fear such challenges. Yet, Ouyang Xuanqing, being a nascent soul expert, could see that each of the 10 Qi refinement disciples from the Qingshan sect was exceptionally powerful, undoubtedly among the elite of their realm. Given the current capabilities of the Falling Sword sect's disciples, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome these formidable opponents. We, the Falling Sword sect, accept the challenge from the Qingshan sect. At that moment, the voice of the elder, Ouyang Lao, resonated from the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the disciples displayed expressions of excitement, while the elders of the Falling Sword sect bore complex expressions. However, since the Grand Elder had spoken, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. Ouyang Xuanqing regarded the 10 disciples of the Qingshan sect and coldly proclaimed, Since you wish to challenge my sect's disciples, let us adhere to the rules of the arena competition. Very well, no objections. As 10 disciples from the Qingshan sect leapt onto the arena, they began to taunt the disciples of the Luojian sect below. Instantly, some of the Luojian disciples could no longer contain their rage and jumped onto the stage to engage in combat. In no time, the first batch of Luojian disciples was completely defeated, with more than half suffering severe injuries, and some even losing their cultivation altogether. This scene only fueled the anger of the Luojian disciples, who, eager to defend their fellow sect members from humiliation, sent forth their own disciples at the peak of Qi refinement to challenge their opponents. As the challenges persisted, 6 of the 10 disciples from the Qinshan sect were incapacitated on the spot. However, the Luojian sect paid an even more tragic price. At this moment, a disciple named Wang Long remained standing in the arena, and after several rounds of challenges, it became apparent that he was a body cultivator. In the early stages, body cultivators possess unmatched strength, without exception, particularly in the Qi refinement realm, where cultivators cannot yet fly with their swords. Body cultivators of the same level are virtually invincible. Consequently, fewer and fewer dared to challenge Wang Long, who surveyed the Luojian disciples below with a disdainful gaze. He then pointed at Chen, a short distance away, and proclaimed, "You, do you dare to ascend the stage and fight me?" Chun's brow furrowed immediately, yet his eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. "Very well. I shall fight you." Before Chen could step onto the stage, Zhang Bin jumped up first. "Junior brother Yi, allow me to handle this." Chun felt a mix of emotions, understanding that Zhang Bin intended to protect him. "All right, but brother Zhang, please proceed with caution." Zhang Bin nodded and turned his attention to Wang Long on the stage. "I am Zhang Bin of the Luojian sect. I seek your guidance." Wang Long displayed a fleeting look of disappointment, which quickly transformed into a cold expression. "Since you wish to seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Wang Long's figure blurred and vanished from sight in an instant. His speed was such that it was beyond the reaction capability of a Qi refinement cultivator. Zhang Bin hastily summoned his spirit sword to attack, but in the next moment, Wang Long was already before him, his fist, sized like a cauldron, coming down with tremendous force. Bang! Fortunately, Zhang Bin, with his extensive combat experience, managed to draw his sword in time to block the blow, preventing a direct hit. However, the terrifying power behind the punch sent him flying backward. "Humph, is that all you have?" Wang Long let out a cold snort and swiftly pursued his opponent. The prowess of a body cultivator at the Qi refinement stage was indeed beyond that of the spell and sword cultivators. As a single punch sent Zhang Bin into a disadvantageous position. Subsequently, Zhang Bin struggled to fend off Wang Long's relentless onslaught. With the continuous barrage of attacks, it became exceedingly difficult for Zhang Bin to seize opportunities for counterattacks, and even when he did manage to strike back, Wang Long effortlessly thwarted Zhang Bin's spiritual sword assaults with mere physical defense. If this continued, Zhang Bin was destined for defeat. Before long, half an hour had passed, and only 2 of the 10 disciples from the Qinshan sect remained unthrown from the arena. At this juncture, disciples from the Weniansh, Yunheizong, and Cuximing ascended the stage one after another. They then clasped their hands towards Ouyang Xuanqing and proclaimed, "I am Zhang Minghai, an inner disciple of the Weniansh, and I challenge the disciples of your esteemed sect Qi refinement group on behalf of my sect." The same goes for Yunheizong, and Cuximing stands in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang Xuanqing's anger flared. "Do you 4 major sects truly believe that there are no capable individuals in my falling sword sect, challenging our disciples in succession?" "Ah, Elder Ouyang, there is no need for such ire. We merely wish to engage in friendly sparring with your disciples, harboring no intention of humiliation," they replied. However, the reality was that the 4 major sects of the southern region were conspiring to undermine the falling sword sect's reputation. Having already accepted the challenge from the Qinshan sect, it would be unacceptable to decline the challenges from the other 3 sections. "Very well, if you desire a contest, then let it be so. The falling sword sect shall accept your challenges," Ouyang declared. "Ha, your sect certainly possesses remarkable courage. I am most impressed." With that, the Qi refinement disciples of the 3 major sects leapt onto the arena, ready to face the challenges posed by the disciples of the falling sword sect. At this moment, in the grandest pavilion, Elder Ouyang, with a grave expression, observed the battles taking place on the stage and inquired, "Elder Lu, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lu Feng wore an expression of helplessness. At present, most disciples of the falling sword sect were newcomers, and their overall strength naturally paled in comparison to the other 4 first-rate powers. Alas, if these 4 factions play at the beginning, then I shall have to play at 15. "Oh, are you implying? If they dare to challenge the disciples of my sect, then I shall challenge their elders." Qin Tianqing, standing behind him, was astonished upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lao Guai displayed a look of intrigue, saying, "Well then, Elder Lu shall engage in a little pastime with their elders." Chapter 86. Lu Feng instantly defeats the 4 great Yuanying. What began as a well-ordered competition for the falling sword sect had now devolved into chaos. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Ouyang Xuanqing and the 9 judges took to the skies above the arena, vigilantly monitoring the battles below. When Chen saw the disciple of the Ku Shui men ascend the stage, a surge of hatred erupted within him. His motivation for joining the falling sword sect was to avenge his deceased family, and the Ku Shui men were the root of the calamity. Without hesitation, Chen leaped onto the 7th arena, where a disciple of the Ku Shui men stood. However, this disciple had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement. It seems I've struck gold. To encounter a genius disciple of the falling sword sect right from the start is truly astonishing. The disciple of the Ku Shui men remarked with mockery. At that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Chen's eyes. With a swift motion, he drew forth his high-grade sword. I am Chen, a disciple of the falling sword sect, here to learn your esteemed techniques. The timing is perfect. Watch as I render you useless. The two sides instantly clashed, with the disciple of the Ku Shui men being formidable in his own right, matching Chen's prowess. As the 4 great sects took turns challenging the falling sword sect, a young man clad in a black and white robe appeared in the sky above the square. He stood poised in midair, exuding a demeanor of calmness and ease. I am Feng, an elder of the 100 Arts Hall of the Falling Sword Sect. Since your 4 sects are so inclined to engage, I, Lu, shall seize this opportunity to challenge the elders of your sections. Do you dare to accept? Feng amplified his voice through his magical powers, instantly allowing everyone present to hear him. At this declaration, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. The elders of the 4 great factions, seated in their lofts, swiftly took to the air. Each leading elder from these factions was a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. And upon recognizing Feng as a formidable being of the nascent soul stage, they dared not engage in combat. Yet, despite their trepidation, they still sought to preserve their dignity. Elder Li of the Qingshan sect was the first to speak, remarking, "So it is you, Elder Lu. I have long heard tales of your prowess in defeating several nascent soul experts single-handedly. It is indeed a remarkable sight to behold you today." Feng chuckled coldly. Is this esteemed elder of the Qingshan sect prepared to accept my challenge? Elder Li felt a jolt of surprise within and coughed lightly, ahem. I am merely a late-stage golden core cultivator. How could I dare to engage in a contest of skills with Elder Lu? If you fear the challenge, why do you step forward? With that, Feng waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of power that instantly sent his opponent flying. Witnessing this, the expressions of the elders from the other 3 major factions darkened considerably. At that moment, an elder from the Kushua sect voiced his dissatisfaction. Isn't it a bit excessive for Elder Lu to suddenly strike at the elder of the Qingshan sect? Is this how the Luojian sect treats its guests? I merely sought to engage in a friendly exchange with the elders of your 4 sects. Is there truly a problem with that? With these words, Feng's gaze shifted toward the arena below, clearly implying something. The elders of the 4 major sects fell silent. They had initiated the challenges with their disciples first. And now that someone wished to challenge their elders, what grounds did they have to object? As the crowd remained quiet, several figures appeared in the skies above the Luojian sect. I have long heard of Elder Lu's illustrious reputation. Seeing it today, it is indeed well-deserved. Therefore, the Qingshan sect shall accept Elder Lu's challenge. We, too, from the Wenianj, shall accept. We also consent. The 4 figures in the sky were naturally the nascent soul powerhouses from the 4 major sects of the southern domain. They had come to the Luojian sect fully prepared, each dispatching a nascent soul cultivator for protection. Feng raised his gaze towards the 4 individuals, discovering that they all possessed late-stage Yuan in cultivation. Excellent. Since you have accepted the challenge, let us ascend to the heavens for a sparring session. With that, Feng transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, followed by the 4 individuals who also shot upwards like beams of brilliance. Immediately after, several more streaks of light emerged from the falling sword sect. Among them was the notorious Ouyang. However, before they could approach, a figure plummeted from the sky, engulfed in fierce flames. It was an elder from the Weniang pavilion. Timing exclaimed in disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than another figure fell from the sky, missing an arm. Before anyone could react, the final 2 figures also descended from the heavens. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Even the disciples engaged in combat on the arena paused their duels, fixated on the unfolding drama above. Soon after, Feng's figure reappeared in the arena's sky. He chuckled. Is this truly the strength of the 4 leading sects of the southern region? Hardly impressive. At this moment, the gazes directed at Lu Feng transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment. The duel between Lu Feng and the four formidable Yuaning cultivators lasted less than 10 breaths. An unfathomably brief encounter. In the collective understanding, the higher one as cultivation, the longer the battle. Yet, how could the current situation be explained? Even Ouyang, the legendary figure, looked at Lu Feng with disbelief. As a perfected Yuaning practitioner, he was well acquainted with battles of the same realm. Yet, the scene before him was perplexing. Witnessing their Yuaning powerhouse being struck down, the Golden Core Elder from Wenyang Pavilion immediately transformed into a streak of light to offer assistance. Upon approaching, he discovered that the figure had been burnt beyond recognition. Though alive, his physical form was utterly destroyed. Elder Yuan, how are you? Cough, quickly, take the disciples away from Falling Sword Sect. The Wenyang Pavilion's Yuaning powerhouse had scarcely ascended to the sky when Lu Feng's fireball spell struck him, obliterating his defensive artifact in an instant. He then plummeted back down. In essence, this individual had failed to withstand even a single strike from Lu Feng and was thus lost. Such a terrifying Falling Sword Sect was no longer a force that Wenyang Pavilion could afford to provoke. Hence, the urgency for the Golden Core Elder to hasten the departure of the disciples. Elder Yuan, hold on. I will summon help. Cough, summon what nonsense? We must flee. As Elder Yuan spoke, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. The other three nascent soul experts were in a similar state, directly commanding the Golden Core Elders to lead their disciples away from the Falling Sword Sect. Observing this, the four major sects had no choice but to depart in a dejected manner, accompanied by their disciples and the severely injured nascent soul elders. The invitation to witness the grand competition extended to more than just the four prominent forces. Many second and third-tier factions from the southern region were also present. They gazed at the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered. Oh my goodness! Elder Lu of the Falling Sword Sect is truly terrifying. I thought the sect was on the verge of collapse, but it seems I was overly naive. Indeed, the Falling Sword Sect even reached out to our clan, hoping to have us as their affiliated force, which I declined at the time. Now, I find myself regretting that decision. Thankfully, I did not outright refuse. Once the competition concludes, I shall pledge my allegiance to the Falling Sword Sect. With Elder Lu around, it is only a matter of time before the sect soars to greatness. Instantly, the invited factions from the southern region began to express their opinions. Some second and third-tier forces were already reassessing the strength of the Falling Sword Sect. Chapter 87. Breakthrough of the Qingmu technique to the first level. With the departure of the four major factions, the sect competition soon returned to its normal course. Ultimately, the top three in the Qi cultivation group were Shaoli, Yichen, and Zhang Bin. Among them, Shaoli was the disciple of exceptional fire spiritual roots, personally taught by sect master Wang Tianyang. Typically modest and unassuming, she triumphed over her peers in this competition, earning the title of first in the Qi cultivation group. This revelation made Yi Chun realize that there are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond his own. It became evident that diligent cultivation was necessary to avoid lagging behind. On the other hand, Zhang Bin took a more relaxed stance. He immediately entered seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage after the competition, showing little concern for the title of the competition. As for the foundation establishment group, most were veteran disciples, among whom Wang An of the 100 Arts Hall surprisingly secured second place in foundation establishment, catching Lu Feng off guard. Lu Feng offered encouragement to Wang An, expressing hope that he would strive diligently and swiftly advance to the Golden Core realm. The final event was the competition of the 100 Arts group, where Lu Feng, serving as the chief judge, failed to discern any particularly gifted disciples. Many participants were preoccupied with alchemy and refining, which left Lu Feng somewhat speechless. Once the sect competition officially concluded, the Falling Sword Sect returned to its usual state. However, the evaluations of the Falling Sword Sect by various cultivation powers in the southern region began to shift. What was once perceived as a declining sect, now stirred by Lu Feng's intervention, prompted second and third-rate factions to exhibit renewed interest. Even if they could not become affiliated with the Falling Sword Sect, they sought to maintain cooperative relations. Consequently, the three affiliated cultivation cities of the Falling Sword Sect became lively and bustling. The four major first-rate powers in the southern region, however, refrained from mentioning the recent events of the sect competition, primarily due to the embarrassment of having their nascent soul experts swiftly defeated by Lu Feng. What could they possibly say? Soon, Tales of the Falling Sword Sect's competition spread throughout the southern region, and Lu Feng's achievements grew increasingly embellished with each retelling. In no time, Lu Feng's reputation soared, prompting many small cultivation families and lower-tier factions to eagerly align themselves with the Falling Sword Sect. This news even reached the eastern region, where first-rate powers such as the Tianling sect and the Xianyu sect received it promptly. Among those who had clashed with Lu Feng, the nascent soul experts harbored particularly complex emotions. For instance, Zhang Daoran, the leader of the Tianling sect, was currently in the Great Hall, furiously smashing objects in frustration. That detestable Lu Feng had managed to thrive in the southern region as well. It was infuriating. Beside him, the Grand Elder Li Xining and Luo Qing wore expressions of concern. As Lu Feng's strength grows, so too does the threat he poses to the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Observing Zhang Daoran seething with impotent rage, Li Xianming cautiously interjected, "Sect Master, although Lu Feng has become a formidable force, as long as the ancestor remains, he cannot stir up too much trouble. Humph. This boy has slain my nephew and seized the sacred artifact of our sect. This grudge must be avenged. However, it seems we may not be a match for Lu Feng, especially now that he resides in the southern domain. Even the ancestor may find him difficult to contend with." I doubt that," Zhang Daoran retorted. "Elderly, I want you to go to Lu Family Town at once and bring Lu Feng's parents and relatives to the Heavenly Spirit Sect." "I refuse to believe he would dare not come." But Sect Master, I fear that other factions will speak ill of us for such actions." Before Li Xianming could finish, Zhang Daoran impatiently interrupted. "Now is not the time to concern ourselves with others' opinions. If we can capture Lu Feng and reclaim the sacred artifact, then all will be justified. Follow my orders without hesitation." "Very well," Li Xianming replied, and with that, the Grand Elder departed the main hall, soaring into the skies with his disciples towards the sect's outskirts. As a being traversing the realms, Lu Feng possesses his own parents and kin in this world. Yet they are merely mortals. Presently, the Heavenly Spirit Sect, unable to contend with Lu Feng, resorts to capturing his family members, a most disgraceful act within the realm of cultivation. The principle of not bringing calamity upon one's family is a lesson even the mundane world comprehends, yet Zhang Daoran persists in this despicable endeavor. Meanwhile, within the confines of his cave abode in the Falling Sword Sect, Lu Feng diligently immerses himself in cultivation, oblivious to the actions of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. However, as a formidable practitioner, he possesses an innate sense that often alerts him to impending events. At this moment, he experiences a foreboding sensation. What could be the source of this inexplicable feeling? Is something amiss about to transpire? Lu Feng ceased his cultivation, his eyes opening to reveal a look of skepticism. He lowered his head in contemplation. Although there were many who harbored disdain for him, only the Tianling sect had truly become his mortal enemy. Thus, this unsettling feeling likely stemmed from some scheme concocted by the Tianling sect. Could it be that Zhang Qishuan was planning to target the Falling Sword sect? Surely that could not be the case. Alas, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Once his prowess reached the transformation god stage, he would no longer fear the threats posed by the Tianling sect. At that point, he might even personally confront the Tianling sect, ensuring that those wretched beings faced the consequences for their past deeds. Time swiftly passed, and another month slipped away. It had been over 2 months since the conclusion of the Falling Sword Sect's grand competition, during which Lu Feng had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating. His strength had ascended to a minor realm, and he was now not far from the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage. The experience required for a breakthrough in the mid-nascent soul stage amounted to 200,000, which explained the gradual pace of his cultivation. Lu Feng ceased his cultivation and glanced at the proficiency panel. Techniques: Qingmu Ju, Fusion Dao 9999901000000, Cha Xingju, Entry 0100. At this moment, however, his proficiency in Qingmu Ju was merely 10 points shy of completion. Previously, the Blood Soul Sword had mentioned that proficiency levels encompass 9 tiers, with Fusion Dao being the 8th. As for the 9th proficiency level, it remained undisclosed by the Blood Soul Sword, but Lu Feng would soon uncover it. Thereafter, Lu Feng closed his eyes once more and commenced the practice of Qingmu Ju. You have executed Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a cultivation advancement, Experience 1. You have executed Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a cultivation advancement, Experience 1. As Lu Feng completed the 10th cycle of Qingmu Ju, 4 new pieces of information suddenly emerged at the bottom of the proficiency panel. You have executed Qingmu Ju, Proficiency 1. You have achieved a cultivation advancement, Experience 1. Your proficiency in Qingmu Ju has reached 1 million, elevating the technique from Fusion Dao to returning unity. Congratulations on attaining the highest proficiency level. The fusion functionality has now been unlocked for you. Chapter 88. Fusion functionality before Lu Feng could examine the newly unlocked feature. An overwhelming sense of profound enlightenment abruptly enveloped him. Instantly, the entire Falling Sword sect was imbued with the traces of great Tao flowing through it. As myriad celestial phenomena manifested above the sect, majestic sights such as the harmonious radiance of the sun and moon, the bright moon rising over the sea, the flourishing of all things, and auspicious dragons and phoenixes unfurled before all to behold. Such a cataclysmic spectacle swiftly attracted the attention of the Falling Sword sect and nearby factions, who rushed to witness the marvel. Ouyang Laogui and a multitude of elders and disciples soared into the air, gazing in astonishment at the celestial phenomena unfolding around them, rendered momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Li Hongling finally spoke. Elder Taishang, it appears this celestial phenomenon originates from our Falling Sword sect. Could it be that a remarkable treasure has emerged? Not quite. This does not resemble the commotion of a treasure's arrival. It seems more akin to the manifestation accompanying the birth of an unparalleled person of great fortune, Ouyang Laogui pondered. Is that truly the case? Has a prodigy been born within our Falling Sword sect? The sect leader, Wang Tianyang, exclaimed excitedly. Ouyang Laogui shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. Let us continue to observe the situation. As the extraordinary phenomena continued to unfold, nearby cultivation factions hastened to the vicinity of the Falling Sword sect. In the face of such exaggerated manifestations, onlookers were momentarily rendered dumbfounded. Alas, this is a grand celestial phenomenon. It seems I have indeed made the right choice in selecting the Falling Sword sect. It appears that a genius has emerged from the Falling Sword sect. I wonder what kind of prodigy has been born? I suspect it may not necessarily be the birth of a genius. It could also signify a breakthrough in techniques. At this remark, many cultivators turned to regard the speaker with incredulous expressions. Friend, to suggest that such an exaggerated celestial phenomenon is merely the result of a technique breakthrough? What caliber of technique could possibly give rise to such an event? Cough. I am merely speaking casually. Why do you all gaze upon me so? At this moment, Lu Feng, immersed in profound enlightenment within the cave, remains oblivious to the circumstances beyond. He is still embracing the vast insights bestowed by the primordial greenwood technique. The traces of the great Tao emerging from the outside world emanate from him. While the integration of Tao level involves the absorption and amalgamation of the rules of the great Tao, the primordial unity represents a true unification with the Tao, achieving the highest realm of natural harmony. Suddenly, the blood soul sword shot forth from Lu Feng's body, positioning itself resolutely before the cave's entrance, seemingly to deter any intruders. Truly, a remarkable prodigy. This moment is indeed a testament to history. Ha. The blood elder laughed with exhilaration. In over 10,000 years, he had never encountered a talent like Lu Feng. Not even in the sacred land of heavenly spirits a millennium ago was there anyone who could rival him. Perhaps this young lad truly possesses the potential to shatter the curse of this realm and become that one in 10,000. The epiphany of Lu Feng persisted for a day and a night, mirroring the celestial phenomena of the Falling Sword sect. Once his insight was fully absorbed, Lu Feng gradually opened his eyes, and the profound traces of the Tao that emanated from him, along with the external celestial manifestations, abruptly ceased. It turns out that this level of mastery is truly extraordinary. My Qingmu technique has ascended to the mid-tier of the Tao rank. Remarkably, no technique of this caliber has yet emerged across the entirety of the Yushao continent. Now that my Qingmu technique has reached the mid-tier of the Tao rank, should I advance further, it would evolve into an unparalleled celestial technique. Let me test how long it takes to circulate the Qingmu technique at this level through a complete cycle. With that thought, Lu Feng immediately began to operate the Qingmu technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the cave surged forth with a voracious appetite, wildly converging into his body. In the brief passage of a single breath, the Qingmu technique had completed a full cycle within him. You have operated the Qingmu technique once, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. Incredible! Completed in just a breath? A breath spans merely 3 to 5 seconds, even considering the longest duration of 5 seconds. This is 12 times faster than the previous 60 seconds. By this estimation, cultivating continuously for a day and night could yield nearly 20,000 points of cultivation experience. Currently, he requires 200,000 experience points to elevate to the next minor realm. At this pace, a breakthrough could be achieved in just over 10 days. At this moment, Lu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. The Qingmu Ju truly lived up to its reputation. It was indeed extraordinary. Once his fervent emotions settled, Lu Feng promptly opened the proficiency panel to examine it. Name: Lu Feng. Age: 211,300. Cultivation level: 6th layer of Yuan Ing 18235520. Technique: Qingmu Ju, return to 1. Changxing Ju, beginner 0-100, innate divine ability. Yin Yang Xiu, proficient 56200. Spells: Vines technique, flawless 788-1000. Spirit rain technique, flawless 446-1000. Fireball technique, perfect 812-1000. Golden armor technique, flawless 664-1000. Cloud treading technique, flawless 550-1000. Alchemy, Qi restoration pill, perfect 300-1000. Spirit gathering pill, perfect 300-1000. Spirit nourishing pill, perfect 300-1000. Heavenly Sun pill, major achievement 150400. Infant formation pill, beginner 10100. Mirror breaking pill, minor achievement 0300. Foundation establishment pill, minor achievement 200300. Bone restoration pill, beginner 1100. Cultivation arts, spirit plant master, 3rd stage 120500. Alchemist, 4th stage 296230000. Artifact refiner, 3rd stage 15001000. Array master, 3rd stage 1100000. At this moment, the proficiency value behind the Qingmu Ju had vanished, replaced by a plus sign. This left Lu Feng perplexed. What purpose did this plus sign serve? Could it be that this plus sign indicated a newly unlocked fusion function? Thus, Lu Feng focused his thoughts and touched the plus sign on the panel. Instantly, a new panel of information appeared. Please select the technique you wish to fuse. Following the panel's prompt, Lu Feng contemplated briefly and discerned that only the Changxing Ju qualified as a technique, so he directly selected it. The selected techniques tier is too low. The enhancement from fusion would be negligible. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Does fusion require a tier requirement for the techniques? Nevertheless, to experiment with the fusion feature, Lu Feng opted to proceed. In an instant, the Changxing Ju merged into the Qingmu Ju, the two disparate techniques intertwining within his mind. However, the Changxing Ju was indeed inferior. This yellow tier technique offered no enhancement to the current Qingmu Ju. The fusion function was primarily designed to allow different techniques to combine, resulting in a higher tier technique. At this moment, the Qingmu Ju transformed into the Qingmu Changxing Ju. So that is how it works. It seems he would need to seek out some higher tier techniques in the future. Chapter 89. Visitors from the Heavenly Spirit Sect. After comprehending the fusion function, Lu Feng immersed himself in his cultivation once more. With the enhancement of the first level Qingmu longevity technique, his cultivation speed accelerated exponentially, surpassing his previous pace by more than tenfold. Meanwhile, the world outside speculated about the extraordinary phenomena that had suddenly appeared at the Falling Sword sect, prompting the old monster Ouyang to instruct the sect's higher-ups to discreetly investigate the origins of these anomalies. Time passed, and over the course of more than half a month, Lu Feng, who had been in seclusion, achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer of the Yuaning realm. Now, a mere step forward would elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of Yuaning. At that point, he would be able to utilize the sword's soul barrier of the Blood Soul Sword. On this day, a disciple from the Heavenly Spirit Sect, at the Foundation establishment stage, arrived at the Falling Sword sect. The patrolling disciples, upon spotting him, prepared to draw their swords in defense. However, the Heavenly Spirit disciple raised his hand to halt them, saying, "Hold on. I bear no ill intentions. I come as a messenger from the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Please deliver this letter and this item to Elder Lu of your esteemed sect." As he spoke, the Foundation establishment disciple presented the letter and a silver bracelet. The 4 patrolling disciples, realizing he was merely delivering a message, gradually sheathed their weapons. Does your Heavenly Spirit Sect have some ulterior motives? One of them asked. The Foundation establishment disciple responded with a calm smile. I am merely a bearer of tidings. Now that my task is complete, I shall take my leave. This disciple, arriving alone at the Falling Sword sect, was filled with trepidation, and after handing over the letter and item, he quickly departed. The 4 patrolling disciples, witnessing his departure, decided to fetch Lu Feng. Upon entering the 100 Arts Hall, they were intercepted by the attendant Zhang Hai. Junior brother Zhang, might I inquire if Elder Lu is in? The patrolling disciple asked. Elder Lu is still in seclusion. May I ask what brings you here? Zhang Hai inquired. The patrolling disciple recounted the earlier events, presenting the letter and the silver bracelet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly led the patrolling disciple to the entrance of Lu Feng's cave. Disciple Zhang Hai has urgent matters to discuss with Elder Lu, he announced, as Lu Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, heard the voice outside his cave. He slowly opened his eyes. Come in, he beckoned. Zhang Hai hurriedly entered with the patrolling disciple, and upon seeing Lu Feng, they both bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu. Rise, Lu Feng replied. Zhang Hai, what is the matter? Zhang Hai gestured to the patrolling disciple, indicating for him to speak. The disciple then recounted the message from the Heavenly Spirit Sect. After listening, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Could it be the Lu family from the Heavenly Spirit Sect again? Where are the letter and the item? Lu Feng inquired directly. The patrolling disciple respectfully handed over the letter and the silver bracelet. Upon seeing the silver bracelet, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized it well, for it belonged to his mother. Lu Feng took the letter and the silver bracelet, promptly opening the letter to read its contents. It turned out that this letter was personally penned by Zhang Daoran, the leader of the Tianling sect, summoning him to the sect to plead for forgiveness within 3 months. Should he fail to comply, his family would face dire consequences. After perusing the letter, a deepening shadow enveloped Lu Feng's face, and the atmosphere within the cave became palpably oppressive. Zhang Hai and the patrolling disciples in the cave, sensing this tension, were drenched in cold sweat. I am aware of the situation. You may withdraw, Lu Feng instructed Zhang Hai and the others. Yes, master, we take our leave, they replied, retreating hastily, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. At this moment, Lu Feng could no longer contain his fury. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from his body, shattering the cave's ceiling and creating a gaping hole. Tianling sect, Zhang Daoran, if you dare to harm my parents and kin, I, Lu Feng, shall ensure that you shall beg for life, yet find none. Initially, Lu Feng's animosity towards the Tianling sect had not reached the level of universal outrage. But Zhang Daoran had struck a nerve, compelling him to a breaking point. Once he regained some composure, Lu Feng began to contemplate his predicament. Since the adversary sought him, it was reasonable to deduce that his parents were in no immediate danger during these 3 months. If he were to recklessly approach the Tianling sect now, he would undoubtedly fall into their trap. The Tianling sect would be fully prepared, and the venerable Zhang Qishuan would certainly be waiting for him there. With his current cultivation at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, breaking through their defenses seemed impossible. Therefore, he must strive to ascend to the transformation stage within these 3 months to have any chance of rescuing his family. With this thought, Lu Feng steadied his emotions and retrieved the last 100 Tianyang pills, consuming one immediately. These pills accelerated the circulation of one's cultivation technique. Although merely 3rd-tier elixirs, they still held some efficacy for those at the nascent soul stage. It was time to utilize them all. As the Tianyang pill took effect, Lu Feng closed his eyes and began to practice the Qingmu Changxing Ju. You have practiced the Qingmu Changxing Ju, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. You have practiced the Qingmu Changxing Ju, Proficiency 1. You have undergone a cultivation enhancement, Experience 1. Meanwhile, a patrolling disciple from the Falling Sword sect conveyed this matter to the Grand Elder Ouyang Xuanqing. After hearing the disciple's account, Ouyang Xuanqing furrowed his brow slightly. Are you saying that Elder Lu's countenance turned exceedingly grim upon reading the letter? Why, yes. The disciple was quite frightened by Elder Lu's demeanor, the disciple stammered. A complex expression crossed Ouyang Xuanqing's face. He was certain that the message from the Tianling sect heralded ill tidings. Very well, you may leave. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. Indeed, the disciple has taken note. Subsequently, Ouyang Xuanqing soared directly to the rear mountain of the Falling Sword sect, seeking out the Elder Ouyang to relay the matter. Elder, the Heavenly Spirit Sect must be scheming behind the scenes. Otherwise, Elder Lu would not be so incensed. Ouyang, Tianyang and Tai Ming are currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. Most affairs within the sect are in your hands. So if Elder Lu requires anything during this time, you must do your utmost to accommodate him, the elder pondered. Additionally, inform Li Hongling of this situation. so she can prepare herself mentally. The elder had already formed some suspicions regarding this matter and was thus preparing for the worst. Yes, I understand your intention, elder. Alas, the Heavenly Spirit Sect is truly a relentless pest, repeatedly targeting my falling sword sect. Were it not for my insufficient strength, I would truly wish to. Ouyang sighed helplessly. Chapter 90. Entering the divine transformation, the thunder tribulation approaches. Time swiftly passed, and less than 5 days remained until the appointed date in March. At this moment, within a prison cell of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, Lu Feng's parents, brothers, and numerous relatives, 30 in total, were confined therein. They had been captured by Li Xianming for nearly 3 months and initially were unaware of the reason for their detention. It was only later that they learned from a disciple delivering meals that Lu Feng had provoked the Heavenly Spirit Sect and offended the sect master, Zhang Daoran. This revelation plunged them into despair, as ordinary mortals possess no means to resist cultivators. Since understanding the cause, fear and hopelessness consumed them daily. Father, do you think second brother will come to rescue us? A boy of about 10 years asked softly. Little Shan, do not worry. Your second brother will come to save us, replied Lu Ming, Lu Feng's father, alongside his younger brother, Lu Shan. Despite his words, Lu Ming harbored doubts about Lu Feng's ability to rescue them. The Heavenly Spirit Sect was far too powerful for Lu Feng to contend with. Even if he arrived, it would only lead to his demise. At that point, should Lu Feng perish, their own fates would be sealed as well. A white-haired elder leaning against the wall coughed lightly, lamenting, had I known, I would never have allowed Fenger to pursue immortality. I have failed our ancestors. Lu Ming approached the elder and offered consolation, saying, Father, what has transpired is now in the past. Discussing it serves no purpose. If we are to perish, so be it. As long as Fenger survives, the Lu family shall not face extinction. The elder, known as Lu Yunting, was the grandfather of Lu Feng. It was his approval that had allowed the Tianling sect to usher Lu Feng into the realm of cultivation in less than 5 years. To find themselves in such a predicament was truly difficult to fathom. At that moment, a disciple from the Tianling sect entered the room and directed his gaze towards Lu Ming, stating, You, come with me. Lu Ming wore a look of trepidation. Yet he still followed the other person outside. The disciple grasped Lu Ming's garment and soared towards the grand hall of the sect leader. Master, esteemed elders, I have brought Lu Feng's father. Lu Ming gazed at the dozen or so individuals present, his heart brimming with terror, and with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. Esteemed immortals, he implored, I beseech you to spare my son, Lu Feng. If you must exact your vengeance, let it be upon me. I urge you not to torment my family. The leader, Zhang Daoran, sat in a commanding position, his expression as frigid as ice as he regarded Lu Ming. Humph. He retorted, Your son, Lu Feng, has slain my nephew and stolen the sacred artifact of the Tianling sect. Do you, a mere mortal, truly believe you possess the power to bargain for Lu Feng's life? Lu Ming, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. Utterly shocked by the profound animosity between Lu Feng and the Heavenly Spirit Sect, it seemed as though fate had conspired against the Lu family. Oh, immortal lord, Zhang Daoran, disinterested in allowing Lu Ming to continue, abruptly interjected, with only 5 days remaining until the 3-month deadline, if Lu Feng does not appear by then. I shall execute one member of your family each day until none are left. He faltered. Very well. Imprison this man and hang him in the Heavenly Spirit Sect square. I want Lu Feng to witness his father being tormented to death. Upon this command, 2 disciples restrained Lu Ming and hoisted him into the air above the square. The sudden spectacle of a mere mortal suspended in the square left many disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Sect bewildered. Hey, why is there suddenly a commoner hanging in the square? One queried. I don't know. I just noticed it as well. Does anyone know what's going on? At that moment, the disciple responsible for suspending Lu Ming spoke up. This man is Lu Feng's father. According to the wishes of our sect master, if Lu Feng does not appear within 5 days, his father will be hanged to death. The other disciples fell silent, absorbing the gravity of the revelation. So, he is Lu Feng's father. No wonder. Sigh. Although Lu Feng has offended our Heavenly Spirit Sect, is it truly necessary for the sect master to resort to such measures against a mortal? Shoo, how dare you utter such words? Do you wish to court death? Cough. Cough. I said nothing at all. Suspended with his hands and feet bound, Lu Ming gazed at the crowd in the square, feeling utterly lost. Though the Heavenly Spirit Sect had not directly slain him, Zhang Daoran's previous declaration of executing his family one by one in 5 days filled him with despair. My son, You must not come here. Otherwise, I shall die without peace. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves within the confines of the Falling Sword sect. At this moment, Feng suddenly opens his eyes, a wave of trepidation surging within him, as if some unseen force were calling out to him. He glances at his proficiency panel and discovers that his cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, with just over 10,000 experience points remaining until he attains completion. Thus, Feng suppresses this unsettling feeling and resolutely continues his cultivation. Before long, a day has elapsed, and his cultivation experience finally reaches its maximum. Upon operating the Qingmu longevity technique, his proficiency increases by 1. He undergoes a cultivation enhancement, and his experience points rise by 1. His cultivation experience now reaches 300,000, successfully elevating him to the 1st layer of the transformation stage. With this announcement, Feng's cultivation finally breaks through to the transformation realm. Instantly, the mana within him begins to condense wildly, its quality enhancing exponentially. The nascent soul residing in his dantian, too, grows increasingly radiant, becoming more substantial as the mana refines. If the nascent soul stage signifies a nascent understanding of the spirit, then the transformation stage embodies a true mastery of its mysteries. As he ascends, swirling black clouds materialize above the Falling Sword sect, thunder intertwining within, presenting a fearsome sight. Disciples and elders within the sect rush from their abodes to gaze at the ominous clouds overhead, their eyes brimming with astonishment and dread. Master, could this be the tribulation you spoke of? Chen inquires, glancing at Li Hongling with curiosity. Li Hongling, her expression grave, affirms, indeed. And it is a tribulation of the transformation stage. Could it be that the Grand Elder is about to break through to the transformation stage? It is uncertain. But this tribulation is extraordinary, far exceeding the typical transformation stage tribulation. As the two converse, the enigmatic Ouyang Laoguai emerges alongside Xiancheng. The crowd gazes at them in confusion. Li Hongling approaches, asking, Grand Elder, is this not your transformation tribulation? Ouyang Laoguai shakes his head, wearing a puzzled expression. It is not mine. The tribulation appears to be targeting Elder Lu's abode. Elder Lu, how can this be possible? During the last sect competition, Elder Lu was only at the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage, far from breaking into the transformation stage. Li Hongling is visibly perplexed. She cannot fathom that this tribulation is aimed at Feng. It is difficult to say. With Elder Lu's extraordinary cultivation talent, perhaps this tribulation is indeed meant for him. Chapter 91. Devouring the Thunder Tribulation, Forging the Body. Ancestor. Even if Elder Lu is undergoing tribulation, this thunderstorm in the heavens is exceedingly terrifying. Ouyang Xuanqing wore an expression of bewilderment. This tribulation of transformation was something he and Li Hongling had previously witnessed on one occasion. However, the capable individual who faced that tribulation